So Overlord, you have a championship mentality. You've achieved it before. How prepared are you for this match specifically?
We're live.
Yeah,
All right.
We're
here?
We're starting off strong. We're starting off strong, guys. Welcome to the first ever casual stream here at EUIC for none other than Championship Sunday.
All right, a lot of
Opportunity to
confidence
watch
under this
back
NA
through
squad.
the broadcast,
Now for you,
get live
Anemo,
reactions
you're the
to all of the
defending
great Pokemon
champions
action
of
happening
this
today,
tournament.
and just
What
have
makes
some fun,
your
you know, some
team
special
so
guests, be
strong
able to
and
get
so
thoughts from all the
consistent
casters,
throughout
all
the
the
years?
different games. I'm Sierra Dawn.
Hi, I'm Relic.
Hi, I'm Lee.
Hi, I'm Ross or Wassy. You can come whatever you like. It's all good.
Yeah, and starting off the day, it is none other than Pokemon Unite. So that is your fashion zone. And
sorry, you've had hey, there's a lot of good names in Unite anyway. You've had an extraordinarily good game. Could put my teeth in. If you hit level 14 or 15 by 2 minutes, I mean,
yeah, you're
that's
probably popping off the entire time.
Pokemon are, and so alongside the PvP aspect where you're trying to find those KOs, which does grant experience, you're also trying to edge closer to those level ups through the PvE elements. And so there's a bunch of Indeedis on the map. In the central we got buffs.
We're about to get like a skirmish right here with a couple of seconds, but also only 20 seconds until Raven.
And it's a really scary scenario, this, because you could use your Unite moves, but at this point, you know that you're not going to have that Unite move once you hit the Ray. And as you can see, everyone's kind of just had handshakes all over the board and said, yeah, we don't want to risk it necessarily. So how about we have this conversation in like, I don't know, 30 seconds time.
We'll delay the big fight.
Yeah.
So Rayquaza is the ultimate mediator, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it is. So we used to have Zapdos on our old stadium.
Oh, I remember Zapdos.
You can just go and score. All zones are open, basically. But now you get the shield, which speeds up the score.
We're at a point now, since it's so even, whoever gets this raise is going to get the game, yeah? Like,
This is a pure coin flip at this point. You've got the
Is it the
snow
final
globe.
Oh, Peru are not looking good. It looks like Peru aren't getting it.
No. Yeah, that's so this is a situation where both sides are like, hey, guess we're just going to do a coin flip. It really is last hit. And so what you're hoping for is for your burst damage moves like
Run, Snorlax, run!
Aegis Lashes, Coup de Grace maybe is a good option. We saw there the Alola Ninetales, A9 we call for short. They got the Unite move Snow Globe, which is another big burst damage AoE sort of move. But surprisingly, it's actually the Luminosity Gaming Mewtwo Y. They'd already used their Unite move. They must have hit it with the basic auto or maybe a boosted auto. That's considered a pretty good snipe for Luminosity Gaming, although they were pretty close to Peru. So honestly, getting this first win over the board, or over the line I should say, is huge just for the mental game. You can sort of take a sigh of relief.
Right, so a 500-point lead with 40 seconds left. You're happy calling it?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Well,
Just
they
double
also have
checking.
them like decently trapped in base. Like you're cooked, you're done at that point.
Yeah, the Peru didn't get a single KO in the Ray Pit, which is like, yikes. Well, I guess run this one back another time, because the thing about Luminosity Gaming as well is that they got such a strong penchant for just clutching up in the most wilder moments. Game 5 yesterday against Kamai Esport, which in of itself was a surprise that Kamai was the best EU team at the end of the day, but also that they took Luminosity Gaming to Game 5. It's Overlord on this Blaziken just strolls up from the bottom path, hits a single overheat, not even boosted by the way, and that's the one thing that wins them the game. That one single moment in a capsule is just, you don't get anything quite like that, I don't think, in other Pokemon titles, which are all amazing by the way, but it's those moments where just everyone can get excited about it, because it's just a high skill single window of opportunity, and these guys take it time and time again.
Very nice. The Luminosity take game 1. Daddy Snorlax ran away. Unfortunately not successful this time, but big Ray, big points, big win.
How often with the grand finals and stuff, with these best of fives, do you get any sort of like reverse sweep situation or go into this game 5, or has it just been so dominant by certain teams at these events that we're getting like the quick finals, GG's, let's move on to Pokemon Go?
I was saying, my co-caster for the event, Zoinks, we were both in agreement that Kamai Luminosity series, which did go to game 5, was either going to be a complete blowout 3-0, or it was going to go the distance. We do have some threatening reverse sweeps sometimes, but actually more often than not what we see is the team that goes 2-0 up, yeah, they might drop those next 2 games, but they actually tend to rally themselves and find that final win at the very last moment. The clutch ability, as we like to call it, is what separates the great teams from the World Championship caliber teams. And let's not forget the Luminosity Gaming, although the roster has changed over time, they are 2 times world champions. They are the most winningest team in the world right now. That's why it is such an uphill battle for Peru, despite despite the fact that they are reigning EUIC champions.
Have we had this matchup before between Peru and Luminosity? Or is this the first time they're playing in a live event?
I'm not going to risk saying that it's the first time ever that they have faced each other, but since we only have a few international competitions every year, for any team, this is going to be a unique opportunity to face them. I'm going to risk it. I think this is the first time that they are facing each other like this, and especially in a grand final scenario. But Luminosity Gaming does have a lot of experience facing the likes of Brazil and LATAM North teams, so they're familiar with the play style that Peru likes to employ. They're pretty traditional as a team. Everyone's got their set role. Luminosity Gaming's a lot more flexible. They like to play a bit of jazz, right? They can run double supporter, they can go defender supporter, they can go triple attacker, they can lean into the all-rounders, bulk up their front line. That's what makes them so scary in drafts, is that they can kind of just do whatever, and you're going to trust that there's enough evidence behind their choices. It's going to look good in practice regardless.
I got the real question. Two-time world champion, do you own a Luminosity jersey?
Nah.
Fake fan.
Fake fan? Wow.
Crazy.
I mean, I'm here meant to be unbiased.
I was going to say, we don't want you being a fan.
If Luminosity wants to send me a jersey, I will happily wear it. But like,
No, you heard it. He's a fake fan. I'll wear the jersey, though. I'm here for it.
I am not soliciting the support of any team. I am going to watch and see who wins, thank you very much. But with Luminosity, like they seem like they had a presumptive favourite. I think the armchair pundit favourite is the way you phrased it, Relic.
Yes, yeah.
And then they went and won game one in what was honestly a pretty dominating fashion. Like, even the Rayquaza at the end, the second that Rayquaza fight started, it was pretty obvious Luminosity were winning it.
not quite. I mean, you look.
I'm not an expert, but they had that, mate.
It's white.
They were all in the
They
pit.
were
Like,
all-
hey, whoever gets last hit gets it.
And that's kind of it, though, is as much as, yes, Luminosity Gaming, all 5 of them were in the Ray Pit, Peru only had 1 Pokemon knocked out that entire time. So they still had 4 chances to Luminosity's 5 to find that final hit. And once that final hit comes through, we have to remember the attack and special attack damage buff that Rayquaza offers as well. That all of a sudden makes Peru Unite way more threatening, and they can probably 4v5 Luminosity Gaming without losing anyone themselves, unless they are low health in the first place. Worth mentioning here as well, you'll see that our 2 teams now on opposite sides, and so the losing team gets the choice of whether they want to go first or second in draft. So Peru has actually chosen to take the initiative. They want first pick, and that's important because they've taken that side up away from Luminosity. Another very valid option in draft is to try and disrupt your opponents, not through the bans, but by taking away things that they themselves are playing, and very well at that.
We got the Hoopa. Hoopa, I think, is like one of the coolest
I love it.
It's
Yeah.
very cool.
characters.
Yeah. It's unfortunately also the source of one of the only global bans that we see. It's a particular move, Hyperspace Hole, which is honestly its greatest move. It's such a wonderful rotational asset. You put the Hyperspace Highway, as we like to call it, down on the ground anywhere except zones, and it'll send you back to the home base. Get free heals. You're back in the battle pretty quick. Alternatively, what you do is you put it on a zone, and if you step on that zone, it'll take you to the other side of the map instantly. And so
Oh,
to not
wow.
have that move available is actually, it's pretty significantly affected how Hoopa has been selected. Still useful. Trick is its other option, which is decent in the PvP action, increases movement speed, which is pretty essential when you're looking to avoid the likes of, for example, a Chandelier, which lives on those AoEs from a distance. Nevertheless, it's interesting to see that Otter has picked this up. Peru Unite focusing on him in particular, taking away the Psyduck, banning away the Mew, which is one of his aces. And so he's kind of thinking, well, what's my third, fourth choice option here at this point?
Is that then with like how targeted Otter was and kind of suppressing this?
Yeah.
Is this also still an even draft, or are we kind of thinking Peru won out this one?
Well, Overlord's picked up the Cinderace, which is like one of the most off-meta picks that you could possibly go for. We've seen Cinderace once this tournament, didn't do well. Then again, we are talking about Overlord in the conversation for best player in the world.
Really?
Right now, at the very least, top 3. So even though this pick, most people would look at it and think, What? You're throwing the game. You're throwing the game. It's Overlord. It's Overlord. It doesn't matter.
So, like, because I played, like, right at the beginning of Unite, and I played for a while.
It was
I used
good
to
then.
play, yeah, I played Cinderace then, so that it just, like, did it just get nerfed? Like, did just other things came out that was stronger and kind of countered it?
Very much the second thing. There are way more counters to Cinderace, and in the attacker category, there are simply things that do a similar job while scaling earlier with one evolution or things that fulfill a similar role in those sort of like supported basic auto attacks. That Cinderace is sort of ace in the hole, is that it's a lot of damage per second. Whether you go Pyro Ball, which is more of your distance primary move, or whether you go Blaze Kick, which brings Cinderace closer into the battle, I don't think they'd want to do that into a Garchomp necessarily, which is one of the biggest melee threats that you could possibly deal with late game. Yeah, it's still a wild choice for me, but as I say, it's Overlord. You kind of just write off any doubts because you know he's going to play well.
Did any of you all ever play Pokémon Tournament?
Way back.
I played
Very
a load
briefly, yeah.
I casted Pokémon Tournament, right? We got Garchomp, we got Chandler, we got Mewtwo. I'm getting mad Pokémon flashbacks.
There is a conspiracy theory about that, though. There is a conspiracy theory because bit by bit we're starting to cross off all of the Pokken roster. We know that Suicune is coming to the game very soon as well, and so that's another one.
He was a big dude
roster.
in Pokken, yeah.
But we're actually quite excited because there are some very cool Pokemon that aren't in this game, which we'd quite like to see. Croagunk, Toxicroak maybe. We've also got Sceptile, Weavile in there as well. So we'd love to see, I mean, any sort of representation in Pokemon Unite is cool because one thing that we all love is just the individual designs. Like Timmy really captures the feeling of these Pokemon so well. And even if there are similar moves across both, we've got like 4 different Pokemon that use Surf in the game, but each of them feels distinctly unique. Psyduck, for example, has little waves. They're sort of disruption, crowd control surfs. Meanwhile, Slowbro, it's one big wave that lasts a little bit longer.
Slowbro's so annoying to play against.
Yeah.
We need Don Fan. Just roll up and roll around that map.
It's not quite a Dawn fan, but we have an Iron Trance and a VGC
Yeah, we
Finals.
do, yeah.
I mean, I'll take it, frankly. It's the best I can do right now.
I womped on stream yesterday. It was so good.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
It's great.
Urshifu, is it because it's so dominant in VG?
Yeah.
How is it in Unite?
It's pretty good, actually. A lot of players really enjoy this Pokemon, particularly... So we actually... It's quite unique in that it's got the split evolution.
Yeah.
And so it can either go Dark Bear or Water Bear. Dark Bear is the more popular one because it's got a lot of big burst damage potential.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty solid objective securer. Not only that, but any squishy targets that no hope. No hope. And its Unite move is basically, okay, I'm going to delete you for the next 10 seconds. Bye-bye, have a nice day. Water Bear is actually something that Luminosity Gaming and Overlord in particular, they're like the last believers in Water Bear, but they deliver true damage, which is a phenomenal counter to Pokemon that rely a lot on shielding, like a Metagross. So
Okay,
both
so
still have their value.
that shield.
Exactly, yeah. So
Okay.
they both have a lot of value still, but Urshifu just has more value more often because you will always get objectives. It's not always a guarantee that you're going to be dealing with the likes of a Metagross.
Because like day 2 for VG, we had like 54% usage
Yeah.
of our players using Rapid Strike, because Rapid Strike is the big one.
I know
Right,
Urshi
okay.
and TCG, big for a while. Is it still kind of like, where is it?
It's essentially gone. It was in Battle Styles. It rotated out. For anyone watching, a TCG fan, Dark Bear is Single Strike and Water Bear is Rapid Strike. We don't really have it in the TCG right now. It's rotated out, unfortunately. And being with the legendary Pokemon with TCG, they tend to go away for a while, and then we'll have like a themed set which brings them back in. We'll have like the occasional like little version of the card which rarely makes waves. The good ones tend to be in their themed sets, and we don't have that for a while, I'm afraid, which a little bit sad. But I think I saw on the graphic earlier, Urshifu is the most picked Pokemon on stream in the tournament this weekend.
Yeah, it's
number one.
It's mostly because of how banned the other picks have been to this point. Because I want to say that Blissey has had like a 65% or around that sort of.
Oh, that is going to
area
really screw
ban
the
rate.
numbers then. Because if you
Exactly,
get
yeah.
banned, like you would be the most played, but you're banned, so you don't get on the graph. Oh, I don't like
It's
that.
part of the fun. Blissey is without a doubt the best supporter right now because it either delivers fantastic heals, alternatively it supports your attackers with its more. So it's got a safeguard and helping hand, which increases the rate of your basic auto, which it would synergize beautifully with a Cinderace, for example, that relies heavily on that sort of playstyle. But Bliss Assistance is its Unite move, delivers a whole lot of both health and shielding. Yeah, it's a wonderful pick, but yeah, Luminosity Gaming here finding so many great micro moments, not necessarily finding plenty of scores. Peru's still leading, of course, but look at the evolutions and look at the level situation. Luminosity Gaming fully online, really happy right now. A little bit of a stagger here with Peru, got level 9 on the Garchomp and the Chandelure, but the front liners of the Slowbro and the Psyduck slightly behind the curve. Slowbro with a really important Unite move of its own. Slow Beam basically locks someone in place, but I love the tech of going over this wall as well. Garchomp with Dragon Rush basically means that they can run an eject button for an extra movement over. It's basically a short dash on a very long cooldown, but Dragon Rush just gives it that extra amount of movement, closes the distance beautifully.
Not letting Mewtwo go.
No, finds that KO, and again, it's just more experience into the pool, so whenever you can find the KOs, it's always worth going for.
Seems like Peru are doing a good job of kind of like controlling the map a little bit here. Every time we see them, they're just running around as a group, causing a little bit of havoc.
Yeah, 100%. You can see that despite losing out on this bottom path, Reggie, that Garchomp has actually continued to rotate top path, and so since it's one of these basic attack monsters, you can just trust them on their own to take down that Regieleki top path, and they're going to get a lot of value. They've taken away that T1, so it's on the way to the T2, basically forces this Aegislash now to go on solo defense, which allows Peru to make this invade into the central area and grab another couple of KOs. Mimikyu, by the way, oh, what a disgusting Pokemon this is. Shadow Sneak, you'll see, they launch out like the Shadow Sneak thing. Oh, Livid Outrage as well. They really want a couple more KOs here. Shadow Sneak can go across the map because anytime it goes through a wall, it extends the range that it hits. And so you hit the Pokemon, you'll see a little like ghost, like a little specter circling on the floor, and then you hit the button again, and Mimikyu instantly teleports to that Pokemon, can deal a lot of damage in very quick succession.
Seems like there's a bit of a level disparity here. Peru seem to be kind of winning the level fight.
Yeah, overall, yeah, despite not leading the lobby, because Overlord's there on level 13 alongside the Aegislash.
Oh, sorry, I meant Luminosity. I forgot they switched sides.
Oh, yeah.
Me.
That
no,
always catches me off guard every single time, because then you said that, and I'm looking through everything again, like, nauseating. I can't track
No,
this.
sorry, Luminosity are winning the level fight then.
But Peru on the macro side of things, you're right, they are controlling what they can very well. And so Luminosity, super oppressive. They really like to get up in your face and take down these T1 zones particularly quickly, which they have, but Peru is looking to counter and go for the other path push at every opportunity. And so they're still within 50 points. We're in basically the same situation as game 1, where we're looking at that Rayquaza, and it will be extra important to secure.
I like how, because I know, like, sometimes from casting and just watching Unite, sometimes there is just one team that steamrolls throughout, and then the raid fight happens. They don't, like, it doesn't really matter who wins as long as they just make sure the other team doesn't score and they win out. I love that for the first game and for this game that it's been so close going into that 2-minute mark, so we actually just get the full chaos effect of, like, all right, like, it's not just one team holding off on the raid fight. We're actually, somebody needs to get this.
Totally. What are the shields around all of these Pokemon?
They took out the Registeel and got the shield.
Okay, so that's why that's so important.
Exactly, and so they're going to have an attack and special attack boost on top of that as well. We see that counter, so they got that for the next minute.
Okay.
Here comes the Infinite Psyburn, so that is every single Pokemon targeted, and every single Pokemon going to get dealt with damage. The Chandelure's already been taken away, but this Mimikyu absolutely popping off. 2 big KOs. That Aegislash unable to use its Unite move in time, so that's a little yellow dot that you can see. If that is active, that means they've still got their Unite move in pocket. Peru Unite, though, they've burnt through all of them, so they're now maybe looking to poke and try and pick up this Rayquaza. Meanwhile, Overlord has found a KO onto the Slowbro, but this Garchomp has done so much work. This Mimikyu as well. Together they've combined beautifully, and this is what I was saying about Peru. If they can set up shop in that Ray Pit, the level disadvantage, it wasn't that crazy, and if they can pick off the big attack damage carry, so you'll hear ADC, the term that we use, like your Cinderace, like your Aegislash, and like that Urshifu, like I say, with the delete button of the E-Bomb Fist Unite move, then honestly, it sets it up for yourselves to basically guarantee the Ray, unless it is a a last chance heroics from one player on Luminosity.
So you literally can, like the Rayquazas there, right? And one team's kind of winning, and then the other player just kind of comes and pokes Ray in the face and gets that last tiny bit of damage, and then the whole team gets this massive buff and they win the game.
Basically.
Nice.
Yeah. So worth mentioning, actually, if there are any Pokemon that are knocked out when the Ray is taken, they do not pick up the shield when they respawn back in, which is why Luminosity haven't just given up here. There's a good opportunity to get some scores down. It's still close enough.
That they could do it in 30 seconds?
They really could, but what they weren't expecting, or I guess what they were hoping for, was that this Garchomp wouldn't get the Unite move back. They have just scythed through this huge conglomerate of Luminosity Gaming that congregated on the bottom path, and because they're all clumped up, that's music to the ears of any Garchomp player. You get 3 big slashes, 3 watts of damage before one final slam down that knocks everyone up. That brief half-second knock-up also sets up some of your further damage dealers like that Mewtwo or like the Slip. Anyone can basically get a free hit with no chance of a response. And so even though that was slightly scary for Peru, Luminosity Gaming, I think, playing that as well as they could, remaining calm under pressure, Unite moves, cooldown reset at the perfect time, all sets up for a 1-1 equalizer.
I got good news for you guys. We're officially not going to have a sweep. So you 3
Absolutely, yeah. Nice and comfy.
Yeah. For even longer.
Very nice.
Great championship Sunday.
I've got a hard out at like 10:30, so I'm going to be very upset if I have to leave right before it finishes. It's like 20, it's like 10 to 10. Got 40 minutes.
40 minutes, okay. So as long as, I mean, they're fast games, but okay. I'm excited that it's not just a clean sweep. Considering how big EUIC is and everything else, like that was great stuff. And the fact too that Peru's putting up this fight to keep their title, I don't know, it's awesome.
Yeah, so as much as we can praise Luminosity Gaming for being flexible in how they put team competitions together, sometimes the safety in knowing that your role is 100% secured means that you actually spend a lot more time trying to widen your roster pool with as many different Pokemon playing those similar roles as possible. So we see Draken, for example, on that defender role. We saw them running Snorlax earlier. I've mentioned previously they do like a bit of Mamoswine, which we might see a little later. And Nemo here, though, this is your central area maestro. We've seen them on Scyther, we've seen them on Mimikyu, we've seen them on Urshifu. You can run them around as many all-rounders as possible, and they're good to go. Oh my goodness, is that Mr. Zoinks?
Zoinks, get back here! Zoinks, get back here!
Come on in!
Hey, Zoinks.
What's up?
How we doing, buddy?
We broke the curse.
We broke the curse, I know! It's so good!
Oh, can you get the Psyduck I threw behind there a minute ago? While you're here.
Yeah, there was some side happening over here. Like, Relic is not about it.
Whoa,
Golduck erasure.
Well, yeah. Kind of intentional.
Yeah.
Really sick grand final so far.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun. Hope everybody at home's enjoying watching it. But finally.
Bro, Peru is looking okay. They're looking good. Macro, I mean, to be fair, Luminosity Gaming felt like they were in the advantage game 2, I should say. But it's how you set up in the Ray Pit as well. So even if you're at that level deficit we were talking about, you're still able to pull something out. I mean, Overlord on the Cinderace as well. I mean, Cinderace is fun to watch. Level 14.
I know, I'm wanted so... Even this dude knows I'm here just for the Mamoswine. Right?
Oh, so it was. Wait,
oh no, it wasn't.
No, it was an overlay. I think it was the Inteleon for Zinus rather than the Mamoswine 4. But Draken is a huge Mamoswine fan, so I'd be shocked if we don't see it.
Yeah. Sorry, no Dragon Bolt for you, maybe. I don't know what Alan's thinking.
I know, Alan's here only for this. Crazy.
All right. Kids have fun.
Yeah.
Yo.
Okay. I mean, while we have a moment, and Zoinks is running away because he no longer wants to spend time with us. I mean, today already has been awesome, and I don't know, it's fun being able to have everybody here to be able to chat, to be able to bring people in. We'll be able to do this all for Championship Sunday. So make sure if you're enjoying to hit the like button. Let us know what you think. Hashtag play Pokemon on socials. If you even have questions for us to answer, all that good stuff. We'll be here all day. Would love to do more like this in the future, so I want to make sure everybody is enjoying. I'm super enjoying so far because it is, like, I would be here anyways to watch in the green room. It is so much more cooler here to be able to have, like, the big screen set up, hear the crowd, everything else, get all the, like, expert analysis. Like, this is awesome.
I got a message earlier from Pokemon PR. They were like, oh, we've saved you a seat for the Unite final. And I'm like, you've not saved me as good a seat. I don't need your seat. I found a better seat. My seat comes with a headset.
There you go. There you go. No, it's good stuff though.
So getting into this one, I'm just going to say this now because it's something I kind of noticed, right? So Luminosity won game 1.
Yeah.
They played Psyduck.
Yeah.
Peru won game 2. They played Psyduck. Yeah. So is it just going to be a case of whoever picks Psyduck for this next one is going to win?
That's correct.
Yes? Psyduck is supremacy.
That's just maths.
It's a good point though.
Good math.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Psyduck banned because of that, because
really? Yeah.
it becomes such a priority pick that you're
like
thinking,
throw it back
well,
down there.
guess we better just not deal with it, rather deal with something else, because ultimately now Luminosity, they're going to have first pick, and so really the onus is on Peru. Luminosity Gaming is not going to want to ban Psyduck. They will ban that Inteleon once again. Peru again target banning Otter. They really see him as the linchpin of this Luminosity roster, and to be fair, what did we say? Going on to his third, fourth choice pick potentially of the Hooper, didn't look perfectly comfortable. I mean, they're all great players. There it is! I called it, right? There it is!
Right. Talking about the ban. Yeah, he's done.
You're banned.
Talking about the bans, right? So Blissey gets banned every game. Luminosity gets to like the third out of the 4 bans, but they've got the first pick of Pokemon.
Yeah.
So why do they not ban it and ban something else and make Peru use the ban on Blissey, and then if they don't, they get to pick Blissey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I would have done.
That's, I mean, so Inteleon first, they're looking to cancel out Otter second.
Yes.
Blissey, they have to ban because if they pick up the Psyduck, Peru get the Blissey. And I think that any one of these players will tell you that Blissey will be more important than the Psyduck. I know it's funny to say, oh, but Psyduck's won every game, but we haven't seen Blissey in a single game.
He's calling you out, mate.
You know,
We haven't seen Blissey in a single game.
The next game, if it gets banned, you're not taking the shirt. This is staying on. I'm still representing.
Oh, they've picked Miraidon. Right.
Wow.
I had a Miraidon pin on all day yesterday because Miraidon was really good in TCG. But then it got eliminated, so I swapped for my Fuecoco. But if Miraidon's coming back, I might swap back to my Miraidon pin.
I
borrow that
heard.
Miraidon pin from
Yeah,
finals?
actually, we have Miraidon in finals.
You can
thank
borrow,
you,
I'm having it right now, but you can have it for VG
But
finals.
wasn't it you, Ross, that's like, because I know that there was Miraidon yesterday and it was piloted by like one of the top players. Was it you that mentioned for Adam to put in the script specifically calling out Miraidon? Of
course.
Yeah, okay. Because me and Adam were having a conversation because he's like, yeah, we don't actually have the most Miraidon, but it's funny that it's in the script. And I'm like, it's funny that we don't have it in ours because we actually have a lot of Miraidon on the field, including like some of our top players. So it was really funny.
We had 2 Miraidon at 8-0 going into round 9. Whoa, he's back, my boy!
Oh, Slash, excellent.
Oh, right, I'm sorry. I don't have to be unbiased. This isn't my game. I am full-on cheering Luminosity here. They've got Miraidon and Mamoswine. Honestly, if they go for a Snorlax, that's like the perfect team.
Maybe Luminosity should send you the jersey.
Maybe they should. Luminosity, I take back my earlier statement. I am willing to shill.
You know, seeing that Charizard as well, that is another very off-meta pick. Perhaps no surprise that, I mean, Overlord's just rotating through all of the off-meta stuff at the moment, which, to be fair, that's going to unsettle Peru because, I can't say this enough, they wouldn't have prepared for Overlord to just continually rotate through a bunch of different options, all hyperscalers as well, so you know he's going to be a threat late game. Seismic Slam, the Unite move of Charizard, basically targets one opponent up in the air, very anime style, around the moon, back down on the ground, but then they are elevated in the air. They deal huge boosted auto damage, and that's basically on anyone, and so that's a huge game changer in a team fight in particular, which given how clumped up Peru has been, that's actually a really, really smart play.
I know who Ross thinks won this draft. That's not even a question. But like from an objective analysis, like which team is there a team at
I could
this
not
point?
have been more objective, Sierra.
Oh my bad. Sorry, I forgot that you were the Unite expert. You know the secret.
Go on, James. Tell us why Luminosity won the draft.
Man's replacing me for the next event. So I think it's 2 very different styles of draft. Peru don't have many evolutions to go through, so they're going to focus on the early game, mid game, try and get that level advantage so that when the hyperscalers come online for Luminosity Gaming, it won't matter too much. If Luminosity Gaming have a great early game, that sets up so beautifully because, of course, with the hyperscaler, you can get better stats later later on. You also have access to some really exciting moves that we talked about the Seismic Slam with Charizard. You got that Mamoswine, which with Ice Fang, that's going to be fantastic to go head-to-head with the Buzzwole, which is, again, big brawler, wants to get in close. So generally speaking, I would say I'd prefer Peru. I'd rather go safer rather than sorry. In this meta, I'd rather take control of the early game and just hope that we go well from there. But Luminosity Gaming, what did I say? In the raid pit, it's always going to be a coin flip unless you find those KOs back to back to back. And so, admittedly, the one objective secure that they do have, which I'm scared for Peru on, is that Urshifu. Very likely to be going central area, unless they run Water Bear, but it's not Overlord on this, so I'd imagine that we are going to see the solo strike, the single strike Dark Bear with that objective secure in mind.
As a team, Luminosity, Overlord, is he like undoubtedly the best player with Urshifu? Would the team not get like annoyed to say like one of the other teammates picking Urshifu and say why didn't you leave it for Overlord, or would that leave the like Peru open to picking it?
So I would say Overlord is probably in the conversation for best on anything that he plays.
Oh, wow. So it's kind of like he can have.
It's part of the flexibility of the roster, because if it makes sense from a team composition point of view, we need this Urshifu, okay. But then Overlord has clearly looked at Peru, how they're playing, and seen the advantages of the Charizard as well. And so as their main central area player, you're thinking, well, look, let's get you on the Charizard. Charmander is not a great pather whatsoever, very weak in terms of those attacks, and especially running into this Peru composition, which is all about the early game. It's way safer to run them through the central area onto Charmeleon, hopefully get to Charizard by roughly the 2.5–3 minute mark. Meanwhile, you're going to be running an EXP share alongside that Kubfu. Quite a late evolution for a single Evo at level 5, but once that 5 does come online, you get access to that Wicked Blow, which, as I say, big burst potential and can turn the tides once we head into that 4-minute mark.
I don't want to start a conspiracy theory here, but they went for Chandelure, which is an off-meta pick, right? An unusual pick. Then they went for Charizard, off-meta pick. Is there any possibility they are using a random picker to select their Pokemon?
No, actually. That's what I love about Luminosity, is that they've got this catalog mentality of, okay, what could we have in our pool that will disrupt Peru in particular? We saw some real wild options yesterday. We saw a Gengar come out of who is it who played it? I think it was Nemesis, I want to say. We never see Gengar. I cannot emphasize that enough. We never see Gengar.
Did it win?
No, but it did have some. No, it did have some very, very cool moments. Actually, I lie. It did win. It hasn't won 2 years back to back in this venue, though. It's been picked once each of those times. Wow. 2 losses. This was the first time that it won, and it actually popped off in a big way. So Phantom Ambush, you go underground. You can be stunned out of it, but then you launch yourself up, big burst damage, takes away a Regieleki, steals the Rayquaza as well. It's one of those things where you're not ever thinking that you're going to see it, and so although you can counter it, it's often going to be picked last in draft, and so there is no chance to counter it at this point. It's why the Charizard pick has been left to last as well, because although you can counter it, there's a lot of Pokemon that can lock it down pretty successfully. Peru Unite didn't get that opportunity, and even if they were going to have that last pick after Overlord locks in, it's like, well, it's just one choice. You're really going to zone in on Charizard as your final pick when that should be your big attack damage carry, like your flare pick effectively?
For what it's worth. I do like that.
Yeah, maybe not. Okay, maybe just like a hat with a few bits of paper in to pick it out. So if you're going for something off meta like Charizard,
and then you could get the other team to like pick the paper, so like they actually pick
their own games.
Yeah.
I think you've nailed it here, Sarah. So you got something like Charizard, it's an off meta pick. Do you want to, if you've got the choice, of course, you're in the draft, do you want to have the last pick, so you make Charizard the last pick and you're like, boom, no countering for you? Or do you not mind if the other team has the last pick, because like you say, using that one last chance to counter probably isn't the best way to run the draft?
Well, it's just like the same conversation that you'll have during the ban phase and during the early draft phase. Having first pick means that you have first ban. It means that you take control of the situation and say, we want this gone, we want this gone. We also want to pick this. And so you're kind of saying to your opponents, go on, try and ban it, we've got other choices in mind. Then you've got that first pick potentially, leans into the next first pick potentially, leans into another ahead of the curve pick. And so even though you're not picking last, in theory, you've gotten everything that you actually want, unless the opponents are going to try and disrupt by picking away from your comfort picks in the first place. There's a huge debate over whether first or second pick is better. I think if we were talking last year, second pick probably. This year, in a meta as wide open as this, I mean, we're talking maybe 10 to 20 Pokemon that could legitimately form a really successful composition. Comfort, aces, mean more than anything.
You as a player, if you're going into it, like, what would you prefer? The first or second pick?
No, I'd want first.
First pick.
Yeah, I'd
So
want
what
first.
would you pick?
What would I pick first?
What's your
Oh. So if I'm first pick in the order, I want to go for the front line first and foremost, and so that generally means a defender or a supporter. Blissey is at the top of the food chain right now. So
but ban it out, because it has like what, the highest ban rate for the weekend.
Yes.
So you're never getting it.
So if we're assuming that Blissey is banned, I would probably go with the Psyduck. Actually, I think that it is such an exciting pick. But I'd also look at the defenders and I'd say, well, what do I personally prefer? Because you could go with something like Snorlax, which has no Evos, very strong early game. You've got some disruption with potentially Yawn, but also a block, which can lock people into play. But Umbreon is also a very popular pick. One of the most diverse toolkits in the game. You got Mean Look, which is a zone-in lockdown. They cannot go out of that AoE for about 5 seconds or so. It can go pseudo support with Wish, which it can either use on itself or other Pokemon. Works very similar to VG actually, where it just delivers a bit of heal after a delay. You got Foul Play, where you go in and then pull someone back out, so it's sort of like a damage deal debuff, alongside Snarl, which is this slow-moving stun into debuff. Like, there's so many different ways that you can play it that even if Peru, or even if your opposition's like, oh, Umbreon, we're going to pick this to deal with it, or we're going to try and play this way. Umbreon, the kit is so diverse that you get into the game and you can basically decide on the fly, okay, we're going to go this way, as opposed to a lot of other Pokemon where it's like, this is their moveset. We're not going to worry about this side of it. Like, these two moves are the ones to go for.
Okay. And for anyone that is just tuning in now, or whether you've been here for a little bit, we are watch partying EUIC Championship Sunday. 1-1 scoreline, 2 games in. We're currently waiting for the third to be underway, but an opportunity here to thought the other casters. We're gonna be here all day, not just like us. Like at some point, like you gotta leave in like 20 minutes, but
that's
like,
a long day.
Like we got some VGC we gotta cover, but throughout the day, all the different games: Pokemon Go, the Pokemon trading card game, and the Pokemon video game. There's gonna be extra commentary here, so everyone can kind of chime in. Special guests as well. So yeah, it's exciting stuff. I love too that we get all that little expert analysis, all of that stuff. I love that we get to know that your pick would be the Psyduck. We got Mamoswine. What would you pick, Lee? If you're playing. You're up there. You're up there on that stage.
No, what are you playing?
What
First
are you
pick.
playing?
So we're assuming that Blissey is not
is
pick.
that- is
Oh,
that-
it's the guy! It's the guy with the Game Boys!
The guy, like y'all know this guy. Like this is a
Yeah.
thing.
Well, I don't understand. Who is he?
He's doing some shiny hunting out there, I
Does
believe.
he just show up to these events with his like?
No, this is the first time that we've seen him, but he is the Game Boy guy now.
Okay, what? That's crazy. Okay, the way that you said that, I was like, does he just show up every single event? And at some point, it's like, where's Waldo?
He has already achieved iconic status. He's already got his nickname. He's good to go.
Are you guys just like a lot younger than me? Because that's a Game Boy Advance SP. A real Game Boy is big and chunky and white. Thank you very much. And I have one of those bad
Maybe you are
boys.
just old bud. I don't know.
Wow.
I played Pokemon Blue on my old chunky Game Boy. It was beautiful.
Well, we're back to this game. This is a modern game here, Ross, for you. This is on the Nintendo Switch.
Will this run on my old chunky Game Boy?
I got bad news for you. I got bad news for you.
No game with Mamoswine will run on my big chunky Game Boy. But look at Swine up. Look at him go.
And that's absolutely huge.
He got 2 KOs.
2 KO streak. Mamoswine, one of its biggest downfalls.
First goal.
It takes a lot of time to get that Mamoswine online. You do actually, so Ice Fang again is the move that we're looking out for. You do actually get that at Piloswine, but it's still a relatively slow Evo curve that you see with this Pokemon. So to find 2 KOs this early on is so huge. It means that we're maybe talking 30 to 60 seconds ahead of where they would be if they hadn't taken those 2 KOs, for example.
So what you're saying is already Mamoswine is wrecking the game.
Absolutely.
I love it. Wish I
You,
brought my
you just made,
Mamoswine
you just
game.
made it today.
Yeah.
I'm not getting this on TCG. Give me 2 months. I'm probably not getting it on VG, so, you know, it's all I've got. Apparently, it's literally too big in Pokemon Go.
It's too big. Oh, there it is. Oh, so we've already got Piloswine. 1.5 minutes in, not if. Big pressure onto this T1. 4 players rotating top. They've really caught Peru out. You can see the quick response to rotate onto top path, but they've immediately dunked those 50. So they're looking to try and remove this northern T1 zone because you want to get the most value out of Regieleki. They're going to, so obviously with Regieleki, yes, it can hit the zone. It'll instantly score 20 whilst opening it up for free. But if you don't have that T1 zone there, it's going to go down to the T2 zone, which means that you have to send someone up there to defend, because the back cap opportunities for Luminosity Gaming means that that score could balloon even higher.
This makes me very happy. I've been waiting all weekend for this.
I will say, by the way, with Unite as well, shout out to the Hollowware team, who make some truly stunning costumes for these
skins are
Pokemon. They're amazing, aren't they?
Yeah, they're great. Like the Garchomp in the last game, they're like the kind of Trilby and the and like detective look. I wish we got stuff like that in VG.
I know. I'm
So
always
cool.
so jealous.
Yeah.
I've said I'm surprised that we haven't seen more in the way of Unite marketing and just selling plushies with these Hollowware. I think they'd sell like hotcakes.
The
personally.
Snorlax with the citrus berry.
Yeah,
costume.
that's one of
my
my
God.
favorites.
Yeah, I love
Snorlax
that.
has got an incredible wardrobe.
What's the
Just-
the shawl that it has?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
so
like the little
funny
bonnet or
because,
something?
Like,
Yeah.
Lee was talking about that yesterday. Like,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
was asking me, like, do you know the Snorlax shawl that it has? Like, so yeah, which one is it? Like,
It looks so.
It's got like a little baby bonnet, I think.
It looks so innocent wandering around and it's just pounding on.
Yeah, yeah.
Just tearing away. You're like,
Oh, I saw an Ice Fang. It was majestic.
Ross is locked
My
in
man
over
is
there.
living
Locked
for this.
in.
I love it.
I think if I picked, getting back to your question, Sierra, I'd probably go for Mimikyu. I'm kind of surprised. I guess not surprised. I have no idea what I'm doing this game, but I would have thought Luminosity, with how effective it was in that last game, that they would kind of look to ban that almost. But would that be a huge misplay?
It's on the cusp of being in that area. Mimikyu is very powerful. Again, no Evos. Worth mentioning it's passive as well. Similar to VG, got the disguise, so it can take that first hit, and then they can obviously...
Does that keep regenerating? When,
Yeah, so it goes onto a cooldown.
Ah,
And so
okay.
you can't just keep on
yeah.
abusing it, otherwise that thing would be truly outrageous. But one thing that Luminosity prides itself in is being proactive. They love not being stale in draft, because basically they're inviting the opposition team in their mind to just compose a team that will directly counter what they were successful with in the first place. So if they keep on rotating through their picks, if they keep on going to different play styles, it means that their opposition is never really comfortable themselves. And it's why a lot of opposition with Luminosity Gaming will just kind of focus on themselves. To be fair, Peru, one of the better teams in that regard, but Luminosity plays the way that they do because they can play in so many different ways. It's really, really fun to watch them.
Also, while we're on the Hollow, I know we've kind of moved off, and I'll come back to it just briefly. There is a Mamoswine dressed as me Hollowware. It's just hoodie, hat, headphones.
Oh,
Like, that's
yeah,
me.
yeah.
They need to rename the Pokemon at this point.
Yeah.
I'm just call it Mamoswine Wassy Holloware, and I'll be happy.
You know what they
What's
have
this
for the
wine?
video game? For our distributions for internationals events, if you win the event with a certain Pokemon,
Yes,
it
I've
actually,
seen this.
Yeah.
So like for
Fun ribbon.
NAIC, it's Patrick's Pelipper. You just need to win a VG event
Yeah.
international with Mamoswine. You can have Ross's Mamoswine in the game.
Easy as that. Just
Yeah.
win a VG event.
Yeah.
Go,
Yeah.
Ross.
I have,
Challenge set.
I have a very, very obscure TCG question to ask. I want to bet anyone at home can get this. There is one Ross's card in the TCG. There is an actual Ross's Pokemon card, only one ever printed. Anyone at home know? Oh, it's got the wrong holoware. But he's here! Does anyone know what the only Ross card ever printed was?
Is it something to do, like, I could be totally off base, something to do with bird Pokemon?
No, but it's a Pokemon you'd feel comfortable kind of riding and using as transport.
Okay.
Ross's Corviknight,
Dragonite.
Think bluer. Think water.
Gyarados.
Ross's Whalmer.
Ross's Whalmer?
There is a Ross's Whalmer. It's the only card they ever made with Ross.
Whalmer's a cool Pokemon. It's not what I expected, though.
It was a Japanese only. It was a Versus series.
Okay.
Never got an English print.
Loki, I'd love to see Whalelord in this game, just taking up the entire path.
I'd be so
That'd be amazing.
Oh my goodness. That would be awesome.
So once again, checking in, it's another very, very close game. Leading the lobby, that Mimikyu and Charizard, 185 to 114. A reminder that the teams have swapped colors again, and so Luminosity in the purple, Peru in the orange. Keeps us on our toes, absolutely. But Peru keeping Luminosity on their toes. They were zoning that bottom path Reggie so effectively. That's going to go towards them, and although there have been a couple of picks here and there from Luminosity Gaming, overall, it's a big W for Peru Unite.
I just want the observers to go back on the Mamoswine, because the Mamoswine, like the way that it was kind of like walking and running around, is just like the funniest little animation. It's got like the little stubby legs, but it's just like chunking along. I don't know, it was awesome.
Gibble is my absolute favorite for that. Just
yes, it looks so goofy. I love it. It's so cute.
So do the different Regis give different buffs when you beat them?
Yep, so Reg Ice gives you an HP recovery out of combat bonus.
Okay.
Reggie Steel gives you an attack and a special attack bonus. And Reggie Rock gives you a defense and special defensive bonus. But that timer down there, crucial to watch out for, because it's not permanent. It's only for a minute and a half. And so, realistically speaking, you would love to time it so that going into the final 2 minutes with Rayquaza, you've got preferably the Steel or the Rock, just to give you that little extra bonus. Alternatively, getting a Regieleki before Ray, also pretty good, because it basically guarantees that the team is going to have an open goal zone for you to backcap at. Not that we would encourage backcapping, of course, because then that lowers your numbers in the Ray pit, and if the opposition has vision on you and they know that you're going to be 5v4, they'll just take the fight immediately, they're more than likely to win.
And can those buffs stack? So if you've got the Reggie buff, can you
Here comes Ray.
No, so it's too long a rotation for each Reggie, so you can never get, you can get Regieleki and one of the bottom path Reggies at the same time, but not like a Reggie Rock and a Reggie Steel. Oh, big Ice Fang.
That was a big cat.
I feel like it would be like 2 OP.
Yes, 100%. So that's forced the Buzzwole out, and they've had to use their eject button as well, so that's kind of like their get out of jail free card. They're now looking to zone out the Rayquaza. Peru has stationed themselves north. We've got that Buzzwole coming back in. No Unite moves utilized apart from the Mammoth Mash. Another big Ice Fang though, and this time the Buzzwole will be caught out, unable to use its Super Swole Slam. Luminosity Gaming, remember though, with the lead, they don't have to go after Rayquaza. They're basically saying, come on,
that
Peru.
is an iffy lead though, especially too, like looking at the top left.
Yeah.
That's actually a pretty easy one to try and score for Peru, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to squint to see what sort of Eos Energy zone we have. Seismic Slam. Oh, what a good, oh my word. That's an amazing Unite move from the Mimikyu. Locks down the Seismic Slam halfway, but this Miraidon really starting to go to work. Bright Future Meteor Storm hails meteors from above. Each hit increases the damage of the next one. They are properly popping off. That's 4 KOs now against Peru Unite. Just the Mewtwo left. But again, Luminosity Gaming, they don't need to worry about the Rayquaza. They got the lead.
It's not going down. No one's taking the Rayquaza this
You
game.
just defend the goalpost at this point.
Yeah, literally just defend. Even when Peru is back on the table here, they've got 20 seconds to take the Ray and also score. And given that, I mean, what you'd need, what is that, like 30 points at least. A lot of Eos energy has been lost because of those KOs. So we see this Eldegoss absolutely sending it to this bottom path. But there's that Miraidon throwing down the Thunder. Beautifully executed by Luminosity Gaming, controlling Kana.
So what you're saying is, at the end of that game, the big Pokemon was irrelevant.
Why am I here again?
Because you're an expert.
It's very flattering. I sometimes say things, and sometimes I am correct. I'm not going to think about the other option, to be fair.
We don't know. You know,
terrifying.
like we're not the experts. You
You
could
can
be
tell
lying
us
to us.
anything. and
Yeah.
we'll
I
take
could be
it.
spouting absolute nonsense. It is true. None of the view.
Oh, that's where, like,
Actually,
if we want to go on the water puns and the whaler, water spouting, absolute nonsense.
You know, to find out if I am right or wrong, play the game. Then you'll find out if I'm right or wrong.
That's actually really cool, this, because I have never seen a Unite game where, you know, obviously back in the day it was Zapdos, but the Rayquaza, that kind of main centerpiece of the 2 minutes, ever been knocked
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
So that's like such a cool strategy where they're just saying, because was there an opportunity for Luminosity to at one point, they looked like they were the only team in that central area where they could have taken it, or was it just not worth it for them? Were they better concentrating like they did?
I mean, I'm looking back at this time, and we're talking about, what, 30, 40 seconds, and you got 4 KOs on Peru? By trying to go after the Rayquaza at that point, best case scenario, you take it, you've already got the points lead, so it's like, what's the point on that? The worst case scenario is that you try taking down the Ray, and then Peru actually steal it. You've basically done all of the work for them, and then they can potentially take over the entire game with that time
Is it more
left.
risky because the Mimikyu is there and it has that sneak attack that it could easily do that?
Its range is terrifying when you've got 2 walls that you're going through from home base.
Terrifying stuff. But 3 matches in. At this point, Luminosity 1 away from EUIC champion.
Yeah, match point.
Crazy stuff. What we're getting for next match. Remember, everyone, make sure to hit that like button. I hope that this can show up well enough. I definitely didn't draw it myself. That was our wonderful producer.
If you're on
TCG,
mobile
that-
as well, I believe you need to hold the screen, and then it will just press down on the screen, and that will like.
Every
as well.
like is one more bad Pokemon pun, unless you do not enjoy the puns, in which case every like is one less bad Pokemon pun. But we have actually no way of knowing. But
We have no way of knowing. I do feel like I used to be a teacher for many, many years, like 13 years I was a teacher, and this kind of feels like we've got the substitute teacher who's not really, like they're in the room but not really paying attention, so we can have our phones out, I can make silly jokes. I'm wondering though, like, do I disappear when I've actually been told to go and meet them, or do I wait for the message being like, Ross, seriously, we are gonna be late?
You can't miss this now. This might be the final game.
That's what I mean. It's kind of like, I'm going to be a little bit late, but I know they're too busy to be watching the casual stream right now. So they won't know that I'm saying this. I don't think they're going to go back and watch it.
you cannot miss the finals. Out of like Unite finals are just crazy. This is crazy. Like the 2-time world champions to take the international title. You're talking about Worlds Invite, like nonsense.
If there's a 5th game, I actually probably will miss the 5th game, but I think I want a 4th game, be a little bit late, make up some excuse which sounds vaguely plausible, something involving a water bear maybe.
Oh man, I do actually need to bounce.
Oh, you actually need to go?
Yeah, I was meant to meet Lou like 20 minutes ago. So I'm in exact that situation where I'm like, I could just watch one more, but I honestly don't.
All right, make sure to give your headset to Snorlax on the way out, and if you
But
see anyone, send them over.
Pleasure, man. Take care. Have a good
Yeah,
one.
have fun.
Find us
Enjoy
a
the final.
substitute.
Thank you, mate.
Send
Cheers,
someone
Lee. Always
over.
nice to
Thank
see
you,
you.
Sarah.
I'll
I'll
see you
later.
later.
I will come back.
Ciao.
Can you pass me my Psyducks back that
Yeah,
I
I'll
threw?
get them. I'll get them.
Please and thank you.
There you go, buddy.
They were banned. They
Oh,
were
yes, of
banished.
course, yes.
But now we have Psyduck back, so yeah, they're unbanned. They're unbanned.
Maybe not right across his neck.
Thank you for the Psyducks. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye. This is the moment where I really just like lean forward like proper gremlin style, because this is, as you rightly, it's a huge season for Luminosity. Rightly pointed, LAIC winners, one of the big prizes for that was an invitation to the Asia Champions League. And so they're going to be heading over to Japan later in the year to compete with some of the very best of Asia. But to have a world spot locked in, I mean, you'd rather get it the first time rather than second.
Yeah. It's a story. You don't have to worry. There's another Mamoswine there, Ross.
Oh, come on!
But Peru at this time.
No, but see, here's the thing. On the one hand, I kind of need to cheer for Luminosity so I can watch the end of the final, get there a little bit late, make an excuse about a water bear. And on the other hand, I kind of need to cheer for Peru because they've gone for the Mamoswine Miraidon combo.
Overlord Zoroark, this has to be, by the way. Otter on the Comfey, Overlord Zoroark.
No.
This thing was absolutely decimating anyone it came across yesterday. However, I love that Peru draft as well. Draken on his Mamoswine. They've got the Psyduck on Kea. He's going to be delighted with that. Xynos, again, prevented from picking up that Inteleon. They're going to have that Mage-style Pokemon, as we like to call it. The Miraidon. Tempo's got his ace with Zacian for the first time this series. And Nemo was so good on the Mimikyu earlier too. So from a draft perspective, I love this from Peru. I don't think they could have done much better with what they were given on the ban front. But Overlord on Zoroark is a tale as old a time. It is not often that you win against this particular player on this particular Pokemon with a comfy crown as well.
Ross, I made you a sign.
Oh, it's wonderful!
It is absolutely wonderful. Wait, I was going to go and show it to the camera, and then I realized this headset is wired, and that would go really badly. Go show it, It's amazing.
Sierra's got it.
Priority targets as well. For the Mimikyu to get to that Zoroark. One, because of
Wonderful.
Right, I think, yeah, I can. Right, I'll stay for this game. I will be a little. Well, I've got, and this is really embarrassing. I don't say this as a boast. I assure you, I've got an official meet and greet at 11.
Oh,
And
look at me. I'm the guy with all of that.
I'm terrified no one's going to turn up. So I'm supposed to be there at 10:30, but the meet and greet's not till 11, so I'm going to be a little bit late, right?
Yeah.
I believe that's called fashionably late.
Right.
Live up to the
You can have
status.
the crowd waiting for you. But no, it's actually really cool that you get to do that and that there is an activity stage here at EUIC.
There is.
First
Yeah.
time activity stage, there's the meet and greets, there's the cosplay contest, there was like, Reachman was like the TCG artist. I should be on that list considering my own art. But like,
Massively.
But like, yeah, no, there's a lot of exciting stuff over there. So.
And it's hosted by lovely Shay Byrne.
Yeah.
I love Shay. Shay's
We
fantastic.
need to get Shay over here at some point.
At some point, yes, 100%.
Oh, right, I tell you what, so Shay's done at like 1:30.
Oh, perfect.
So I'm going to double check he's allowed, because he's one of us, right? He's on the team.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and bring Shay in with on the couch. Maybe for juniors, seniors, TCG finals, maybe a bit of VG. Shay and I casting VG.
Okay, oh my goodness. So it's funny, LAIC, not this year, but past year, was playing a VGC match against Shay. Like, we're teaching him, like, this is like after the event, and it was so funny because he was just like mind blown at everything going on. It was like, he lost pretty badly, but
Whoa.
But like, he was like so enthusiastic about it all, so it'd be really funny to hear like his thoughts about the VG finals.
That's funny because I went to the activity stage there yesterday and had a bit of a play, and I played, I did a Who's That Pokemon game with Shay, beat him, and then I did ring toss against Shay, beat him. That was all we had time for. And at that point, even if we did another game, I'm 2-0 up. There's no
Yeah, no,
way
you won the best of 3. You won the best of 3. It's fine.
We love
Stage
you,
is
Shay.
secure.
Sorry that we keep beating you at all the various games and activities.
The funny thing is, I told the story about how I beat him on the TCG. Like, I just want him to see it. I want him to watch one of the streams and be like, come on, mate.
Hashtag play Pokemon. Sorry, Shay.
Hashtag play Pokemon.
Tell us what games you've beaten Shay at with this hashtag play Pokemon.
Oh my goodness. Well, we're on the process of calling things out as we head into this game. Make sure, again, like button all day, all the different games here for Championship Sunday. But let's get into it. Opportunity now for Luminosity Gaming to be champions. 10 minutes away.
I want to see this Zoroark. You've hyped up the Zoroark here, James. I want to see how good the Zoroark is going to end up being. I've heard stories, and Zoroark in the TCG at times has been a beast. There's a strong argument that if you look at all the cards combined, Zoroark is one of the very, very best Pokemon in the history of the card game, despite not coming around till Gen 5. It's never going to win. Gardevoir's going to win overall.
Yeah.
But Zoroark is right up there.
Yeah, so Zoroark has got basically a similar sort of passive to Mimikyu in that they can create an illusion, and so any Pokemon on the map, they basically they mirror the image, and they are able to eat a hit through that image. So that's already one hit, whereas like they don't have to worry about it. But but combined with the Comfey Crown that can stun with Grass Knot potentially, means that when you're a Zoroark, your main damage dealing move is Thief. Go to a position, and then back, and then to a position, and then back again. And that health bar is going to be gone lickety-split. On top of that, they got a fantastic Unite move, relatively small AoE, big burst damage. So again, looking at that Ray Pit, looking at team fights, this is Overlord territory through and through. And all Otter's got to do is connect to the Zoroark, put his fingers off the triggers, just press the button for the Grass Knot. Got a Unite move as well, the Flowery Fields Forever, which boosts their passive. So they get Flowers Comfey, and that's what increases, boosts their healing. So he's going to be looking to swim in and out of the tall grass, pick up those flowers, and ensure that Overlord is lovely and healthy to deal with any fight, whether it's 1v1 team fight, it'll be good to go.
Very nice. I've got a request, James. I really like doing the kind of like, and so is your European champion, right? If Luminosity win this game, if the next one I can't be here, but if they win this game while I'm still here, can I do that and Luminosity are the champions call?
Ross, you are more than welcome to do the champions call.
I don't know when else I'm going to get to do that for Unite.
It's true. That's a great point. If I like hop on the Go stream, I've never casted Go. It's the only game I've never casted. I only just have to say something smart for like 10 seconds.
Good to go. Yeah.
I don't matter
good to
else.
go.
Sierra,
I can be funny sometimes.
I've been here for nearly an hour and a half and I've not said something smart for 10 seconds yet.
All right, well, you got 7.5 minutes to fill that quota, bud. You got it. I believe in you.
Well, the Pilot Swine is out. We're not up to Mammoth Swine yet. The Pilot Swine is at least here. Umbreon's running around doing his thing. Does that count? Probably not. There's a Zacian there. I can see him. He's wearing a hat.
All you have to do is like, all right, look, they're defending the goalpost, you know. Luminosity Gaming, kind of just bring it around, see if there's an opportunity, just going to farm up a little bit more. You just say what's happening, and you can be play-by-play.
I feel like I'm the person here that really does not know how to cast Unite. Because that was really quite smooth there, Sierra.
Oh, thank you. See, say they just got Regirock.
Oh, they just got the Regirock, and that gives their defense and a special defense increase
Yes.
for a limited time.
Let's go.
Confirmed, smart thing said. Smart thing said, you're good to go. You got your quota in.
I did it. Proud of myself.
Now you can say silly things for the next 6.5 minutes.
Yes. Yeah. Low key though, Peru's kind of reeling here. We could see them going after all the yellow dots on their side of the map. That's the wild Pokemon. That's their PvE experience. But they weren't really able to get a lick.
Oh my goodness, Regieleki is advancing towards the goal zone.
See, you're getting the hang of it. And now they're going to try and advance on this goal zone, utilizing a couple of Unite moves. We've got that Midnight Prance. Look at the shielding on the Umbreon. Quick rotation down. This is where we're going to find that Urshifu falling, though. That's actually quite an important pick here for the Mimikyu. But fully rotating to that bottom path, Luminosity Gaming, Overlord and Otter, 40 points down with the Zoroark. The T1 gone. That's going to, of course, increase their chances of picking up the next Reggie in bottom path. Meanwhile, we've got some scores here from Peru.
It's a big lead for Luminosity.
It's a huge lead for Luminosity.
More worryingly, mate, we're 4 minutes and 20 seconds in, and Mammoth Swine's not even out yet.
It's a disgrace. It's a disaster. I
Wait,
could not agree more.
It's like, are they suppressing this Pilot Swine? Or is this about normal timing?
I think it's definitely more, it's cause and effect. Because Luminosity Gaming is controlling the map really successfully, they're not allowing that Mammoth Swine to find the odd opportunity to pick up a Baltoy, pick up an Indeedee, or here, pick up KOs or assists, because that also contributes. That is a huge clutch up from Tempo on the Zacian, and despite activating the Come Play With Me, they're not able to find that third KO on the Umbreon. But this actually a big moment for Peru Unite. Looks really perilous with the amount of KOs starting to stack up for Luminosity Game to pick a couple back themselves now, whereas Overlord previously was as much as 2 levels ahead of the highest rated player on Peru. Now we have 2 level 11s for Peru. This despite the fact that Luminosity picked up both Reggies in that first phase. So an incredible minute here from the LATAM South side.
And the points almost equalized now.
Yep.
There was 100. There was like 24 to 124
Yeah.
early on in the game. Like you say, they've got both the Reggies. Things are turning around. They're working on the Regice, our Luminosity though, and they've captured the Regice, which I've forgotten what red. No, is that the healing?
Yes.
They get little healing when not in battle.
Yes, absolutely correct, 100%.
I've been learning here, mate. You're doing a grand job.
So what Luminosity Gaming is trying to do is it's almost like overwhelming Peru with how many different things they're trying to do. They're trying to send Peru, they're trying to bait them out into a trap where they're looking to draw them towards the objectives and pick up the KOs because they're trying to steal it away. Peru not necessarily biting, but this is a strong look from Luminosity Gaming. We can see that the grass knot from that Comfey, trying to find any sort of knocks, but the knocks are all coming through this Zoroark, all on their own really. That's 4 KOs in the space of 30 seconds. That T1's going to be broken, and just as quickly as Peru brought it back to within mere points, Luminosity Gaming opened it back over to 100 yet again.
And they seem to have a clear path on the Reggie Lecky. They weren't really getting any pressure from anyone on Peru. So Luminosity are getting the Reggie Lecky.
This is very scary for Peru now. We've got to defend.
Oh, they got the Reggie Lecky. I can see him. He's running around at the top there.
He's on the way. And I tell you what, the Reggie Lecky deals out a lot of damage as well. It's super underrated. Oh, but there's your Mamoswine play. Little bit out of date with the holiday hat, I should add. But it doesn't matter if they can pull off cool moves like that.
We've seen Mama Knight, and we've seen, I haven't had a good one for the Christmas one, but we haven't seen Wassy Swine yet. We haven't seen the really good one with the headphones and the hat, which I'm sure is the optimal holoware here. But it's still a big lead here for Luminosity. We're 44 seconds away from that Rayquaza. Are we still at the point of the game, James, where essentially Luminosity can get the Rayquaza or stop anyone getting it and they win, whereas Peru, do they need the Rayquaza at this point to turn it around?
It's
realistic.
I would agree that they would need the Rayquaza, but not for the reason of scoring, for the reason of getting the knockouts against Luminosity. Level 14 for Overlord on that Zoroark, and they have a Registeel. So that attack damage that is so brutal has just ballooned. That is worst case scenario for Peru Unite, who now have a level 14 of their own, and Nemo on that Mimikyu. They are going to need him to play at his absolute best, but where do you go? Because of course we talk about that illusion with Zoroark, gets that free hit, so the Shadow Sneak, even if it connects, goes into the Shadow Claw, doesn't matter because Zoroark's going to eat that first hit.
And so they're hanging around Rayquaza now. Are they playing keep away? Because they don't seem to be going after the Rayquaza. It seems like they're just kind of like, we don't want him, but you can't have him. Like when my kids are playing with toys and they don't want to play with them.
Oh, look at this. The Slow Smoker's gone down. That requires the instant healing from the Comfey. Interesting disable Psyduck. This is actually a little bit off meta. We've seen a lot of Psychic just for that control in the area, but they're looking to slow down Overlord and how often he can use that Thief. Still going after the Psyduck, but this is starting to get a little bit perilous. Look at that, tempo responding, forces out the Unite move from the Psyduck, and Otter, I cannot tell you how amazing a job he is doing because he's enabling Overlord to find the first KO of this fight.
Huge, a minute left too with Ray, like that first pick, like that could maybe even seal it.
Very possibly, because a minute's already been burned off the clock. There's that Bright Future Meteor Storm. Oh, this Shifu surely has to go down. The Electro Drift misses first time, but of course you get a second charge. Second bite of the cherry, and it's going to be a juicy bite at that. Here we go. There's that Psyduck moving in. Midnight Prance to find an Umbreon pick would also be big, but there's that Mimikyu going on to the Umbreon. Hasn't really scratched the surface, but the Mamoswine coming in clutch again, and the Buzzwolf's going to be lost in the source too. Picks up the shielding from the superpower, but Nemo is lifting this team to new heights.
But they've only got 25 seconds left, and they're down by 107.
They really need to get a back cap in, but Overlord's found 2 KOs.
I was going to say,
just like that, he's going to have to get it. He's got a double score, yes. Where's the rest of your team? Peru's not going to have the time. I think they've run out of it. And with Luminosity scoring that back cap, Overlord, they couldn't deal with him. They finally get the KO. They get the Rayquaza, but they've run out of time.
It's too late, and Luminosity are your Pokemon Unite European champion.
Perfect. Wonderful call, my friend. Wonderful call. They become the first team in Pokemon Unite esports history to go back-to-back in-person events. That is an extraordinary achievement, and they become our first team to be locked into 2025 Worlds. Keep in mind, they might get, For ACL, if they were to win that, I believe the world slot would go to the second place team, and there's a knock-on for regionals as well. So huge ramifications, huge waves through the Unite esports scene off the back of this result.
That's right. I'm going to have to bump, I'm afraid. I've missed my call time, but only by a few minutes.
Head off, my friend.
If anybody asks, you could not have done this without me. I was essential.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yes.
There was a mammoth swine. You had to be here.
And the mammoth swine popped off. The mammoth swine was doing great. Ross, take care. Until it didn't. That's a fair comment.
There was a moment where I was like, oh no, I have drawn over the sign too soon. Get in here, guys. We're talking Unite history over here. We got our Go friends over here. Badges off. All right. Yeah, we just got our EUIC champion for Pokemon Unite. How much do you guys know about Unite, realistically?
I know enough to know when there's an exciting team fight. I know Zapdos, or excuse me, not Zapdos anymore, Rayquaza. I just dated myself. Rayquaza appears at the 2-minute mark. I know LG means business.
They do. They are your European international champions. 3-1 series, 2-time world champion. Now this. That is crazy stuff. And also,
Fun story about them. I had lunch with them in Brazil.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I met up with them at LAIC.
Yeah, Amanda, you waited about 30 seconds to
Yeah,
flex.
no, I got to get my clout here. But, what do I know about Unite?
Overlord,
Let me tell you
MVP?
about a thing. Oh, let me tell you a thing or two about Overlord. Nice guy.
You know how he likes his eggs.
Yeah, right?
I mean, what did I say, though? You put that player on a Zoroark. Magic happens. But Otter, I actually had them as my player of the tournament going into all of the EUIC weekend. I said there'd be a moment where his support play will be the difference maker. Without that Comfey play, without the amount of times that we saw the big heals, meaning that Overlord doesn't have to TP back to base, I think we're talking about Game 5. I genuinely do.
I like how we got the, hey, I got to have lunch with the winners here, followed by the second flex of like, I was actually 100% right about how the finals is going to go down. This is a really humble coach we got going on.
We just need to listen to Relic. He knows what's up. I was going to ask, wasn't Otter playing a lot of Psyduck in this
A lot of Psyduck.
event?
And they weren't even allowed really to play Mew because Peru was 100% committed to the bit there. They were like, absolutely not. We're like, we don't want to see this Mew. I mean, pioneer really on bringing Mew into a path and using it more as an EXP farmer than anything else. But I mean, listen, you can keep on trying to target ban, but I think this point has been stated so many times over the years, you can't target ban Luminosity. Their pool is simply too deep.
I mean, what a crazy final. You guys have to follow that up. Like, Pokemon Go has to follow that up.
Yeah, I mean, Unite's so exciting. I admire Spriggles and Doobsnacks so much that their ability to balance like the humor but also the technical analysis is absolutely unrivaled. I mean, I know everyone watching right now, please press that like button if you're enjoying the casual stream, but this main stream is also so much fun. So go back and watch the VOD. We really would like you to see their commentary. Something I wanted to ask you both about is, and you too, Amanda, you might know Amanda.
I played a little bit of Unite, but I'm never going to say that I'm actually one of those solo queuers because I don't know any teams.
Yo, same. It's terrifying.
Perfect.
Oh my word.
Perfect segue because a couple of times the guys kind of alluded to not trying this at home in terms of using a lot of EXP share and kind of the team structure and the Pokemon that were picked. So I don't know, Relic or Sierra, if you can tell us like what makes the team choices from Luminosity so interesting like that.
So I think it's really what we saw a lot of was the hyper scalers off meta, where we saw that Cinderace picked up, where we saw that Charizard picked up, and we were kind of talking about it earlier, weren't we, about the idea that you prepare for a certain amount of Pokemon, but unless you're willing to put months of homework in before an event, like there's only so much that you can do, and so you've got to say to yourself, okay, it's time to stop. We've got to focus on ourselves for a bit here as well. And so although it didn't work all the time for Overlord, we did at least see enough to unsettle Peru. To be fair, I think they still did incredibly well. I mean, the fact that they almost rescued that game to take it to Game 5 was incredible.
I genuinely thought for a moment, like there was a moment where I was like, wow, Peru, like Unite have somehow managed to salvage this after Zoroark and Overlord popping off. And that's where then Otter stepped in, and it was crazy. But there is a real possibility here that we are gearing up for a match run. It was that close.
Wow.
But they did break the 3-0 curse, right? That's
correct,
yes.
Yes.
The curse of being 3-0. I think, honestly, if you're on the winner side of that, everyone is like, they're praying for that in Pokemon Go.
Yeah,
It's
they
like,
want to
please
sweep.
let me sweep.
Yeah. No, I heard the crowd popping off too in Peru to like game number 2. People were standing up and cheering.
wonderful,
Like, let's
yeah.
go. We've got a series on our hands.
I mean, even Zoinks like came running back here. And he's like, the cards again. I mean, hey, I'm glad we get as much out of Championship Sunday as possible. You know,
Yes.
be here as late as possible, as much Pokemon as we can.
Yeah, of course. I just think that the draft system is such a game changer. I mean, I know I flubbed a little bit when I came on. I said, oh yeah, Zapdos appears at the 2-minute mark. A lot has changed over the years for Pokemon Unite, and I think the draft system is so cool because you see such variety, such uniqueness, and Amanda and I have been really, I guess, honored to see a lot of that in the Pokemon Go meta as well. Tons of different teams. I mean, the variety is so special, but the roles are kind of what a lot of trainers need to be thinking about when they pick these Pokemon, or am I far off on that?
No, we actually saw two different teams with Peru. They love their set roles.
Yeah.
One is a pure out-and-out supporter. One's a pure out-and-out defender. One is going to be your free roamer. I mean, shout out to Anemo on that Mimikyu. Was unbelievable throughout the entire series. Luminosity a little bit more flexible. You can see Otter's kind of like one of the only real set players in that they go support. But even then, it's like, okay, you see your Psyduck, which is disruptive support. We saw Comfey there, pure healing. You are going to be attached to one player. You're going to make sure that they stay up. You got the support Mew, which is an attacker by trade, but the way that he's been able to morph it into something that helps with the early evos for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
Even within that one set role, he finds so much skill, expressionism. And actually, to touch on your point in this, BDS, I don't think there's a better time to get into Unite over the upcoming few months, because we've got the new 500-point game mode coming into play, which, at least from the caster's perspective, we're hoping that it absolutely pops up. People love it, and hey, maybe for Season 5, we see a change from what we're seeing on your screens right now to the set 500-point mode, which will have no time limit, but a score limit instead, and that could be a completely new era for the game.
So if you are someone who's kind of new or casual, watching it maybe here for the first time and saying, this is a cool game, but it is a team game, if I want to get involved, like, what are some tips for, like, real big newbies to this who don't even know that it's a race?
For those
Amanda and I.
Mr. Zapdos down there.
Yeah, exactly, for us.
So I think from a casual perspective, of course, free to play, most importantly. And so you can take your phone, you can take your Switch, and you can download it right now. On top of that, there are so many Unite licenses in the game. I'm sure that everyone's got a top 6 Pokemon, right? They've got their roster. I'm certain that you'll find one of the Pokemon on that roster in this game for certain. There are so many different ways that you can play Unite, as we've just gone over. You can be that attack damage carry. You can be the hero. You can be more of a brawler. You can be more of a supportive player. There are play styles for every single person out there. And if you want to get into the more competitive side of things, go have a look at some of the amazing grassroots opportunities out there. So many tournaments to play in. There's a load of servers where everyone's looking to team up. And so whether you're looking for that solo queue experience, whether you're looking to go into ranked with a stack, whether you're looking to try and compete on the big stage here, and who knows, it could be you. It could be you next year. Why not start now?
And I mean, there's also opportunities for getting into the game. When we have these international events, everything else, there's distributions to get into the games, not just for Unite, but for all the other titles as well. So that is something to help kickstart your journey into Unite a little bit more, or any of the games that we're featuring along today. I mean, we have Pokemon Go next, with TCG after that, then the video game. So there's a lot to get involved in that. Even if you're only here for one of the games, we're hoping that you stick around, be able to learn a lot more about how to get involved into those other games, and see all of the wonderful stories that we have across the board. And of course, if you are enjoying the side stream, like the watch party, make sure to give a thumbs up so we get to do more stuff like this, because this is a great time, being able to actually hop in and chat about everything else that's happening.
There's a Pikachu on the other side of the
I
camera.
know, I'm trying to focus on what Sierra's saying.
I'm so excited.
Hi, Pikachu!
Hi, Pikachu!
I know him. Hey, fun fact about Pikachu, I had lunch with
Oh, come on, you didn't have lunch with Pikachu, Amanda, come on.
Luminosity, Pikachu, who haven't you had lunch with by this point?
Now I can tell you're making that up. What did you have?
all right.
Pineapple berries, raspberries, what was on the menu? Come on.
That's Snorlax's menu right there.
Ah, fair. Now, one of the things I appreciate about Unite as well is that there are so many balance changes and updates over the season. So, for example, I remember playing with a friend. I said, I really like Cramorant. Can I please play Cramorant? And he said, if you pick the Bluebird, I'm not playing the game with you.
Wow!
And then,
that sounds like a bad friend to me.
Exactly.
Cramorant is goat.
And then a few months later, some changes occur, and he's like, are you playing Cramorant? Can you play Cramorant? I said, well, now you want me to play Cramorant. I see how it is.
You know, like, friends don't let friends play bad Pokemon.
Hey.
Oh, you know what? That's a good perspective.
Yeah,
That's true.
and then, you know, we make the bad Pokemon good and it's all good. So I'm glad in the end you got to play your Cramorant.
Of course, yeah. Sometimes, you know, Blastoise is good, sometimes it's not. It's my personal favorite, so I like to see when Blastoise is on top.
That is a good question. Do you like to play Pokemon based on your preference of that Pokemon or actually the role that it fills? Are you someone who's like, I really like to play defender, so I'm only going to stick to this sort of role? Or, oh, now that this Pokemon is in the game, I really want to try it?
So I think when I'm playing super serious and getting nowhere in ranked, what I think I like to play is all-rounders personally, and so as a caster, I naturally enjoy learning about each Pokemon. So I want to get inside the minds of the players. I want to see how bad I can be on a Pokemon, whilst also learning the moves and generally how it goes, you know, in a fight, and how it synergizes with different Pokemon. But yeah, for me personally, I love the all-rounder class. I am a big A button presser believer. I'm all about getting in there. Auto. Garchomp is 100% the Pokemon that I would main, perhaps with Aegislash as well, which popped off in this tournament.
Okay.
But even in that, it's like very two different styles. Yeah, you got the autos of Garchomp. Aegislash is all about a swing, and then set up for other teammates. So yeah, it just depends on what my friends want to play as well, to be honest.
I like that. There's that classic meme where Pokemon lore is just incredible and it's expansive. There's time and space and different dimensions, but the gameplay is
Y'all would know that. No, right? No, there's so much to all these games. Looking at this bracket as well, I just want to touch on this because this, I think, was an incredible bracket because there's a lot of teams here that were called out really early on. I mean, of course, we are in EUIC, we are in London, so teams like BH3, we have My Esports, of course there was, I'm looking for them, I'm always forgetting who it was.
Orange Juicers?
Noun Esports.
Oh,
Noun,
Trying all to like keep a title here, but then you have like the two-time world champions facing off against someone who's trying to defend that UIC title in for like Unite. Like y'all had some amazing storylines for this.
Unbelievable. If you've got 23 hours next week, definitely worth a rewatch. If I was to pick out some highlight series, that DreamHack Noun series in the round of 12, huge upset for the EU crowd in particular. Noun's coming in with 3 event wins this season already in the online season. To see them going out so early was a shock, but what a huge boon for Brazil. This is such a passionate region. I know, Amanda, of course, you were over in LAIC. It's unbelievable support that crowd has for anyone who makes it to the later stages. That Kamai series, though, for Luminosity. I mean, we talk about Luminosity being the champions. They had to survive the most almightiest of scares. That was the potential reverse sweep from Kamai, and it is Overlord once again. There's a reason why we call him one of the best players in the world. Right moment, right time, he is truly the pro tag.
I really remember because it was the first time that Unite was a part of the LAIC.
Yes, yeah.
And as a Go person, we're usually, the crowd is very hyped. They're making up cheers, they're chanting, the floor is shaking, and Unite was just as loud. And we were like,
or louder.
My goodness.
Yeah, y'all used to be
Latin
the most
America.
hyped crowd, and now you just got relegated to second
Yeah, we're
most
just
hyped
like,
crowd.
oh no!
But that's just how it goes with competitive Pokemon, right? Unite raises the bar in terms of the commentary, the hype, the excitement. Go tries to reach that level, and then TCG, VGC are right there behind them, trying to just increase the level always. The standards need to go up because these games are so exciting and our fans are so passionate.
I mean, the games across the board are all super exciting. I think we're just a little bit too focused. We're like, oh, we have the passion there. Or like the TCG and VGC, we just need our crowds to be louder. But we have the passion there. We have the energy. And yesterday, let me tell you, because there is our finals, UK player Dill going up against world champion Wolfblake. I have never heard the crowd be louder. So today we are gonna absolutely crush all of you
I
guys.
heard he was knocking out former champions left and right. Was that true?
No, it was someone else.
Okay, so
someone else.
But
But now Dill has a chance for the ultimate upset.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Everyone's eyes are going to be on it for sure.
Yeah, loudest crowd. Like I tell you what.
I don't know. So you gotta back that horse. You're saying VG is going to be the loudest crowd, guys.
Yes, 100%.
Clip it here. We're going to see if she's correct.
Yeah, you're getting relegated to second loudest and third crowd.
Oh,
over here.
okay.
No contest. No contest.
It sounds like a challenge, and I'm going to challenge everyone in chat as well. I know the players will look back at the VOD, they'll read the chat, they'll see your words of encouragement, so get involved. Even if you're not here in the venue, get hyped in the chat as well. Send some messages, chat along with everyone, and we'd love to see that.
And make sure to like the watch party as well.
Yeah, we've got some professionals here, by the way. We've got some professionals, incredible stuff. I'm like, yeah.
Like, I thought you were talking about Snorlax over here.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah,
no,
this is quite professional.
Just hanging out, just hanging out.
Jump left.
I'd love to see some more crossovers, though, by the way. I'd love to see some players from Unite going into Go, some Go players going into TCG. Maybe there should be like, what's the name of that event where, like the triathlon or something, where you go like through all of the different games? I think that'd be pretty sweet.
Ultimate Pokemon player.
Yeah, the ultimate Pokemon master, yeah.
Yeah. I think I already know Desation Park, right?
I think he's the leading candidate, right?
Yeah, I think there's only one person that's really, truly chasing that, but he's also already at such a high level, I'd have to say him.
We actually got to mention him on stream, was it day one?
Yeah, it was day one.
Because a trainer brought Pachirisu in Pokemon Go.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, Seijun vibes right out of the gate.
Did he win?
What's that?
He got into the winners finals of day one, so he had to win it to be in day two. Unfortunately for him, his name is the Mega Junko. He's a French player. He got knocked down to the loser bracket then, and in a double elimination tournament, which is Go, he got knocked out after that. But he went home with a lot of championship points.
He was on stream versus our reigning NAIC champion, so like it's a really tough matchup, But yeah, it was incredible to see the electric type take the field.
Yeah, no, that's a tough blow at that point. You're going up against a reigning champion.
Yeah.
But
it's kind of daunting, right? But you have to play the Pokemon and the player to a degree, so it's always challenging.
I mean, that's arguably true with the matches we just watched.
Yeah.
If a team is so well known, sometimes I think sometimes players are like, oh no, well we don't maybe stand a chance with them. But I think that Brew did a really great job saying, oh no, wait, we got some tricks up our sleeve too. And again, like Will said earlier, we were out in the crowd. They just went absolutely wild when they won game number 2.
Well, this region has really risen over the last year or so. I think that when we looked at previously known as Fusion last year, we're like, yeah, they look pretty good, but how good are they? I mean, these are the proper litmus tests. We don't have that many international events, and so we don't really know, okay, how are we stacking up with it? So for Fusion to go on and win an international at their first real opportunity, with org support on top of that as well, was absolutely huge. I mean, the Peru players, we love them in the grassroots scene because it doesn't matter what region we say that the tournament's going to be in, they still want to compete in the region. Could be EU, could be NA, the Peru folks are going to be there, but it's that passion, that desire to get as many reps in as possible, which is where this team is, and they're not even top in their own region this season. Yatagarasu with the most event wins, so we have yet to see what they can do on an international stage as well. So exciting for that region.
I mean, with a limited snapshot, especially seeing this and how they played, and then the whole story, 2-time world champion, like going into this and seeing this title, my mind is at, okay, Luminosity are the favorites for Worlds, but you're telling me all these other stories. I want to know how this list stacks up. Is it Luminosity the favorites for a 3-time World Championship title? Or is there like a couple that, might be right up there?
Asia's really good.
Yeah.
I can't lay Asia is really good. So Fennel are our current reigning world champions from Japan. To be able to do it in North American turf as well, in Hawaii, was a huge moment for them. Of course, Luminosity winning in Japan themselves, so a little bit of a revenge story there. But Luminosity, actually, for the first time, we're going to see a little bit of a preview of Worlds with the Asia Champions League. Because they were winners of LAIC, Luminosity Gaming got the one Western slot to compete in ACL. And so we will see how they stack up against the rosters early, and that's going to be certainly very interesting viewing for all of the other teams that we see here today and within region, because we now know where Peru is, we know where Luminosity is. I'm crying my heart out for EU. Lots of work to do, but plenty of time to do it as well, of course.
When is that tournament?
Oh, I want to say it's in a couple of months. I want to say it's in a couple of months.
Sooner rather than later.
Sooner rather than later. You don't want to miss. I believe it'll be on twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite, I would want to say. But yeah, we'll plenty more to enjoy from Unite in the future, that's for sure.
I mean, as for now, we got our EUIC champions for Unite, so we're going to be tossing to a quick break. It's to get a full award ceremony going on.
Absolutely.
Stay tuned for that.
To be a Unite player.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the mode's going to come out casual first, but I know a lot of players are going to be spending time figuring it out because it's the most popular mode in the mainland China version of the game. So if China starts competing in the Unite Championship Series, which it looks like they are going to be making their way into it, we're going to see a merging of these, two ranked modes in some way, possibly at some point. I can't wait to find out what that will look like. We still don't know, but I know that the future of that is very exciting.
It absolutely is. Now, for Pokemon Unite specifically, what a weekend.
Yeah.
What a weekend. And I feel like EUIC always sets the bar incredibly high for the rest of the season. This was our first time at LAIC as well. The crowd there did not disappoint whatsoever. But this is continuing our path forward. Incredibly exciting time. And this is a great season of Unite. Longest season we've had as well.
That's right. And I want to give one more huge thank you to everybody from me and Doob Snacks, because we are going to throw it up to the big stage for the trophy ceremony. Goodbye, everybody, and enjoy.
Sunday is all about the best of the best going head to head to show off their incredible skill, their teamwork, and their determination, all while being watched by millions all around the world. Pokemon Unite has set an incredible standard for our championship Sunday with some thrilling, hard-fought battles in our grand finals. But before we move on, it is time to crown our champions. So let's crown our Pokemon Unite finalists and championship teams. Starting with our second place finalist, Peru Unite. With Zainus. And Draken. And Tempo. And Kea. Peru Unite. And another big round of applause for our Pokemon Unite International Champions, Luminosity Gaming. Otter. Trainer. Kyrios. Slash. And Overlord. Team Luminosity Gaming. Trainers, raise your trophies high in the air. Everyone, let's give one final thunderous round of applause for our 2025 Pokemon European International Champions. We can't thank you all enough for the overwhelming love and energy you've shown to Pokemon Unite this weekend. This community is what makes this game unforgettable. Don't forget to share your favorite moments from this weekend using hashtag Pokemon EUIC, or check out all of the videos on Pokemon.com/broadcast. With our Pokemon Unite International Champions crowned, the excitement doesn't stop here. Next up, it's going to be Pokemon Go. We've got the winners finals, losers finals, and champion match still to come. So let's send it over to the Pokemon Go casters to continue the action. Trainers, stay with us. There's plenty more on Championship Sunday.
I'm beyond honored to sit here on Championship Sunday for the EUIC 2025.
This day has always been amazing. Every single year, EUIC has the most intense battles in Pokemon Go, and this morning will not disappoint as we see Paddleman and Zwylos up first. Amazing trainers battling their way through, not losing a single set yesterday, and Kaifu as well. The comeback king is going to be fighting his way to try to get to the grand finals.
Yep, in fact, Zwylos didn't even lose a single game on day 1 and 2. But before we get deeper into that, we have a format video to explain how the EUIC works. This is the 2025 European International Championships, broadcasting live from the Excel Center here in London, UK. Pokemon Go trainers have traveled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool, precious booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This epic tournament is a 3-day battle with trainers dueling in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format until only 3 remained at the end of day 2. Today, on Championship Sunday, the intensity hits a fever pitch as our remaining trainers face off in the final matches, where only one will emerge victorious as the European International Champion. But it's all about bragging rights right now to see who will be crowned the European International Champion. Let's cheer on our competitors and get right into the action. Thanks, me. Now that we've cleared this up, we're going to go deeper into the analysis of our winners finalists. Zwylos completely undefeated versus Patoman, and Patoman has had a phenomenal season here as well so far.
Yeah, Patoman having takedown inadequates, Kaifu and where is he? Fighting his way through yesterday, and is going to be getting into the finals here against Zwylos.
Yeah, the losers bracket is up next. Of course, we have Kaifu as well, who basically won the losers bracket on day 2, making it to Championship Sunday. Only one trainer can advance to this point from the losers finals, battling it out versus Inadequates, Nighttime Clasher, Arceus, Aurelius, and Tonton Batteuse.
Yeah, what a gauntlet Kaifu went through.
Zoinks. And I've even got Relic with me as well. We're going to go we're going to go ahead and give our 2 cents, if I may, on the action that's going on here on stage and kind of explain more of the basics, right? I think that's a really important facet of Pokemon is the introductory level, getting to know why things are important, why things happen, what Pokemon are meta, and kind of what the players are thinking as the process goes on. But I'm honestly, I spend a lot of time with Amanda, right? I work with her, really excited to cast later on, but I'm really excited to be joined by Relic and Zoinks. Zoinks, you're kind of like a brainiac with Pokemon stuff. You seem to know a lot.
Yeah, a big nerd. Yeah, I do like it here. It's a lot of fun. It's really cool. There's a place where there's like so many Pokemon games all at once that I get to talk about and hang out with, and now that I get to be on this couch, I get to talk about all of them, which is pretty sweet.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I know you are a Pokemon fan. You play all the different games.
Yeah.
Your favorite is?
I think Generation 7, so Sun and Moon.
Okay. Yeah. Relic, do you have a favorite Pokemon generation? Or?
You know what? I'm a Gen 7 enjoyer as well. It's actually what got me back into Pokemon after a little break away, and I love the Hawaiian vibes, gotta say.
I thought you were trying to stir up some controversy. I thought you were asking him what his favorite Pokemon game was. You're like, oh, you dabble in all the Pokemon games.
And he dodged it like a pro.
Right. Yeah. Red Rescue Team. No,
okay, yeah. That's why they pay you the big bucks. And you, Amanda, are you like a Kanto, Johto, Hoenn?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm a Kanto. Listen, we've talked about it a couple times. Pokemon Go, it was my first Pokemon game that I ever played.
Yeah.
Got me into the whole community. So I'm kind of learning the Pokemon as they get released in Pokemon Go. And since the first, area was Kanto, I gotta go with that.
What was your first Pokemon you caught in Pokemon Go?
Oh, I think it was like a Squirtle.
Wow.
Because at the very
good
beginning,
choice.
you get the different choices. And fun fact,
enjoyer?
still have it. Still
Yeah?
have the Squirtle, didn't power it up. This little guy, very first catch.
Well, my story is actually a little bit similar to Amanda. I played the main series games growing up. I remember very fondly going into the store and picking out my Game Boy, picking out Pokemon Blue. My little brother got Pokemon Red, and just playing the game so much. My mom used to lock us out of the house to do yard work.
Right.
And we said, yeah, Mom, sure. And we'd sneak our Game Boys, we'd sit under a tree and just play through the storyline. It was so much fun. And I actually played up to the Crystal version. Then I put Pokemon down for a long time. Did not pick it up until Pokemon Go came out. And after that, I said there's potential here. This is a very exciting game. Going out and exploring in the real world is like what you dream of as a kid. Like you wish that behind that tree there was a Pikachu or a Charmander or something exciting. And that's exactly what Pokemon Go offers us. But on the mainstream here, we do have our Twitch drops. I want to remind everyone, no matter where you're watching from, you can enter these codes, pick up these insane rewards. And I really feel like this Jump Bluff here from the video game stream is really exciting. We also have a Jump Bluff Twitch drop for Pokemon Go, which is inspired by Marto Galde, our LAIC reigning champion. And yeah, if you want to upgrade your rosters, upgrade your cards, make sure to take advantage of those drops. But Relic, you mentioned something earlier that I wanted to point out. You said you would love to see EU do well.
Yes.
I have a really pleasant surprise for you.
Oh, I like surprises, especially pleasant ones.
On this Pokemon Go stream, we're going to see the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, and there are only 3 trainers remaining. Relic, all 3 of them are from the EU.
Let's go.
So no matter what, we're going to get an EU champion this weekend.
Will's been also kind of bragging about this because he made some predictions on our stream earlier on. The first prediction was that it was going to stay in region.
Okay.
Last season, a North American trainer, Dunebug, came over, got second place, knocked out like 9 European competitors.
Yeah, the good old days. I remember. That was sick. Yeah.
Just worrying everyone in Europe, like, oh no, we do not want this trophy taken out. So Will says it's going to stay in this region, and he also said that it's going to be a new champion, and he was correct on both fronts because all of our previous international champions, while they made it quite far in the tournament, got knocked out.
And I cannot even tell you guys how much flack I took from our co-casters. They said, oh, no way, Will, you think you're right.
He just radiated smugness off of them for the rest of the
Not like Amanda and her Shadow Palkia pick, right? We like to spotlight Pokemon we think are going to be successful. And just to give you an idea of how diverse this current Pokemon Go meta is, I picked Walrein as one of my 4. I also had a Miltank. We didn't see Miltank in this one. But,
did you see Walrein?
We did, actually.
Okay.
So Walrein is
we'll
actually
see it, yeah.
here in Championship Sunday.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay, I have, Chris Ray knowledge. Is it not a throwback a little bit? I can see it's a Shadow Walrein as well, which is very exciting.
Exactly right. So during the first full competitive season for Pokemon Go, Walrein and Trevenant were like this inseparable, unbreakable duo. And since then, a lot of things have changed. As you see the teams here for our first couple of trainers in the winners finals, Wireless versus Patoman, we see that Walrein, but not much grass. Neither of these teams have a grass type on them, and that's usually due to the fact that Pokemon like Talonflame are so prominent, or poison types are really, really effective now in the meta. So they kind of adjust and adapt, and you do get some of these, callback picks like Walrein. They can surprise people. I mean, Charjabug being here in the winners finals, is also really exciting. And there's even a Patoman, a Psyduck plushie. He's playing Patoman.
Gotta say, from a Unite perspective, lovely to see actually a mirror match on the Azumarill. I'm really interested. So what does Azumarill bring to the table? Like, why does this synergize so well with these squads?
Oh my goodness. When Pokemon Go PvP first came out, Azumarill has been around since the absolute beginning. So it's one of the Pokemon that has a lot of bulk to it.
Okay.
And it's kind of a staple in that, so it can absorb a lot of the charge attacks that are coming through from the opposing team, but it does pace very slowly to its own charge attacks.
Right.
So when they're in a mirror matchup, we kind of like to joke around that it takes quite a while to get through all the HP of the opposing Azumarills.
I would liken it almost like a safety net, right? It doesn't operate, I wouldn't say like a defender, but it does give you some breathing space, does give you some time to think about the matchups, and it has great coverage as well. Ice Beam, Play Rough, and Bubble. You get Water, Ice, and Fairy type coverage all wrapped into one package. And we're about to get underway with our first set of games here. I'm really excited to see these battles. Something we've been seeing quite a bit, you guys, is an Azumarill mid-game mirror match. This is a devastating lead, though, for Patoman because his Ghost-type Galarian Corsola can barely do anything against the normal-type Diggersby.
So the switch happening immediately, obviously, because of how bad of a situation it is. How long can an opponent wait before they can switch again? Because obviously it feels like a resource they're using immediately because of a bad prediction.
Great question. So it used to be 60 seconds. It was recently changed to 50 seconds. So less than a minute is how long you have to stay on the field. And unlike Pokemon Unite, where you've got a team-based approach, this is just one Pokemon on the field. It's not even akin to like VGC doubles where you've got two on each side, just one Pokemon squaring up against the other. So like you said, so it's managing your swaps, your shields, your energy, so important.
And if you look on, you can't see it right now because their charge attack is going, but you see the Pokemon that are kind of grayed out along the right-hand side. That's how much time you have left until you're allowed to use a swap again. So trainers are always kind of looking at it to see, are my Pokemon available? You can see Patoman's Pokemon are now available. We might see him switch, but at this point, with such a low health on the Primeape, he's going to try to do a little bit of damage.
Patoman not swiping any bubbles, that's very rare to see, but he's very confident that Wireless is going to shield the attack, so he doesn't even
So he didn't just miss every bubble?
No, he doesn't
okay, got it.
Yeah, and now
it can be challenging sometimes. You play some Pokemon Go, I mean, especially because all the different types have different patterns.
Yeah, exactly. And that's really interesting, too. It's a form of skill expression because you can choose how many of those bubbles you want to pop, thus therefore increasing the damage of your charge attack. Of course, swiping them all gives you the maximum damage output, but this is a little bit of a tough matchup because we have the Electric-type Charjabug versus the Azumarill. Something I want to emphasize, though, and then in Pokemon Go, typings do matter, but there is no such thing as immunity. So no matter what, even if you are double or even triple resisting a fast charge attack, you still take just a little bit of damage. So the win conditions in Pokemon Go are not always apparent, and sometimes they feel very unusual, and it's always fascinating to watch these trainers find them.
Yeah, I mean, triple resistant will be a unique effect to Pokemon Go, right? Basically swapping out immunity from the video games into something similar, so you're always doing a little bit of damage. That's really exciting.
Yeah.
So at this point, when do you really start to see a big advantage start to swing for a Pokemon Go player? Like, do we often see a full 3-0 in some of these exchanges, or are we almost always looking at a 1v1 to finish this battle?
You know, it comes down to the wire, especially when you're at this high level of play. Even though you saw it very early on that the Galarian Corsola was up against the Diggersby and had a bad matchup, look how close these games are still going to be. There's still Pokemon left on the field for both of these trainers.
Yeah.
There's no Protect Shields left remaining, which means the full front of the energy is going to be able to knock out that drop-in now. And now we have that Corsola back in. It's looking really, really good for Wireless in this scenario.
Yeah, I would say for Wireless, this combination combination of Diggersby and Primeape has been really, really key for him. As you can see, Pataman did bring the Ghost-type Galarian Corsola, the Poison-type Drapion, and that Diggersby can either wall off the Corsola or deal heavy-hitting damage to the Drapion. So he's able to take this game 1 pretty seamlessly, despite losing a lot of HP. But it's always fascinating to see the team compositions, how these trainers try to play it. I want to express something to you both, Relic and Zoinks. The amount of mental math. I know in Pokemon Unite, you're looking at the board position where your teammates are. You're trying to gain vision for your team. You're looking at who's knocked out and how long the respawn timer is. In Pokemon Go, the amount of mental math is rather astounding because
we have such a minimal amount in our game, and we are tragic.
It's true, actually,
like almost to a ridiculous fault. So, wow, Pokemon Go might be an intimidating prospect for a Pokemon Unite player.
It is, but it's all basic math. So, for example, every fast attack has a set duration, right? So, Azumarill we talked about earlier, its primary fast attack that you will see is Bubble, which is 3 turns, which is actually tied to real-world time, which means it's 1.5 seconds. And then you've got Diggersby with Quick Attack here in this instance, which is 1 second or 2 turns. So every turn, as you probably deduce, is a ½ second. So these trainers are counting, okay, I'm gonna throw 7 Quick Attacks for 14 turns, and my opponent's gonna throw 5 Bubbles for 15 turns, and during that last final turn of their bubble, I'm gonna use that turn to use a Charge Attack. And you're constantly counting, doing the mental math. You're saying, wait, my opponent switched. How many bubbles did they do? How much energy do they have? And then on top of that, you're thinking about the switch timer. I switched probably about 20 seconds ago. I think if I throw this Charge Attack, I can get back to my switch timer. So there's like lots of balancing going on. I know a lot of trainers like to joke, say, oh, it's tapping, that's pretty much all it is. But I will say, there is a lot of input, and you don't want to miss any of those turns. That's why you see people tapping so frequently.
Yeah, and then sometimes you'll see that people have notebooks on stage, and you're wondering, like, maybe what they're marking down in the middle of the battles. A lot of times it is like, okay, I know that my opponent swapped out with a full Charge Attack loaded because they know how many turns it took to be able to get to that attack, saying, okay, so they might be able to swap back in at some point. I know that they have this energy. This is a much better lead for Pataman with the Primeape up against that Corsola. You can see that that fast attack damage is doing a lot. Primeape, while its fast attacks don't do much damage, the charge attacks, like this Rage Fist, is going to start ramping up its attack power.
And I just want to point out the boldness here by Pataman. If you recall back in Game 1, he led this Galarian Corsola straight into a Diggersby, straight into a negative matchup. He goes right back to it. So I don't know if there are instances of this in Unite where a trainer might have like a really tough matchup with the Pokemon they picked, and then in Game 2, they just run it back because they trust themselves with that Pokemon.
Interesting.
This is dangerous at this point because he didn't shield it up. So now this Primeape is double boosted at this point, but I think Pataman knows that there's that Diggersby that was in Game 1 somewhere in the back of these 3. So he doesn't want this Corsola to come out with very much energy at all. He doesn't want to give what we call farm, which is like a lot of free attacks for that Diggersby that would come into this point.
Yeah, it's like in Unite, if a Pokemon on your team gets caught out, right, and they get separated, and they get KO'd, that gives a lot of XP to the opposing team. In this instance, energy. Pokemon Go is all about managing resources. Energy is one of the key ones. So I call them the big 3, you guys. There's switch advantage, HP advantage, and shield advantage. Right here, Zweilous just took control of switch advantage, which means he dictates that Pataman needs to bring out his next Pokemon, and he can control the pace of the game.
Not only that, he just got that shield because the close combat would do so much damage. It's one of the effects that it hits very hard, but it lowers your own defenses afterwards. So a lot of times people either want to use it when they know their Pokemon is about to faint, or they know that they can swap out immediately.
Okay. Relic, you taking all this in?
Because there will be a quiz. There will be a quiz.
If we're held on the half-second math.
There is like a visual, just assault on my brain right now, but it's so fascinating.
You should see Speedy's astral star chart that he has for the.
I'm sure he was talking, and you just heard wah, wah, wah.
I'm actually thinking more on the physical side of things. I can imagine, especially with the pressure with these players, all the numbers and trying to hit all of your marks on all of these moves. I'm actually wondering, in terms of is there glove wear? Do players have is there? I mean, genuinely, do players have ways in which they want to connect with their screen compared to other players?
I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't either.
I think everyone's opting for that real life touch. You're able to interact with the screen.
And you can see it on the site. Yeah. Every time you see those little bubbles that are appearing on the side, that's when they're tapping on their screen.
Yeah. Yeah, those are inputs. And in critical moments, right, we just saw the Azumarill fire the Ice Beam. If the Azumarill from Zweilous, if he missed that charge attack button and tapped maybe the screen in general, he would have sent out the fast attack bubble and would have gotten KO'd. He would have missed all his energy.
Yeah.
So it's very, very critical to pinpoint where you are tapping to land those charge attacks, and there can be some really divisive moments, really serious moments. But here we see Zweilous taking down that Drappy, and that's a Game 2 victory for Zweilous.
Okay.
And normally we're playing in best of threes, of course, on Championship Sunday in the big finals for the grand finals, these winner finals and the losers finals, they're going to be best of fives. So in our standard games, Zweilous would have already won this, but Patoman does have the chance to come back and reverse sweep, as we call it, winning the next 3 games.
Yes. Yeah. So I know in Pokemon Unite, we talked earlier about roles. You know, you've got your attackers, your kind of range attackers, defenders. In Pokemon Go, we kind of have a similar kind of thought process, but it's more in line with like typings. For example, if you look at something like a Primate, fighting is good against Steel, Dark, Rock, kind of like, you know, the fortresses or the Bastiodons that you might see. And that Pokemon has a distinct role. You're not going to put a Primate against a Flying type, for example, or a Fairy type Pokemon. So Primate might be considered like an anti-Steel, but if the meta is not based around Steel types, if you're not seeing it that much, it might also serve as your anti-Ice. So when we look at this team, we've got Shadow Drapion and Shadow Walrein for Patoman. The Primate does an excellent job of countering both of those picks due to their shared typings. And I think a lot of trainers think not only in terms of typings and matchups, what's super effective and resisted, they also think in terms of roles. I need an anti-poison. I need an anti-steel, for example. So definitely team structure is very, very important.
The difference is, of course, with Unite is you have a team, but you all are choosing your individual roles. So maybe you have someone to blame. If there's a Pokemon that's like, well, that one didn't do very well for the team. Why would you choose that?
Yeah, I don't know about this whole "it's all on me" thing. I lose in Pokemon Go. That sounds like a challenge for sure.
Well, you know, maybe something that we could find a link in is that with Unite, if you are so far ahead, you might look at the draft and you might play a little bit more conservatively. Some teams might look to play safe, go towards comfort picks. Is there a similar sort of thinking in Go if you are 2-0 ahead, maybe looking towards more of the tanky stall type plays to maybe frustrate their opponents?
Of course. So there is actually a game timer, and I'm so happy you mentioned stalling, Rel, because I actually forgot about this particular mechanic. But if you have a really, really bulky team with tons of HP, it takes about 10 seconds for one of these charge attack animations to trigger. You have about the 50-second switch clock. You can time out your opponent, and there are win conditions for that. We don't see that typically in the Championship Series, not in this current meta. We saw it a bit more in previous seasons, but I do think it is important, to your point, to kind of frustrate your opponent, not give them easy openings. And by only showing one Pokemon on the field at a time, it's almost like a proverbial smoke screen. Oh, he sent out a Azumarill. I have no idea what's in the back. I don't know if I should swap. I don't know if I should save this Pokemon for a later matchup. It can be very, very like a mental game as much as it is a game on the field.
Yeah, there is what we call different strategies here, and I don't know if you know the terms at all. So let me hit you with them, and you can tell me if you know.
Write them down.
Oh yeah.
Oh sure. There's ABA strategy and ABB
letters and
strategy.
numbers.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh my goodness. Send me back to school.
Okay. ABA and ABB.
Okay.
So.
Is one of them the Dancing Queen?
Yeah, we just and the ABB.
We're in London, not Waterloo.
Oh yes.
Nice one.
So is there
I have angel eyes.
Any idea? No, but that is true, folks. If you're watching, I'm sitting very close to Zoinks. This couch isn't the biggest, but those angel eyes, for real.
It's snug.
Yeah.
It is.
Okay. So an Ice Beam just went into an Azumarill.
Yes.
That was a good defensive play by Patoman. Yes?
Zoinks, you're leading me to the bait here. I'm taking the bait. Absolutely water-resisting ice. That is
an ABB fan myself.
A great position to be in. And yeah, the team compositions are so funny, but I think what Amanda's trying to get across is that you kind of categorize your Pokemon further. You say, okay, I'm looking at my Diggersby, and I'm looking at, I don't know, for example, what's another Pokemon on the team that's kind of weak to a shared, maybe the Walrein. You could say I'm looking at my my Diggersby and my Talonflame if I'm Zweilous. I'm running the Diggersby in the lead and then the Talonflame in the back.
Yeah.
And I say, you know what? If they lead wall ring. I'm kind of a little bit weak to both because I'm weak to ice as Diggersby and I'm weak to water as the Talonflame.
I
so you
actually
kind
have a
of
perfect example for it, Will, looking at these teams.
Oh, go ahead.
Not this is what's playing right now, so maybe we'll kind of see how this one will go.
Yeah.
But if you look on Pataman's side, his team of 6, he's got that Shadow Marowak, which is on the field, a ground-type Pokemon. He's got an Azumarill.
A new addition for this game 3, I believe, right? He's had it in the back line.
He's
so
back,
far,
baby.
yeah.
And we got an Azumarill, which is a water type.
Did you not say back line?
No,
Is that-
no,
is that-
no,
okay,
I just
okay.
said he's back, baby.
Everyone kind of looked away when Zoink said that.
They're like,
Yeah.
oh,
No one gave me audible affirmation. I'm going to need that after everything I say on this couch.
Keep your stinky Unite to yourself.
Wow, guys, it takes one turn to swap a half second. You have to send that signal from your mind down to your fingertips. Z-Swilus pulled the trigger there, sent in the Azumarill to soak the Aqua Tail and keep himself in this game, but will it be enough?
Right, so he absorbed a ton of energy on a Pokemon that was already essentially knocked out, wasting the energy from the Drapion.
Ooh, but he's able to point this thing down, and he takes game number 3.
Wow.
Huge. This reminds me of the hype and the vibes that we got in the Unite crowd earlier when Peru won game 2. We have a series on our hands, everyone. Pataman picking up game 3 there. As Amanda said earlier, this is a best of 5. So Z-Swile is still 1 game away. Pataman's got a chance.
Is there a bit of a crowd favorite?
A crowd? That's so tough.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all EU, right?
They
Like,
are.
we got a local crowd obviously cheering on this squad. I was just curious if there's like, I mean, I know
even better
Z-Swile is
thinker
very
right
popular, has an incredibly popular podcast called the Show 6 podcast.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard of it.
Might be true, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that it's so ironic, right? Because you see a lot of trainers, especially here at EUIC, they might cheer for...
We're fine, don't worry.
We're just maiming. It's
We're
all
fine.
good. It's
Yeah.
all good.
The production's screaming a little bit, but we'll just power through.
Are they?
No,
I can't
they're
hear
not.
them.
They're not.
Okay, good.
Well, we're taking a look back at the replay, but to your point about fans and about the crowd, I do feel like initially you see, for example, Pataman from Spain, you see a lot of trainers from Spain that are cheering him on. You know, maybe they practice together, they scrim together, maybe they're on grassroots teams, but then you see kind of like an expansion, right? Maybe you have a trainer in the lead, he said, you know what, I want to root for the underdog. Pataman's down, I'm going to root for Pataman. And the crowd kind of coalesces around these trainers as they build momentum in the series.
Okay, got it.
Is there a strong camaraderie between all the players? I mean, to be fair, I think just looking at VGC and TCG, there is a great appreciation of your opponents. I imagine it's quite similar here.
I would say that the top levels of Pokemon Go players, and I mean that in saying that Z-Swilus has won a Championship Series event, Pataman has as well. These trainers are at the peak performance. I would say a lot of those trainers know each other. They practice against each other, you know, iron sharpens iron, as they say, and I feel like they do appreciate each other and are friends. So seeing each other on stage is definitely, you know, mixed feelings, because you really want to win, but you also don't want to see your friend lose. And to your point, Ray, like, yeah, there's a ton of camaraderie, tons of support, and the Pokemon Go community is very, very tightly knit. Everyone knows everyone, even if you're from a different region. It's very welcome.
Well, we're relatively small in comparison to the other games, but there's all these individual players. At this point, because Pokemon Go is relatively new to the scene, smaller, everyone is hanging out. Everyone is sort of team building with each other.
Yeah.
There's this big joke that the NA rivalry against the EU, and while it's maybe a little bit true, they're also always playing against each other.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I just had a question about the Primate that just switched out.
Yes.
It got a couple of attack boosts via that Rage Fist. Does it lose them when it goes back to the team, or does it keep them?
Can you see what Zoinks is doing here? You're trying to mask your immense intellect, because you know that it does.
Well, I don't actually know if I did in Pokemon Go, but it does work that way in the Pokemon video game. If you use some of those stat boosting moves like Swords Dance or something, for example, those bonuses do return if the trainer returns that Pokemon to their team.
Yeah, so to that point, in Pokemon Go, switching out clears any buffs or debuffs.
Got it. Oh, debuffs too.
Yes, as well. So if you have the Primate with the Rage Fist, switching out is kind of like a sacrifice, because then you lose that boost, that extra potency for your Pokemon, and it's a really, really difficult decision to make. But sometimes you need to manage your HP and live to battle another day.
How many moves are buff/debuff related in the metagame? Like, is it a lot more just focused on damage, or I know Pokemon like, what was it, Wigglytuff or Alolan Ninetales were really common for some of the debuff ones. Like, how often do we see the split between more stat-focused stuff or just damage-focused stuff?
That's a really good question. One that actually isn't on either one of these teams, but is in a lot of teams here, was Dugong. Dugong has a charge attack, Icy Wind,
Okay.
and that it automatically guarantees to debuff your opponent's attack.
Exactly. I think Zoinks is drawing a dugong for us right now, just so we can
It's
get
a great-looking dugong, to be fair.
a visual aid here.
No, I'm just counting how many good questions I've had so far. I am at 2.
Yeah.
I think you're at more than 2.
All right, I'll put 3.
Yeah.
I think you're at more than 3.
A bonus one there. There are some charge attacks that can debuff your Pokemon. For example, Deoxys Defense Form and Psycho Boost. That's a move that we haven't seen very often, but it is a very, very key one to playing that Pokemon. Close combat on Primeape, as we're seeing here on the field, is something that we see more commonly. But something like a Wild Charge, right, from a Alolan Raichu is not that common. But having the knowledge and knowing that those attacks are available is so important. This match is coming down to the wire. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm trying to explain my point.
Okay, no, hold on. You were literally cutting yourself off right now to try to cast the game. That is so funny. Please continue.
I would love to commentate, but I have full faith and trust in Leo and Zionic.
Yeah,
because it looks like Zionic. Oh my gosh!
Wow.
As Zionic just called out, Pato Man coming back 2-2 to tie up the series.
Whoa.
Wow.
Okay, so far Z's Wireless with not a single switch of the Pokemon they brought to the I mean, do either of you think that's necessary?
I mean, at this point, you might need to switch, right? You lose 2 games in a row, you got to make some kind of
I
adjustments.
also want to make a point to that. Those are the only 2 games that Z's Wireless has lost this whole weekend.
Really? Hold on. Oh, frame that for everyone at home. What does that mean?
So we started on Friday, and every time that you play a best of 3 matchup. If you win the first 2 games, you don't have to play the third because you've won the best of 3. And for time's sake, normally it doesn't happen. Z's Wireless swept everyone in that sense. So he didn't lose a single game on Friday or Saturday. He won the first 2 on Championship Sunday in the winner's side, and then Pato Man just took 2 games off of him in a row.
Wow. Okay.
But it only takes that one series. We had a very similar story in Unite with Kamai Esport, who were in a group of 5 teams. They managed to sweep all of them, so going 8-0 in terms of games. And then they go up against Nemesis, where they drop that one first game. And then it's another couple of games on top. 3 games going up against Luminosity. So even if you have all of that momentum from previous days, when we get to this sort of crunch time, it still doesn't mean anything. You've still got to continue to find those ways to dig out results. And that's got to be so scary for this guy. I mean, to have that incredible run of form come to such a shattering end, to potentially get out of the tournament, you know, just in this.
I will say this is the winner's side.
Oh, this
of
is the winner's side.
So
my bad. Yeah.
Whoever loses this will drop down to the loser's
So
side
have
to
that
play
life.
another best of 5.
Yes, you're right. Yeah.
But Relic makes a fantastic point. It's always interesting to watch how trainers respond. You know, if you're winning constantly, if you're always on top, you might start to think from the outside looking in that it's easy for this team or this trainer, that they're having a ton of success. But when you see a trainer truly tested, made uncomfortable, kind of rattled a bit, like we're seeing with Z's Wireless now we're going to see what he's really made of in a decisive game number 5. And this was not a very positive lead. He's got the Primeape against the Azumarill, but something I want to bring up as well is that the Protect Shields, especially in a situation like this, can flip a negative matchup into a positive one, because Primeape's not going to take any damage from the Ice Beam here, but the Rage Fists keep on adding up.
Oh, and he's going straight for this close combat.
Oh,
which is
so this is a huge read.
Yeah, and a great shield.
So Protoman has to shield that.
Yeah, exactly, because the Rage Fist was going to be the preferred charge attack against the Azumarill. The swap could have caught a Rage Fist, but instead, Z's Wireless threw the close combat there. So great call by Pato Man. And now you've got the Poison versus Ground, but the coverage of Drapion is insane. It's got Aqua Tail, which is going to sting against this
you're going
ground
to see
type.
super effective. And Diggersby is one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we have in the Great League, and you saw how much damage just one of these small little Aqua Tails did to it.
And a
Shadow
super
Drapion
effective
is
move.
Huge,
Yeah.
yes.
Exactly. So Diggersby is going to pace a lot slower to the Scorching Sands. Right there. We haven't talked about this yet. That was a charge attack priority event. It means that both of these Pokemon threw on alignment. So if you have two-turn fast attacks, you throw at the same exact second. That's what you get. And the Pokemon with the higher inherent attack is going to go first. So Drapion would always go first in this exchange.
And Pokemon Go stats are split into attack,
HP,
defense, and HP. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So Diggersby going down is tough, but what Z's Wireless is trying to do here is take that shield advantage. He does not want to leave his Primeape and Azumarill unprotected. Now he's going to try to outpace his Drapion.
Oh, this is what we call a catch here. As you can see right across the screen.
Nice.
Because while that was super effective against Diggersby, it's not very effective at all against the Azumarill. So Azumarill taking all of that energy that the Drapion had and now being able to just start getting his own fast attacks is really big.
And we just saw the Drapion now is a fully charged Aquatail, but doesn't have a fully charged of its other moves. So if it comes back in ready to throw a move immediately, we know that will for sure be the Aquatail.
Good point, Zoinks.
Yeah. We have now opened up the categories to questions and points.
I know some viewers out there who I hope are all liking the stream. Please leave us a thumbs up if you're enjoying the casual stream. But I know some of our viewers out there.
I was supposed to draw a thumbs up and I just like blanked. I was like, I don't know if I'll be able to draw.
What hand? How draw? Not know. But I know some of our viewers out there are like. There you go. Words work as well. Are kind of visual learners. They like to imagine things. This is really insane by Potsman. But essentially, when a Pokemon switches out, like Zoe said, you have to kind of like compartmentalize. You have to lock away that in your mind, remembering now.
I'm so sorry. This is a combination play. This is huge.
Yes, it's got the Aquatail. Potsman sits back in his chair. The body language says so much here because the Primate goes down. Azumarill comes out. I think Potsman is going to win this.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, he's got 3 Pokemon left. This is what we call a 3-ball flex, when you have a little bit of health left on all of your Pokemon. None of them have fainted. He just reverse swept. This is absolutely huge.
Wow.
Massive. Going down 0-2, kept steady, stayed the course. 3-0, 3 games in a row. Look, you can't even believe it.
Incredible. I mean, really cool play. Obviously, was even in a tough situation in that last game with a couple of caught attacks and still him in the end game.
And to Relic's point earlier, it's really a testament of his mental capacity to be resilient and push through, because in that game number 1 he had a disastrous lead, tough swap, and in this game number 5 he brought it all the way back. And you saw that Diggersby from Z's Wireless sitting on the bench, said, let me at him, I want to see that core slide, I want to square up against it, and Potsman did not let it happen.
Wow. Interesting. Okay. And obviously with winning that winner.
Oh yeah, with that for sure.
You get it?
Cough attack 1.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take a point off.
Take a point off. Oh no.
No, but because they win the winners finals, they're going to be headed into the grand finals with a pretty sizable advantage, the chance to have a bracket reset to kind of that safety cushion, right?
Exactly. That is the virtue of double elimination. I know a lot of trainers enjoy it. A lot of trainers might prefer Swiss, but right now the competitive format is double elimination, which means
hey, in the comments, let us know if you want Swiss.
Yeah, let us know. Honestly, let us know what you would like to watch. I think they're both fascinating. Honestly, though, you guys, the bracket resets are some of the most exciting series. In competitive esports, period. They're so thrilling to watch.
We have a lot of that in our regular online Unite season. We also have a double elim bracket, which
are equivalent of the regionals that the rest of the Pokemon.
I mean, some of the results that we've seen from those bracket reset matches. Oh my word! It's some of the best Unite you'll ever see. I imagine it's very similar in Go.
How do people get their Worlds qualification? Do they get them through their sort of online events as well, like the regionals, or is it mostly at these bigger events like the ICs or specific?
There's only a few world slots given away at some of these bigger events, so we gave away our first one today. The very first team qualified for Worlds was Luminosity Gaming for winning today's tournament, but there is one other or 2 other tournaments, I should say, during the year that will just give a world spot. The rest are reserved to individual regions for the regional finals, which will be held as online events.
Okay, that's cool.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So the top 4, so already these 3 are guaranteed. They qualified for Worlds, along with our 4th place finalist, who was Inadequates yesterday. So they're already guaranteed, but championship points is something that we gain in Pokemon Go. So there's the top 75, I believe, in NA, and the top 50 in Europe, and top 50 in Latin America. They all get to go to Worlds. So it's just like a scramble for you want as many championship points as you can possibly get to get your Worlds qualification.
And do those championship points affect seeding then going into the World Championships?
It does.
They do.
Okay.
They do, absolutely. Yeah. When the brackets are set, some trainers do get that first round bye depending on the event that they are attending, and it's super important. And honestly, again, something that we might overlook from time to time. There's so many reasons to continue battling through the season. I mean, you might say, oh, I've already reached top 3. I'll take my foot off the gas. You want to be a champion? Yeah, Zoinks has been there plenty of times. So
So close. So
close.
far. Yeah.
But you want to keep pushing, get more championship points, and like Amanda said, even if you're auto-qualified, there's also like a sense of pride, you know, to go up there, compete against the best. And
there's also prize money too on the line.
And actually travel awards and travel stipends. So if you're one of the top
future events within the season.
Yes. So people who have after LAIC, the people who gathered the most amount of championship points from each of the different regions got travel awards to come here to EUIC to compete themselves. So there's big benefits to continuing to play throughout the different regional competitions and throughout the season, even if you have your qualification. Now, we'll struggle with this. Look at the name on the right-hand side, and I I would love to hear how you pronounce
this on the right side of your screen, that trainer on the right. How do you pronounce the hand?
Am I allowed a question?
Yes.
What is their nationality? So Belgian.
Belgian.
Yes. Ooh, Relic is cooking.
Kuife?
Okay.
Yeah, I got canceled now. Why not? Kufage? Kufage?
Okay, are you tracking points for good jokes?
Yeah.
I've been looking for more categories.
There you go. Good questions, good points, and good jokes.
You had the whole lounge.
My career's a joke to you?
No, I'm just saying.
In question is crazy.
So my pronunciation is also quite horrible, but it's Kufia.
Kufia.
One more time?
Kufia.
Kufia.
And the thing with Amanda is that she changes it every time just to mess with you. So if you commentate with her, she's like, oh yeah.
Actually, the name of it actually means Tintin.
Okay.
Because of his hairstyle, it has a
yeah, the quiff.
Yeah. He's got a fascinating story though as well, because trainers know Zeus Wireless, trainers know Pata Man. They're former champions, but this trainer, is this their first top cut or second top cut?
This is their second top cut. But fun fact, I believe that they were showing the top 8 at EUIC have all been regional champions.
Wow.
Except for Kufia.
Wow. So everyone in the chat,
underdog.
If you're looking for a true underdog story, you better be rooting for that Belgian trainer on the right side of your screen. These teams are also super similar, Amanda. I think you and I talked about this yesterday. Only the Talonflame for Zeus Wireless and what the maybe the Dugong over there for Kufia are different.
Yeah, it's catching a close
and
combat.
The Drapion.
It's sort of a catch. I mean, it was boosted. Azumarill is going to be one of the tankiest Pokemon, so it's not going to do that much damage to it at this stage. And he's lowered his defenses. But if you look, Zeus Wireless stored both a Rage Fist and a close combat before swapping out, so that really could prove vital later in this matchup.
I have a question. Why do the Go community hate Vikavolt?
We don't hate. I don't hate it. Now, the thing that's interesting about Pokemon Go is that you have you have combat power, right?
Okay.
And if you see these Pokemon on your screen, you can see them in very small numbers at the top. They're under 1,500 combat power. And this is the Great League. Then there's the Ultra League and the Master League. Master League has no limit. Ultra League is 2,500.
Right.
The challenge is finding the right Pokemon that you can power up the most, give it the most levels possible to fit under that 1,500 ceiling. So, to your point, Vikavolt much better in Ultra League than it would be.
Right, okay. Because, I mean, there is a similar thing, of course, in VG, where sometimes you will deliberately not evolve a Pokemon to, like, with an EUIC, for example, where you get those stats where you need it to fill a role in a team, of course.
Exactly, yeah. It's kind of similar in that regard. So you'll see, cute, unusual Pokemon like Galarian Corsola, or maybe the occasional Umbreon or Azumarill really making waves.
Oh, you can tell that Kelsey's not happy about this. In comes the Diggersby just to soak up this Nightshade, but he wants to stall out the timer, and he was able to, switching down to the Drapion.
Yeah, Amanda, you're sounding kind of distant, kind of far away. You got to get that mic a little bit closer. Drapion on the field against the Diggersby. We saw this earlier on. You will see some similar matchups. From time to time, checking in on the Pokemon Go stream, you might walk by and say, oh, another Azumarill. Oh, another Diggersby. But there is a lot of variants as well. Chargebug, Talonflame, Dugong, Shadow Kento, Marowak. A lot of spice. Oh, and this was so clever. Amanda, switch Charge Attack, Priority Tie Primeape going to take that over the Drapion? This is very difficult to do because it's one turn to switch, one turn to throw the charge attack. So you have to time it where your opponent is not going to throw before you, and ZSwiley's did exactly that.
No shield. So ZSwiley's going to be counting completely on their Diggersby to carry the rest of the game.
Exactly, with 2 Protect Shields behind it. I honestly think Diggersby's in a solid position because it doesn't really need to fear anything from the Glaring Corsola. So right now, objective number 1, getting past the Drapion.
And I think that if you're maybe hoping, I was thinking maybe what try to swap out and go for a switch time or potentially a timeout strategy, but I think he just knows at this stage it's too late. He's not even bothering to shield it up.
Now, some charge attacks in Pokemon Go have a chance to trigger a debuff, but not 100%. And right there we saw Diggersby Scorching Sands has a potential to lower your opponent's attack, but it doesn't always happen. There's kind of variance in there as well, maybe similar to TCG or VGC. Doesn't work 100% of the time. I would say 60% of the time it works 100% of the time.
Yeah, it feels like your opponents probably get it 100% of the time.
It always feels like
yeah, that's always a challenging thing to have to deal with.
It's like, okay, why do I get debuffed by every crunch, but none of mine debuff my opponent?
Yeah.
Happens all the time.
That's another one. You asked about the different attacks that you think. Crunch has a possibility to debuff your opponent's defense.
Interesting. And has Drapion been the one using Crunch before?
You're going to see probably Drapion on almost every... I say every team that I say, but never mind. It's not on Zwilus' team.
Yeah, not this particular one.
But Azumarill and Drapion were the top used Pokemon for the top level competitors that made it on to day number 2. Drapion has been used mostly as what we call that safe swap. So if you have a bad lead, a lot of times people are just automatically swapping into that Drapion to try to either get a switch advantage or get a shield because it paces so quickly because it has such a good matchup with a lot of the meta.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Poison typing and Dark typing have both been traditionally great at doing so that makes a lot of sense outside of just that game, which is really cool. So the few Pokemon that we have not seen from Zwilus' team so far in our watch has been this Talonflame. Is there any possibility we see it in the remainder of this Losers Finals, or is that just not a great matchup in any of the enemy Pokemon?
I would say normally the targets for the Talonflame are when people are using a different type of Ice-type Pokemon that we haven't actually seen very much, but Talonflame has a lot of what Will calls high-octane pressure.
High-octane, high-potency. So what makes Talonflame especially unique is that it has a 5-turn fast attack. And when you're playing a lot of, Primeape, a lot of maybe Goodra, and used to the 1- and 2-turn fast attacks, throwing a 5-turn fast attack is 2.5 seconds, but it feels like an eternity. So it's very difficult to handle. You have to be patient. It's very kind of unwieldy to trainers who are not familiar with it. And if you look at the team here from Kufia, to answer your question, Zoinks, there's so much spamminess. The Primeape with the Rage Fist, the Drapion with the Aqua Tail, even the Kanto Marowak is going to be faster to its charge attacks than that Talonflame. So it's really dicey to bring the Talonflame here unless you have a clear target, something like a Superior, a Jump Bluff, or a Steel type.
I'm really excited to see how these two are going to play it out.
I know.
Kufia won that charge attack priority. We might see them both try to swap. Oh, see, Kufia thought maybe he would try to swap. He went for an extra attack, and Zwilus ended up getting the charge attack actually off. So he's going to dictate switch.
Yeah, you see here there's one Primeape and one Shadow Primeape. Shadows are a big facet of the meta in Pokemon Go, and you can only get them by defeating Team Go Rocket and rescuing the Shadow from them. But controlling switch advantage to Amanda's point was tremendous for Zwilus because now his Diggersby is against the Drapion, and the Azumarill can avoid this matchup.
Okay,
now both of these trainers are going to want to play to their win conditions. The Scorching Sand will be enough to knock out, and you see Zwilus going over because he was afraid that Kufia was going to try to swap into his Azumarill to catch that Scorching Sand. So, I mean,
charge energy instead of kind of rolling the dice on a big attack.
And he still caught it! He still caught it!
Yeah, he did, absolutely. But at this point, there is a chance that Zwilus actually stays in for a moment, takes some super effective bubbles, and builds to his own Scorching Sands so that he's ready for that Drapion when the matchup occurs again. That's exactly what we get.
Okay. Tough look for Zwilus there in that scenario, though.
Yeah, no debuff either on the Scorching Sands, so this Azumarill matchup is going to be very, very close.
Azumarill does have a lot of energy already, but again, we talked about earlier these mirror matchups of these bulky Pokemon. It does take a while, but Zwilus is one of the trainers who does take advantage of this 50-second timer better than almost any other person that we've seen. So he usually swaps in and out. He has a good idea of how much energy is on not only his Pokemon, but the opposing one. So it wouldn't surprise me that he probably still thinks he's in control of this situation.
Okay. Oh, and speaking of control, he loads the play rough, right? He doesn't leave the Azumarill matchup empty-handed. He's got the energy to throw it now into the Drapion, which is massive, because now he doesn't need to worry about that. However, Kufia's Azumarill is loaded as well, so the question really becomes, when is Zweilous going to swap?
Okay, and it'll survive a hit of this play rough, right? Yeah, pretty handedly there.
This is really dangerous.
Oh, he's behind.
He's got
Does
to
he
throw
know?
now. Oh, and he loses charge attack priority.
That's so critical. I mean, every Pokemon is unique, right? If you're walking down the street in your neighborhood and you catch a Marill, evolve it into a Azumarill, it'll be different than what your opponent has. This particular Azumarill from Zweilous has that higher attack, able to go first in the charge attack priority, and that's why it's so important.
I like the idea that like Azumarill from Main Street is a little bit stronger than Azumarill from Baker Street, you know?
Hey, you never know. I'm sure if you look at the location cards for these picks, some of them were traded. For example, the Galarian Corsola only is hatching from eggs right now, so you have to swap them to try to get the best stat spread for competitive play. And for example, Marto Galde, his Galarian Corsola was traded to him by our host, Pedro.
Really?
All connected.
That is one of the coolest elements of Go, I feel. Like, in the VG, we look at perfect IVs, right? And so we know that there is this goal for every trainer to try and achieve with their Pokemon, and yet this feels, I think, as true to the idea of what we see in the manga and the anime, where you can get such individual Pokemon out in the field, and they are so unique to these trainers.
Right? Just imagine if Brock traded you an Onyx, and then you evolved it to Steelix and won a championship.
Right,
like, Brock helped me. He's been part of my journey, and that's exactly what these trainers experience every single time.
Yeah.
If you're looking at experience too, this is exactly what happened to Zweilous in the winners finals. He was up 2 games. He just needed 1 more to be able to stay in the winner's side. Now he's playing against Scoffia. He's 2 up. And at this point, it's like, I kind of want to see. I want to see if Scoffia can come back.
It's not over, right? And if you look at Zweilous, his demeanor to me looks different. He looks locked in, you guys. He's focused.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
I mean,
good for him.
Sometimes you get those players, whether it's part of the team game or whatnot. I like to say they fall through the trap door, right? They're underneath the stage, and sometimes your emotions can tank because of that. It's so, again, considering his form going into today, to then lose in such a fashion, it's so easy for that to just spiral. The way that he has resolved himself, steeled himself for this matchup, it's so impressive.
Right? I mean, Zoinks, you can probably relate, right? Playing some solo queue matches, might lose maybe a dozen in a row. You got to pick yourself back up, right?
Yeah, 1 to 2 dozen, some would say, but ice and veins, you can't end on a loss. Lock in, keep going.
Yeah, you got, what was it? You just took your foot off the brink a little too soon.
Honestly, eyes closed, head first, can't lose.
You did attempt the Ghost Nuzlocke challenge, though, which some might say self-inflicted.
Well, yeah, I did do a fun challenge where I did an Ironmon attempt. I'm a big fan of like the whole Pokemon colloquial term of like the gym leaders. Now they have the mono-type teams, and obviously in Pokemon Go, we discussed earlier, being we talked about being double weak to something, being you know, triple or even higher weak to something, probably too big of a risk, but it is quite exciting to see either way.
Yeah, fun
Still
challenge.
no Talonflame, unfortunately.
No.
Would that be an answer to a different meta threat that we've seen in other parts of the tournament, just not in these matches?
Yeah, for example, our Twitch drops will give you special research where you can claim a Jump Bluff, and Talonflame would absolutely have a heyday against Jump Bluff, but it's not unlosable.
So is Superior still a common pick in the metagame as well?
It is absolutely, yeah. Superior, very, very strong, single grass type Pokemon, but we don't see it right here in our Championship Sunday, but it was very prominent in the tournament. But yeah, this is an insane win because seriously, Zweilous is 1 game away from going back up to the Grand Finals, and all it's sending in his way is Kufia and his Primate.
And it was kind of cool there. After the move, obviously the Drapion was not completely knocked out due to damage, so they got at least 1 more fast attack through, so getting a little bit more energy on their moves before they even have to swap out to this Charger Bug.
Exactly right. We see the Charge Bug now versus the Shadow Primate going for the close combat. As they say, YOLO. He's going to yeet this close combat. Let's see if it's enough. No, the bug typing from Charge Bug makes it too
Oh my goodness!
stout.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. He waited a turn. he caught this charge attack. This keeps him in the game because he would have definitely been knocked out with that Primate at this point.
Yeah.
Wait,
and
can
he
he
might
sweep?
be able. I think
Can
he
he
can go.
sweep?
I think he can get it back down. Before, he has to throw right beforehand.
Is he gonna sweep this?
So we're going to be counting on the Rage Fist for the attack boost to really carry the entire matchup on this one Pokemon against all 3 members of Z's Wireless's team.
The Zoomerol
look
is
at the
gonna come
HP.
back in, but the
They've got
Zoomerol
nothing.
is so down. He's
No
just
way.
giving him energy. He's just giving him energy. This is huge.
What? Kufia back against the wall is going to sweep all 3 Pokemon with the Shadow Primate, and all he needed was that helping hand from his Galarian Corsola.
Wow.
Amanda,
I mean,
this is insane.
07's in the chat for Galarian Corsola, but oh my word, what a performance from that Primate.
I don't know what I enjoyed more, the fact that we just saw what we saw on our screens or the Amanda pop-off, to be honest. I think that
It's like as much as I love talking with you guys, I'm really paying attention, and I was thinking, oh, it's over for Kofi at this point.
Yeah,
He played
it looked
well,
really
but
grim.
the close combat wasn't enough, and it takes patience to what we call wait a turn. So if a turn is 0.5 seconds, if you don't tap your screen, then it still is like a turn that's being happening.
Of course, yeah.
And so sometimes your opponent is going to throw right away when they get their attack, and if you swap in to catch that attack, which is, I'm sorry, I can't even talk right now.
You can't even
I'm
process
so excited.
I want to say one of the keys here is that Zswilos is playing a very unconventional pick in Charjabug. Charjabug's Volt Switch is 4 turns, which is 2 seconds. And it's so costly. Right here, you'll see him wait and then throw. So both trainers actually did not do any inputs at all, hands off the screens, and waited. Because he knew that as soon as you see that yellow lariat coming at you, that's the Volt Switch, and that's what you need to swap. Kufia was perfect on his timing there because it's so punishing to throw that Volt Switch and then get caught on, but Zswilos got caught anyway.
And if Kofia would have gone for a fast attack instead, then he would have been locked in because it takes 2 turns.
Oh! Zoinks, look!
You want to
Wow.
go
There it is.
You got
Talonflame W, okay.
Yeah, trying to switch it up here.
Well, I mean, I'm not feeling super confident about it, but how we've discussed the Pokemon selection in this matchup so far. So these Violet's obviously going for a really big risk here, but is exciting to see. And wow, that Aqua Tail hurts.
I mean, but also look how much damage, just by fast attacks alone, that's how much the Incinerate has done to that Drapion.
Exactly, and you can see the Talonflame. It kind of flaps its wings, and that big fireball comes out. That's the Incinerate that connects into the Drapion, but meanwhile, the Drapion's just pecking away, stinging away with its own fast attacks.
So Talonflame is the option to shield here. It might be a risk. Oh, but they do have almost enough energy for a second move.
Oh,
so
they do actually. Yeah,
they were kind of considering, do we let this one go through, or do we actually try to get one more move off with this Talonflame before getting KO'd?
He takes the final shield, but actually Zswilos does strange things like this that actually turn out to be genius in the end. He took switch advantage. Most trainers would just let Talonflame faint and move on. He brings out the Digger Speed, switch locking it, because he feels like he can use that Talonflame as a sacrificial swap later on, just like Kufia did in that previous game.
Interesting.
So at this stage, it's, oh my goodness, it's very interesting because he does have that Primate, which does well against the Digger Speed, but Primate usually needs shields, and so it's kind of an issue. But he's able to completely avoid the Digger Speed with the Galarian Corsola in the back that has a really bad matchup.
And now that the shields are down due to Zswilos' Talonflame, he really cleared the way for the Digger Speed. And this Rage Fist, yes, it is a powerful
huge
attack,
damage graphic?
but it's
like my favorite part of the show.
I don't know. Maybe some folks on X have ideas on that. But that is a double resisted Rage Fist.
Hey,
and
let
now,
us know in the stream. First off, like the stream, and then let us know.
And then let us know. And we see the Scorching Sands here. If this debuffs, this would be the icing on the cake here for Zswilos.
Okay.
No debuff.
No debuff?
There is a shield left on. I mean, honestly, at this point, it's still anyone's game.
It
Sometimes
is.
you can tell as it progresses, oh, someone is really in the driver's seat. But even still, at this basically a little bit more than halfway mark, I can't call it either way. I can be like, oh, you know, ZZ definitely has it in the pocket, or Kelfia's going to come back.
We can almost liken this to the 2-minute Rayquaza battle, right? Some teams can flip entire games in the final moments. This is kind of like that because it comes really down to the wire. And like we saw Kufia with his swap earlier, sending out that Primate to soak the discharge, he has best win conditions still.
Got it. All right, well, Glare and Corso trying to hang on. I mean, trying to pull off this sweep that we saw last game. That was so exciting. But,
exactly.
I mean, definitely a tougher outlook this time. And then you always got to remember that Talonflame is still up. I mean, albeit with very minimal HP, but is technically still available in this match.
Yeah, still with the shield on his side. I think Z's Wireless might have this one in the bag because all he needs to do is shield up the Rage Fist here. My goodness, we saw a flash there from Kufia in game number 3. But this is it. This is game 4, and Z's Wireless takes it.
Wow, okay. I mean, congratulations to both our competitors. Obviously an amazing tournament run, but great to see the bounce back from Z's Wireless. I mean, after an immediate loss.
I have a question for you both, all right? Big fans of Unite, obviously, but also the video game series and trading card game series. I have been told that Pokemon Go trainers hug it out on stage more than any other title.
Oh, for sure.
Sure.
You think so? Why is that? What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, it feels like a credit to your community more than anything. I mean, in Pokemon Unite, we definitely do have the shaking of the hands of the opposing team and everything after a matchup, but I mean, we do have some pretty exciting celebratory moments amongst the team once they win. We have some cool stuff like that. But
Okay.
You know, I feel as well like when you're so locked in with all those numbers going through your head and to have to navigate such difficult switch outs and you go to the resource management on top of, I think that moment when you're just, the disconnect from that, it's almost like a pure relief. Hugging it out, I think, again, with the camaraderie that we see, it's just a feel-good moment for both competitors. Win or lose, you know that you've both done your very best, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Well, as you saw, that losers finals just played out. Z's Wireless taking the victory, pushing himself back up into the grand finals for a rematch versus Pataman. I want to ask everyone watching a small favor. Please go ahead and like the stream. Let us know that you're enjoying it, enjoying our incredible guests, Relic, Zoinks, and Amanda Lundberg. It's been an honor and a pleasure to bring this to you, but Amanda and I, we need to go to work.
Oh, yeah.
So, we're going to go ahead and toss the break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Advantage against Pataman because he has this talent frame that is so strong against everything that he can basically bring, and he has tools versus the Shadow Drapion. He has the Azumarill Diggersby core versus no grass type, and that is so huge.
Yeah, and for Z's Wireless, the Charjabug was so pivotal. But let's go ahead and take a look back at some of the replays right here as we have the Corsola versus the Azumarill.
Yep, there we go for a Rage Fist in the end game there. Another bubble to glory for Azumarill taking out Kaifius Primate, and there we have it again.
Yeah. And Kaifu, great job in this tournament, taking 3rd place overall. Very impressed with his gameplay this weekend. And again, securing his Worlds invite by getting 3rd place this weekend.
Yeah, and he had quite the amount of points before that already as well, so he's super safe now. Also, Kaifu, such a strong trainer. He has performed so well in this tournament. Shadow Primate was crazy, and I think he might have won the most games out of all trainers in this tournament because he had such a loser's gauntlet to go through.
He did. He had to go through Marto. He had to go through Inadequance. I believe he had to go through Nighttime Clasher as well, as we can take a look at his journey. Kaifu, yeah, Nighttime Clasher, Arceus Aurelius, Tauntaun Batus. The list goes on and on.
And before that, he was also in the winner's bracket where he made it quite far, because if you jump into losers round 4, you have been doing very well in the winner's side of the tournament as well. Because before that, Tauntaun Batus beat Howie to face up against Kaifi, and there we can see he played his first round against against Snorek, and then he lost to Pataman eventually.
Yeah, and Pataman taking down Marto, taking down Kaifu, taking down Inadequance, taking down Zweilos. Pataman just seems unstoppable right now.
Yeah, Pataman, that was his tournament so far, but we've said the same thing about ZZ before, right? So both of these trainers, they are phenomenal right now, but they can be stopped. It can happen that they will lose the game. So Zweilos, he's trying to get this bracket reset in now. He has to focus up. He was 2-0 up. He already saw himself in the grand finals, already saw himself in the lunch break to wait for the losers finals to play out. But then Pataman just came back. He got the first game, was back in this with a phenomenal play. Then after he won the second one, he looked at the crowd and went, One more game, and he got it.
Yeah, and momentum is so huge in these sets, right? If you can start getting those wins, you start getting the confidence. That's the decision-making you need, right? That energy that you have, not on your Pokemon, but in yourself, to overcome those tough moments on the biggest stage in Pokemon Go.
But I'm gonna say that the confidence in the team picking of these battles was maybe his downfall in the last game, because he saw that the Corsola was so risky to bring for Patoman. It lost him the first 2 games, basically, because he got aligned on the Diggersby. And then he said, hey, he's surely not going to bring this again. With this confidence, Patoman knew that he's going to use the Diggersby to answer the Shadow Drapion later, which didn't help him, because then Azumarill was on the Galarian Corsola. Big problem.
Yeah, and that's why we see with these trainers the decision making, right? From the, it's not necessarily in the battle, but it's before the battle. The Pokemon that you choose, the team reading that you have, the bench pressure that your Pokemon can apply, even if you don't bring it, is huge in these battles as these trainers are getting locked in very shortly. This is the grand finals for EUIC.
Yep, Zionic, what is your favorite Pokemon to use as bench pressure?
Ooh, bench pressure.
Shadow Palkia?
Shadow Palkia. Yesterday we saw inadequates of fellow caster and top battler in his own right. The runner-up at Worlds last year, utilizing Giratina Origin then, and now a Shadow Palkia in this tournament. He told me many times about how he was landing Draco Meteors off stage, and I was so excited to see it on the grand stage, but unfortunately he fell off yesterday, I believe getting 4th in this tournament.
But now stop avoiding my question, my friend. What's your favorite bench pressure Pokemon?
The Shadow Palkia! You set me up for the reason why.
Have you used it?
I haven't used it before, but my goodness, can you imagine the Draco Meteors landing? He told me a Jumpluff was just sitting there, no shields, full health, 0 or 100 to 0 from one charge. That is beautiful.
I honestly missed the times where people were running Bastiodon on bench pressure. And then when it came back into the meta, people were not only bringing it as bench pressure, they just brought it to tournaments. Tomahawk UK got to the regional finals of some tournament. The Shadow Bastiodon even, it was so strong because he just didn't say, hey, you have to bring your strong Pokemon against my Bastiodon. I'm just going to bring it because you think it's just bench pressure, and then I'm going to rock throw or smackdown. It looks the same to me.
You're making Caleb so happy at home right now. Known for his Bastiodon play. Bastiodon is a fantastic Pokemon in the Go Battle League, but right now on the big stage, it's all about that Diggersby. It's all about the Azumarill. When it comes to the tanks that you bring, they need to be flexible in their coverage. They need to be bulky in their defenses, and they need to have the energy gain and damage output. That's why we see the bubble being so dominant in some of these matchups, where there's the Shadow Kanto Marowak or even the Shadow Primate. Those bubbles really start to add up.
Yep, Azumarill is so incredibly crazy. There's only one hard answer, that is basically the Toxapex, and I hear that the players are ready. So I think we're going to toss it to a little break or something, or an interview, because we are actually leaving the stage now, and we're going to swap it out with Lundberger and Speediest Chief soon.
Soon?
Soon.
Okay, I thought we were tossing it right the way you were setting that up.
So we're going to leave the stage today.
All right, well, we're getting into the battles. You know what? You know, this is what we're here for. We're here to see the battles. We're here to see the grand finals, final set. Shadow Wall Rain on Patoman's side, Charge-a-Bug on Zweilos' side, as we will now toss it over to our fellow casters.
See ya!
Bye!
This is like a tag team event here, coming in for the grand finals. We saw them play earlier on today. Patoman playing what we call a reverse sweep there.
Oh, yeah.
And now Zweilos back up at the top.
Exactly right. This is going to be an incredible matchup between two of EU's best, Patoman and Zweilos, in our grand finals here at the European International Championships. And we're going to get this underway. Look at Patoman. He's nodding his head. He's ready. Zweilos looking out to the crowd for a little bit of support. So let's hear your support out here in the venue and in the chat. Hello, Zweilos.
Who's cheering for Zweilos? We want to hear you loud.
Woo! All right, and for Patoman, any Patoman fans in the stands? Let's go, let's go. I'm so excited for this grand finals. Our trainers are getting ready to lock in here. This is the rematch of a rematch of a rematch, Amanda. It all started back in Barcelona between these two trainers, where Zweilos got the better of Patoman, but no, not today. Patoman knocking Zweilos down to the loser's bracket with the reverse sweep. He is cooking, chat. He is cooking today, and these are the ingredients.
Not something that we haven't seen so often throughout the tournament, but really has been a wonderful play for Pokémon throughout this whole event is that Shadow Wall Rain. One thing I also want to point out about this team of 6 is there's no fighting type pressure on Pokémon's team.
Exactly right. Z's Wireless with that Primate has been so effective, and the Charger Bug also breaks up so many cores. He even threw the Talon Flame at Kufia earlier on in that loser side bracket, so Pokémon needs to be ready for anything. This is a best of 5. Pokémon on the winner's side means that he's only 3 games away from becoming an international champion. Meanwhile, Z's Wireless has to sweep and then win again.
Z's Wireless up until today did not lose a single battle. He was doing great. Let's see if he can continue this streak here. We got that Diggersby up against the Shadow Dropian.
Yeah, Z's Wireless has been hammering this Diggersby time and time again, and Pokémon has been running out of answers until late in this series, but can he steal away that momentum here against the trainer from Germany, Aquatail, coming in?
Going for that charge attack priority. Aquatail super effective damage, but Diggersby takes it on the...
Okay.
Hey!
Hold on. Let me look this up here. What is Pokemon Go?
What is Pokemon Go? Great, we're going to find that out live here. Welcome back to the casual stream, a.k.a. the chill vibe stream. That is what we're doing right now.
The chilliest vibes.
The chilliest. Ooh, feel these vibes up in here. I am Spreggles. This is Doob Snacks. We cast Pokemon Unite. We sure do know a little bit about all these games, but honestly.
A very little bit.
A little bit is maybe an exaggeration. We do not know a ton about Go, and we've got some expert Go casters coming in to hang out with us here. Hello. Thank you so much.
Hello, expert Go. We do not know anything about this game.
We need you.
What's up?
We've needed you to show up. So welcome to the Chill Vibe stream. Do you feel how chilly it is?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I have no adrenaline in my body right now.
Look at the lounge position we've got. That is heft recline right there out of Leo. Now, Zionic yesterday explained to me what a catch was. I'm not going to lie to you folks at home. I don't remember. So what I'm going to start doing is trying to call out a catch when it happens. Good possibility I'm wrong, and when I am, our expert Go casters are going to step in and say, well, Snacks, you're incredibly wrong. This is what a catch in Pokemon Go represents. Are you two ready?
Oh yeah, that works.
Why don't you sit right here, big dog?
Okay, yeah. I gotta move the box. I got a short leash right now.
Oh, okay.
Give me a second.
Gotta move the box as we meander. Meander? That's the wrong word. That is not the correct word.
I think we're meandering our way through it.
All right, here we go. I'm chilling.
There we go.
There we go. You know who's not meandering? Patamon and Zweilous.
Yeah, Patamon's on another level. He is like undefeated in this tournament right now. That's a catch.
What? I don't know.
Oh, it's a catch. It's on the screen.
Yes.
That's a catch.
Fake catch. I was waiting. That was your moment.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm so
if there's
sorry.
one thing I'm known for, it's meeting the moment. And in a rare occurrence, I just duffed it.
I'll be honest. I wasn't I didn't see it at all.
Okay.
I didn't either. I still don't know what a catch is.
Yeah.
All right, so a catch, right? So let's say the I believe the Primate was on the field, right? The Aquatail would have knocked it out if it landed, right? There's a catch.
There's a catch.
But that is.
But it's not really a catch because it's still super effective.
Yeah, I was about
damage.
to say it didn't even feel like a catch to me.
Yeah, well, it's going to be. So what you want to do is basically the second the one trainer hits the charge move, you want to be hitting your swap into a different Pokemon. So by swapping into a Azumarill is able to soak the water damage, which is resisted, and it does nothing against Azumarill, so it wastes all that energy that they had stored.
All right, so it's like a bit of a counter. It's like an outplay on your opponent. You're like, you wanted to hit me with this, I'm swapping in something that you're not effective against.
Now the other catch was also kind of important for Patamon because the Shadow Dropion that he swapped out, I mean, he took super effective damage on the Mandibus, but he has a lot of energy stored on the Shadow Dropion, and that is what he's going to try and use to win the game later on.
That makes sense. Winning the game is a crucial part of being successful in Pokemon Go.
That's one of the things I've noticed about Pokemon Go. Often the player that wins the game advances further in the tournament.
Sometimes.
If I'm not mistaken, this was our winners finals, and this is a rematch in the grand finals, right?
Yeah.
So Zweilous dropped down into the losers finals, won, and is now back up in the grand finals.
Yep, and in the winners finals, Zweilous was up 2-0 in the series.
I saw that, and then
the reverse sweep.
What a rally back.
That was, by the way, another crucial thing. He did an undercharge there, which is where you're not hitting all the bubbles from your charge attack, so you deal less damage. So
you were talking about this 2 days ago when you asked about that.
Yeah, that's true.
So you can fast attack the opposing Pokemon down, but Patamon meant too well there. So he only hit 2 bubbles of the entire Aquatail Scream, like only a little bit. And that left the Diggersby at too much health. So the Diggersby farmed down the Drapion, and then he lost the game.
It's kind of nice.
First game to Zweilis, and you said Patamon has been playing on a different level. Again, 3 on the hop against Zweilis specifically.
Yeah.
How did Zweilis' match go in the losers finals? Was it a 2-0? Was it a 2-1?
3-1.
It was 3-1.
3-1.
He went up 2-0, and then Kaifu got the 1-0 victory. And Kaifu throughout this whole series has been coming back from being down.
Okay.
But Zweilos like sealed the deal, got game 4, and moved on. So
for folks at home that might be getting into competitive Pokemon Go, what's a good couple Pokemon? Because I know the leagues, you start with 3, you bring 3, play 3, and this is bring 6, play 3, right?
Yeah.
So what are like 3 Pokemon for the folks at home that might be getting into Pokemon Go competitively for the first time? What's a good place for them to start?
So Primeape is really good right now. It's a
Primeape,
tough Pokemon.
Annihilate too, so both.
Both. They're easy to get, a little tough to play, so they're mechanically challenging. I think Annihilate a little less than Primeape, to be honest. Azumarill is really strong. You need a little bit more resources to build that one. There are some shadows in the meta game right now that are still in rotation right now, so get yourselves Shadow Drapion and definitely Shadow Cubone, so you can make a Shadow Marowak.
Okay.
Those are crazy. So right now there's so much good stuff that you can get.
How's Talon doing?
Talonflame is good.
Yeah.
Good?
Talonflame is good. Very fun. If you like hard-hitting damage, glass, cannon stuff, it's got a move called Brave Bird.
Yeah.
Which just, like, it can 100 to 0 most Pokemon.
Yeah.
But your defenses drop when you do it, so then you just start taking tons of damage from things that you normally wouldn't.
So Brave Bird's actually sick, and Unite kind of does the same thing.
It's pretty similar,
It's like a glass cannon,
just
dive
all
bomb
in,
maneuver, all in, and it usually ends up being a big delete button.
And what's interesting, too, is it has the option to have a Fire-type move with it, so like Flame Charge, which boosts its own attack, but all the trainers opt for Fly, which is a lower damage, lower energy, and Brave Bird. So it has the same coverage, but what they try to do is play mind games. If you only have 1 shield remaining, you're like, a Fly would knock me out, but a Brave Bird would, and then you're put in a tough position.
Yeah, interesting.
We see that Primeape that you were just mentioning up here on screen. Looks like it has a Ghost-type move.
Yep, the Rage Fist.
Okay.
Yeah, that's new. That thing that might get a nerf soon. That thing is way too good.
How's this Corsola? Any good?
Oh, Corsola is crazy. It has been changing the game a little bit more ever since it came out. Has very polarizing matchups, as we like to call them. So it has hard losses versus Diggersby. You just sit there for 10 minutes and watch Diggersby just deal a little bit more damage to you. It lives with like 70% HP and full energy. But Shadow Drapion also a little bit difficult against everything else. It's really, really good. It has high damage, it's super bulky, and it paces fast. It's good.
One of my favorite things about watching the other games is how many things would work in a particular game, and another game it's ridiculous, right? I mean, like, because I saw someone in a comment earlier on this that said if you were to bring this team into VGC, it would be an absolute joke or something like that. And Unite has a lot of stuff like that too, where it's like this Pokemon is completely useless in Go, but it's really good in Unite. I always love to see that.
The funniest thing is you've announced the Twitch Torps as well, right? So far. A Pokemon that won the IC, the LAIC in VG and in Go, Jumpluff.
Yeah.
The goat, the Johto goat.
So nice you can get it twice this weekend, right?
Yeah.
Huge.
Huge. If you are getting Pokemon Unite drops, item enhancers.
What do those do?
Don't get him started. Don't get him started on the Unite drops.
Good night.
He's found another stream to talk about the Unite drops.
No, tell me. I don't know.
Listen.
They'll enhance your items, and it will be helpful.
Oh, man.
You want your items enhanced.
You want them enhanced.
Now, okay, I do have an actual Go question. I feel like Mandibuzz, in my very sidelined view of Go over the years, has been around for a minute.
Yeah, it's been around. The second it came out, whenever a new Pokemon comes out, you got to look at 3 things basically. You got to look at the stat product that it has in Go because it converts from the VGC, and then you got to look at the fast moves it has access to and the charge moves. And there have been so many Pokemon that you would think out the gate are going to be amazing, but then they get no good fast moves because we have a lot of fast moves that are just horrible. They're never used on any Pokemon ever.
Honestly, Air Slash is one of those fast
Air Slash is one of those.
Bad,
yeah.
It's used right now because it counters Primeape and Annihilate so well.
Yeah, so there's got to be the triple effect, like the stats, the fast move, and the charge move. And if you can get all 3, it's amazing. And they'll do updates every season as well in Pokemon Go, which is every 3 months.
And so we see move updates and new things become meta, other things drop out of meta, so it's constantly changing.
So you're looking in a state of shock.
Yeah.
Here. What are you reacting to? What did you
Whoa.
just react to?
ZZ just won 2-0 again with the Azumarill, so it's so fun to see these players out-mind game each other, where usually you have your sweeper type Pokemon that take you have 2 protect shields and go, right? You have your squishy Pokemon, you want to shield those, they dish out the heavy damage. But sometimes they just find their bulky Pokemon, they're like, hey, I'm just going to out-bulk everything, use up extra protect shields on my bulky Pokemon after I've sacrificed my sweeper Pokemon. And then you just win with bulk. And every single time people are playing, like, I need to get rid of this Primeape, and ZZ just went, yeah, sure.
Yeah, because if you take a look, the shields protect you from charge moves, right? The damage that you got to worry about is those fast moves. And if you look at Powderman's side, right, there's no grass-type Pokemon, so there's no, like, Razor Leaf or Vine Whip, and there's no electric type, so there's no Lantern, there's no Charge Bug. So Zweilos is super comfortable giving shields to Azumarill, because Azumarill can sweep teams if they have no protect shields. You'll just out-bulk everything.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wow. How would they counter it then? What's the counter to what they're throwing at them?
Well, there's I'm not going to answer that question because I don't have the
Thank you so much.
knowledge.
I appreciate
What
that.
I was going to say was Zweilos did get ahead in their last set, and Patamon rallied back. So certainly he figured out some key to the castle here.
Yeah, I mean, he led 2-0 in the first one. He leads 2-0 now again. He just needs to. He was also 14-0 in games before.
Wow.
So
that's a run.
Patamon is the only trainer who has at all gotten games from Zweilos.
Huh.
Oh, that's so big. Charger Bug is absolutely crazy. Get this Pokemon as well.
You would think, right? You would think Vikavolt is the better Pokemon. It's the 3rd evolution. No, it's all about also where the Pokemon gets under the combat power needed for Great League, which is 1500.
Okay.
And so the Charge Bug.
1500. I also knew that.
1500.
The Charge Bug has better moveset and stats under that threshold, which is why it's so dominant and a great pick, because it can do so well against Azumarill, Mandibuzz. It's got those Bug-type X-Scissor for some of the Dark-type Pokemon.
That's insane. He does the same thing that he did in the first run, where he says, okay, I think Patamon is not going to bring Galarian Corsola again, because it doesn't go so well for him. Brings in the Diggersby onto the Shadow Drapion, which is a slightly positive matchup. Okay. And then, when the Diggersby is out of the picture, Galarian Corsola runs wild.
Yeah.
Huh.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like
so Patamon's going to want to hide this Corsola as long as they can.
Yeah.
Effectively, so they can deal with the Diggersby first. Okay, that makes sense. Here comes the Mandibuzz back in against the Diggersby, and this seems like a bizarre matchup to me on paper.
It does. Yeah, because you would think ground versus flying, right? But Diggersby has the Fire Punch, which is the charge move for the coverage, right? So it can at least do neutral damage and fight back.
Yikes.
Yeah.
I think that's
how girthy is Mandibuzz? That did nothing.
We jokingly call it the Flying Umbreon.
Okay.
It's very, very tanky.
Fun fact about Dupe Snacks, my 3rd favorite animal, and also coincidentally 3rd favorite bird, is a vulture, so I'm excited to see Mandibuzz right now.
And you can actually get
I didn't know you had a top 5 of birds here.
I have a top 3 of favorite animals, and they all happen to be birds. Therefore, my
top 3
3rd
birds.
favorite animal.
Fair enough.
Okay, what's your favorite bird?
Favorite bird is pelican.
Oh, all right, that makes
well,
sense.
we got to know number 2. No.
Crow.
Dang it! you could have let us guess.
Oh, he showed the Corsola.
Okay.
Does
And
Zweilos
Diggersby is still there, and Diggersby is relevant to Corsola?
Yeah, but his switch clock isn't up. If you look on the right-hand side, you can see that faded out timer kind of going up.
He's getting it up.
Once he gets it up, he can swap in, and he wants to do it after this charge move, so we might see the Diggersby come in.
Zweilos just gets it up right now.
Yeah, well, you can say that here on the casual stream, ladies and gentlemen. That's why
I'm not saying anything. He just got the switch timer up, and now he goes for the Scorching Sensei. Now, of course, that just has Nightshade and Power Gem, which does nothing.
Yeah, normal ground typing, like...
That's not great. Doing nothing doesn't sound like a key to victory here, but it looks so Zweilos is on the verge here. They still got 2 protect shields.
Look at what's happening.
Well, thankfully,
here.
even
nothing.
if you, in the VG, right, if you...
Wow.
Yeah, he can survive a lot, but thankfully all Pokemon do someday. Oh, a beautiful swap.
That's a catch.
That's a catch.
No, that's a combo play.
No, it's a catch. No, that's a catch. I would not consider that a combo play. That's a catch.
That's a catch.
Oh, he's got to do 2 protect shields.
All right.
Wait, does Patoman
Is
still have
this
a shield?
closer than I think it is? Because it feels like Zualis is in the lead.
I haven't been tracking the energy on the Pokemon, but yeah, it's getting close.
That's what we do here as the Unite casters.
We
distract everyone from their knowledge.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, there is
Super
still like
effective. That's
super
big.
big
There's still charge
at the
above,
back
though.
energy on
Wait,
the
has Azumarill come out yet? No.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it was there for a second, yeah.
And has Charjabug started out, but
Yeah.
it got switched out, and it's do we know what its HP is at? Oh, I can see it there. It's okay. It's about a
Azumarill
third.
is so bulky, and Charjabug is also still there. I think
But
Patoman needs
Charjabug
to-
has nothing on it, right? Their HP is very low.
Yeah, but
It's 50%.
he's going to force the double aerial ace here because if he doesn't, he gets the Ice Beam. Oh, that's huge.
Oh, that is
That's
so
because
big
that's
to get
super
the damage
effective,
off.
yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
But
Zualis
Azumarill
has gotta be
isn't
seeing the
known for
finish
its
line here.
offensive pressure. Mandibus can hang on there, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Zuailos. Oh, this
That's
not a catch.
That's not a catch.
That is just a farm down, and this is
Bracket
double
reset.
simultaneous KO, but Swailos still
All
has
right.
Diggersby and Charjabug left remaining.
So is
Wait,
this a
that's
bracket reset
Yeah.
situation?
Okay, I
Brands
love
with
that.
a bracket reset.
I
All right,
love
all right.
that's
was
that's
that
the.
Doombug?
Well, that was the
on the
Spanish
left-hand
players, by
side?
the way. That's why they weren't too excited.
Oh.
Wait, Doombug? Oh, he might have been there.
There's Doombug.
Yeah, see? Doom Snacks proven right. Still never wrong
That's
on
a catch,
broadcast.
my man.
That's a catch.
That's an audience catch. That's
a catch.
huge.
Now, they gave me 3 Pokeballs here, and you can see them. What camera am I looking at? This one. And I can juggle. Now, they said it's going to make the other casters feel bad.
Do
so
I
I'm
need to
not
move
going
away from
to.
it?
I'm not going to because I don't want to make you all feel embarrassed. But they provided these to me just in case we need extra entertainment. You're welcome.
This is a flex right here. This is
That's
what
a
happens.
flex.
He's just letting us know he can juggle, but he would embarrass us by juggling, so he
Correct.
won't
No,
do it.
You know,
Do it.
Really
Do it.
impressive.
There's nothing cooler than juggling. So for those of you,
It's even better to say that you can juggle and never reveal whether
I don't know
or
what
not
to
you
believe
can.
at this point. The mind games are so real.
Yeah, it's a catch.
I'm fully deep into my Go bag right now. You have no idea. Can he juggle? Can
Pokemon
he
Go
No one will
pro
ever
player
know.
Toe Tactical is actually a pro at juggling.
Or is
You should
Yeah.
juggle off.
not?
Yeah, you know what?
A classic juggle off.
Let's get him in here for a juggle off.
I'd catch that matchup.
Are you gonna try to spell juggle off?
I cannot spell
Okay.
that. I know.
All right.
I'm not going to try that. I don't want to be wrong for the first time on broadcast.
Also, don't do a Gyarados on Pictionary.
Yeah, no Gyarados for the Pictionary. That's a juggle. Oh, I see what you're writing. Smart.
Yeah, for all the viewers at home as well, if you're looking for a Pokemon to add onto your roster that you can kind of get right now, those Team Rocket 12-kilometer eggs have the Volibee, which evolves into the Mandibuzz, so you can get that.
Nice.
The third
It's one of
greatest
your
bird in the
favorites.
world. What do you got?
What?
The bird. You didn't hear the bird?
No, I didn't hear the bird. What was the bird?
It was one of your faves. Listen. Hear that?
Yeah, that sounds like a crow to me. My second favorite bird.
There you go. Where are you on Eagles?
5 maybe.
They're a great bird. I mean, if they're not top 10,
I
that'd be
think
insane.
I just prefer falcons, but I like those. I think are interchangeable.
I think you're missing the coolest bird, actually.
Whoa.
What, like an ostrich?
No, an owl.
Oh,
dope.
owls are
dope.
pretty sick birds, not going to
Yeah,
lie.
owls known for being wise. Dupe Snacks also known for being wise. I don't like to double dip into that particular pool. You
But
don't
he
wanna
won't
be,
show us. He won't show us how wise he
Much
is.
like
He's just going to let
juggling,
us
I
know.
will not show you
Yeah.
that I am truly wise. So we'll put owls. Actually, I think I like owls more than eagles. No,
I agree.
definitely like owls more than falcons. I just decided.
For
Owls
me, owl is number
now
one.
back up to 4.
Wow.
What about large flightless birds? Where do they land?
Well, they just stay on the ground. They don't have to land
As
anywhere.
a
But
trio connoisseur, where would you put the large flightless birds?
I don't know. I'm not in love with birds that don't fly. I'm not going to lie. I mean, it feels like we're really.
Your favorite
Every penguin
character
exhibit around the
tonight
world.
is a flightless bird.
Yeah, but if it could fly, I mean, imagine.
With no wings.
Imagine where we'd be.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not in love with land birds.
Not in love? Yeah.
What did they ever do to you?
They didn't do
Just
anything
sounds
to
like
me.
you have a
No,
problem
but
with the land
well, no. They're not top 10. Look, if we're going through top 10 birds, they're nowhere close for me. A bird that can't fly is getting into the top 10. All right.
What about the penguins?
Penguins?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, they're a great bird.
They are a very quality bird.
Oh, they're really good. All right, you got me there.
Dang, that's a catch. It's an absolute catch right there. It was just roasted. He's right. He's right, Penguins.
Penguins are very solid.
They're a top 10 bird. Owls are a top 10 bird. If Eagles aren't in the conversation, that's insane. They're a very good bird.
I think they're a top 5. I think we make argument Eagles top 5 bird.
They're a great bird.
I think your fourth, well for me, the fourth is you got to be day dependent. Because sometimes I think Falcons are really cool, but Owls, solid choice. Fish
I think we've discussed like birds. Now what about fish?
Whoa!
How cool are pipes?
Sharks. I gotta stick with sharks.
Sharks are
I
great.
had a pretty debilitating shark-related moment on broadcast
we
during
heard
the
it.
finals, so I'm gonna have to go ahead and say I do enjoy sharks. I would say preference. I think Hammerhead Sharks just look so silly and stupid. I'm going to have to go there. Unlike Owls that are wise, that is a pool I will dip in because it does look dumb, and I am not dumb, ladies and gentlemen.
How's this start?
You know, you would think it would be good for Paddleman because it's fairy versus fighting. But Primate with Ragefish just doesn't care.
Okay.
That charge is so insanely quick.
Yeah, the Karate Chop energy gain is really good. As you can see, he's going to get to 2 basically by the time the play rough is there. So 2 charge moves before 1 on Azumarill side.
The best thing about that is there is different timing issues. So there is a certain number of fast attacks you want to do before you throw, and 4 is perfect in this scenario. So it's perfect that he paces to 4 as well. So if you throw at 3, you're giving your opponent free energy basically because you throw at the wrong timing.
Yeah, that's like the super intricate deep level that all these competitors play at.
Okay, Rage Fist. Oh, they're close to having another Rage Fist backup here.
Yeah.
And is this super effective? Why did this one get a shield?
He's fearing the close combat.
I understand. Okay.
Yeah, close combat would
devastate.
It's an ouchie for sure.
That's a shield, not a catch. That's a shield.
No, we'll know when it's a catch.
Yeah. You might get it here on the Azumarill.
Ooh,
okay. So 2 shields down here for Patomana. You gotta feel like their back is against the wall a little bit.
Azumarill bring in now?
Perhaps? They do 1, 2, swap. That's a catch.
That's a catch. Yeah, without question. I knew it was before you said it.
That's a catch.
So this is mighty. You notice how the Drapion had energy, right? He had multiple Aqua Tails ready, but he's trying to time of when to throw it because he didn't want to throw it into Azumarill. While Xylos is like, I'm just going to feel this out and then swap.
Okay, and Xylos has not shown the Diggersby yet, correct?
Yeah, but the thing is now everything is on very low HP after this matchup as well, except for the Diggersby basically, so I think Xylos is in a decent spot.
Yeah, I can't, like trying to follow along and listening to you guys, it feels like Xylos is doing very well.
Yeah.
That's what that just from like the complete layman here, I'm not wise like an owl over here or like a Dupe Snacks. This just looks like they're outplaying him. Or maybe their comp is just pretty good into theirs.
Yeah, on that note, can you explain what Patomon did in the winners finals to win 3 in a row, right? Because they did beat Xylos to send them to the loser side. What is happening different now that was different from when they were successful?
Yeah.
Patomon mind-gamed Xylos into some Corsola shenanigans, so where he brought Corsola and Xylos thought that he wouldn't bring it, using the Diggersby on something else, and then playing out an endgame of Azumarill versus Corsola, which typically goes into Corsola's favor. So I think that Xylos at this moment is not necessarily falling for it anymore. However, this is not too bad for Patomon, because Ice Beam super effective damage. Oh, he has a Scorching Sense
and
already.
he'll outpace with the Fire Punch too. And he might get the farm down. There was also a couple moments where Xylos outplayed himself, right? So he didn't make the most optimal decision, and Paddleman just capitalized on it because there's a half second for moves and he's able to capitalize. Oh!
Charlie, what's up?
Charlie's here. Bring it on in, sir.
Yep, hold on. I will stay here for all eternity, Charlie.
Charlie.
Don't give it to him. Don't! Oh,
that's a catch.
That's a huge catch. You got Charlie.
Oh, wait, does he have energy?
I don't know. We're going to find out. This is where things get dicey.
He has so much energy. Oh my goodness, another catch.
That's a catch.
Dude.
A spot for the trophy? Wait, did anyone else hear that?
We're hearing a bit of production that I think we're not supposed to.
He caught 2 Aqua Tails on the Azumarill in the same game.
That's what I was exactly what I was going to say.
Double catch.
Oh my goodness.
Do I have a vague idea what's going on? That's pretty generous. They're guiding me through it. It's been pretty exciting between these two.
Nothing.
All 3 of us are guiding Cowboy through this.
Dupe Snacks especially.
That's a catch.
I think the Shadow Drapion has an Aqua Tail, but
might have.
Yes, I can confirm. We are good. I'll go on Xylos win.
No. I think Pato has this. Pato
Oh!
Oh my goodness. So many Aqua Tails. Aqua Cola in Spanish, by the way. Crazy.
Aqua Cola?
Oh, I thought you just made that up on stage when we were casting.
No. I've been watching loads of Spanish trainers, and we always see their phone, and it has the Spanish language, so I can see
You know what Pokémon just did? They just caught a win.
Yeah, they did.
Okay,
yeah, that's
here we
definitely
go.
how this
All right,
works.
grand finals. We do have the bracket reset. Pokémon now up 1. Kind of feels like now they're a momentum-based player, maybe. I mean,
He is.
that's exactly what happened in again the winners finals. Lost the first 2, 3 in a row, right? And then all the momentum into here.
Yep.
All
It's
right.
a big factor on the Go stage because your decisions are so like in the moment, right? The second you make a half-second mistake, it's over.
Yeah.
So if you have the energy, not on your team, but in yourself, like, it's huge. And you can see it in their faces because we have the cameras there. The trainers that win are typically the ones that are not like,
Energy
you know,
on
they're
your
the
team
ones
will
that are
flex
like
as well.
locked in, smiling, and then we'll see stare downs all the
Yeah.
time. The second they do something, they're like, it's great.
I think no game is as punishing with mistakes as Pokemon Go is sometimes.
Yeah.
In a very neutral scenario, one slight mistake or a small misdecision, game over immediately if you play versus the right way.
Really?
Yeah, and we operate in half-second turns,
Yeah.
and that is the make or break, literally a half-second, which is why we get so frustrated when there's things that we can't control that we have to redo the game for.
Right.
Of course, yeah.
Patoman, crazy player. He went into his first regional, got into the finals, then played Worlds because he qualified for it, made top 32, then played his second regional, got into the finals, and played his third regionals, won.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a good record.
Yeah. And the second regional he lost was to Xylos.
No way.
Yeah, they got a history.
Top 8 is 7 regional or special event champions.
Is that why they were bringing out boxing gloves? Is that how, if Pokémon wins this, then it goes to the boxing match?
Yeah, I
For
think
these
so.
to Fight.
Oh!
They're not actually going to fight, ladies and gentlemen.
We're
That's not a catch.
switching up strategy. So Xylos has seen too many Corsola leads from Patoman. Now thinks Diggersby might catch it there. And now all of a sudden there is a Shadow Kanto Marowak that hasn't ever seen any play here in this matchup before.
This is a new Pokemon as well. The Shadow Kanto Marowak for years has never been used, but then there was an update to the fast move of Mud Slap and the charge move of Bone Club, and this thing instantly became meta overnight. And it's so much fun because it's like an original series. You know?
What does it play well into on
The
Xylos
Shadow
side?
Drapion.
Okay.
Yeah, that thing. Well, on Xylos side, he doesn't have Shadow Drapion, but that's usually what it's brought to turn. Charja can do well. Primate, even it can do well. The Mud Slap just does so much damage.
It helps handle the Primate because sometimes you are playing Azumarill versus Primate, and typically if you play out the entire matchup, Azumarill has a huge disadvantage there. But if you chip the Primate, you go into your Shadow Marowak,
Yeah.
all of a sudden if it's at 40% HP, you get it over quickly.
Oh,
So
Yeah, and you want it to be Shadow too because it gets 20% more damage, whereas the normal one wouldn't be as successful there. But yeah. Oh man. This Drapion's got so much energy.
Shadow Drapion is also...
The drop. Oh, hello. If the Drapion had a poison move, would it be more powerful than if it went for a water?
No, in this particular matchup, yes, of course. But usually you want Aqua Tail and Crunch in the metagame because it has access to Sludge Bomb, which is a very strong attack, but it just doesn't have the right spot in the meta. You want Crunch for the Corsola, you want Aqua Tail for the Diggersby, and this is very important because you have Poison Sting already as poison versus Azumarill, so the matchup is fine.
So it's just better general coverage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, it wins the matchup.
Yeah.
How much of a match, and I know you talked about small mistakes, how much of a match is decided by which 3 you're throwing out there? Is it 50% of the equation, 80%? Like
It's half of the equation.
Okay.
Yeah. Now there are times when trainers like have their backs against the wall. They have the worst lead matchup and the worst mid-game matchup, but they somehow manage to sweep it. We saw Marto, who's actually our #1 player in the world right now in terms of points, have a Jumpluff left, and then 1v3 the whole team, and a Talonflame was one of the Pokemon. That's a catch, but I don't know if that's a good catch.
It's a combo play.
It's a catch. No, it's not a combo play.
He just combo played it. Oh, farm down question. Oh, the damage registering from the last Mud Slap is so big. Another farm down, but the Azumarill is big, no?
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
Wow.
Full HP.
Patoman's one away.
Wow.
Okay,
this is the most wild thing about this to me is it felt like Zweilous was just fully outplaying multiple games in a row, and it's completely swung.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, a very momentum-based game, a very internal energy-focused game.
Oh, yeah.
And now it's 2-0 back the other way. We just saw Zweilous even reset these grand finals with a 3-0, right?
Yeah. Zweilous, though, like, doesn't display too much emotion. You know, Patoman there is, like, doing the yeah. Zweilous just stays calm and composed the whole time, so it's hard to tell, like, where he's at.
Right.
But I would not count him out right here, right? Like, he can easily come back. He has the roster to do that.
He's gonna bring talent this game.
Oh, let's see it.
You might get a talent game.
I hope so.
He contemplated before that Talonflame looks rather good into Patoman's team,
and
but he wouldn't bring it because Patoman is likely to bring the soft answers. I think that he actually might bring it here, even though we've still seen Dropion and Azumarill every game, so he might also not bring it actually. Okay.
And both of these players are EU players, right?
Yeah.
Must be pretty cool for the crowd.
Has never come in yet, right? What's Whaleren for?
It's typically for the flyers and the ground, and it can do well against the grass because it's got primarily ice-type moves.
Digger's
so,
Beast will.
Yeah, so it's looking to target like your Mandibuzz, it's looking to target your Jump Fluffs, your Diggersby, stuff like that. But ultimately, Patoman just really needs to rely on the Drapion and Azumarill basically, and then mix in the Marowak.
Nah, we want Whaleren. I've decided.
It was actually
good against Talonflame, right?
It was actually his pick for the tournament as well as one of the dominant Pokemon.
One of the four.
Nobody
else brought it.
I picked Morpeko, and I only saw it once.
Yeah, I don't see it up there, but I know it littered the rest of the top 8. I know there was 16
tons of them.
32
tons of them.
There were so many.
Every other team.
I personally have 2 on my Go team.
That's all I've got.
It's got 2 forms, so yeah, you got one of each, right?
Yeah, see, I know things here, ladies and gentlemen. That's Sucketch.
Sure it is.
Sure, dude, or whatever, man.
Yeah, sure it is, man.
Here we go.
All right.
Give us some more games.
It could all come down to this, right? I mean, this is huge.
Uh-oh.
Tell me the uh-oh.
Yeah, what's the
Are you worried?
So the game didn't start yet, but Primeape was doing fast attacks, and then the game started and he wasn't doing fast attacks, but I think the energy evened out there, so I still think we're okay.
But did the damage even out? Because that's relevant
There's
too, right?
no... Yeah, I think it's just the system kind of catching up with itself. Yeah, it's correct.
It was correct.
It just had to catch up.
Yeah. It's like we had a fast forward and a reverse real quick.
So they didn't really switch anything up, make any sneaky plays. Corsola's not back, obviously.
No.
Talon's not here.
Oh, does this bubble knockout? That's so huge because the Marowak has invested a shield and farming down, has almost full energy, and if the bubble knocks out the energy, the energy is gone. The energy is gone. Oh, that's big.
Swap to swap.
That looks so good for Patoman now.
Yeah, but he is down shields though, so that can be a bit tough.
Okay, what can Zweilous do to turn this around here? They just mentioned like they need to do something to turn it around.
He has a shield. Getting the 30% chance attack debuff, and he has a shield up, which is also nice.
Yeah, if he can keep himself, keep his Diggersby healthy enough, right, and have energy for the Shadow Drapion, because that Scorching Sands will one-shot because of the poison typing. Zweilous needs to pilot his Diggersby very well right here.
I think at some point you want to have a charge attack, but you want to swap out into the Azumarill. So you farm up to a Scorching Sands, go into Azumarill, threaten the Dropion later on with a Play Rough from Azumarill, which they can't shield because you have a Scorching Sands. Oh, yeah, that's a huge one.
Yeah, but Drapion's out of energy now, and this Scorching Sands is going to hurt. I don't think Patoman has a shield.
I think he does.
Does he? Oh, he does.
No, he does not.
He does.
He does have one.
He does, just like I thought.
Exactly.
That's
you got to the bottom of it.
Get your catch ready. We're going to see a mind game on the Aqua Tail, right? Oh, no, just going straight for it. Never mind.
I mean, now Azumarill is decent here.
But he got an attack drop on the Scorching Sands.
Really? On the Dropion?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so a lot of the moves have a percentage chance to buff or debuff yourself or your opponents. And the attack drop that Scorching Sands got on the Shadow Drapion means Poison Stings are doing less damage, Crunch is doing less damage, and makes it real tanky.
Oh, wow, okay. And that
the switch timer is almost up.
Energy on it, right?
Oh!
Wow, he got it out of there.
That's a swap?
That's a swap. Huge swap.
I think ZZ has this game, actually. I think he knocks out here, and Drapion just gets bubbled down.
Yeah. Or quick attack down. I don't think he doesn't have enough. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Okay.
See the Talonflame.
Game 4.
Was the Talonflame in that one?
Patamon and Xylas heard that, you know, once this ends, we leave, and they're like, we need to get more mileage out of these two here. These Pokemon Unite guys are elusive. And we pinned them down for another time in the casual stream.
Very casual,
Bang.
very chill.
We call that in the biz a catch.
That's a casual stream.
I was going to try and blend that together, and I was going to be unsuccessful, so I stopped.
Casual.
Yep, that's why I didn't do it.
That's a casual.
That's why I didn't say that.
It's a casual stream.
All right.
Patamon.
How's the chat doing? I'm sure everybody in the chat is doing amazing.
Loving
They're being
this.
incredibly friendly with each other as well.
Let's find out.
Certainly nothing too vicious being said.
No, they're not going to be vicious. Well, they might be vicious.
Okay, so we want to see Whaley. We want to see Talonflame. I was going to say Charizard.
It's called a watch party on here.
You get a watch party?
It's called watch party on here.
Oh,
right,
why haven't we been calling it that?
I have no idea.
Greg, okay,
All right, we're a watch party.
Whoops.
I love the watch party.
When is Wolfie going to play? You won't let him, so we'll see.
Did you guys see his photo that he has?
Are you talking about the one where he's running his hand? Everybody else has to hold a Pokeball and look at the camera wide-eyed like a cornball, and he gets to run his hands through his hair. That's just criminal work by the Photog team in the background here at EUIC. But we're not going to pin too much blame on him as we have gone straight into this game 4.
Out to play Pokemon Go. I managed to accidentally tune in. This guy's birds list is insane.
Yeah, get a shield first. That works.
You know, Pokemon Go's got online matchmaking you can queue up and just battle with.
Yeah,
which is good.
Should it?
If you got the resources, power up some of the Pokemon you see on screen for the Great League. Do it.
So I feel like we've seen Chargerbug by Xylas come out quite a few times, but never really feel to have an impact. Is this a matchup that they want it for? Is it specifically for Azumarill?
Or was it for the Mandibuzz? Yeah. What's the Chargerbug for?
It's kind of, the Azumarill, Mandibuzz, and Shadow Walrein. So it's got 3 hard covers there. And then it's got great neutral damage against the rest. So it's a very versatile Pokemon.
But Shadow Marowak is so good against it. Takes no damage from the fast attack, and that's primary source of damage for a Charger as well. This is looking so good for Patamon. He just farmed down the Primeape completely. Didn't even get to the last Rage Fist.
Okay, holy.
Yeah, this doesn't look good.
Thing is, like, Xylos needs this Chargebug for the Azumarill.
Yeah.
And he may not give it the shield. Yeah, he doesn't give it the shield. That might have been the decision right
there.
Okay,
so it's all on this Diggersby.
It's all on the Diggersby.
Holy smokes, big ears, but let's see how big those shoulders are. They got to carry
Patamon is already crying. He won the game.
Yeah, he knows.
Look at him.
He's mad. Yeah.
He's gone. And ZZ usually is super focused in his games, and now he's laughing already. He knows.
Why no shield on the Chargerbug there?
It's just a play call. What is in the back? Maybe he was thinking it was the Corsola.
If it's Corsola,
because he hasn't seen the Azumarill in play.
Okay.
So he's doing it's a 50-50 guess. So you got Corsola, you got Azumarill. I'm gonna risk it all and go with Corsola, but it wasn't. And so he knows. Yeah, he knows. So Patamon's going to take it. What a beautiful win for him.
So deserved from Patamon. He's so insane. Look at him. Oh, no, I'm crying again as well. This happened to me in Gdansk already.
The community, I mean, what's great about our Go community as well is it's so,
we love each other.
Yeah, it's so tight and supportive. And so when Patamon won his first regional, everyone went nuts. And now he wins his first IC, and that's huge.
Amazing.
Great work. Great work.
GG's.
Well done. Patamon,
good job,
that's a catch, baby, if I've ever seen one.
Championship. Well done.
Huge.
Well done. And after the crazy 3-0 run back in the winners finals after being down 2-0 against the same person.
Yeah.
I mean, what a game.
Yeah, like what a series.
Now, you know, we didn't see the Talonflame, we didn't see the Whaleren, which is obviously devastating for not only us here in the watch party, but for everyone at home. Truly. But, you know, if we're not going to get that, having a great match is a pretty good secondary prize.
Yeah.
Can you hear them? Pato, Pato.
Yeah.
You know, I wish we got more cheers going for us out there.
You and me specifically.
Correct.
Me too, buddy.
Correct.
Yeah.
We don't get as many of those as we try to gin up.
They're always excited about the players making these great plays. I'm like, come on now.
We're out here too.
Yeah.
I love seeing the emotion out of Zweilous once he saw kind of what was going on. You know, giving the flowers over to Pokémon, and of course their reaction to winning. And this is their first IC win. You said, right?
Yeah, first IC
regional finals, regional win. No, World's top 32.
Yeah.
Regional.
It is
regional finals, World's top 32, regional win.
Yeah.
IC win.
Yeah.
You should have brought the Pikachu by. I mean, nobody at home knows, but right behind us, right in front of us right here, just a Pikachu is walking by.
I don't want to brag, but it waved back at me.
It felt like it was. I thought it would. It felt like it was waving at you. I was hoping to get its attention, but it really did feel like it was going your way.
At least something, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you were mentioning earlier how Zweilous was, giving him the flowers. That's what's cool about our community is the respect they have for each other, because they play each other in every tournament around, and everyone's just so composed on stage. They may be really upset inside, right? You can see it behind the stage when they're devastated, but on the stage they will shake the hand, give the good game. That's what I love about our community.
I love that too. That's amazing.
Yeah, quality sportsmanship goes a long way.
Yeah.
That helps sustain a community, helps sustain the competitive scene and competitive integrity, right?
Yeah, and look, Psyduck can't believe it right there. You see that? Oh my gosh.
Pato is Spanish for duck.
Okay.
That's why.
Which is a bird.
Which is a bird.
Which is a bird. Wow, we brought it full circle. We were doing top 5 birds earlier, guys. Yeah, so when we have you rotate in, you guys can probably hit your top 5 birds, things like that.
Or in the top 10, where does Eagle land? Where does Eagle land in your top 10?
In your top
5?
10.
Is it 2? Is it 7?
We also were like, where are flightless birds on that? I didn't think they were very high, and then I got absolutely roasted when penguins were brought up. So,
yeah, And where do ducks land overall? I feel like a lot of just duck fans.
I think
overall.
ducks are super underrated. I agree.
I agree.
Yeah,
they're a top 10 bird for certain.
Wow. Okay.
And
you're probably right.
Top 1 EUIC gamer today.
Yeah.
See how we did that? That's called a transition.
Yeah. Got a couple of casters up in the booth.
9.
Eagles 9?
Whoa.
Charlie.
Thunderous development here in the watch stream.
So low.
Charlie with Eagles at 9.
That's so low.
9.
Chuck.
Ah!
That's really low.
Yeah, good Lord. Hey, listen, you just missed the football, Chuck. We yanked that thing out, and
Not
you are
good.
no longer allowed to talk about birds. That was a wild
Chaotically
work.
low.
Wild work.
What's your number 1 bird?
If you have Eagles at 9, your next 8 better be
These better be
insanity.
stellar birds.
Holy smokes.
It's number 1. Here, pop the heads up. I want everyone to hear this.
Reminder for folks at home, watch party viewers, Eagles number 9
Ben.
in the birds top 10.
Eagles 9. I think my number 1 is Owl.
Okay.
Owl is pretty good.
Owl
is pretty good.
Owl is solid. What's 2 through 8?
The Cunos, Aptos, Moltres. Okay.
That's cheating.
Well, I'm going to list off Pokemon.
Ashley Kirk, I put on my contact lenses, so I didn't have to do that today. But thank you. I don't know, you're putting it on the spot here, but Ducks are up there.
Hold on, in our defense, you put it at 9. So,
what would be acceptable? What would be acceptable? Like if Charlie had put it at 8, 6.
7. I question your judgment ahead.
All right,
8.
because I'm putting Eagles at like 7.5.
They're probably a 6.
Oh, you're
introducing
introducing 0.5.
They're like 5 to 6 on my list, depending on how I feel.
I love a bird of prey. Eagle isn't my favorite bird of prey, I guess. Well, I mean, owl would be, because it's number 1. But I prefer, I guess I prefer a falcon.
I also like falcons.
Yeah?
I did say that. I do like falcons.
Do you have red kites over in the US? Red kites?
Kites are good.
Yeah, but
We
they're
see them
usually
around.
on a string and not very good
Right.
at preying on things. Bang!
Is that a catch? There's a catch. There's a catch. Funnily enough, that's a catch. Yeah. Seamless. Absolutely seamless.
Okay, hold on. Where do you put Eagles? You said 7.5.
I said 7.5.
We're not working with halves. Is it a 7 or is it an 8?
You know, I'd put it probably at a 7.
We put a lot of
pressure down. I'd have to. I wouldn't put it as low as a 9. There's a lot of Eagles out there. There's a lot of different types of Eagles too, you know.
True.
We're not going into, we'll say Eagle specifics, right? So like if you say Falcon,
so if I said like
say like a specific Falcon,
I'd say like bald-crested eagle would be like getting a bit higher up there. I don't know any other types of eagle, but I'm sure there's more.
Have you just conflated two? Is there a bold-crested? Or
Maybe.
Is it bold and
bald
crested?
eagle. I don't know.
I think you've conflated two.
I think I probably
but I'd
conflated
love to see
two.
it.
That's okay. Eagles at 7.
So it's a crested eagle that's had a shape.
Okay, so what's 1?
What's 1? Oh, okay. So this is a problem for me. And you mentioned penguins earlier, because it's going to be a penguin, but I don't know what species of penguin it's going to be.
Well, we're not saying you don't have to go into the species. It's just like,
yeah, no, but my like 1 to 5 is all gonna.
Oh,
look at this!
Oh, there we go.
That is a
soaring high.
That's number 1. That's my number 1 bird right there.
Okay, well done.
All right.
Well done.
Padaman.
The flightless bird takes flight at EUIC. The wingless bird takes flight at EUIC. Bang. Rewrite it. That's the new headline.
Is it a catch? It's a catch, I think.
It's a catch.
That's a catch.
And give it a like as well. Give it a like as well.
I'll tell you what, since we joined up, not a lot of likes ripping through the stream. There's no shot, brother.
Since I joined, they've turned off. They've destroyed their devices. They don't want to see this eagle.
I'd rather do anything else,
night.
actually. This is an experiment tested and failed. EUIC, the watch party.
We are the flightless birds of the watch party.
That sounds like an album cover.
This is an insane bracket.
Yeah, this is huge, isn't it?
It's like a family tree.
Well, this is just the losers.
Just the losers.
Oh my goodness.
You know,
so
but
there's 6,000 to 7,000 more people on the other part of it.
Yeah.
And that was just Saturday, right? That wasn't even Friday.
That's
oh my goodness.
So what does Saturday look like? What does Saturday look like?
Saturday looks like the first half of the day, everyone studied their first match overnight, and the games are 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 real quick. And then the second half of the day is like just a gauntlet of fights. Best of always going to game 3s, mistakes being made at 7 o'clock at night because you've been fatigued. And the most prepared and best trainers, sometimes the luckiest too, right? You gotta make the catch at the right time, and yeah.
Leo, I think your suit is top notch.
Oh, he's so
very
shiny,
much.
right?
You are so sparkly. There you go. Go
on. Shout out to fellow casters, Clasher and Inadequates getting into the
They did
top
so
8
good.
slots.
Yeah, absolutely.
Playing some games
You know,
out
I brought something for representing Inadequates before he got knocked out by Padaman earlier. I've got a little Palkia pin that I was gonna. He was Shadow Palkia yesterday. Yeah, I brought it along.
Very nice.
The only person in the world ever.
Yeah, because he was saying it was like the only game, wasn't it the only game that he was able to win with that Shadow Palkia was like one of his first rounds of the day in Friday or something?
And then the rest of the time it was just a ham sandwich. In this,
he was playing with 5 Pokemon the rest of the tournament.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, you know, any chance to get it up there on the mantle of legends is like these 5 Pokemon, but also a Shadow Palkia.
You know, it had its time in VG at one point, but nowadays it's been a little bit outclassed, unfortunately.
Struggling a little bit. Not bad in Pocket, though. Not bad in TCG Pocket, that's for sure. Oh, do you have your pack ready?
I'm going to let you boys hang out for a second. I'm going to rip a pack.
Do it.
Oh, nice.
Where we start the new season. Then you've got EUIC in February, followed by NAIC towards the end of the season.
I'll watch it. I'll watch it. Yeah, closer. Yeah, right there.
Yeah,
right
perfect.
There.
Yeah.
Oh,
these trainers give it their all to break the meta, to reverse engineer things, to find clever ways around what you expect.
All right, let's see what we get here. I cannot
What do we got?
see that from this
Cannot see a thing.
Not even a little bit.
Can you up the brightness of your screen?
Every single one of them and more.
Cowboy, up the brightness of your screen. Do the technology.
Wait.
This is a great idea, executed incredibly poorly. Up the brightness of your screen.
I think it's easy for the people at home, but less easy for us.
Probably true. Okay, now it was on me for a moment. Now we're back here. Okay, this is where we want to be.
Can't even tell.
It's a fighting type, that's a grass type, that's a stunky, that's a grass type.
No birds.
No, not even, no.
Here.
We tried.
me go find my phone.
Cowboy. I got another one.
Leo, you coming in? You coming back in?
Yeah, crack this pack. You ready?
Hey everyone. I took your headset, I'm sorry. Oh, take this badge.
Yeah, that's good right there. You got it.
Cannot see. Cannot see.
Is VG up next?
Cannot see.
Got TCG first.
Ooh, was that Doug Trio?
TCG.
Ah! Oh. All right.
That's 2 throws in a row that have been caught. I was like really worried
It's
when
a
you were
catch.
throwing the phone. It's a catch. It's a catch.
Fine, that's a catch. That's a catch.
There we go.
Yeah.
This is our third place.
Let's go, Wouter.
Third place
All
player
right.
here, and their name is?
That's Kaifje.
I'm not even going to try and repeat that.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed myself.
Kaifje. Many people have failed. The best pronunciation from a caster I've heard was Kufi-chi. Kufi-chi.
Okay, wow, okay. I don't think I would have been that bad.
Nighttime Clasher. These files.
Look at the dapper turtleneck.
Yeah. That's a good look.
I mean, that
He's
is
giving
classic,
Love Actually.
Classic, classic information. That's a good call, by the way.
Thank you.
That is a great call.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Might go over the heads of the 14-year-old gamers we got out there. But those of us that are older in dirt, I picked up on that. Here we go.
Pato, pato,
Pato,
pato,
pato.
Look at the picture, though. The swagger in the picture
Yeah.
is intense. Look at that. Look at the hardware they're bringing home.
Pato
I
is
love the
so good.
cap back as well. That's like
It's a
we
great
just
look.
got off
Classic-
the we just got off the
classic
finals. We
ass-catching.
won.
Very ash catching.
Things are going down.
Very well. Very well done.
So
Pikachu cannot contain it.
No.
It looks like Pikachu's casting the pyrotechnics on the stage.
Yeah.
Summoning.
Well, there are sparks. It is an electric
Using Spark, yeah. Yeah,
Well, yeah, exactly. Not a catch though, is it?
Yeah, I
It's
feel
not a
like
catch.
Padaman's been like up on the stage like so many times. Is this
Yeah.
the first IC win?
Yep, first IC win.
Wait, is this his first IC?
No, he's played ICs before, but this is his first W.
I keep seeing like I'm sure I see him at regionals, like his name on him on stream all the
always
time.
there.
Yeah.
I mean, we only have so many ICs, right? For
Yeah.
Go, it hasn't been
right,
too
right,
many
right.
so far.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
in
yeah.
VG, you've had 20 ICs already, but we're only on our 22, 23, 24, 25. This is our 4th IC. That can't be right? How many did we have? Wait. How many ICs did we have for Go so far? We had 4th, yeah?
This is the 4th,
Yeah.
or this is the 5th?
4th.
4th.
I should know that.
And where is Zweilis from?
Germany.
Germany.
I'm playing grassroots with Zweilis in a team, and I'm in another grassroots team, and I'm playing this with Kaifje. So 2 teammates of mine.
Okay, we get it. You know all the good players.
Right? They've both been...
But there's a reason you're on the mic, and they are playing the game.
Yep, that is absolutely
Zinger,
right.
That's a catch.
Yeah.
And TCG, there we go.
And
Well,
on behalf of
here
Unite,
we go.
Cowboy is gone. I'm stepping away as well. Peace, love, and hugs. Good luck, gentlemen.
I can't say I learned much more about Pokemon Go, though, but then again, I did join halfway through the grand finals. But a pleasure tying with you all. Congratulations to
down there.
Panaman.
I will just
See you later on a casual stream or out there.
Okay. I think we have
Keep
no
it
TCG
merry.
caster, and I love this because then we're going.
Yeah.
Not that I don't
We
like
can
them.
definitely add something to this, Leo.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm sure.
Okay,
I'm 100%.
okay, then wait a second. Let me just walk around.
Right,
this
yeah.
couch.
Come round.
Neither competitor has lost to the opposing deck previously, so it's going to be a real clash of the titans.
All right. For those joining us at home, we have 1 VG and 2 Go casters. We're now starting TCG.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're getting things started off.
Yeah.
And of course, it's going to be Junior Seniors Masters Finals.
So
going in.
What deck is in the finals for TCG?
I've got absolutely. Oh no! I was talking.
Oh,
I was
really?
talking to Alex this morning, and there is in the Masters Finals. There's a Dragapult deck.
Yes. Nice.
There's a Dragapult deck, and I heard something. I'm pretty sure the other deck is a Terrapagos deck.
What does that one do?
I've got no idea.
Okay, because I think
Well, we
Dragapult.
definitely don't.
No, but there's this really cool thing in the Masters Finals. Like we're not there yet. We've got a couple of finals left to go. But
Go.
there was this thing that Alex was telling me this morning that it's possible if the player playing the Dragapult deck goes, and I think this is right, goes turn 1, they can take a knockout on their opponent without attacking. And if they've only got one Pokemon on the bench or in their active slot and no Pokemon on the bench, and that gets knocked out by poison between turns. That's how they get the knockout without attacking.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you get the knockout?
Somehow they manage to poison it. It's some ability that Petron has.
Okay.
Between turns, the Dreepy gets knocked out. There's no Pokemon in the active, no Pokemon on the bench. That's it, game 1.
That's hilarious.
And if that happens game 1, the loser then picks whether or not they go first or second. And then if the player having the Dragapult then loses game 2, they get to decide if they go first. They get an opportunity to do it again. And it could be like this crazy sweep.
Yeah, so you wanna win so that you can lose so that you can win.
Yeah. Or you can win and then win.
Yeah,
I guess that's an option.
That is an option.
That is
but
an
I
option.
see the idea.
I mean,
that's
very basic strategies of best of 3, right?
You
that
just
we're
win.
Discussing now.
Yeah, just win all 3 games.
Yeah.
Win 2 games, in fact. 3 games in go. Yeah. But, like, how crazy would that be if that was what happened? Like, it's not consistent, like completely consistent. Like, you can do it some of the time, but it doesn't always happen. So it's like, what if it happens game 1 but not game 3, or the other way around, right? Like,
well, then you actually get to have games.
Yeah.
Nice.
And also, especially like, 75-minute rounds. Once you get to this stage, that's a car. That's a car. Car.
Based on the knowledge that we're having.
That's a card.
That's a card.
That's a card.
That's
All
a
right.
card.
Yeah, love that. Love that.
So then, what's your favorite card then to use? Like favorite deck that you build around? Like,
you know what?
That's a card.
That's a card for me. I don't know many cards. I'm gonna say Rare Candy. Rare Candy. That's a card.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Nice save. Nice save. So
I know some of the cards. I know, like,
I've played a TCG regional before.
Have you?
Yeah, in 2000.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And I played Zoroark Garbodor, Zoroark GX.
Garbodor was cool back in the day.
Yeah, Trashalanch was the attack. The more items your opponent has in their discard pile, the more damage it does. So 20 times.
And
each item.
didn't Garbodor have an ability that there was 2 Garbodors, wasn't there? There was one that did. Maybe there's one that did damage or one that stopped Pokemon or players from using items.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But the one that I played, the one with the items block, was already rotated out.
Okay.
Oh, there's
got there just a little bit too late. Oh, hey Pikachu. Bye Pikachu.
So I was also playing that with Zoroark, which dealt decent damage, not too heavy hitting, 120 most of the time for 2 colorless energy. So usually you attach just DCE, as they call it, the double colorless energy, which is 1 card. And you can discard a card and draw 2. So once you get into your engine, your deck is pretty consistent.
Cool. Yeah. Sounds like the Gardevoirs that I've been seeing a lot play.
Maybe
these days. It's one of the Gardevoir. I think it's an EX. Has an ability where you discard a card, and I can't remember if it's an energy or just any card. And then you can just draw through, but you can get loads of them on bench and just keep tapping them for abilities.
Well, hold on. Look at the prize money for the junior and senior.
Yeah.
And Masters. Holy cow.
It's crazy. TCG has like the best pricing of all of the games.
You also want to use that money to get better cards
to
build your deck, right?
Yeah, you've also got to be swapping them out as well. Like when cards get rotated out, it's nice because like you can if a card has the same effect in an older set, you can still use it. Yeah. But they don't always get like reprinted, right? So. Okay, look at this.
Oliver Cahill, that sounds UK-ish.
Look at all of these 2-1s. Every single one is a 2-1.
Wow. That Dragapult deck you were talking about.
Hey, no, this is juniors, so this is not the Dragapult deck. Also, actually, as well, by the way, in the Masters Finals, there's also a Japanese player that could be taking it all home. Which I don't know how many Japanese players were playing in Go. Were there many that came over for it, or was it mostly like EU?
It's EU, NA, and then
Latam.
Yeah. Because
Oceania as well.
And Oceania will sometimes come over.
We had a bunch of Japanese players from APAC coming over. Like pretty much everywhere had some representation this weekend for us. but it's super cool, like seeing them, because they have this different qualification circuit over in APAC, right? So
yeah,
like no championship for VG anyway, no championship points. They have to go through this like best of one, like crazy thing to be able to get in. So they come over here to try to get the direct invites to Worlds, so they don't have to go through that circuit.
Look at the kids, the cards are too big for them to shuffle with.
Hey Ross,
I love this.
come on, do you want the big boy seat? You need the big boy seat. All right, I'm getting up.
We've got Oliver rocking our Lugia V-Star deck, and Andreas,
he is back down now.
Ross, what's on, dudes?
Hello.
Thank you that you're here, because
Bless
we were
us with
swimming.
Your card knowledge, good friend.
We have nothing.
We've been trying to carry the card knowledge, and I have none.
Honestly, Ryan, you've been trying.
I've been
Leo
trying.
and I have had some discussions.
Incredibly loud.
You got way more knowledge than I do. But I do. My kids and I play Pocket. We love opening up the cards, and my daughter's pack opening is undefeated in the household for getting the 2-star, 3-star, or the what's the term with it where it's got the in-depth art.
The immersive cards.
The immersive cards.
Oh, that's so good, isn't it?
My daughter's touch on which pack to choose. Oh my goodness, undefeated.
I've not done my pocket packs yet today. I might just do them like during this game.
We do them up on the camera. You just bring it right up and open it up. Just make sure your brightness is up.
Oh, cool. Wait, that's a... I love this stream. There's
Yeah.
so fewer rules than normal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and we got us saying that's a card.
It was that's a catch for Pokemon Go, but now we have less knowledge, so we go that's a card whenever a card is being
If
played.
you see something great played onto the deck or onto the card space, and you go, wow, that's a card, that's a big play. You let us know.
Yeah, because I'm not down to just throw this up whenever I see a card.
That's a card!
Now that's a card!
What's a card these competitors would be bringing that's pretty dominant right now?
I've not. I think one of them's Lugia. Let me have a check. I've got the matchup.
Okay.
I can have, my phone's not so good.
Dragapult versus...
I'm sure Lugia's one of them. I know Seniors is a Dragapult mirror matchup. That's what I was looking at a moment ago.
I was talking earlier about the Masters matchup.
It is Dragapult against Lugia.
Dragapult Lugia, okay. Was there something about Terrapagos in one of their lists?
So Masters is Terrapagos Dragapult.
Masters is yeah, okay, I got it right. I got it right.
Yeah,
there we go.
Ryuki Akada's bringing a Terrapagos Cloth deck, which the Masters final is wild because Ryuki came to the first, like the first regional of the season in Dortmund, right? Comes over from Japan, wins the whole thing with Dragapult, which at the time wasn't that great a deck. It wasn't the best deck. Now Dragapult is the best deck, and Ryuki, who won a regional with Dragapult, is playing Terrapagos against Dragapult, which is fantastic and a bit weird, and I love it. By the way, when Alex gets here, one of you's getting kicked out.
Oh, that's fine.
But we can have like a three-way rock, paper, scissors, or,
Yeah, no, that's...
we'll figure it out.
That's fine. We'll sort it out when it comes to it.
Yeah.
So what's going on in this Juniors Finals then? What are we looking out for?
What we're looking out for here is basically, I'm assuming Regigigas. Now, Dragapult is a big Terra Pokemon. It's fantastic and it takes advantage of it with things like Sparkling Crystal, which reduces the attack cost of a Terra Pokemon. It's great. The problem is, Lugia got a new trick in Prismatic Evolutions. It got a new Regigigas. 4 energy, and it does 330.
Is that all?
But only to a Terra Pokemon. Now, it's for 4 energy.
That's a lot of damage.
Is that all?
There's not that many.
That's a lot of damage.
There's not that much to come on it KO a Dragapult, but Regigigas can. The only downside is it's 4 energy, but Lugia's like, mate, have you seen how much energy I accelerate? So that's what we're looking at here. Regigigas just going, hi Dragapult.
Oh, look, prizes.
Are those the prize cards?
Those are the prize cards.
Those are the prize cards. The cards.
There's some big ones in there, right?
Oh,
the Lugia's there?
What does the Ogre Pond do?
Okay, like video game and Go players looking at the cards and seeing how pretty they are. Like, cue this going on.
I love the
that
art.
That Ogerpon is absolutely fabulous, isn't it?
That is the full art Ogerpon that came
and the
around.
Lugia as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks ready to dominate.
That's
right
the
there.
regular Lugia, but it's done by Mitsuhiro Arita, like the legendary card artist, and it is beyond phenomenal.
Dude, if you have a Lugia card, like, forgive me everyone at home, I don't play TCG, but if you have a Lugia card,
yep,
and it has different arts, will it have different moves?
So there are different cards, and then there are different versions of the same card.
Okay.
So that Lugia they're playing here, there's the regular, there's the full art, there's the gold, there is the alternate art, and there is the promo version of it.
Here we go. Oh, this, by the way, Ross, I've only managed to say this backstage before, and I'm really happy to be here to say it like live on broadcast. This overlay is so good.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
goodness.
So I saw this like 6 months before it was ever debuted. They were using it backstage as a test, but they weren't putting it on the broadcast. And I went and saw it at an event, and I was like, this is the best thing ever. And they were like, yeah, and we're going to debut it when it's ready. And now it is ready, and it for the viewer experience at home, way better.
Because you get like such a nice detail on the card arts, right? So look at this Dreepy.
So right, let's just get this right. So you've got Iron Hands EX and Dreepy is in the active slots, and then the
Yes.
five empties at the moment at the bench. What's sitting there on the bench?
So there's 2 more Dreepy. So Andreas is playing a Dragapult deck where, largely speaking, you swarm your Dragapult. That is by far your main goal here. So honestly, getting 4 Dreepy turn 1 would be ideal. 3 is good, 4 would be better.
So how does Dreepy change into Dragapult?
So you just evolve up. So you have to wait 1 turn, and then when Dreepy has been down for a turn, you can evolve it up into Dracloak, and when Dracloak has been down for a turn, you evolve it into Dragapult.
So you're not skipping with Rare Candy, right?
Dragapult decks, they sometimes play 1 or 2 Rare Candy. I'll have a look, see if we can find it. But generally speaking, because Dracloak has a really nice draw ability that gets you extra cards, you don't want to skip it. You want to have a bunch of Dracloak and have like 1 Dragapult at a time while your Dracloak sits and draws a bunch of cards. Oh, there's 2 in the deck, actually.
So you're just trying to play the odds by drawing more cards so that you can ramp up.
Boom.
No hand limit, is there?
I get it.
No hand limit. It's
Yeah.
not like Pocket. Pocket, there is a hand limit. Here, there is not. Talmy is playing a... Okay, there it is.
What determines the most dominant decks? Like, how does that scale out? How do trainers go like, okay, I'm running this deck because it is the best? Is it just because of its performance in tournaments and that's how it is? Or?
Sometimes you're talking performance in tournaments. Sometimes we're talking about it's a new set and there's a particular testing group that have decided this is it, this is the best deck. There's a million different ways to do it.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, it's what's been performing best.
Okay.
But like at this tournament, we had a regional in Merida down in Mexico.
Yeah.
We've got a bunch of kind of online tournaments. And then we've got when Japan had this meta game a few months ago.
Yeah.
And that's it. We don't have great information because it's quite new.
So if someone had the extreme depth of knowledge to understand what's going on and then find something unique, right, to run
absolutely.
and come up that people aren't prepared for.
I mean,
do you see that?
So like Ryuki's in Masters Finals, he's playing this Terrapagos Cloth deck, and everybody knows about the deck. It's not an unknown deck, but it wasn't one of the like main decks coming in this week. It wasn't on the most played decks. It wasn't on the day. It wasn't on page 1. It was on like the bottom of page 2. It's not a big deck, and because of that, yeah, you've got a bit of surprise factor. People aren't respecting it as much.
It's just those like 1 or 2 cards in your list that are for different matchups that you need to kind of slot in, and you've got to decide, I guess, coming into any event, like, yo, well, this isn't seeing much usage, that's seeing a little bit more usage, maybe I'll swap this card out for that one because that makes my matchup that little bit better.
And you kind of have to, like, if you're going to see more Dragapult, you have to get your Dragapult matchup sorted. If you're not going to see as much Terrapagos, then you don't have to see as much, you know, you don't have to worry about it as much.
Because I remember Joe saying, and I think this was after, like, we were getting dinner, one of the regionals that we were casting, and I remember Joe saying, "Hey Alex, how you doing? I'm gonna swap out for you. I'm gonna swap out for you." I remember Joe saying, being like 50-ish of the cards in a list are pretty much set for the strategy of the deck.
A lot of the time, it's nearer to kind of 54 to 56.
Yeah, so like a big old chunk.
Yeah, a big old chunk.
And then it's those like last little bits that make a list.
And they do really make a difference. They absolutely do. Now, I'm just going to bring you back to the game for a minute here.
Yeah. Bring us in.
What Lugia needs to do,
Lugia's
got a 2-turn thing. You need to get 2 Archeops into discard. You need to evolve into Lugia V-Star turn 2, and then you need to get your 2 Archeops out to accelerate energy. Oliver's already got 2 Archeops in the discard. You can see him under that Ultra Ball. So, and there's, so if he gets a V-Star next turn, dude is rocking and rolling.
Okay.
So I've seen an awful lot of Dusclops in the last few months, and
Yes.
I've only also seen this being mentioned there. Why is Dusclops so good, and what does it do?
So Dusclops has got an ability whereby you KO itself.
Is it as good as it looks, Alex?
And you get 5 damage.
No, I can't eat it. I can't eat it. Yeah. I wish I could.
I'm getting my best teacher face on for Ryan here.
Huh?
Yeah.
You done?
Talk amongst yourselves, all right? We're on the brownie.
We're
game
trying.
Here.
We're
on the
trying.
brownie game here.
You can have a brownie when we're done.
That's a card.
That's a card.
Right. So Dusclops, right? Dusclops KOs itself to drop 5 damage counters any way you like, but you can evolve it into Dustoir that drops 13 damage counters. But we've got a bunch of cards like Countercatcher, which is gusting, but only if you're behind on prizes, or Charizard that does more damage for each prize card your opponent's taken. So what you'll do is you'll KO your own Dustoir, drop a bunch of damage counters and go, oh, I happen to be behind on prizes. Now I can Countercatcher to gust your bench Pokemon. And it's a way of activating cards that your opponent would normally be able to, you know, I'm not taking a prize, I'm not giving you access to that card. You're like, take the prize. And then you got access to those cards.
Okay, sorry, I'm taking it. Which one do you want me to? I'll take.
And with
this one.
Dusknoir chip, you can actually then guarantee if you Countercatcher it out that you can KO it in your turn. That's
exactly.
So
Countercatcher is a big use for. It's not the only use by any stretch, but also you can do things like, you know, you're against a Golden Go deck. They've got 2 Golden Go out. You can only KO one of them. You KO 2 Dusknoir. Oh no, I've given up 2 prizes. But they combine to KO a Golden Go. You then KO another Golden Go, and all of a sudden they've gone from I've got one ready and a backup to I've got none. And I now don't have any attackers for like the next 2 turns, and then all of a sudden they're gone. So and there comes a Duskull right now. So these Dustoir, they're so much fun, but you do end up in a weird situation where you're like, I really want a Dustoir, but my opponent's got 1 prize left, and if I do that, they win the game. So
it seems like it's better not to do that if they win the game.
Yeah, generally speaking, you don't want to give your opponent their final prize. That's usually bad.
It's a real nice play. Like it's, you know, yeah, well done, good game. Yeah, here you go, take your last prize card. Congratulations. But I don't imagine that happens too often.
Indeed, right, Alex, you're our TCG caster. We're gonna have to give Alex a headset.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. I'm gonna give you my spot, Alex. You come up here.
Oh, I was enjoying your company, Ben. You're a lovely chap.
I will also leave for a minute so I can have some food, and then I'll be back later.
All right, just come and stay here for a second.
He's leaving. Why don't you take his headset?
You can take mine. Yeah, I'm going to eat.
Going. Take his headset.
We got lunch to eat.
But
we
first, take this. It's a card.
It's a card.
He saw the brownie and they have to go.
See everyone.
Yeah, hunger turning up. I was like, oh
right,
yeah.
Wait. We might have. Oh, it's a Luminion for the minute. Okay. In a minute, we're going to get the Lugia evolving into a Lugia V-Star.
Oh, I like that.
That would be a relevant that's a card moment.
Okay.
Have you borrowed Shay's suit?
I got it. All right.
Are you sure?
You know what? That suit is a card as well. Do a spin for the camera.
Do a spin.
Come here, come on.
Leo, come do a spin. Come do a spin.
Do a spin.
Do a spin for the camera. Yeah, that one. Whichever one.
No, go in front of the table.
Get front and center.
Yeah, there we go. Come on, everyone. Round of applause. Come on.
Light bling off of that thing.
That's a card.
That's a card. See you, Leo.
So, all right. I'm watching this, right? I absolutely love the art on these cards, and I've been a collector myself over the years.
Lugia V-Star, that's a card.
That's a card.
What can it do? Ability.
So this is the one that gets it gets 2 colorless Pokemon from your discard straight onto your bench.
Yeah.
So Archeops, fossil Pokemon, super annoying to get into play. You get 2 of them out. Each of those accelerates 2 special energy during your turn. Okay. So you get 4 energy attached from your deck every
And this is where the Registeel comes in.
Regigigas, but
Regigigas, yes.
Regigigas, yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Yeah. Basically, in this matchup,
Love that.
what Oliver should be doing is going, hi, Dragapult, I'm Regigigas. Oh, what 2 prizes? Thank you very much. That's the goal. That's the game plan, essentially.
Okay.
I'm surprised you didn't compare the whole Curse Blast, I should say, to Explosion, just in general terms, to make it easier for everyone to understand. Ross?
You can do that if you want to.
Take it away, Alex.
No, that was it. What does Explosion do in VG?
Does it boom?
Does it boom?
Does a boom.
That's what I want to know.
Not many things. Not many things. There's some things with explosive damage.
Okay.
But
Well, it's pretty much that, right? If it makes it a little bit easier for you guys to understand.
Is this the Regigigas attack? Is this what we're talking
No,
about?
if only. No, we're talking about the Dusknoir again. Just because
okay.
I feel like that was easier than Ross going, we'll just...
Oh, now I get it. Now I get the explosion. Self-destruct, right.
Worth mentioning, Iron Hands, right cheater, takes 2 prizes when it takes a KO. Just did that a second ago.
I was going to say that. Like, I saw the 2 prizes go off, and I was like... Hang on a second, and then, amp you very much, isn't it?
Amp you very much takes an extra prize.
I remember when Shay and Amy at LAIC were on that, like when Iron Hands, I think it was Iron Hands had just
do
come
the
in.
motion, do the
was
motion,
it like,
yes, do the motion.
There we go.
Join
come
us.
on, Ryan,
join us.
Yeah, get in there.
Oh man,
yeah.
Cardio.
Different kind of stream now.
Is that the kind of, as a card player, you gotta have the dexterity to keep going, right?
Yeah, I say, right, okay, so
just obsessive shuffling when you're holding it. When you're not doing anything, just shuffle.
Have you seen the muscles on my fingers for shuffling?
No, seriously, like real talk.
The weirdest boast I've ever heard.
Every single TCG player I've ever watched has got some sort of like sequence for how they're shuffling their cards. So I've seen like some of them go one way, some of them like shuffle their cards around or rotate them, and like what's your tick, Alex? What's your tick, Ross? When you're playing a match, what are you doing with your cards?
I'm constantly I don't like it when other people do it, but I do it as well. I constantly am moving them back and forth in terms of and it's like almost like a scratch against the cards. But it's just like it's a kind of soothing.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
See, I consider myself too refined to do that, so I put my hand on the table, and then I forget what's in my hand. I pick it up and have a look, and then I put it down, and then I forget, and then I'm like, wait, I definitely got that? So I'm just like constantly putting it down and picking it up, and putting it down and picking it up
every 10 seconds.
That doesn't sound annoying at all.
That goldfish memory.
I think if I was doing it, I would definitely have to go like in some kind of order, being whatever determines like power or whatever card order I'm gonna have, like
the type,
maybe some kind of like perfectionist order. So I'd be shuffling it around to make sure it stays in that order.
Like a Rubik's Cube, we'll just mess it up and then put it back together again.
I would Rubik's Cube my hand. That's how
We've had our first evolution into a Dragapult. Alex, show the sign.
Oh, and is that the terrestrial graphic?
That is the terrestrial graphic.
Yes, there we go.
This is where it comes down. So I was having a look.
Sparkling crystal.
There's no recovery in Oliver's deck. So he's got 1 Regigigas for the whole game. You need a one-hit KO on a Dragapult. So if Dragapult can get the Regigigas first, that's going to be horrendous for Oliver. Oliver really wants 2 prizes with an Amp You Very Much nice and early, 2 prizes with a Regigigas stomping, and then the other 2 prizes will come along in due course. You do not want that Regigigas to go down without a KO. That would be a bad miss.
What form did you say the Dragapult was?
It's a terrestrial Pokemon.
Is that the same from the VGC?
It's the same principle, yeah. It's the same principle.
So this is something I'm just going to connect it for all the families back at home.
Oh yes,
my children, because I call it Terraform back at
home
for the kids, right? Keep it nice and
that's
simple.
fine.
But they don't call it that. My children are 4 and 5. They call it, what hat is the Pokemon wearing?
Oh, yes.
No.
Amazing.
So they recognize, they're like, oh, Gogoat has a flower hat because it's got the.
Have you ever seen Regidrago Terra?
No.
So you know how most Pokemon are wearing hats, right? In the VG, we get like every Pokemon can Terra into every different type. Yeah, it's like a choice that you make with your building your team.
Yeah.
Most of the time, all the Pokemon are wearing a hat, right?
Yeah.
Regidrago, like it's got its like head down to the side, so its hat actually comes out the side of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. That's awesome.
And one of the hats, the Steel Terror, is like an axe coming into it, so it looks like it's like cleave it. It's got like an axe coming out of the side of it. It's so good. It's so good.
Oh, okay, right. The Regigigas hasn't been KO'd yet. So, in theory, Regigigas does I need you to understand, Dragapult has 320 HP. The maximum we've ever seen is 340. Ooh. It has no weakness.
And what is it, Ross?
What do you mean?
340.
Well, what was the very first card that had 340?
You tell me. I'm asking you.
No.
Well, this is the whole point of the stream. You need to educate us.
I will tell you the first one was not Eternatus, but often people think it is.
Good point. Okay, I don't know. Please enlighten us. Guys, you need to be asking this question.
I'm asking you, Alex.
Can you pass me that
Was it
quickly?
Snorlax?
There you go.
Snorlax
it's
VMAX.
Mantike. It's Mantike.
Snorlax VMAX was the first 340 HP Pokemon in
Building
the
its
game.
own island on its tummy, right?
So very minimal play, but yes.
All right. But the point is, the fact that Regigigas can one-hit KO a fresh Dragapult EX And here's the thing, even though you can't recover it, it's just one big swing.
Yeah.
So okay, so
like.
there are cards that give there are like items in that give Pokemon a little bit more HP,
yes, you
right?
can go up.
Yes, it can go up, but
you can go down.
Oh, something got knocked out.
Yeah.
Is this the Dragapult getting knocked out?
There was another Iron Hands
That was
attack there.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're saving.
Oh, now this is perfect, because now, if Regigigas comes up and KOs, you win. But even if you don't, you're ahead by 4 prizes. You've got Chinchino that does 70 damage for each energy attached to you. So you attach enough on there, and that can one-hit KO a Dragapult. Or you can Iron Hands like a Dreepy or a Dracloak on the bench. Essentially, what Oliver's done has been like, I got 4 routes to victory, mate. So whatever one you want to stop, I've got another.
Nice. That's cool. Nice. It's nice. Is that down to like how the draw order has worked for both of these players? Is it a matchup thing?
It's a matchup thing.
Matchup.
Basically,
Okay.
Oliver knows this matchup very well, and what he's done superbly is he set up 3 different attackers, all of which do different things. And because your Archeops each accelerate 2 energy every turn, you don't need to set them up with energy like you do in other decks.
Oh,
Put your Regigigas down, your Archeops will get it going in 1 turn. Put your Chinchino down, you can actually attach 4.
So you're better to save the attack. You save the energy because you're not playing loads of DCE.
Yeah. More often than not, there's lots of opportunities that change the decision.
Is there, because DCE is a special energy, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So you can only play 4 of it in a list.
Correct.
Is that right?
So all of the special energies that Archeops can search out for in the deck is only special energies, but they are the 4 of each different type, so to say.
Yeah. So you don't want to like jump the gun and be able
overcommit.
to do it early. Like you want to see what your opponent's doing and then decide later. It's like, oh yeah, this is my route.
I like the art on that card. Put the sign up.
There's a card.
That's a card.
It's a
That's a card.
Come
That's
on.
a beautiful art.
The Luminium V.
Yeah. It's much like the only opportunity we have a card to say that's beautiful art is the loading screen in Pokemon Go for every season that we have.
Yeah.
Mate, you get Hollowware.
What?
You get Hollowware.
Yeah.
Holloware's amazing.
You also had a set dedicated to yourselves.
Okay. Yeah. We did.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying.
roundabouts.
I'm saying aesthetically. You guys have all these like beautiful cards, but I do love the Go loading screen every single time.
Yeah,
they do a great job.
We do have some fantastic art. I mean, Ross has been running around trying to get a number of posters and things signed by a number of artists across this weekend, haven't we?
I don't want to boast. I got all 4 artist posters signed.
Yeah, any opportunity. I set him up for that.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm gonna try to
led me
find
into
one of
it.
my cards
This is why you're a casting duo, isn't it? This is where it comes from.
This is most of our conversations throughout the weekend. Yeah. Oh, Ross, what did you get this time? What did you do without me?
Oh, come on, Alex.
Here we go. This is my pride and joy
Ah,
right here.
yeah.
What we got? Okay,
oh,
so
the immersive Mewtwo.
Mewtwo EX immersive.
Yeah. Ryan, do you want to get that for anyone at home that hasn't
walk
seen
straight
this,
up to it?
Get that in front of the camera. Let's see if we can show the people at home.
For like the first time ever, I've got all 4 packs lined up to open on Pocket because I've been too busy. So after this game, I'm doing a quadruple pack opening right on the camera. It's happening.
Nice, love that.
Viewers at home, bring me luck.
Right, what is happening here, Ross? Come on. We actually not actually looked at this game enough.
We've looked at this game plenty. Essentially what's happening, but the story of the game is Oliver has set up his board phenomenally to basically say it doesn't matter what Andreas does, I've got an answer for you. Andreas is doing a good job getting the Dragapult. We got a couple of Dragapult with spreading damage around, but the problem is they're going to get the KO on the Iron Hands. They're going to still be down 2 prizes, and the problem is either Chinchino or Regigigas could go and get... Oh, let's put Chinchino down right now.
No, it's just the Regigigas at the bottom there, Ross. You're leading us down a wrong pathway.
No, but see here's the thing, right?
Set us straight, Alex.
No, right. Here's the deal, all right?
Right. Ross, no, hang on a second. No, you've led us astray. Alex, go on. Give us a synopsis. What's going on?
I'll rate you out of 10.
Now it's all the pressure. 4 prizes have been taken by Oliver by this Iron Hands beautifully with Amp you very much, you know, that little hand
Love
action.
That.
Fantastic.
There we go. Got it. Yep.
Setting a lot of the board state alongside our Regigigas, which has just been gusted up.
Counter catcher, that's a card.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a big threat. It's a massive threat to the Dragapult EX. Sorry, my bad.
That's a card.
And it looks like it's going to be taken out and can also take out the Iron Hands as well. Makes it really, really difficult for Oliver to find a response, and that's generally where this game's going. A lot of what Dragapult tends to do is move damage around, so you get a chance to play around with the little damage counters to put on your opponent's board state, especially with that Dust Mars and the Curse Blast abilities.
And actually, just for anyone that's not as familiar with watching these TCG streams, all the dice that are on the top of the cards, they're the damage counters.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way for us to follow through the game. So that's how much
I was paying
damage
attention to the bars on the side.
Yeah, right.
Well, yeah. Now we have this fantastic overlay, which actually gives you all the information as well.
Yeah, but then like you can see the Iron Hands on the bottom of Oliver's bench there. It's got what? That's
200.
18. 200?
Okay.
Do you need better glasses,
I
Ben?
do need better glasses.
Okay, so
I can see, I didn't see the other dice. Okay, 200.
So here's what I was trying to say a minute ago. You take out the Regigigas, but you don't take out the Iron Hands. Gift Energy, when it's attached to a Pokemon and gets KO'd, you draw till you got 7 cards in your hand. If Oliver finds Gusting here, he just gusts up one of those Dracloak or the Duskull or the Luminion. Boom,
when you
game.
wait, when you say gust up, does that mean like take it from the bench and put it into the active?
Bring up a Pokemon from the bench of your choice, and
that's
it looks like
that's
the
the boss's orders, isn't it?
There's boss's orders, drags up any of those Pokemon will do, and that is the game. GG, Oliver.
1-0.
Has Oliver been on this stage before?
I am unfamiliar, I'll be honest with you.
He's playing like he has.
I've got a question for you guys, not you, Alex, you know this.
Ooh. What's right?
Do you know why it is referred to as Gusting in the Pokemon TCG?
Because it was Gust of Wind
gives
or
you the
something like that?
momentum
In
to
the
the
base
wind.
set, the card that did it was
Base
Gust
set.
of Wind. Right, we're going to do some
Did I get
pocket
that right?
openings. That was the answer, buddy.
Yeah!
Proud of you.
Come on.
He's doing pocket openings. He's making it all by himself, is he? Look,
All right, yeah, there we go.
Back to the usual.
Yeah, well, no, Alex, go on. You can go out there with him. You
No.
can join.
Shall I press it and press the wrong pack to open?
Yeah.
Look how long it's taking him. He didn't even load it ready. Just watch him. Here we go. No one can hear him, right?
No one can hear it. No one can hear you, Ross.
Yeah, no one
and
can
also,
hear you. Ross, what is it? What are you getting?
We can't from here see what these cards are.
No. I thought
right.
you were doing 4 packs. You just lied to the audience. All right.
I'll just describe it. I'll tell you what I got.
What did you get? Tell us.
I got a Volkner. It wasn't that
You could
good.
just lie to the audience. That's just not very good.
No, I tell you what. Like, give this. All right. There's no. What? Hold up. What's going on here? Why is there another pack?
Can you spend all of his gold?
Don't spend all of my gold. Just open it.
Okay. What do I do? What can I do?
Open 10.
Can I just click a pack?
Yeah, to open a pack, mate.
Click a pack. Right. Okay. Well, so like swipe it across.
There you go. Let you get.
Boom.
Oh, it's an addiction.
All right.
What's the first card?
We got a Weasel.
Weasel. Okay.
Weasel. Really cool art. It's like lying on its back. It's in a river. It's got a Manaphy there alongside it.
Swinub!
Swinub! That evolves into something cool, I've heard.
I still don't have the full art Mamoswine.
How?
Is it in here?
What kind of Mamoswine fan are you?
I'm trying, mate.
Abominous Snow.
New card for him.
New card, Abominous Snow.
My 5-year-old, Archie, he loves swiping up so the new card goes into the collection. It makes him genuinely happy.
Can I swipe up here? Is
well,
that
not now. When it gets to the end.
when it gets to the end? All right,
Yeah.
oddish. Oh, and okay. Do you know which artist did this
No.
art? It's like the
It looks like.
It's like it's knitted. It's
Socorito.
Socorito. That's one of my favorite.
Nice.
It's really cool, isn't it?
Ooh.
And a Leaf for 2 new cards.
2 new cards. We got a Leafy on here.
And Archie isn't even here to swipe them up to put them in the collection.
Nah, Ben is instead.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Archie.
I'm gonna be Budget Archie.
Budget Archie.
Budget Archie. How do you? Why is
So
it
click next.
Why is it not working? You are definitely budget 5-year-old right
yeah,
now.
I really am.
I'm
Right,
not being funny.
click
My
next.
5-year-old does know how to do this.
What? Okay.
Now swipe up.
Swipe up. Hey.
Right, I'm gonna do the next 2 packs super quick.
All right. There we go.
Whilst he's doing that, as much as we have the overlay for us and the viewers to watch, it'd be great for the players there to have it, but they don't, and that's kind of why we also have the damage counters, the dice on the actual Pokemon to actually reflect that as well. Just kind of give a little bit more information when you're on these kind of stages, or if you're out there playing, you don't get a wonderful overlay as you're playing, right?
That would be cool to have one day.
I mean, it's something to think about. Come on,
Yeah,
make it
just
happen. Make it happen.
Like a smart table.
Yeah, like an interactive table, that kind of thing.
That would be so cool.
I think we should. I think there must be a way. Like one of those augmented reality kind of things.
Yeah.
Where it's like the back of the card.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
$1 million idea. I've got this.
Did we have the same thought right
Yeah,
there?
we
I think we
did.
did. Okay, all right.
This is what you do. The back of the card from in the sleeve has like a little QR scan, and you set it down into a place, and then it can read it and then display the card on the HUD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it could utilize either the Go models or the VG models, and then you could just see them like scratch for something. I don't know.
Can we get one of the producers on the stream to tell us the 17 different reasons that would never work?
I think we might be hitting a few more than 17.
Okay, the 17 biggest reasons.
We're kicking things off, it looks like. It looks like, of course, the Dragapult, it looks like it's going first, you know, giving themselves an extra turn to stop the Lugia from actually getting the V-Star and the Archeops out as well. So set up your board state.
So Alex, how does this board look? So I can't actually see with the reflection on Oliver's side.
You can see what the Pokemon is because of the overlay.
This overlay
is
good, absolutely next level. Okay, so we've got Squawkabilly, Lumineon. How's this as a start for these players?
You never want to have Lumineon V in the active position. You want
terrible starter.
Yep. You know, 2-prizer that would be given away if it's knocked out, and you don't get to use its fantastic ability. Great artwork, but the main thing is for that ability.
So its ability only works in the bench?
When you get to play it from your hand to the bench. Yes.
So if it starts on the field, you don't get to use it. But it's also weak to lightning, so Iron Hand can actually KO it for free prizes with Amp You Very Much.
Wow.
So you read Luminion in this matchup, you only play it if you are desperate for a supporter.
Is this matchup one where taking free prizes from Lumineon is actually important? Like, is it because then it's still another 2 prizes that you need to take overall? Like, Amp You Very Much or the Dragapult. It's like
a lot of decks like to accelerate the number of prizes they take, and often we'll see decks which will go the quickest route to 6 prizes, right?
Okay.
So often it's 2-2-2. When there's an opportunity with Lumineon V, it can sometimes go free, not all the time, or they'll have one whole turn which can take multiple prizes, like Dragapult does.
But I guess sometimes, like, taking another prize card might be the prize card that you need in the matchup.
Absolutely, but it can also be detrimental. We have a lot of play from behind cards that we saw, the counter catcher or things like Iono, which makes your opponent shuffle and draw the number of prizes.
Was this is N still in rotation?
No, it was a long time ago.
Okay.
But
testing my memory.
Iono's very similar.
Similar, okay.
Yeah,
but like the free prize off Luminion, you're right, sometimes it's not relevant. A lot of the time you'll go Iron Hand for 2 prizes, and then you go Regigigas for 2 prizes on a Dragapult, and then maybe a Cinccino for 2 prizes, and it's fine. But sometimes you have to take 1 prize because that's all you can. You take an early prize with a Lugia on a Dreepy or a Dracloak or whatever, because that's what's on offer, that's what the board's giving you. And if you end up taking a 1 and then a 2, having a Luminion as a free is a phenomenal option. Some games you won't need it, but it's great to have it on the board, and that's why starting Luminion V is rubbish.
And just quickly on the inverse, because Ben, you asked, the Squawkabilly actually has an ability which you can use on your first turn, and you could do it if it's in, you don't have to do it from the hand onto the bench, or it could just do it as long as it's on the board. Yeah,
it's in play.
On the first turn, you get to discard your hand, draw 6 cards, and that's another way just to, you know, get some of those Archeops into the discard so that you're prepping things for future turns.
Looks like Squawkabilly's got a lot of motivation behind it.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a pretty cool card.
I'm using the overlay.
I know,
Are you proud of me?
Yeah, I'm so proud. How much HP has it got? Can you see that far?
160. All right. Yeah.
Ross, what's the text in blue?
Well, I know it's called Squawk and Seize, but I'm actually colourblind, and like legitimately my eyes are fine. I can read Petty Grudge and Bite, but I cannot read the red writing on that dark background.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could see it. I thought it would be blending in.
It's just a blur, a legitimate blur.
Squawk and Seize?
Yeah, Squawk and Seize.
Yeah.
Like, I know what it's called.
I have once said Squawk and Squeeze on stream. And then I had to run with it, and I was just like, well, I'm going to give this person a Squawk and Squeeze a bit later.
I'm going to do that myself.
It was just gonna be a hug, right? Come on.
I didn't do it all the way.
Slap on the wrist.
No, this is a watch stream. This is meant to have fun.
Normally in this position, we're like, well, traders, we're going to be going to a short break here. But
hopefully it was still panned out far enough, you know.
We don't have breaks on this stream. It's literally just continuous swapping in and out.
Yeah.
So if you see us go to a break, Someone goofed. Someone done bad.
Someone.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Someone messed up.
Someone.
How's this turned on me? All right, anyway.
All right.
Okay, here's another question for those watching who maybe never touched TCG. Would playing in Pocket be a good starting place?
Oh, Ross, you love this.
I love Pocket. Pocket is very much a pared-down version of the game. It's more simplistic because your energy comes out the energy zone rather than having to draw into it. It's 3 points rather than 6 prizes. It's smaller decks, faster games, but the basic rules are the same. And I find kind of when I play Pokemon Pocket, you know, when you go and play on the ladder, there's a lot of people who've never touched Pokemon TCG that play Pocket. And I find sometimes I do have a bit of an advantage because I'm so used to playing Pokemon. And it's things like, well, I'm going to retreat out of this and I'm going to set this up for later. And I'm going to, and it's those skills. There's a lot of transferable skills between the games. Pocket,
it's a great entry point.
It's a really great entry point. Yeah.
Starts to get the thinking as like one of the things with the trading card game that I really.
So as we've spoken about, like special energies, a lot of them have very different special text on them. Jet energy is one which allows you to maneuver if you attach it to the bench to go to the active spot.
Right, so I told you guys at the beginning, your goal is to get 2 Archeops in the discard. You don't need to do it turn 1, you need to do it by turn 2 when you evolve up into a Lugia V-Star. He's only gone and got 4 in the discard pile. He's showing off.
Only 4.
He's got all 4 Archeops in the discard pile before he gets his Lugia V-Star out.
How do you see it right now, Ross?
Well, he just showed us.
Okay,
some of us are paying attention to the game, Alex.
So it's in the discard pile, which in my mind from card games is you can't touch those anymore. How does he get it out and onto the field?
Certain cards will allow you to do so, but in this particular deck, Lugia V-Star's Summoning Star ability is to be able to get up to 2 colorless Pokemon from your discard and put them onto your bench.
Okay.
So that's a way to not only have, well, the initial acceleration from the Archeops, but an acceleration of a stage 2 onto your board tape.
Okay.
Right, I got a challenge for you, Ryan. You need to change the way you think about the Pokemon trading card game.
Yes.
The discard pile is not, it's gone. We actually have the lost zone, and when it's in the lost zone, it is actually gone.
Right.
The discard pile is just another area of the board.
It's a mechanic.
So we got a card called Night Stretcher. Lets you grab a Pokemon or a basic energy from your discard pile. And sometimes you will see players discarding a Pokemon they need later because it's actually easier to draw one of your 4 Night Stretchers and grab it out the discard than it is to grab it out of the deck. Because you've got, like, if you've got 2 Ultra Ball, well, I've only got 2 of them and I have to discard 2 cards from hand.
We've got a Dragapult. Or is that Drac?
That's Dracloak.
Dracloak. See, this is the thing from VG. We always pretty much play with the fully evolved Pokemon.
Porygon 2 begs to differ.
That's just boring, isn't it?
Yeah, we like Charge Bug in the Great League.
Right? See?
We don't have to go through all of the stages in the game, so I'm like...
You don't even know the basics, do you?
Do you know what? Like, sometimes I struggle. I'm not even going to lie. Sometimes I do struggle. It's like when we got, like... Is it Baxcalibur? And... We had a lot of Baxcalibur play in Regulation H. It was like played just before. We played it in a few different regulation sets. And then I saw that it was popular in the TCG. And I was like, yo, that's really cool. And then I was watching someone play and they put the first stage
what is it?
I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know.
Basic and stage 1 of Baxcalibur, go.
I can't.
Alex.
I literally can't do it. Because I saw it and I was like, yo, that's a really cool Pokemon. What even is that?
I think I've only ever seen the stage 1 once, but the basic is a Frigibax.
And the stage 1 is
Arctobax.
You are correct.
Okay.
That's kind of similar to Pokemon Go because a lot of the times, right, there's so many Pokemon now. A lot of the times, Pokemon Go doesn't have all of them, right? So a lot of trainers only know the Pokemon that are in Pokemon Go.
I remember.
And not knowing everything.
Oh, yeah.
I'm guilty of that sometimes, especially the later generations, yeah. So it's like once it comes to Pokemon Go, it's like, all right, it's now in my database.
Would it ever be really interesting to have like an evolving mechanic in Ivory? Well, I mean, you've had Mega Evolution.
We've actually, we've had.
Lugia V-Star, that's a card.
That's a card.
That's a card.
It's also huge because second game in a row, Oliver, I'm sorry to cut you off here, but second game in a row, Oliver's got the turn 2 double Archeops. This is the dream. The biggest problem with Lugia is we have a term in Pokemon TCG called Bricking. Alex, explain the term bricking.
It's when you're not able to get the cards you want, and then you're always constantly
So
seeing
you got-
cards that are
you've got-
useless.
so-
and you're
so what it is-
therefore bricking.
You've got a hand of cards that don't do anything. You've got a brick of cards that.
Yes.
Well, it's actually the deck as a whole, really. It's like your deck is no longer a deck; it's a brick. It's not doing anything.
so it's not the hand; it's to the
your hand's bricky too.
Yeah,
It's all like a collative thing. It's just everything is going absolutely wrong. Nothing is coming like sequentially correct, and it's just quote unquote bricking.
But with Lugia, you have to get 2 Archeops in the discard and a Lugia V-Star on turn 2. A lot of the time, if you don't get that, you lose the game.
That seems like a lot of pressure to get it on turn 2.
And that's why, mate, if it did it every time, Lugia would be the best deck in the format. It's
a pretty
phenomenal.
polarizing deck. For some people it works all the time, and whenever I try it, I've never seen an Archeops in my life.
Fish gone down, fish gone down.
3, right? No, because it's only 2.
No, it's free. Iron Hand's got the KO. Free prizes from the... But see, here's the thing. Do you remember at the end of last game, I said, we can take 2 prizes with Iron Hands, or he can take 2 prizes with Regigigas.
Well, you said Chinchino as well.
Well, but they weren't there, all right? Shush. But let's say both those Pokemon go down. Well, you can still use something like Lugia to take a 1 prize. Now, this takes the pressure off. You get a big KO with, for instance, Regigigas. And then you just take 1 prize anywhere with anything, and taking 1 prize is a lot easier than 2. Taking those 3 prizes giving Oliver a much easier route.
Yeah, so the one prize at the end game is like, well, if I can just find a way to snipe a Dreepy or just like be able to, you've got that more.
It's easier, right? Yeah,
much
plus,
easier.
Like your Iron Hands could have gone down as like earlier in the game. You don't have Ampy very much to get to. Or, yeah, okay.
I mean, and there's what this also does is because what we've learned from Ross about Duskmore and Dusklots, where you're giving up a prize when you use Gust Blast.
That's not an option anymore.
It reduces what you have available to yourself, because then you make it easier for Oliver to take the final 2 prizes if one was, popped off as nice.
Yeah, like if Andreas uses a Dusklots now, Oliver can go Regigigas for 2 prizes in the European International Championships.
Hold up. So Andreas, I didn't see, or maybe I missed it, that I don't think Andreas took any prizes in game 1.
Not yet. You can see the little Pokemon.
No, I know in game 2.
Game 1, sorry, yeah.
He did. He KO'd the Regigigas.
Okay, so he has taken some prizes.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Also, I've got an offer for you, Ben, if you'd like it.
Oh,
I took the call.
This is a dangerous thing. I'm not sure. All right, I'll take the offer.
I took the call on Unite earlier. So, if Oliver wins this game, I want you to do the and Oliver Cahill is your TCG champion. I want you to take that call, Ben.
All right.
Are you up for that?
I'm up for that.
I took it for Unite earlier.
What would be really funny if someone comes by now and just like, Ben, you're out. Next.
yeah, but I'll just run on and be like, oh!
It's like a game of tag. Whoever takes this spot takes the call.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Okay, yeah, no, I like that. We can carry that on. All right.
All right, I got another question for you guys.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
just
go.
asking super entry.
Absolutely.
Go for it, mate. That's why we're here.
Yeah, Ross will give you a really long answer.
Obviously, in order to compete, you have to buy cards, right? And you got to buy cards to build the deck. What are the costs of the 2 decks? What would you guess is the entry cost of the Lugia and the Dragapult?
So Dragapult is really easy because there's a new set, or has been a new sort of league battle
There will be. It's not quite out yet, but it will be out. I think it's end of March.
It's been announced, right?
Yeah, it's been announced. End of March.
RRP around 35.
That's the important thing. It's been announced. Right?
Yeah, well, and it's there, right? Yeah. It's definitely been announced. It was quite a big thing.
100% announced.
Because a lot of what our recent, very sort of quote-unquote top decks, they try to actually make it really easy as an entry point. So that's like £35, and I think you get 4 Dragapult EX in it. So it's actually possible to get very close to that list. You probably need like a couple more pieces, maybe an extra £5 to £10.
Okay.
That's actually all you need. So about £40 to £50 would get you a very competitive deck.
Yeah.
Lugia V-Star in this scenario, again, it's one of the older sort of sets and cards and kind of types of deck right now. You can probably pick it up for quite a similar price, I'd imagine.
Yeah, if you go for the base rarities, Lugia V has been a promo, Luminion V. In fact, actually, the Luminion on the bench for Oliver is a promo. Alex, where is that Luminion V promo from?
You tell me.
This is your trick, isn't it?
That was a reverse card.
Uno.
It is an alternate promo from the trainer's toolkit. This is all I know. This is all of my knowledge. My Pokemon knowledge is ridiculous.
That's
but
all he knows.
I've forgotten everything else.
Oh.
I used to be a teacher of law. I don't know any laws anymore.
Oh, man. But yeah, it's really, really low entry point. I mean, of course, when you start to see cards that you really like in terms of the art, I mean, you look at some of the cards and posters that Ross has got from some of the artists, some of those cards can go for a couple of £100, maybe even more. And if you, but that's just an example. I'm still trying to entice people to our game, Ross. I don't want to scare them away.
No, because the common thing, right? You look at the Pokemon cards and you know, like, oh, I gotta buy this many packs or buy these boxes, or you see the pulls, which is really popular, right? The pulling of cards, and you're like, oh wow, that's a $2,000 card. That gets into the mentality. This is expensive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Playing is very different. Like you don't really. If you want to be playing, it's not about opening packs. You can buy pre-constructed decks a lot of the time with the base of it in. You buy a few singles, you trade with your friends.
PokemonCenter.com.
The barrier to entry for competitive TCG, it's so low.
I'm gonna go eat some lunch. He's gonna swap out with me.
He's back.
And then I'll be back.
The suit is back.
Yes. No,
right.
Okay, so like the point of this is.
Can we turn the lights down so I'm not blinded by Leo's suit?
To play TCG, you only need the actual card. You don't need to have like the shiniest or the most like. I'm gonna say blinged out, but
well that's it, right?
That's what it is.
A lot of people enjoy that though, right?
Yeah,
they
nice.
love
like,
that.
If you get into it and you really want to invest something.
I mean, imagine a non-holo Leo. He wouldn't be in this suit.
All right, go ahead. Take it off. No, we can swap jackets. If you're like.
There's a second Luminion. There's another Luminion coming down.
See, another Luminion just for everyone watching if you're joining us. Another easy free prize essentially. But yeah,
the Iron Hands is going down, Alex. It's never going to stay around.
We're de-hollowing Leo at this point, I think.
Why are we?
We're showing a holo and a non-holo version. We're leveling. We're evolving Ben.
We are terrestrializing Ben.
Leo can't get in Ben's suit.
No, I'm losing everything. You know what?
Tangled.
I need that back, Leo.
I mean,
Ben is currently drowning in the most shiny suit he's ever worn in his life, and Leo's gonna get one arm in.
There we go. There we go.
I know they said casual stream, guys, but
we had Lee in his Psyduck jumper, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, Lee came in pre-makeup this morning.
Did he?
Yeah. Just kind of walked in a hat and a Psyduck jumper.
Feels great.
Yeah? He's feeling a waft of like air on the arms because it only goes up to his elbows.
Yeah. That's a good one. Okay, so what's happening?
So what's happening is Oliver's won game 1, and he has got a bit of an advantage in this matchup. He's got a lot of easy ways to take multiple prize KOs, whether that's Iron Hands, taking an extra prize when he gets a KO on a smaller Pokemon, or Regigigas getting a one-hit KO on a Dragapult, which is normally very hard to one-hit KO. And Andreas struggles to one-hit KO a lot of these things like Iron Hands. He can get Regigigas for one prize, or the the Cinccino for one prize. But it's a very rough matchup for Andreas if Oliver sets up. And both games so far, Oliver has set up.
I mean, there's an opportunity here. There's a lot of damage counters on the field. And a lot of, you can see it in the overlay as well. You know, that Iron Hands has currently got a lot of damage. We can see a gusting up with that Luminion. So we're going to see a potential 4-prize turn from Andreas' side. So that actually would push him ahead.
Okay. So Phantom Dive does 200 to whatever it's in front of, and then 60 to something else, right?
6 damage counters. Yeah, sorry. We have to be very clear about that.
Yeah, I get that. So this is the reason that's important is because it's not affected by weakness resistance. Right?
And also you can spread them.
Yeah.
So what you do
that's
is
the difference.
So you put 3 onto Iron Hands to KO it, but then you've got 3 left to put elsewhere. So you're not over KOing anything.
We've got a game. We've got a game. That's it.
Okay.
Andreas is bringing it back.
Is this the 4 prize cards? Is this what's happening?
Yeah, it will show
there we go.
Now what cards has been taken.
Wow.
Now,
okay.
Oliver needs to find a way to try and take 3 prizes, but usually from this scenario we'll need 2 turns to do so, 2 attacks. And in reality, Andreas only needs 1 attack if possible, if there's something that else has been softened up by one of those attacks.
This is the Regigigas turn. You know I keep hyping up Regigigas?
You do keep hyping up Regigigas?
This has to be it.
This has to be the Regigigas turn.
Okay, so how does the Regigigas get into play here? Because it's not on the bench at the moment, right?
There's an Ultra Ball in hand you can use to... Oh, it does... No, it doesn't have to be the Regigigas turn because there's damage on the Dragapult. Lugia does 220, Dragapult has 200, so actually you can just swing, and he's out of range. Oh,
this is a big turn because on the bench we need a Dragapult with energy on it, and I can't quite see.
And now this is crucial because then Lugia's got 250 left. What Andreas would usually be able to do, use Dusclops, do 50 damage, and then KO with Dragapult. But
I don't know how much I like this right now because with 2 prizes remaining, there's a Squawk ability still on that board, right, Ross? I mean, with my eyesight, it's not lying to me.
There is a Squawk ability on the board.
This is for us. This is as exciting as it gets for us. Okay, things are going back and forth. Have enough conversation between yourselves.
I would rather KO the Dragapult here, personally.
No, but look, okay,
Yeah,
so right, break it down for us. So basically, we've got another KO coming out here. That's 1 prize card going for Oliver, right?
Yeah, so he's down to 2 prizes remaining. Now, Andreas needs 2 prizes himself. He has an attacker in the active spot now.
And that Dragapult, which is a 2 prize knockout, has got loads of damage on it at the moment, so he's only got 200 HP
so
left.
Ignoring that because it's Andreas' turn. He wants to try and target down that Squawk ability if possible because that's an easy 2 prizes and would actually win the game.
So 2 prizes from Andreas right now, gets the win, takes us to a game 3.
Yeah.
But he can't counter-catch her now because there are only 2 prizes,
exactly.
right?
And that may be one of the reasons why Oliver chose to take a 1 prize rather than a 2 prize. I still would prefer the 2 prizes, but there is a very strong argument for that reason. It basically comes down to this. Andreas needs gusting. If he gusts, then he gets a Squawk ability, gets a KO, job's a good one, he wins. If he doesn't, Oliver's almost certainly going to win next turn.
Okay.
Does disgusting come from a card, the first
Oh, yeah.
card that originally
Boss's
put
orders.
something?
This was before he came back.
That's what I was going to say.
So in the base set, we had a card called Gust of Wind. That was the original card that dragged Pokemon off the bench, and because of that, any card that drags a Pokemon from the bench into the active, we refer to as gusting.
The boss ordered a gusting.
Yeah, the boss is like, get some gusting in
And
here,
what's
stat.
great, those bosses orders come in all forms of all the bosses as well. So there's a Getsis, there's Sandra, there's a, I can't remember, there's a Cyrus. There's a few different options there.
Leo, you know what boss's orders is?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a supporter card.
Yes.
That where you can take a Pokemon.
What was
from
that
your
word?
opponent's
What was that
bench.
word we just used?
What was that word, Leo?
What was that word? Gusting.
Gusting.
Gust
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
They bench work.
Okay.
Right, but I don't actually know what's that. There's a flip the script, there's a Pheasant Dipsy, that's just happened as well. That's just a really powerful support Pokemon that allows you to draw more cards if an opponent has taken a knockout on your side of the board during their
that last
turn.
turn.
Yep.
Also, sorry, my phone's just giving me. Apparently,
Oh, here we
there's
go.
there's a Pokemon TCG stream going on this weekend.
Yeah,
We should
yeah.
be watching this.
What, this?
This.
This.
Okay.
Not us.
My phone knows me so well. No, you guys should be watching us watching this. It's fine. We're here with you.
It's all the same. It's just preference.
Yeah.
Don't frantically close the window.
No, yeah. Open both up at the same time, I think.
They don't need both. We are both.
Oh, here we go.
And
Look.
drop us a like. Come on. There we go.
The itchy pollen buddies come down as well. It's always a bit of fun. We were always a bit worried about some itchy pollen wars that was coming out.
I've seen this card and I realized that it's decent because it doesn't need any energy and it stops your opponent from itemizing, right?
But itemizing, that's a new one.
Why
I
is
like
it? Why is it so good?
Because it's got free retreat as well, so it's a nice, easy pivot. It's generally just an annoying card to use against your opponent because a lot of decks just uses items to get through their sort of game plan.
Okay.
And if you're using a card that will stop that game plan, I mean, it's generally a good thing, right? That's all we need to know.
It's very situational, right?
It can be at the start of the game, it can be middle of the game. It depends on how your deck is built. With Dragapult, often you need some additional turns to
So
actually
sort of
build
you
up to
put
the
it-
stage 2.
You put it in the active, it's sort
Use
of,
the attack.
it's protecting the Dragapult,
Yeah.
and then you can quickly
Oh.
pivot back out to the Dragapult, get an attack, get some prize cards, right?
Yeah. So like it'll maybe if you need a turn to evolve up because it is stage 2s that you need to get in play.
Isn't it technically super dangerous to play that versus Dragapult if your opponent gusts out your big Pokemon after having Dust Noired it out and then deals some damage and then gets a free KO as well?
It's definitely got some drawbacks, right? It's only got 30 HP.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't seen it in this matchup, but we have things like Monkey Dory, which makes it really easy to just remove it from play. But you're still under item lock, and if you're having to remove a 30 HP single prizer, it's a better thing than losing a big 2-prizer that's on your bench that's being built up with your energies or things like that. So it's just a really annoying Pokemon to deal with.
Okay, so essentially Andreas right now is admitting I can't win the game this turn. So we see a fresh Dragapult coming up, and Andreas is basically going, look, I'm going to spread a bunch of damage around. Next turn, I'm in a great position to win. This turn, it's not happening. But I'm going to try and make you KO an active Dragapult. So there's a couple different ways Oliver can win next turn. If he gets a Regigigas, the 2 Archeops get the energy on, Regigigas KOs, that's a win. If he gets Gusting, that's a win.
Here we go. It's going to be this is the moment for Oliver to...
Am I going to get ready for the call? Here?
Get ready for the call, Ben. It could be this turn.
Okay.
What is in that hand?
That looked like a DCE. Double colorless energy.
Oh, there's a boss's orders.
Must be a Luminion in hand.
Yeah.
Or
There's
way
an
to get
Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball comes down for the Luminion. Luminion gets boss's orders. Boss's orders grabs it up. We get the KO.
And Oliver Cahill is your juniors TCG champion!
Woo! Cool, Ben. Congratulations to Oliver. That was... You saw why Lugia is so good there. You saw why Lugia is such a good deck. That's a card! No, that was very, very beautifully played there.
Very nice.
Incredible.
Very nice.
We get to crown a new champion, which is always fantastic.
Brilliant.
Yep. And yeah.
You love to see that as well, especially with the size of TCG competitions, and the consistency of a lot of the players.
You guys will be there one day.
One day. One day. I think Leo could do it. I think Leo could
keep me out of this. I just came from lunch. I don't want anything to do with your beef. Leave me out of this. Okay?
No, I'm hyping you up.
Did you get one of the brownies?
No, I can't have chocolate.
Oh, yeah, well, you missed it out.
Probably.
I mean, I was just here eating it on stream. So.
He was literally eating a brown.
And I did feed Ben.
I
saw
feed
that.
me.
Yeah,
it was nice.
I would feed more Ben.
You
I'd
do not
take it.
feed Ben
I'd
more?
take it.
No. We'll feed more Ben.
Do we need to find some Bens and bring him backstage for you to feed?
We can fill this place with Bens.
I'll just keep stealing everyone's jackets.
Any Bens
Coming
out there
in with
want some
different
brownie?
ones,
Come on
I'm
down.
just saying, I hope someone clipped this. This footage will be used for something. I don't know what it's going to be used for, but it has some use.
Did you guys see on the video? Charlie and I were on the one of the end of day recap videos where we were on stream. There was a little segment. I think it was in Stuttgart regionals where Costa pulled two Charlies to do a little segment, and they had to do an impression of a Pokemon. And one of the little recap videos, Charlie and I did it on stage, and we were like, "What Pokemon are we?"
I've not seen that.
What Pokemon were you?
What was that?
Okay,
What is that?
Right, okay, here we go.
Do it again. Incineroar.
Yeah,
you're right. That's true.
That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Okay, Ross, do one.
Wait. What?
Pardon?
Russ, do one. We all do one now.
Oh, we
don't
all
know one.
We're gonna test your VG knowledge now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pick a Pokemon that you know.
Extra rule: you can't say the name.
I can't think of any Pokemon animations right now.
Normally, like a Pokemon that stands up, it's got some arms. You can like
a Pokemon pose.
A Pokemon.
I've already got one in my head.
Any Pokemon pose you like.
I'm going to do an easy one, but I'm going to do one that's relevant for our game.
Oh, I wonder, could it be Iron Bundle?
Alex, am I needed? I think I might. I did send a message. Ben, hold down TCG for a second.
I'm holding it down.
You know what? I think this microphone is incredibly loud, right?
Is it? I can hear Alex quite a lot.
Yeah, so I'm just going to use this one now.
Okay.
So I don't
okay, yeah, you do it. You do it. Swap over.
No, this is great. No, let's on a serious note, like while we're having a good time here, this is a bit of a watch party. Let's listen to our juniors that have just made it through.
Okay. Oh, Snorlax, come here. Good boy. Hello.
I win. You're in.
I win. Oh my god, I've just sunk down. I've just sunk into the chair. What happened? I've not sat on a chair yet.
Yeah, Ross, sorry.
So you've been relegated, Ross.
I'm the captain now.
You've been relegated, Alex.
So much, Adam, and well done,
All right, I tell you what, Ross. I've got some things I need to get sorted. So you take this. You take here. You're getting the next call at the moment.
Just utterly flabbergasted.
All right, yeah, you go get lunch.
Fantastic result.
Go.
Very well.
Go. Get out of the way. Get out of the way.
We need to change.
No, you had.
All of you are invited to the VG stream, by the way.
The suits. The suits.
No. Why? No. I was trying to push him away so that he wouldn't change the suit. Oh no.
Ben, me and Shay are going to do a stint on the VG stream. I'm bringing Shay. Sorry, Alex. You can do a stint too.
No, I don't want you.
I miss Shay.
No, it's fine. I see how it is.
How are you not sick of me already?
Yeah, I'm always sick of you. How long have we known each other?
Bye, Ben. Just Snorlax one ahead. There's one. There's an extra one for Snorlax there as well. So we're moving into now. Actually, I'm going to get my phone out. I've got some notes for this one. Gabriel Fernandez, Nathan Osterkatz. I need everybody watching this casual stream.
They're going to do it too. We don't need to do it.
No, we are going to do it because I had a quick look up of their achievements earlier, and it is absurd, the level of achievements both of these players have. So, I'm going to give some love to these players quickly. Right. So, Nathan Osterkatz.
Just let him have his moment.
Yeah, sure.
Not my moment. I'm giving love to the players. Right. Nathan Osterkatz. 1 EUIC in juniors, 1 NAIC in juniors, 1 EUIC in juniors, 1 seniors, 1 NAIC in seniors, 1 regionals, second in regionals. It's absurd. And you know what? Nathan has... It's the least decorated of these two players with that ridiculous level of achievement. Because Gabriel won Worlds in seniors and Latin America internationals and European internationals and Latin American internationals and a bunch of regionals. Oh, and not just a winning at Worlds, also a top 4 at Worlds.
Incredible.
Just both of these players, their resumes are absolutely absurd.
So in Go, we've had it for quite a while when we had seniors back then. They just came into the Masters bracket and they crushed everyone.
Yep.
Our younger players are so talented. I mean, Patoman is still very young.
They're tapping quicker than the elder players.
Young fingers, fast tapping.
You're just putting cards on the table. How's that different? This argument is so stupid. Because you see players, they just press buttons.
Us old people can put the cards on really slowly and it still works.
It still does the same thing, you know. we don't lose function in our fingers.
Yeah, we have cable tunnel syndrome sometimes. No,
the olds can play TCG.
I joke. Obviously, we've seen a lot of the senior players who have aged up into the only division now to go, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's incredible to watch them. Yeah,
they're insane. Do you reckon that there is some senior players out there right now that would absolutely demolish the Masters?
I can't hear you anymore. I've been tuned out.
Like, take Gabriel Fernandez here, right?
I literally can't even hear you anymore.
Good.
Oh, we've lost the audio.
No, if we've only lost.
I could barely hear you guys.
Either.
No, I can't hear anything.
Are we live? Okay, cool. So, someone like Gabriel Fernandez, there is no way, like if you win Worlds, top 4 at Worlds, win multiple internationals, there is no way if you put Gabriel Fernandez in a Master Division tournament, they don't, like they're in top cut. Yeah. Well, I refuse to believe they're not top cutting if you put them in Masters.
Right, I'm back. I don't know if you heard me in the background.
The entire time.
I can't really hear you guys like I used to at all.
All right. Well, yeah.
That's just part of getting older.
Right, none of this. Okay, look, the other cool thing is, I actually, just whilst we were talking, I called Gabriel Fernandez, arguably right now, one of the, like, quote-unquote, pound-for-pound best players in the world, not just in seniors. He's incredible. He also has a brother, Vinny Fernandez, who we had on stream, who top-8'd in the European International Championships as well. A very accomplished player, has won regional championships in the Masters Division, only like a couple of years older. Incredible brother duo. in terms of like opportunity to test and play together.
Like
It's just
the
great.
Schultz brothers, huh?
Yeah, yeah, the
Exactly.
Schultz. Yeah,
All the
exactly.
Kammermans, all the Kalamas.
Kalamas,
One
yeah.
of them actually lives 10 minutes away from me.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, I know them very well. It's a shame we didn't get to see you,
I have
Philip.
met
But
them several times.
I've got a lot of time for both of them.
They're
I spent
both awesome.
I spent a lot of time with both of them. You know, just hanging on their tailcoats as their world champion or their regional championships. I'm just there in the background, you know, trying to get the photo too. But no, a lot of love for them. But yeah, these seniors are actually incredible.
Sorry, look at Gabe. Look at the achievements on the screen for Gabriel. World champion, IC champion, world's top 4. Like they're the So if
hello.
you saw me playing on my phone a minute ago, that was literally just me texting like our group chat saying we need a 4th person.
Someone join us.
And someone did.
What's going on, everybody? I'm Zoinks.
Hello.
Anyways, I'm Pokemon Unite. I'm really excited to talk about cards. It's gonna be fun.
Nice. How you doing? You seem a bit croaky. You had a good fun this weekend?
Yeah, I'm maybe yelling a bit too loud.
We'll make you yell a bit more then.
All right, fantastic. Yeah.
So when something happens, we've got that's a card sign.
Wonderful.
So that's a card. So
all right.
You know.
Cool.
Funnily enough, this is also kind of a card, right?
Oh, it's very much a card. That's what we've been talking about, the fact that both these seniors have absurd accolades. Like Gabriel, world champion, IC champion, world's top 4.
Yeah.
And we're missing at least one IC champion for Gabriel's list there.
Right, and all of these things obviously they're pretty tough.
Oh, they're incredibly tough.
I guess you can argue for that, yeah.
But we see, to go back to your question, Leo, we'd see quite a lot. Top-level seniors become top-level masters. Top-level juniors become top-level seniors. We see this all the time. It is a standard thing in TCG. The players at the top of their division, they age up and they just keep winning.
Strong.
Just keeps happening.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen a number of them in the EU scene do so well.
It's like grassroots event with like cross-division matches as well. That could be cool, like having
an invitational, as it were.
Yeah, those trainers, they would. I would like to see them play versus.
I mean, we don't often always get a chance to feature them as well. So it's like this is their moment, right? Which is like incredible at these kind of big level events. And actually showcase just how good these players are.
Yeah.
Which is, it's just like a bit of a shame that we don't. But yeah. What did we see? What did we see, Leo? You had a great time there.
It was Nathan's family and one
very
kid just made a funny face.
Yeah, we don't know if that's a tongue sign, but we would be showing it now if
right.
it was.
We can erase.
Yeah, can we?
Oh yeah, we could change it. We could change. We could write whatever we want, within reason.
But on to the junior and senior conversation, it's actually super exciting. I mean, obviously the hobby is growing so rapidly and becoming such a bigger and better thing. It's really exciting.
So I was just kind of checking my phone because that's the thing about the casual stream. Like we've all got other things this weekend. We're jumping on and off.
Think about the casual stream. I get to check my phone a lot.
Well, we actually do have to check our phones for kind of other commitments and stuff. And I said.
Do you have a big commitment later on, or what's going on?
He's got so many. He does so many things without anyone else.
Okay.
He just disappears for hours on end.
Oh, nice.
I mean,
typical Ross.
Very typical.
I did have
the fans are just
no,
throwing themselves at you for
I
autographs.
literally had a meet and greet earlier.
Yeah.
It was kind of embarrassing but fun. I enjoyed it.
By the way, we're kicking off, but yeah, please continue.
Yeah, so I put out a call, I think you probably saw it, saying, hey, we need a 4th person on the couch, come join us. And then I check, and Alex is like, look, if someone else wants to come in, I'll kick Ross out.
I think that's what we'll do. If anyone else wants to join, I'll make Ross play rock, paper, scissors with them.
Yeah.
And if he wins, he stays on.
Maybe we play this like a bit of a reality game. Can we vote somebody off the casual stream? Is that a rule?
We do a little blind date. They have to sell themselves to us behind the curtain.
Okay.
And depending on how well they sell themselves, we'll sort someone out.
Yeah, maybe chat can get involved. That might actually get dangerous. Who knows? But chat, if you do want to get involved, make sure you like the stream, okay? We actually do a lot of support.
We also have a card for that.
Where is it? Where is it?
Give us a like.
Drop us a like.
Drop us a like. The way Dal says it, it feels like a command. But yeah, please drop us a like.
No. We have a call to action, all right?
Hit that like.
Is it hit that
right, so this matchup, we've actually got a mirror match going on. So Dragapult is all over the stream today. It's one of the 6 finalists we've got over the 3 age divisions. 4 of them are Dragapult. We've got 2 here, and we've got Nathan Osterkatz against Gabriel Fernandez. It is essentially a mirror match, so there's going to be lots and lots and lots and lots of phantom diving, lots of moving damage around, lots of trying to outmaneuver your opponent, and partly it is going to depend who has the better start, who gets rolling a bit faster. faster, and partly it is going to be who can take advantage and, you know, find those little plays, take advantage of maybe any tiny errors that come around. It is going to be a very interesting one. When do you use Badu? Who knows?
I feel like that Nathan had like an advantage in terms of information, because now that he sees that Gabriel starts off with Badu, he just trashes all of the items.
Where within reason and where you can, you will. And that's one of the few things. But both of these players will know each other's lists. Mostly, for the most part, and they'll be working around this. But I was gonna say, so you've actually, you're quite a bit of a TCG enjoyer. From whenever I've had a chat with you.
You've been playing a lot. We see you're always chatting around, you know, little group chats. You're telling us you're winning locals left, front, and center lately.
Yeah, that's true.
What
in
are
a
you
pretty specific game format, though. Fortunately, I don't have a bunch of duplicate copies of my cards in the deck that I play in, but I do still really enjoy watching the standard format too.
Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, it's always great to have different formats available. I mean, there's many formats that me and Ross know and love at the same time.
Every format is a good format, Alex.
Really? What's your favorite, Ross?
What's my favorite?
And why? And
what's
which
your least
deck?
favorite?
I think nowadays, probably Cube, because of the social aspect of it. Get to the hotel of an evening after an event, go cubing.
And see so many cards that we haven't seen throughout the years, right? I mean, so like with the Cube, you get a chance to draft, you pass over some cards, you take one, you pass over the cards, and more often than not, they are built from cards from throughout the years.
Yeah, and
I haven't been, well, I've been playing a long time now. I used to say I haven't been playing that long. I'm a bit ancient nowadays, right? But there's loads of cards that I have no idea about, and I'm there reading the whole time.
I love it. I haven't had a chance to cube this weekend. I might not. I've had so many other commitments.
Can you read?
But in Birmingham a couple of weeks ago, I had a good cubing session with our casting friend, the lovely Joe Bernard, a couple of other people. Yeah, maybe I ignored you. Who knows?
How did he do it? I saw the match that he had yesterday that you were casting, where you did the go outro.
Yeah, he did
excellent.
He did a day. He had a day 2 finish. He had a good run. He didn't get close to top cut in the end, but he had a good run. He had a day 2, Joe. Yeah, he had a really
shout-outs.
Had a good weekend. Love you, Joe.
You can take this as whether it's true or not, but after he won on stream, you know, he found a Dreepy plush, and I saw him boot it out of the venue.
Okay.
Whether that's true or not, I'll let you guys decide.
Oof. I mean, that's some big allegations
Yeah.
towards a fellow commentator. We're going to take those extremely seriously here on the casual stream. Wow, it's going to be tough to deal with in the future. But wow, I mean, 3 Dreepy on the bench already. Extremely strong start.
Yeah, things are happening. I mean, this is Gabriel's first turn after all. This is exactly what you want, right?
Yep.
Build out your board, set up behind that little seedling in the active spot, that Badu, Itchy Pollen. I mean, what a crazy attack name. Without any energy, 10 damage, just causing chaos.
Yeah.
Right, Ross, it looks like you're about to be booted off, mate.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors, all right.
Do
you want to come in?
Schedule.
Come on. It's rock, paper, scissors.
No.
We're playing rock, paper, scissors. We're booting Ross off.
Ross is not getting booted. I am scheduled on the casual stream. Unite this morning when you were all still sleeping, you could have booted me off. But no,
it's true. I mean, he's
come join us.
A movable force at this point in time, it seems like. But all right, here, you want to swap headset with me? All right, we're gonna go from Zoinks to Zionic. Keep it in the Z family.
Keeping the Z's.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Zed. I'm so sorry, Zed family. I'm so sorry,
Z's.
UK.
We going bed. We're not sleeping yet.
If you say zebra, you're not allowed back in the UK.
Zebra.
Zebra.
Zebra, like.
What's he found?
Zebra.
What's in there?
Abracadabra.
That could have been a Badu.
And it's an H instead of a H.
We can pretend as a Badu if you want.
Could be.
By the way, now that I see Mantike, what is your favorite full art card?
I don't know how he
Because
sat
mine is
down.
Absolutely the Mantike with the underwater scientist that is studying Mantike, and the little cute Mantike is just popping by saying hello.
The Flareon V Max drawn by Okacheke that we had as a promo. The Japanese version, they only made like 3,000 and a couple. It's obscenely difficult to get hold of. I did enter. You had to basically write a report of a tournament you played over the summer and submit it to a Japanese website, which I did in Japanese. Very proud of myself. Was not selected.
Google Translate helps, doesn't it?
Did not unfortunately win the lottery, so I will never get that card. But it was a nice little promo in English, so I've got a couple of the English versions. There was a jumbo as well. That's my favourite full art card. We did see Badu get KO'd.
Yeah, a little
First
bite.
prize of the final.
What's your little bite there?
What's yours?
From a Dreepy.
Alex.
Oh, sorry. Is that more
Favourite
chocolate?
full art Pokemon card.
Favorite full art Pokemon card? Hang on, I'm sorting out the chocolate from my brownie earlier. I'm saving it.
Still savoring
Is it
that
this
now,
side
are
or this
you?
side? I don't even know, Leo.
I didn't say anything about the brownie to you. I don't even think you have anything. I don't know where you get the brownie.
That's outrageous. That's outrageous.
Well,
Anyway, favorite full art. Come back to me because there's so many now. I mean, like now that we have like illustration full arts, it's like incredible to watch to see all of them, and they come in. They're so relatively common as well because
Just
they
give
come
us an
into
answer,
their own
Alex. I know you're trying to dodge this, but
I don't know.
Right, while you think Unfair Stamp has been played, Alex, how do we describe Unfair Stamp?
Unfair by name, unfair by nature.
Unfair by name, unfair by nature. Your opponent takes a KO, right?
You
And
shuffle
then-
everything back from the hand, then you draw 5 and your opponent draws 2.
That's not fair, mate.
Nope, it's absolutely not.
Also,
I want some
that's
attack.
a card!
I've been doing it. I'm gonna do this until she notices. She notices you. This is outrageous. I was there waving the whole time.
Unfair Stamp. Which, to be fair, is a card.
Bye. Yeah, I finally acknowledged. Oh,
there's Ben.
Hang on.
Jamie.
Can we bring him? Can we bring him on?
Can we bring Jamie on? Is he allowed?
I mean, if we could bring Shay.
We got more
Oh, no.
sets.
Actually, no, just to be clear, Leo, I don't mean to be mean to you, buddy, but after game 1, I'm replacing you with Shay.
Oh, yeah, fine.
We can't have you both on stream at the same time. The lights will blind us.
Is he in the same suit? Is he in the same suit?
He's in his Friday suit. It's
suit.
this, but sparklier.
Yeah, I was pretty upset when I saw that, to be honest.
Also,
I didn't want to be outdone by Shay, outsparkled.
Where's Jamie? Jamie!
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 Jamie, come here!
Jamie!
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 Hey, Jamie!
Come! Yeah, come!
Jamie!
I've cleared it already.
Have you actually?
Yeah, let's go.
Jamie!
Jamie!
Jamie! Now!
Jamie!
Jamie! Rip it off! Rip it off! There you go.
Has he got the hinge, you think?
Just come have a
play,
chat.
Jamie.
Come have a chat. Do you want my headset for a little bit? Here you go. Come here. Look. Oh my God, I'm
Good here to find a minion, to find Iono perhaps, to try to find more pieces, try to get all of it.
Hi, Jamie. Welcome
Hi,
to the
Jamie.
casual stream, buddy. How you doing?
Yeah. Hello. I play VG.
You do play VG. It's all
We
right.
play Go.
We have a special guest here on stream. Jamie Boyd, VG legend, Superior enjoyer.
Very much so, but that's good and go. That got top 4 in Go, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I'm happy with that.
I don't know if it made top 4. Yeah, Ineloquence made it top 4 with that didn't quite make day 3.
Now, Jamie, how did your weekend go?
Oh, yeah.
I'm willing to bet better than last year.
It couldn't have gone worse than last year, but yeah, I went 5-3 this year, so I got points. First points at EUIC in 3 years.
Can I ask how you did last year?
So you've already said the word that represents how I did last year.
Bad.
Last. Absolute dead last year.
You lost everything.
I went 0-4 drop and it came 974th out of 974.
Yeah, kind of, right?
If you end up bombing the tournament, then you do want to go like absolute last place, right?
Oh yeah.
There's a saying in German, it's called Die Letzten werden die Ersten sein, and it means the last ones will be the first. That's you. That's you, Jamie.
I guess so. I actually ended up using my Heatran that I came last year with. I brought exactly the same Heatran to this tournament.
Nice.
And it did much better this year.
His
Yeah,
5
5-3's
mates
a good
are out,
recovery
but that
there.
Heatran.
Yeah.
It's like you were the one bright spot. Now, what's actually happening here, while we get to the game quickly, Nathan Ostercat's got a Dragapult, Sparkling Crystal makes it a single energy attacker. Up until now, Gabriel has had the better setup with multiple Dreepy and all of that, but Nathan's about to get a KO on that active Dracloak, which has got 2 energy on, so you're not just KOing the Pokemon, you're getting rid of the energy, and then also going to be able to drop 6 damage counters on the bench as well. So Nathan kind of taking a bit of the initiative here in this first game.
Ross, what does the Radiant Alakazam do for you?
So Radiant Alakazam lets you move 2 damage counters from one of your opponent's Pokemon to another of their Pokemon. So essentially what you can do, if you're going to get a KO on the active and do more than 20 extra damage, you can move a couple of the damage off before you KO. Or for instance, if you place damage with Dragapult and then a better Pokemon hits the board that you'd rather have put it on, you can move it on over. games. It's a way of manipulating. You know, let's say there's an 80 HP Pokemon hits the board, or a 70 HP Dreepy, for instance. Oh, the 6 damage counter on Phantom Dive won't KO. You move 2 over with your Alakazam, then you hit the 6 with, or 5 really, from Phantom Dive, and then boom, there's your KO. It makes it much more of a threat. You know, like right now, if Nathan benches a Dreepy, Gabriel can KO that Dreepy straight away.
So, next question, follow-up question. For my Lost Box deck, I had a Radiant Greninja, so you can only have 1 Radiant Pokemon per deck, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Are there any other choices for this deck, or do you always want to play Alakazam?
In this particular deck, it's Alakazam because you generally, because you've got so much damage going down, and 7 is a much better number than 6 for damage counters.
Can confirm, I'm a maths teacher.
Pardon?
I'm a maths teacher. Can confirm 7 is better than 6.
7 is better than 6.
There we go. So you just use it for getting KOs. You could play Greninja in there. It would still be a good card. But no, you go Radiant Alakazam. I mean, am I wrong, Alex? You can. Okay, because you're playing Fire Energy, you could play Radiant Charizard. But nobody does right now. It's not seeing any real play. He's right, you could.
That's the one that does an enormous amount of damage for a few energy if your opponent has more price?
Yeah, it's lots of damage, but it's fire, colorless, 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 reduced by 1 for each prize card your opponent's taken. So time they've taken 4 prizes, it's 1 fire energy. Big smash. Was really good in London Worlds 22 and thereabouts after. Really fallen off lately. You rarely see it in decks. Alex Day 2 vid at EUIC, he wants us all to know. We're going to have to get you a headset back again in a minute, Alex. You're the TCG guy. Jamie, tell us a story from the weekend.
Guy, right? Say again?
Tell us a story from the weekend.
Well, I think this was going to be saved for later, but you know Dill, who's made the finals, who's going to be facing Wolf Click and VG?
I know.
I was their first ever opponent in an official tournament.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'm hearing a lot of my UK friends have been like, I know them, they're from my locals. A lot of the UK contingent really excited about the VG Master that's playing Wolf in the final. Unfortunately, I said, I spoke to a couple of people. I'm like, what are their chances like? And the answer I generally got was, well, he's playing Wolf.
I would argue they have the matchup.
Do?
Yeah.
Really?
But they're against Wolf. Yeah. So you never have the matchup if you're against Wolf. So yeah, no, it's an interesting one.
Okay, so where we are in the game, we've got Gabriel, we've got Nathan. Gabriel's about to take a couple more prizes. Got a big KO there, going ahead in the game. But we are in a mirror match here. Both players playing very similar decks, both built around that Dragapult. So we're not expecting this to be, like the juniors final was quite quick 2-0. Not expecting a similar kind of thing here. We are expecting this one to go on that little bit longer.
Really saved the day a little bit because otherwise the hand wasn't.
I mean, the bingo card is totally different for VG and TCG, right? Though
you have bingo cards.
We have loads of. Do you not have bingo cards?
No, we don't have bingo cards.
Why
don't we have bingo cards?
Because we.
Yeah, no, it's things like double heatwave mists. Then you cross it off, and like things like that.
Alex, why don't we have bingo cards?
Yeah.
Okay.
We got 2 boards, don't we?
Absolutely.
Alex is volunteering to set up a bingo game.
But for the next broadcast, right? I'm gonna write this down. With
Oh yeah, for the next broadcast, let's do it. What's the next EU regional? Is it Stockholm?
Stockholm's next.
Okay.
Ends on my birthday. The Monday is my birthday.
Very nice. I had my birthday on stream last year. Leo talked about being on stream on his birthday, and then so did I. How come I'm in the wrong and Leo's fine?
Hey, that was a lie. I'm not even going to be in Stockholm.
No, it's... Oh, you're not? No. Oh. Well, I'm not wishing you a happy birthday then.
Definitely.
Hey, Sierra.
I'm going to get through it.
Nathan still has a really small hand size, so maybe going for the iron.
I was not going to be juggling, mate. That was never.
I can juggle with 1.
Prove it.
Whoa.
Okay, the man was not lying.
I know, right?
That was suspiciously weighty.
Yeah, that was actually, yeah.
Ooh.
No, I would argue my juggling skills might be better than my VG skills currently, but there we go.
Hey, no, you did go 5-3, so.
Is it not open?
These are pretty weighty. I like them.
Yeah.
I will not throw them at anyone.
Why is it lighting up? Did you catch anything?
I might have done, mate. Might have done.
There we go. We caught the Snorlax.
Nice.
It's actually sneaky not looking great for Gabriel right now. They're tied 3 prizes each, but if we look at the board, we've got a Dragapult with only 90 HP remaining, and no other Dreepy or Drakloak or anything right now. Gabriel's in a bit of trouble here, boys.
Yeah, I totally thought that too already. This is looking grim for him.
Are any of these trainers repeat players?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, get the list up. Get the list up again.
Okay.
Shall I get the list up, shall I? Right, where are we at? So Nathan Osterkat has won EUIC in juniors and NAIC in seniors, along with regionals and everything else. Gabriel has won Worlds in seniors and LAIC and EUIC and LAIC.
Wow.
So they've both won EUIC previously, and they've actually... Oh, we've actually got the last 2 winners. 23, Nathan won. 24, Gabriel won.
Wow.
And then, yeah, we're back here again. So, with 3 years in a row, the only person that wins the EUIC is one of these 2 in seniors.
Okay.
That's completely insane.
Yeah, they are.
And they're running the same deck, basically.
Like, I mean, I made the point earlier, and I just want to say this is in favour of Gabriel, but, you know, Nathan has won NAIC and EUIC and NAIC and Sacramento Regionals and got 2nd at San Antonio Regionals, 3rd in Louisville, and has the worst resume of these 2 players. And their resume is absolutely absurdly stacked.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just... We have got 2 of the most decorated
Safe to say
teams
one of
you've
these
ever
2
seen.
trainers might be world champion this year again.
Oh, I mean, these have got to be 2 of the favourites in the senior division as well.
Okay,
Absolutely. Like, these are the kind of players where you're not wondering if they're going to get a Worlds invite. I mean, obviously, now they're in the final, they have got them. But there was, coming into the year, there was no chance they'd miss a Worlds invite. No chance at all.
I mean, Nathan doesn't have a lot of cards so far. He's only used 1 Recon Directive last turn, so...
What can Gabriel do to get out of this sticky situation?
What Gabriel really needs to do right now is be benching things like Dreepy. The problem is, let's say you bench a Dreepy, well, if I'm Nathan, I can use a combination of Dusclops and Dragapult to KO that Dreepy before it ever evolves. So, you're about to lose your Dragapult, but if you drop the Dreepy, that would also get KO'd in addition to the Dragapult, and then Nathan would win the game. Because he'd take his last 3 prizes.
So you're saying there is no win condition for Gabriel?
I'm not saying there's no win condition. I'm saying the threat of the Dusclops on the bench, plus the fresh Dragapult against Gabriel's heavily damaged Dragapult with no Dreepy, gives Nathan a big advantage here, because Gabriel really needs to be setting up for a post this Dragapult world. He needs a backup attacker. Right now, there is no backup attacker. He technically can attack with Monkey Dory.
Do people play cards like Acerola? Is this card in the metagame?
We have cards like Professor Turo Scenario, for instance, which lets you pick up a damaged Pokemon. You generally wouldn't see it as much in a Dragapult deck, though.
Right.
You see that in things like Archaludon plays it, and Terrapagos plays it.
Yeah, I saw it in Archaludon with Joe.
Gardevoir, we see it in a bit. Let me have a look. Maybe they do play it. It's because you go through the stage 1 rather than using Rare Candy. It is possible. Now, hang on a second. I'm looking at the maths here. I think Nathan, in theory... Oh, no, we lost the Dusclops. That was a big deal. Because otherwise, you could just use Dusclops to put 50 on Monkey Dory, attack the active, 6 damage counters, boom, that's the win. Not possible. So he's not going to win this game this turn. So actually... Gabriel's in a decent position, but just doesn't have an attacker. We're probably going to use Monkey Dory to use Mind Bend and Confuse.
I'm quite happy the Monkey Dory is viable. I like Monkey Dory.
Yeah. Monkey Dory
and
is
it's good in VG,
busted.
but no one believes me.
This weekend, we've seen so much Monkey Dory. It moves 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon to one of your opponents. Very similar to Radiant Alakazam, but it's from yours to theirs rather than between theirs.
That's so much better.
Oh, so much better. And we've seen it fix the maths in so many matchups. And it's again, it's that thing of, if your opponent benches something that Dragapult, you know, if they benches something that the 6 damage counters and Dragapult won't quite KO, Monkey Dory gets you over the line. Now, one really important thing, right now, what would be amazing, if Nathan KOs Dragapult, Gabriel's actually got Blood Moon Ursaluna. And when Nathan takes 5 prizes, Blood Moon Ursaluna attacks for free. and does enough damage to KO Dragapult and win the game.
Wait, how many is he playing? Because one is in the prizes.
Yeah, he's playing one.
Oh.
And it's in his last 2 prizes. Right now, Blood Moon Ursaluna would win Gabriel the game. Hands down, boom, put it up, go. Win the game. Unfortunately, it's not going to work because, well, like you say, it's in the prize. I should have that. I can get the deck list on my phone. I don't know why I haven't. I mean, maybe it's because we're doing a casual stream here. But I still feel like I should have their deck list to at least refer back to. Also, what did you say to Alex? Where's he gone?
He vanished. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's gone.
Tumbled out of the picture.
Well, Jamie, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Hi. What other Pokemon did you bring to the VG tournament?
So my restricted was Koraidon, and I'm feeling incredibly validated because I was using Life Orb Koraidon, and I've been using it for like months, and it's finally proven that, like, and I'm gonna say it's proven that Life Orb is better than the clear amulet one. So I was very happy with that.
That's cool.
So, yeah. No, I also had Brute Bonnet, Fluttermane, Gouging Fire, Walking Wake, and Heatran were the rest of my team, which is clearly not the correct partners for the Koraidon, but I'm very happy Life Orb Koraidon. It's actually proven itself now.
Yeah.
It's really good.
I'm kind of jealous of VG, the fact that they get to use so many legendaries and like fully evolved Pokemon. Because in Go, a lot of the times the most optimized Pokemon are actually the second evolution.
Yeah, it was like Charger Bug and Primarate, wasn't it?
Yeah,
like in the finals?
That is so much cooler.
Yeah.
It is cool, yeah.
And what's funny is...
Oh, wait a second. I'm sorry to jump in here. We've got a counter catcher onto a Rotom V. Now, it's not going to get a KO. We're not doing enough damage. But it looks like we are going to be just getting a little bit. We've seen a Monkey Dory coming down here. But now we got Nathan getting into the active. Takes the KO. And it looks like Nathan is taking game 1. And you saw Gabriel there at the end of the game.
We were just talking about how Gabriel was just like, had the win.
Yeah, well, he showed, he had the win. He had it set up beautifully. He didn't have Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Who won? What happened?
Nathan.
Nathan won. Gabriel actually had game. He had it set up beautifully to win with his Blood Moon Ursaluna, but it was one of his final 2 prizes. He didn't have access to it, and he literally ran out of attackers. He had nothing to attack with, and that opened the door for Nathan to then go and take game 1. Gabriel actually played the game really well, set up for a really good endgame Blood Moon Ursaluna KO. Gabriel played brilliantly, but he only plays 1 Blood Moon, and it was in the final 2 prizes. If it had been anywhere else, Gabriel wins game 1. Well, we'll have to see. It's a mirror matchup between 2 of the very, very, very best seniors in the world.
Get the accolades up again. You have to read this out again.
I've gone for the accolades.
They've won everything.
Oh, there's literally too many to remember. So, Nathan, who just won game 1, won EUIC and NAIC in juniors, and EUIC and NAIC and LAIC in seniors, and is the least decorated of the 2 players. Because Gabriel won Worlds in seniors, and LAIC in seniors, and EUIC in seniors, and LAIC in seniors. These 2 players are both absolutely beyond phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like, they're 2 of the favorites to win Worlds this
And the
year,
last,
hands down.
you said the last 3 ICs was 1 win for Gabriel, 1 win for Nathan,
So
and then this year they're facing off against each other for the 3rd.
They are the last 2 EUIC winners in seniors.
Yeah.
And now they're kind of playing to see who gets their 2nd EUIC in 3 years. It's absolutely just... I cannot stress enough how wonderful these 2 players are at the game and how ridiculous their accolades are. It is just phenomenal.
I'm going to try and find some popcorn then for the next match.
Oh, no, sorry, I lied to you. Nathan got 7th in 23. I did lie to you. He didn't win in 23. That's a lie. I apologize. He had a phenomenal record. Finished up, didn't win in 23. So he's trying to come back and win like he got so close in 2023. I apologize.
That's all right.
You're forgiven.
It's all right. We fixed it.
I can tell. So with these decks that they have, is this the first time they've been running it this year, and they've been running it at previous tournaments?
That is an excellent question. Looking at recent results, their recent results don't have Dragapult. So Nathan's been playing a lot of Charizard Pidgeot. 2nd in San Antonio, 1 in Sacramento, 17th at LAIC, 3rd in Louisville, all with Charizard. Whereas Gabriel's been playing a bit of Terrapagos, 1 in Rio de Janeiro, 7th in San Antonio, but then also 1 LAIC and Joinville with Charizard. So they've both been playing kind of around a little bit with other decks, a lot of Charizard. But the thing is, they're the best players, they're playing the best decks.
Yeah.
This is both the players going, we're ridiculous, we're playing the best deck. Hi, Pikachu.
Oh, is Pikachu
we getting
come on?
Pikachu in on the stream.
Oh my goodness, finally.
Uh-oh, there's a lot of cords in the way. Come on, Pikachu.
Oh, there's so
where's
many
Pikachu gonna
wires
sit?
back here. So many cameras. We believe in you, Pikachu.
You can do this.
We have well, we're kind of giving it away here. Very special guest on the casual stream. It's Pikachu.
Hey, Pikachu.
Hi, Pikachu.
How are you doing?
There we go. That's the frame. There we go.
Oh, that's the shot.
Excellent.
Special guest. Come sit down for an interview.
Yeah, you. Oh, there's wires, Pikachu. So Pikachu, which deck do you think is going to win this matchup?
Absolutely. I'm moving on to
The Pikachu
Oh,
deck.
I like this.
Nah, Pikachu's all on Dragapult. I like this. I think Pikachu's nailed it. I like Dragapult in this matchup too.
What's your favorite Pokemon, Pikachu?
move on to Gabriel's turn, which hopefully will be a bit more
Yeah, that's a classic. Raichu. I like that one too.
Okay, Pikachu. Favorite game to watch competitively at an EUIC?
Oh, Go, really? Nice. I totally
Wait,
agree.
Did Pikachu come in on the Go stream? Feels a
There we go.
Pokemon
There we go.
TCG Pocket.
Ah, yeah.
Turns out it's TCG Pocket.
Well, that was clearly some
You know-
tapping right there.
you know,
that
fun
was
fact-
clearly some constant tapping.
Fun fact, Pikachu with the Libre costume is the reward for getting Legend in Go Battle League, which is very tough to get. And what's even tougher is getting the shiny Pikachu Libre. That is a very sought-after Pokemon.
We got a Pikachu Libre card. When we first started casting in like 2016, I picked up the English and German versions of the decks, which did have the Pikachu Libre. What have I got on my face? Oh, it's Electabuzz! I think Pikachu and Electabuzz will be friends. Hang out in a power plant together. Go for a little walk in Meridian Forest. Yeah, sounds good to me.
You know that Pikachu made, I think it was either top 4 or top 8 at the most recent global challenge that we had in BG.
We had a Pikachu deck in top 8 of TCG this weekend.
Very nice.
A
Very nice.
Pikachu EX Lost Zone deck.
Why would it, in VG, why wouldn't it be Raichu then?
Because when you give it the light ball, it is a lot stronger than Raichu is able to be. It's a lot frailer, but it hits a lot harder with the light ball item, and only Pikachu can benefit from that.
That's cool.
Wait, is that like a swag box over there? Okay, cool.
Gonna put a hat on the Pikachu?
That feels like it could go terribly wrong. There you go, Jamie. It's on you.
All right. How we're doing this. I'm mindful of the wire here as well.
So when it goes terribly, we can blame Jamie.
Right. Shift around. Careful of the wires. Right, there we go.
Oh, perfect.
Are we doing the Ash Ketchum instead? Let's have it
perfect.
that way around, right? There we go.
Pikachu's
Wonderful,
ready to
Jamie.
battle.
Excellent.
Oh, like those cute dog videos.
How many hats can we balance on Pikachu?
I reckon quite a few.
I reckon we get a few on there.
Yeah, we have a backpack there as well that we can try.
Like if we really try.
I love Pikachu's energy.
I tell you what, I think I've been working pretty hard this weekend. I've not been working as hard as Pikachu.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go, Pikachu's there. I'm on the activity stage, Pikachu. I'm casting, there's Pikachu. I'm on this stage, there's Pikachu. I'm actually taking 5 minutes to have a bit of a break. Oh no, I see Pikachu going up on the stage. Hardest working person in the room, Pikachu.
For sure.
I think Pikachu agrees.
Hardest working Pokemon in the room?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go for that. Am I a Pokemon?
Are you a Pokemon at this point?
All right. I was trying to get a special guest to come backstage for this second game.
Yeah, Shay, right?
Yeah, but the problem is, any special guest I come back now, kind of, it's a little bit disappointing compared to Pikachu.
But I mean, it's still Shay.
Yeah, Shay's pretty cool. I messaged him to come back at the end of game 1. I don't know where Shay is. I messaged him and he replied. He's like, oh, do you mean TCG? What other game is going on right now, Shay? This is literally the only game happening.
Quick question. Why was there a Badoo on the field that with such low health?
I mean, there's not one, right? It just got KO'd.
I was waiting to do the question, and then it just got knocked out, so I had to ask it before it disappeared.
So Irritating Pollen does 10 damage, stops your opponent playing item cards during their next turn. And basically what it does is slow the game down to a grind so that you've then got time to set up. A lot of players, when they play Badoo, they'll be playing cards like Counter Catcher or Unfair Stamp that you want your opponent to take a prize. So like Unfair Stamp, you put Badoo up, you slow them down, they finally take a prize, you put them down to a 2-card hand. Or you activate Counter Catcher because you're behind on prizes, and then you can gust something off the bench to KO. So you slow the game down, but then your opponent takes a prize. And we have seen some big punishments. Right, we've been just heard in my ear, that's all the time we got for Pikachu. Pikachu, I'd request the highest of 5s. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pikachu. Give it up for Pika!
Hey, Pikachu! 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 Hey, Pikachu! Pikachu! Okay, we got it.
Have an outtake. Bye, Pikachu.
Almost got carried away there. Pikachu's taking the hat as well. I mean, how is it going to take it off, actually? But
hey, I did pretty well balancing it.
Oh. I'm just saying, now that we've used that hat in a bit, does that mean it needs to go home with somebody? Because I'm a hat guy, putting that out there. Do with that information what you will.
Needs to cover his hair.
Oh. Hey, my hair looks good today, but it did take a professional like 20 minutes to make it look good. I can't do this at home. Right, so we're in game 2. Nathan won game 1. Right now, we got a bit of a slow setup. Yes, Nathan's only got 1 Drakloak on the bench, but Gabriel's only got 2 Drakloak. It's not like they've got a phenomenal setup either. There's lots of support Pokemon around. What we're looking for... Wait, are we attacking with Radiant Alakazam?
No way.
I assume that is something really cool.
Nobody attacks with Radiant Alakazam. Alex, what does Radiant Alakazam do?
If he's able to find 8 Dragapult and another energy, he would actually be able to start using
around that sort of thing.
This guy's about to literally Google it.
Why would I Google it?
Because you don't know it off the top of your head.
No.
You didn't even know it was called Mind Ruler.
Googling it. Why would I Google it? It is 20 damage for each card in your opponent's hand.
That makes sense, you know, with the mind thing.
Yeah.
With the opponent. I miss Pikachu.
I miss Pikachu.
Looks like we got Badoo back on the
Good
field
energy.
as well.
I miss Pikachu.
If Nathan takes the knockout,
Look, we got somebody just off camera, just like randomly throwing us Pokemon plushies.
Why doesn't that happen to me more often in life?
I don't know, I got 3 kids at home. I do often find random Pokemon plushies just like flying towards my face.
I can relate to that. That is a thing. That's how we have Pokemon battles in my household.
The problem is, they're not like new plushies, they're just my plushies and my kids are wanging at me. It's like, hey, take that, Dad.
No, see, every time I come to these events, I got to come home with some plushies. So this time I brought Hoppip and Squirtle home.
Oh, very nice.
Daughter's new favorite Pokemon, the Hoppip.
Oh, that's a bold choice.
She loves it.
Jumpluff has been super successful at LAIC, winning Go and VG.
See? And we did have Jaywitt's old school TCG caster from way back in the day. Probably the most famous of the Hoppip enjoyers. Right, why has Shay not come back here yet?
I mean, there's still the Jumpluff that you can still claim, the Marco Silva's Jumpluff, right?
Yeah.
Because that goes this entire weekend.
Yeah, you can claim it for Go and VG, I believe. So,
yeah.
EU1C Sunny Days, I think the code that you...
I think that's what it was, yeah.
Now he will be able to play item cards.
Just saw Gabby walk past. Oh, the VG caster, Go caster. Always nice seeing Gabby hanging around backstage. So, right now, I am liking Gabriel's setup quite a bit more than Nathan's setup.
Yeah.
Now we've got a Dreepy and 2 Drakloak versus 1 Drakloak. Now we're starting to see a real golfing setup. And when you've got a mirror match, a golfing setup often leads to a golf-in result. And you know Gabriel is feeling hard done by from game 1. Literally had the game were it not for the Blood Moon Ursaluna being prized. So they want to come back and win this second game. plus you know, winning EUIC.
Yes, that would be big. Now, is this a best of 3 or best of 5?
Best of 3 TCG, always best of 3.
Okay.
Except when you go to Japan in their Champions Leagues when it's best of 1. But then we can worry about that another day. Ooh, unfair stamp being prized is actually super annoying.
If those finals would be best of 5, we would sit here for hours.
I'd be up for it.
Yeah,
Has there ever been a best of 5 TCG? Because we've had a best of 5 in VG in one of the players. I think it was the second Players Cup in the final.
We've had. I've been to unofficial tournaments that have best. I went to one that had a best of 5 untimed finals. But then I also had one that had a 20-minute sudden death game and went on forever because somebody was playing a Durant mill deck and it went to sudden death and they managed to mill their opponent out before their opponent took a single prize and we all waited for 20 minutes for this game to do sudden death.
Oh, no.
We were not happy.
Yeah, we're in the Players Cup where we had like the brackets and losers finals and then grand finals. We had a bracket reset of the best of 5, and 10 games were played in the grand finals.
Oh, that's too many games.
And for VG, that's a lot.
That's
a lot.
That is a lot.
Because we get best of 5s for Go as well, but when we do bracket resets like we had today, the games are really quick. They're usually like 3-4 minutes, and then they take 2 minutes to pick their next team and then go right back in. So bracket reset is only maybe 30-40 minutes.
That's much more reasonable, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
The noise is here.
The noise is here. Leo, it's been amazing. I'm going to have to kick you out for a minute.
Sparkles.
We're getting rid of one sparkly caster, and we're bringing in an even sparklier caster.
I'm so underdressed.
Welcome to the casual stream, the inimitable Shea Burton.
Oh, hello everyone. This is good. I wasn't expecting to come in like that, and I have to say I'm impressed by that blazer, but you know. Can't compete with this.
Mate, Leo hates you right now.
Does he actually?
He's really unhappy with you because he came in his sparkly suit and he was like, oh yeah, you know, peacocking around as you do. And then he saw your suit and it's just kind of, you know, got a bit too far for him.
Let's get this
I have a
fixed.
problem with this headset. There we go. That was a hot switch. I wasn't ready to come in quite like that, but yeah, this is good. How much of this game have you been watching, then, fella? It's been an interesting one, right?
It's been so game 1, super duper tight. Gabriel actually had game, but his lone Blood Moon Ursaluna was
prized.
Final 2 prizes. So that gave Nathan, and he had no backup attacker. So that gave Nathan game 1. Game 2, it was still pretty early. We're kind of going back and forth, but Gabriel's setup quite a bit better than Nathan's. Just to be clear, we're in the casual stream here, Shay.
Oh, yeah.
We're following the game. We're following along. But I can also ask you made a big decision lately.
Okay.
You messaged me. You said, Ross, I made a big decision.
Oh, yeah, so I did. Yeah.
Tell us about. I really hope we're on the same page here.
Yeah, we're on the same page. Yeah, we're on the same page.
Tell me about the big decision you made recently.
Yeah, this big decision, viewers, are so big. It's actually marked on my calendar when I made the decision. So, my favorite Pokemon changed, everybody. It got promoted. My second favorite Pokemon was Sunflora for the longest of time, but Sunflora got the promotion. Now my favorite Pokemon, and my reasoning is, viewers and people here as well, is that I have a sitting cutie Sunflora on my desk. And I was just looking at it one day, I was thinking, you know what? If you're having a bad day, you look at Sunflora, your day is instantly better. Yeah. So I thought, for that reason alone, we're going to give Sunflora the promotion, so yeah.
What got demoted?
Urshifu, single strike Urshifu.
Why doesn't Urshifu make you happy?
I mean, you can make the argument that if you see a single strike Urshifu, your day could be going the other way, right? if you're not on Urshifu's good side.
If it walks down the street coming at you, you cross the road. Is that what you're doing?
It's a safe bet. I mean, you know, and in VGC as well, actually, right? You know, it was goes for the protect and things, and in TCG, if you're staring down that G-Max 1 blow, you're in trouble. So.
I was casting Unite earlier on the casual stream. I stayed for the whole Masters final. It was amazing.
Okay.
Do you know what they call single strike Urshifu in Unite?
I do not.
Dark Bear.
Oh, wow.
And Rapid Strike is Water Bear. And they're just casually being like, oh, most people go Water Bear, but this one player is a lone person still championing Dark Bear. And I'm like, are we allowed to call it that? Why don't we say the name?
Oh, I don't know, but I guess it makes sense at a quick glance.
And obviously, if you're talking really fast, Dark Bear compared to Single Strike Urshifu, you know.
That is true.
It's faster, it's easier.
That is a good point. That is a good point.
When we say Urshifu, we're probably talking about Rapid Strike. Like we're just saying Urshifu. Like that's the most common. But we got single strike in the final over rapid strikes. So
oh really?
Yeah, single strikes made it.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to find a VG caster and get them to promise to say Dark Bear on stream, just to make the Unite people happy. Yeah, just connect the games together.
Yeah.
Use the Unite name in VG.
I mean, if I say Dark Bear, have we not succeeded? As I am one of the VG casters. Maybe not for this weekend, but I am one of the VG casters.
I mean, you're a VG caster. You're on the couch on stream this weekend.
And I've just said Dark Bear is in the final for VG. Yes.
There we go.
Once it comes to go, I'll be sure to say Dark Bear at some point.
Yes.
Might have to wait a while to get that one in go there, right?
Yeah.
Is it going to be legal in go?
Probably not.
I heard Mamoswine was literally too big to be legal in go.
Yeah, it's too big, and even if you evolve it, say you had like a level 1 Swinub, right, and you evolved it, it still isn't great in the Great League. You have better ice type options.
Oh, what do you mean by level 1? I've never heard of this. What is
so like
level
Pokemon
1?
When you catch them, they'll have levels, and so the Great League, which is where we compete in, is at 1500 combat power. So your Pokemon has to power up to that point.
Right.
And a lot of the times, the third evolutions, when you get them, they go well above, or they don't reach their maximum potential below 1500. So a lot of the times we have second evolutions dominating, like Haunter outshines Gengar.
Charjabug.
Yeah, Charjabug.
Yeah, I saw that on stream actually. Charjabug. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'm learning new things every day.
Yeah. And then legendary Pokemon are pretty much almost non-existent outside of some unique opportunities.
We saw Giratina in the World's Final, didn't we?
Yeah. There's unique opportunities where the meta demands that you get that Giratina, which is from like a special research box. So it's level 15, and you have to trade with someone else in order for it to be eligible. There's a whole like back-end system to try to make it work. But yeah.
Is there any like 3-stage evolution line where the first is used?
Ooh.
I know there's like second stage, like Charjabug is second stage.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I don't think so. The viewers at home might be yelling at me in the chat about it, but
oh yeah, the viewers will be. If there's one you forgot,
probably.
They'll let you know.
Right, we need to check back in on the game for a minute because Gabriel in a great position here. They've taken out a Drakloak. There's just one Drakloak left for Nathan. Gabriel is up 4 prizes to 0. Nathan's board has just been decimated here. Gabriel's got the prize advantage. Gabriel's got the setup. Essentially, from this stage, there's very little Nathan can probably do because Gabriel's got a Dragapult, 2 Drakloak with energy, 1 at least with energy, ready to come in and start attacking kind of the following turn as a backup attacker. Very different to where we saw in Game 1 where Gabriel ran out of attackers and Nathan here clinging on. But there's not even any damage on Gabriel's side of the board. Gabriel has been just navigating this, setting up faster, taking all these KOs. It does look like we're about to even it up at 1 game apiece.
You know, I will say this. I love a good underdog. You sound, the way you're describing this game sounds exactly like Game 1, and then Nathan overcomes. So I'm going to root for the underdog on this one.
Hey, Nathan did overcome in Game 1. But, again, it was the... Gabriel had played Game 1 really well, but their setup wasn't good enough, and they had prepared for the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it never came out, and that was the issue. Gabriel actually played Game 1 as well as they could, given the setup that they had. It just, they were missing that last final piece.
Yeah, and I was saying when I was just watching the Game 1 in the crowd, I was saying even if you're Nathan, you're 1-0 up. Like when you're playing against a Fernandez brother, you can't relax because they are so good at the game. Like we saw Gabriel's resume. Yeah, like
Nathan's resume is also
and then Vinny as well, right? They're both like fantastic players, brothers. So yeah, Nathan's going to be in for a hard game, even if he is 1 game up, because the Fernandez brothers, them man, know their way around some Pokemon trading cards. I can tell you that.
Okay, Shay, so you're out in the crowd a minute ago. Now you're on the sofa with us.
Yeah, okay.
I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah.
What is a better place to watch the Seniors TCG Final? Out in the crowd or here chilling with us chatting?
I don't know. It's 2 very different scenarios, right? You got the stage. What was that, Alex?
You've got to be nice.
So it's been really fun having Shay on the casual stream here.
No, I'm joking. You didn't let me finish. Let me say what I was going to say. So I was going to say, you're out there, you got the stage, you got the crowd, but here...
Oh, that is 1-1 now. We are 1-1 officially.
Going to a game 3. We love that. We love that. See, I was just there. But now I'm here. You know, got the boys. We're relaxing. We're chilling on the casual stream. Absolutely love it. Yeah, this is great. I love this. Hi, everybody.
I think it's that camera right there.
This one.
That one. That one.
My friend Becca walked past. I was waving at Becca. Hello, everyone.
We're just waving.
We all know Becca. We do.
How was your weekend?
Oh yeah, my weekend. Yeah, this weekend's been fun. So I was stage hosting. There's an activity stage, which is quite like the polar opposite side of the room where we are now. And that was fun. We had like some artist signings, artist meet and greets, which was fantastic. We had this fella. He came over today, had his meet and greet as well. He was worried that there wouldn't be a queue, but there was a sizable queue.
I was so embarrassed. Well, apparently in the end they had to kind of cut the queue and stop people joining, so it was running out. It was really like genuinely humbling. Like, I know Alex likes to mock. We get it, Alex. We get it. But no, like genuinely, everyone attending, watching, anyone who came along to say hi, it was really nice. I really enjoyed it. It was a really humbling experience. I was genuinely terrified no one would turn up.
I was going to say next time what you should do when there's a queue, run along and do like high five.
Come on down.
Yeah, just like high five everyone as you run past them. That'd be pretty epic. But I'm glad it went well.
Yeah, it went well. Nice.
I saw Joe came along.
He did. He took his picture as well, didn't he? Omni Joe, Caster Joe. You know Joe.
Joe didn't come to my meet and greet.
Oh, he did. Oh, you haven't seen it then. Oh, yeah,
I didn't see Joe come down.
Yeah, he came down. He came down. He was there. He put a picture online.
Oh, I've just been checking all like the event news and stuff. I've not been checking my own personal Twitter. I mean, I was opening pocket packs on stream a minute ago.
Was you? Get anything good?
No.
No. What set? New set?
I was opening a bunch of Space Time Smackdown, yeah.
Nice. I've been neglecting my pocket since I've been here. I know I've definitely got the 4 packs lined up, which I know is not good, but
I had 4 packs lined up for the first time ever, and that's why I opened them on stream. I've been such a busy boy. I've not been getting back to no town till like 11 o'clock this weekend.
Yeah.
I'm a busy boy.
IC's people, if you can get to them, they are busy days, stacked days, but I wouldn't have it any other way personally. So.
I could not be complaining less. I'm having a wonderful time.
How's your event then been? How's your EUIC been? All good?
It's been fantastic. Yeah, we had some amazing battles because we had a point switch up this year. So instead of reaching a point threshold, you have to maintain a top 50 position.
Ooh.
And the trainers are super competitive.
It was very much like it is in TCG.
Yeah, so this is like this is to get to Worlds then.
This is to get to Worlds. Yeah. So to get to Worlds, because a lot of the trainers here travel around together to all the tournaments, so they want to maintain their placing. Whereas in previous years, if they reach the point threshold, then they already got an invite to Worlds. They don't have to worry as much.
Yeah.
But now it's like everything has been on the line in every single game. It was a lot of fun this year.
Oh, you were doing well there.
Yeah.
I tried.
Oh, that was close.
And while we're on the topic, I'll give a decisive answer. I don't think there are any first evolutions that are used over seconds. The reason being is they don't power up enough.
Right, people in chat, time to prove him wrong. Get your answers down.
And we're going based off, because I was thinking, I'm like, well, there's kind of like the Volibee and Mandibuzz. Volibee can actually power up enough, but Mandibuzz is still used, but that's not a three. That's not a three-tier solution.
That's a one stage.
Yeah, so if we got 3 tiers, the first one doesn't power up enough. The second one hits the sweet spot, and then the third one, a lot of times can be used.
That'd be easier.
But, usually typically not. So.
Alex, why are you so afraid to put a headset on?
I'm giving everyone a chance.
This is. Check the schedule, mate. We're scheduled here for the whole games. I'm being here for the whole games.
Okay, love that. As we do say as well, Game 3 has started now.
The Snorlax is helping.
And Nathan has led that Voodoo. We haven't seen an Itchy Pollen from Nathan so far in this best of 3. I wonder if we'll see it this time.
Well, he started with Badoo. I don't love putting Badoo... Like, in this matchup, you're both going to be setting up, in theory, at the same speed. So you shouldn't need Badoo down, slow down your opponent. But it's such an easy prize from the first Phantom Dive. Like, you are going to have free damage at some point to just kind of pop down. It's just so... Oh!
What on earth?
Did you see that catch?
Plushies are flying around.
Left-handed.
Oh, that was doing so well.
I was trying to draw attention to that, but that was good.
But that was all right. That was all right.
Yeah, like, at some point you're just giving up a prize. It's not ideal. Woo-hoo!
It's really the casual stream. We got plushies flying everywhere.
See, I was hyping up a special guest, and it was actually supposed to be you, but then Pikachu came and joined us.
I got upstaged by Pikachu. Oh, we got... Hey! There we go.
I mean, pretty relevant for this matchup.
Yeah, this is relevant. We got Dreepy on stream right now.
I actually caught one this morning.
Everyone say hi, Alan.
Yeah.
Oh, that is Alan.
That is Alan.
That's not a stream, but that's Alan. Oh, hello, Alan.
Big up Alan. We love Alan.
He's been in the green room with us all weekend.
Has he?
Yeah.
Look at that. Well, whichever way happens here, how this game 3 pans out, Alan will see a Dragapult international champion. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've already had.
There you go, mate.
Yeah, Dragapult was not successful in juniors, unfortunately.
No.
So, I mean, it's a rough match. If Lugia set up turn 2 both games.
I saw.
If Lugia sets up, we're good. Why is Alex looking at me like that? Hi, Alex. I thought he was like hinting at me to get off. I'm like, I've been very clear. I'm not getting out this seat till we crown a senior champion. I'm staying here till a senior champion is crowned.
This is a hostile
You know what I say about the juniors, though, right? It's very cool to see the young kids competing.
Oh,
and having to be put on this stage at that age, you know?
Yeah.
I can't imagine the pressure.
I was saying to some of the production staff on the other stage, I was like, when I was 10, 11 years old, I definitely wasn't playing on a stage in like an international championship, I can tell you that much. So, and the thing is that the skill gap I feel in this, with the information that we have now, between like juniors, seniors, and masters is just closing. Like watching a Gabriel Fernandez, he would run rings around me if he was playing him, right?
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So these players that are already doing well in juniors, by the time they get to masters, they're going to be cooking.
When I was 10, 11 years old, Pokemon hadn't come out yet.
Oh, I got an old fellow over it.
That's an age card.
Man's old.
It was close to coming out. In fact, it's probably out in Japan, to be honest.
You know what's interesting about Go is we actually don't have age bracket.
No, that's a card.
Oh,
that's a card.
Is that,
it's just
yeah, use the other side.
I'll use the other side.
We need that's a card for if a card is played.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I'm new to the casual stream. I apologize.
Yeah, for Go it was that's a catch, and then for TCG.
What's it going to be for VG? It still needs to begin with C then, right?
That's up to you, isn't it?
That's a crit.
So Nathan actually got a double Buddy Buddy Poffin. Buddy Buddy Poffin, that's a phenomenal card. Or lets you get 2 basic Pokemon. Look how he set his bench up. 3 Dreepy and a Duskull. Just Shay. That is a good
I don't know
bench.
which match it was yesterday in VG, but someone got 3 protects in a row.
Oh, that was the asymmetrical top 32 match in top 16.
Yeah.
That was Matt Maynard versus Victor Jimenez, I think it was.
What are the odds of Protect number 3 working?
So it's guaranteed first time, and then it's a third chance each time. So it's a 1 in 3 to get the double, but then at that point it's a 1 in 9, so it's a 1 in 27 to have got the triple protect. He needed a quadruple protect to have got the win, but then that would have been a 1 in 27 chance, and what's 27 squared? I'm a maths teacher. Give me a sec.
Big number. I can tell you that.
A lot.
Give me a minute.
Yo, you got it. You got it.
Right.
I can do 23 squared.
Yeah.
I can't do any of that business, I can tell you that.
17,576.
24,000?
729?
No. I think Gabriel
Chat's going to confirm it's 729. I'm going to do the I'm going to do the calc now.
that
that normally means something completely different.
Yeah.
I remember growing up saying there wouldn't be calculators in our pocket, but
yeah,
look
yeah,
what I got now.
Yeah, I'm a maths teacher. Of course I can do maths.
Yeah,
there we go. So it was a 1 in 729 chance of Matt Maynard winning that game with the quadruple protect.
Yeah, that was pretty cool to see. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Love to see that.
Right now, we've got Badoo on Badoo action. We've got Itchy Pollen against Itchy Pollen. 10 damage each way, stopping item cards. Essentially, both players are going, well, you're not setting up if I'm not setting up. And we've got a little bit of a stalemate. We're game 3 here. Oh, Nathan going for the cheeky
This is
second
for all the biscuits
Duskull.
right now, right?
All the biscuits. I'm not talking to your biscuit here or there, mate. All the biscuits.
I live here. It's all the biscuits.
All the biscuits.
I live in the UK. I live up north.
I believe you.
Yes. All the biscuits. The whole platter box, you know.
Yeah, I love a biscuit. What's your favorite biscuit?
He didn't say jar of biscuit.
Huh?
No.
Yeah,
like the holiday
fair.
platter where you open it up.
Yeah.
You got all. My wife's
Like
probably
the box,
watching this right now.
Get a box with
Box
a
of
fancy
biscuits.
Box of biscuits.
I've never ever called it a platter of
that
biscuits.
would be an American reference right there.
Platter is a very American word, to be fair.
I still hold my ground on most things here, okay?
I like those those biscuits that are kind of like biscuit with pretty fat chocolate. They're generally circular with a hole in the middle.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of like it's fat chocolate with biscuit in the middle.
Yeah, they're called rounds, aren't they? The rounds, they are.
They are good biscuit.
They are good. They are good biscuit.
All right,
favorite biscuit, Shay?
Favorite biscuit?
I feel like Gabriel is set up better right now, just looking at the left side. Or am I incorrect?
Well, we saw Nathan actually go for the bite attack to get to KO Gabriel's Badoo.
Currently,
interesting.
I'm going to disagree with you there. So we're not really looking at, we're looking at the Dragapult line. So Gabriel's got free Drakloak, whereas Nathan's got free Dreepy. Now the two Duskull are good, but they're not necessarily going to be all that useful. Maybe one of them, second is a bit of kind of protection if you need it, but they give up prizes. I'm taking the free Drakloak. I'm liking Gabriel's. Plus, that Pheasant Dipty draws 3 cards if your opponent took KO last turn. Now, I think Gabriel's got the setup right now, but it could flip very quickly.
Yeah, we do see Gabriel does get the Dragapult down as well. So that's the key card, right? How many Dragapult can you stream effectively? Professor Churro as well, letting you pick up a card. Love that. Acts as healing. You know, acts as switching option. There's a lot of good stuff that Professor Churro.
That's a scenario I can get behind.
Let's go. Let's go.
Well, we were talking about this card in the last in the last game, and I was like, well, you could. I mean, would you play it in Dragapult?
I think so. I reckon there's a cheeky one because it lets you, if you're playing Radiant Alakazam, lets you get 2 effective uses of that. Lets you get 2 effective uses of Monkey Dory as well, and Pheasant Dipty. So there's 3 use cases right there. And if you're playing cards like Luminion as well, as Gabriel did just use, lets you remove that from harm's way.
Yeah, and the point I made in the previous game was because you're going through the stage 1 with Dragapult rather than going for the rare candy route, it is a lot better. Oh, unfair stamp. That's a card.
What does unfair stamp do?
So if your opponent takes a KO, you play it the next turn, you get a 5-card hand, they get a 2-card hand.
Ooh.
Unfair by name?
Unfair by nature.
I've trained all the TCG casters to use that phrase.
I've trained them. Oh, your underlings.
We also train every Pokemon caster to say Black Bear.
When Shay gets it right, he gets a biscuit.
Who's getting? Is it me or you that asking? Swapping?
You want to say yeah?
Shay,
is it me?
Yeah, come on.
Oh, is it time for? Am I
we get 2 swaps.
Okay. Shay,
yep.
I'm leaving it in your hands.
Okay.
You need to anchor the TCG broadcast.
Okay.
Because I need to go and get ready for Masters Finals.
Okay.
We have not got long to go here.
We haven't.
So, Shay, you're the expert.
Okay, thank you very much. I will seize control, everybody.
Careful of Oddish.
Oh, you weren't supposed to leave? What is this?
Sierra, it's, you know, your big personality you can take out, you know what I mean? You can replace them, can't we?
There was a whole bit plan, but now I can't run it because everyone disappeared. All right, just get in here,
Snorlax was going to do so well. Oh, well.
I want to go back that way. I apologize. I apologize.
Oh, yeah, you going to come in? You going to run? All right. Explain to me, because Gabriel won the last game. 1-1. What's happening?
Yeah, so Nathan got off to a nice game 1 after a good start, but then Gabriel, you know, did you see his resume? Like, what, 3 or 4-time IC champion, evened it back up, and now we're in a game 3. And now I think we're getting to the pivotal point here. Gabriel was the first one to get the Dragapult online. That's the main attacker. That's what we're after. So Nathan's going to try and see if he can respond, but I think he's definitely on the back foot. So interesting to see how this one pans out.
Yo, counter catcher. I got one of those.
Yo!
So actually what had happened is there was going to be an entire bit over here where I was going to kick one person off the couch and then I'd be like, oh no, what is this? Counter catcher. Points, get in here. Then I would leave. But then everyone was too nice and actually opened up 2 spots for both of us to
unfortunately.
sit. So bit's dead. So that's fine. That's fine.
I was really impressed. Like, wow, I actually had a counter catch on the go. What are the chances?
Yeah, wow.
That's a nice, because a gold one as well.
Yeah, it's
that.
chromed out. Take a look.
Yeah, right?
What set was
Only
that
the blinged out cards.
Paradox Rift.
Impressive.
That was a good set right there.
Yeah, I like that one too.
Yeah.
It's dead now, though. It's fine. It's fine. But it means I can be here and watch this, so.
Yeah.
Tough look for Nathan. I mean, 2 games out of this best-of-3 set now with really, really tough starts.
Yeah, that's the nature of the TCG sometimes, you know what I mean? Both players have got set up in this game, though, which is nice. So at least it's not going to be a no-starter. which is what we like to see. Whoa, we got Mantike coming in as well.
Good catch.
Flying in.
I like
Mantike
this.
Where's my Mantike gone? Was that the Mantike?
It might have been your Mantike.
I guess it was.
I think Alex took
Did
it,
you
and now it's...
throw Mantike?
No, it got taken from me.
That's so sad. Well, here, I will return the Mantike to you.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Got
that's
to
it.
interrupt. Sorry, we
That's
saw
it.
a concession from Nathan. So Gabriel Fernandez takes another EUIC championship. I think this is his second in a row.
Impressive stuff. Cabinet getting full.
Yeah.
For this player.
Honestly.
Lots of trophies.
Honestly, the Fernandez family, because his brother plays as well, I think they've got 9th place in Masters at this event as well. Honestly, what a TCG household. Like you say, that trophy cabinet must be getting heavy.
Pretty cool. I got to admit, for 2Z Esports, the sponsor, Gabriel, here to be getting the W as well. They are representing a few different games here at this event at EUIC.
Oh, nice.
They did have a representative in Pokemon Unite, the game that I'm covering too. They did extremely well. And I mean, they got a lot of support, clearly.
Yeah.
In the crowd and, of course, back home.
Yeah, when I did LAIC last year, actually, I managed to chat to the Fernandez mom, and she's a lovely lady. She's just so happy, you know, to have raised sons that are just at the genuinely world class. Imagine having one, you know, child be world class at anything. How about two? Is honestly amazing. Love to see
Are there
it.
many in TCG like siblings finding equal amount of success?
There are.
Yeah, funnily enough, you got the Cameron brothers. They're both regional winners at TCG.
Yeah.
You got the Robin and Philip Schultz. Robin Schultz, our 2018 world champion as well.
Szymanskis.
And then you've got the Szymanskis. Yes, I've almost forgot about them. So yeah, quite a few, funnily enough.
I
Right,
feel robbed.
VGC.
I feel it's like one of those things in class where you say the answer, someone else repeats it louder, and they get all the credit over
Someone
there.
else said the answer.
So did you say that?
Yes.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize. Do you get that much in VGC? Family success?
And now you're putting me on the spot, and I wasn't prepared for this question.
I'm entirely prepared for this question. If you'd like me to take this, Sarah.
No, so what? I also wasn't listening.
He said he is prepared if he would like to take the answer. He said.
Yeah, and then you said no.
You said no.
That's very funny.
So I know I'm not answering this now. So
No. I believe one of our finalists in the junior divisions actually is also like a sibling duo. I believe his brother competes in seniors.
Very
and has
cool.
some success.
Nice.
So yeah, Fabian Musicant and then his brother. So yeah.
Bit of a family affair.
Yeah,
what was going to be your
I
response?
believe there is someone competing in the junior division that I'm just saying it louder.
You said it with such gusto as
yeah,
well.
no.
Take that.
Thank you very much. No, it's the Silver brothers, right? Pietro and Marco.
Oh.
That's the obvious one in VG, right? Both won LAIC. Pietro Silver won
we
in
love you,
seniors,
Sierra.
Marco and
Bye.
Bye, Sierra.
So yeah, that's the obvious one for VG is the Silver brothers because they literally both won the same IC.
Oh wow!
So,
Well,
yeah,
that'll
LAIC
do
just
it.
gone,
They just take it and turn your turn now.
Impressive stuff. Jeez, I mean, it's obviously no small feat to take home some of these ICs. We've been talking about it all stream long,
Yeah,
but in
of
terms of the trading card game, I mean, it might be the most difficult with just the sheer amount of numbers, even in your junior and senior divisions. It feels like, that with the game growing so rapidly, I mean, so is your competition. It is getting ridiculous with how many people you got to beat to win one of these championships.
Yeah, exactly. We were just saying, I think, before you came on, actually, like, I feel as if because the information players can get hold of now, the gap between junior, senior, and master is closing. Like, if I was to play Gabriel, he's winning rings around me. He's going to make me look silly. So it's only just going to get better and better. And I think as well with the TCG, there's so much variance, you know, of how you draw. To be consistently winning ICs as much as Gabriel does, it's just a testament to how insanely skilled they are.
That's funny.
Yeah, so shout out.
Dressed this time.
Yeah, a little bit tidier now.
Wow.
I'm like so underdressed here.
You always look great though, Jamie.
Yeah, where's your shiny
you always
vest?
look great.
I mean, I didn't bring it because I was competing.
How are you doing though, mate?
I'm doing
I haven't
great.
seen you
I'm
all
doing
weekend.
fantastic.
You've been busy with the entertainment, I hear.
Yeah, so the activity stage, first time running it at an IC, and that was so much fun. Artist signings, influencer meet and greets, cosplay showcase.
How was that? Who won?
That was amazing. Oh, it wasn't a competition. It was just everyone comes out, shows their designs off, and it was amazing. I loved it. It
Very
was
cool.
so good.
Which was your favorite one?
Oh, there was a hiker, and
Oh,
the hiker,
cool.
the
That
hiker
is very
came
cool.
out. He had like Zubat suspended off his shoulders, so they were following him. Had a Pokédex. I was very impressed with that.
Very,
one.
very
But
cool.
honestly, the standard was so high. Everyone was so good.
Yeah.
I hope that was recorded and like up on the Pokemon channels at some point because I really want to check that out. It's really cool.
I hope so. That'd be really good to watch back, and the crowd honestly was just getting bigger and bigger. By the end of it, I was like, goodness. I was like, Shay, don't mess up now. There's a lot of people.
So you're gonna guide me through the Masters final, because I'm not really that up to speed on TCG at all. I know some of the cards I collect. Cards and things.
I think the Masters final is going to be super interesting, because I think whoever wins, there's going to be history, right? So I think if Ryuki Okada wins, that'll be the first Japanese TCG Master to win an international.
That's
and if
amazing.
Natalie Miller wins, she'll be the first female to win an IC. So whatever happens, history is going to be made,
win-win
right?
then. That's great.
So that's going to be good.
What decks are they playing?
I'm going to put him on the spot here. I think Ryuki is playing Terrapagos. And then Natalie was just playing Dragapult, which you just saw there. So Dragapult, it definitely seemed to be the deck to beat this event. It was the most played across all divisions. And she's in a very good spot. So I can't wait to say this Masters final is going to play out. This is all the exciting bit, casual viewers. Come on.
Yeah, so is it Dragapult EX then?
Yes, I should say Dragapult EX. Yeah.
Is it similar in a lot of ways? Because I know the Dragapult VMAX card from back in the Sword and Shield era.
Yeah, actually.
So is it similar?
Oh, super similar. Actually, sometimes on broadcast, I announce Dragapult EX's, I announce Dragapult VMAX attack when I meant to say the EX, because they're that similar. They both pepper the active with a little bit of damage. So Dragapult VMAX did 130 to the active and then 50 to the bench. And then Dragapult EX does 200 to the active and 60 to the bench. And just to make it even harder for us, the casters, one was called Phantom Dive and one's called, what's the X called? Phantom something, I can't remember now.
Phantom Dive.
But yeah, both got Phantom. So there is how the bracket is panning out. As you can see, real quick, viewers, on the top, on the right, on the top 8, you can see Vinny Fernandez actually did make top 8. That was Gabriel's brother, who we just saw win.
Wow.
So an insane household.
That is incredible. I guess it's nice as well, because you're going to have someone to like always practice with and test ideas out. Amazing.
It's exciting. So we're about to watch the Masters Grand Final, of course. So, and we just had the junior and seniors level. What is the age cap or age minimum, I guess, for Masters then?
That's a good question. I think it's 14. Once you're in 14, you age up, which is quite low in considering the other. Well, the more you think about it, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that was who we just saw, Gabriel's last year in seniors. He's going to age up. His brother aged up. This is Vinny's first year.
Okay.
So they're going to age up. But as I was saying, with all the information we can get now, and the gap just is honestly closing. Like for Vinny, for his first year in Masters, and to immediately get top 8 at an international, just shows you like
incredible.
Yeah. And as you say, I think a testament what you just said, Lee, having to go downstairs and test with one of the best players in the world all the time, it just means their play just skyrockets.
Yeah.
So.
And like when they get to that level, they're going to be able to kind of push each other to new heights. It's
exactly.
Yeah, incredible.
Exactly.
Sorry, guys. I feel like I've jumped in here and like really cozy.
No, it's okay. We're just admiring this tower of plushies that is built over here.
I managed to balance it on myself earlier as well.
Oh, wow.
I can't remember if I managed 5 or not, but
okay.
Yeah.
Can you do the
We're building up here.
I mean, I'll try for a bit.
Here we go.
Chad, if you think we can build this up to 6, make sure to like the stream.
Oh, if this gets up to 6, you have to
you gotta like that stream.
You have to share it with a friend, I think, realistically.
Yeah,
word
of mouth.
Maybe go that way.
Oh, backwards. Okay. A little bit of oddish.
I like that, using the leaves off the sofa.
Okay. Bit of a handstand for oddish to complete it.
We get to do all sorts over here.
So how'd your run on the VG side of things go this weekend?
How's that gone?
I went 5-3.
Okay.
And I still got points, so
nice.
I'll take that. It was better than last year.
Hey,
I've already mentioned on the stream, but I'll say again, I came last year. As in dead last. 974 out of 974.
Hey, someone had to do it.
Someone had
to do it.
Do you want to know what's funny about that? Not last EUIC, the EUIC before that one. I also came stone dead last. I did this thing.
Really proving why we're the
That's why I'm the casual sheet, everybody.
Yeah. You want to know the craziest thing?
What's that?
Yeah, you know how crazy it would have been if I said it.
Yeah. Do you know what's crazy about that? I have never done that.
Never done that?
I am actually good at my game.
Well, hold on. Some would say the people who don't even enter are the losers, though, from how fun the events are.
That is true. For sure. That is true. Yeah. If you're watching, you haven't ever got to like a regional or an international, you have to get involved. Especially now we said we've got the activity stage now to do other stuff, being artists and all that. There's always something to do. And even without that, you got like the vendors, you got all the side events.
Side events are
There's so much going on the entire weekend, and it's such a great. If you've got a love for Pokemon, there's no better place to come. You're gonna genuinely meet people that just share that passion. You're going to be able to hang out, make new friends, talk about what you love. And, you know, we've got so many games now we cover as well. It doesn't matter if you're in the VG, TCG, Go, Unite. Am I missing anything out? Even TCG Pocket. Everyone loves TCG Pocket,
we
right?
saw a little bit of sort of like a little VOD get made up of that, right? I think. Tord versus Isaiah Bradner winning back a EUIC final. Okay, so looks like our Masters final is getting ready, but I think I had in my headset. We've got a little bit of
I think someone
switch.
much more experienced than me is going to be coming in here.
Not that much more experience. Don't worry about that. He doesn't know. He hasn't got a clue who's coming in now.
Right.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Jamie.
No, the tower. The tower.
Round of applause for Jamie in the plushy tower, though. To be
Bye,
fair.
Jamie.
Come on. To be fair, but I tell you what, casual viewers, we have an absolute living legend of the TCG. We have the World Championship difference, our 2016 Seniors World Champion, Jesper Eriksson, everybody. Woo. There we go. How are you feeling, Jesper?
Now we've got an expert here to guide us through.
So
Yeah.
Not me, yeah.
Jesper, quick question before we get into more discussion. Have you ever gotten dead last in a Pokemon trading card game event?
Likely, yeah. Like a pre-release or locals or something.
Okay, all right. You're going to fit right in. You're going to fit right in.
Absolutely. I mean, getting last is also like the same thing as like getting first place, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's only one winner and there's only one stone dead last.
Really,
So,
it really depends on how you look at it. Yeah, it's all a matter of perspective.
I actually would say it's actually harder to get dead last than it actually is to win.
There you go.
I really quickly want to point something out, viewers. Natalie has prized 2 copies of Dreepy. Now, one of them is at the bottom. Traditionally, players take their prizes bottom to top, so she might be able to liberate one of them at some point, but not the greatest of starts, really.
So is that preventing her from really having a good flow, getting the Dragapult?
Yeah, because if you're playing the Dragapult deck, you want to get as many Dreepy down so you can evolve up into your Dragapult. And having 2 copies in the prize cards means, well, you can only put a maximum of 2 down unless you can manipulate the prizes somehow.
How many copies does she have in her deck?
4.
Oh,
you can have up to 4 copies of the same card in the TCG. So we have a maximum 4 copies there. Heard you did well at EUIC, yes. Was you playing Dragapult as well?
Yeah, I was playing Dragapult Zard. If any of y'all watched round 4 on the mainstream, of course, I was playing there. Got a bit lucky with the win there, but, you know, Dragapult, amazing deck, and we see it with Natalie also, as well here. Of course, the thing about we saw with Natalie during this weekend is that she's been just tossing through her opponents all the way.
Wait, did Natalie just draw past her first turn?
Oh, no. Okay.
I think she might have done. Sorry to cut you off there, but that's something to keep an eye on.
Oh, yeah, you're
what
right,
does
mate.
that
like,
mean,
I mean, draw pass in finals?
Yeah, so draw pass, in case you don't know. I think Natalie just drew for the turn, as you do for the start of every turn.
Yeah.
Had no playable cards, so had to pass it over. Not something you want to traditionally do, because you want to play your cards in the Pokemon TCG, right? So
got it.
So yeah, so it's quite handy to play the cards there that we have.
Sorry, I'm going to be annoying.
No.
Zero idea.
No,
I'm taking notes if you miss it. It's okay.
Yeah.
Play your card.
You can study those later,
So first note is going to be play your cards.
That is helpful. That is helpful.
First note of many, I'm sure.
I think step one to winning the game is always getting to play the game.
Yes.
Right now, Natalie's not playing the game.
Oh. That's game.
Oh, no. That was quick.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
And this is why
one of you
playing your cards is good. Natalie didn't get to play any of them. And now she's 1 game down already.
Yeah, to make it clear, not her fault.
Definitely not.
It was not a choice.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, actually, would one of you care to explain why that match was over just so incredibly quickly?
So, the thing was that with Vesendipity, it has a weakness to fighting Pokemon. Now, Cloth was able to get into the active spot, have an energy attached, and Brute Bonded poison Cloth. When Cloth is affected by a special condition, it does 170 damage more. Vesendipity has 210, and then you have the X2 for the weakness. Oh, yeah, it's knocked out.
Incredible.
Wow. Yeah, and that Terrapicar's deck, isn't it? Yes, but it's really designed to try and end games quickly, because that's not the only way it can win turn 1. It has another card, that Petra. What does that do?
Yeah, so the Pekkaron means that it does, between turns you have this poison effect, right? The special conditions. Poison usually does 10 damage. With the Pekkaron, you get to do 50 more.
Yeah.
And you can also have the Hisuian Sneasler on your bench. You can actually do 80 damage on poison, meaning that you can go first and win the game before your opponent gets to play a card. So again, play your cards.
Play your cards.
Yeah, play your cards. And you could argue Ryuki's deck is one of the best at stopping your opponent from playing their cards. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll write it down.
Both the poison and the booty on top. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
Stop
your opponent. from step one.
Yes. To tell you what, casual viewers, you're getting a masterclass on the TCG, I'm telling you. Number one, play your cards, stop your opponent playing them.
Yeah. Okay, how likely is a situation like that to happen, though? Such a tough hand with only one basic Pokemon, 2 basic Pokemon in the prizes. I mean, you've been a competitor for quite some time.
Yeah.
How often does something like that happen at a tournament?
I mean, this is a term we call bricking. It doesn't happen often, but it's aside tournaments, right? If you sit into a tournament and you break a couple of times, you're out. And right now, if it happens again for Natalie, hope it doesn't. So we want to get something to watch here. If it happens for Natalie again, well, this is going to be the fastest finals we ever had in IC.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking in my head, I wonder if that's the fastest IC game we ever had in the finals. I reckon it probably is up there.
Yeah, 100%.
So we could be on par here for the fastest IC final in totality. But I'm sure Natalie is going to be thinking, well, I'm going to try my best to stop that from happening. I don't want to be in that record book for that reason.
Yeah.
So let's see what Natalie can do.
Obviously, you're going to go through a lot of mental gymnastics after a game like that, right? You're obviously frustrated that you're going into this series with a disadvantage already of 0-1 in a best-of-3, but I feel like there's something to be said for, listen, there was nothing you could do about that situation. You could just kind of go next, focus on the next game. You got to let that one go away. And you should be a little bit easier for Natalie just to move on and storm ahead.
Yeah, I believe so. I think there's some players have different approaches. They'd rather lose in that kind of scenario where it's completely out of their hands, and some players think, oh, if I made a little mistake, that's on me. I can just run it back. So I'm definitely in the camp of I want to lose if it was nothing to do with me. I don't want that. I don't want to know that. Yeah. So looks like Natalie at least has a basic Pokemon and a second one now of this Ultra Ball. So we're not going to see any silly shenanigans.
All right, fantastic.
My head's spinning at the minute because I'm so used to you guys. Your finals generally take, like, they normally go to time or just about to time, right? Absolutely. And for this to happen and this potentially be like over very soon. And like I'm just not
typical VG player complaining about TCG.
Like,
this is crazy.
How is this possible?
I mean, usually if we rank the games right from fastest to slowest, it's always go VG then TCG, right?
Yeah.
And of course, in this case, I am quite sure we're not going to see the time run out.
Yeah.
But of course, like the typical TCG game takes around about 20-25 minutes.
Yep.
Of course, we're on stage. Everyone wants to make sure they're playing correctly, 100% efficiency. Yes, it's going to take a little bit of time, but like there's almost no way we go to time here. Of course.
Right. And the timer is extended on on Championship Sunday, right, for these competitors?
Yes, actually for an entirety top 8, we go, instead of having 50-minute Swiss rounds, which we do initially in day 1 and day 2 competition, actually to phase 1 and phase 2, sorry, we go to 75 minutes. It's also because in Swiss you can tie. So you end up in ties whenever the clock runs out. But in this case here, we need to find a winner. Therefore, we have a lot more time to make sure we find a winner, and it is, given to players the time that they can actually get to play games.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
For sure. Love to see that. So Natalie has a minimum of 2 basic Pokemon. You have to imagine if you go for the Rotom, she probably has a GP here. There we go, just right on cue. So it looks like, I think that's Natalie's turn. Oh, and they're going to end that instant charge. That's a good card, Lee, that Rotom. Lets you end your turn, but you get to draw 3 cards.
Ah, that's quite good then. So giving you more chance to get those GPs and
exactly.
It feels like one of those Pokemon cards that's showing up in almost every deck. It doesn't really matter what the archetype is, just a strong utility card. At least from what I've watched of these last broadcasts, the TCG games.
Yeah, Rotom. A card that didn't really see a lot of play early on, but then as our format started to change to more of a setup-based format of decks like Charizard and Dragapult, Rotom gets a lot more value, and it's a great target for Forest Seal Stone. Do you know what Forest Seal Stone does? Lets you grab any card you like from your deck.
Oh.
It's a good card, that.
Not a rule.
That's not
that
bad.
Seems really broad.
Maybe that I could also add a step 3. Draw cards.
Draw cards.
Cards. Play your cards. Stop your opponents from step 1 and 3. Draw cards.
Draw cards.
Exactly. The more cards you draw, the more you can play, right?
Yep.
So everyone, play one, like rule 1, rule 3, perfect.
Okay.
Draw cards equals good. Love that. We are getting a masterclass out.
Yeah, if anybody needs just a quick update, this is what we're looking at.
Oh, yeah.
I think you're on the solo cam if you really want to showcase that, really own those rules.
So remember, you got to remember it. Yeah, play your cards. Stop your opponent from step 1.
Yeah.
Draw cards equals good.
Yeah, it's a bit convoluted the way I worded it. In post, we'll edit it. Don't worry about it.
Well, it all equals profit, right? So as long as we end up in that step.
Hold on. Let me put
oh, yeah.
Step 4 profit.
Yeah. Here we go. If the world champ is telling me that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, who's going to argue world champion? Not
I would
me.
actually tell you step 4 world Euro champion.
Yeah.
It's a big profit. I'll take
the
it.
biggest of profits, right?
I mean, here's $25,000, right? That's a chunky profit you're getting there.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh my goodness. The pricing. Oh, I mean, we're talking about how the game was growing and so many other competitors. You got to work your way through to get to that championship spot. But I mean, the championship points and money also getting rather large too.
Yeah. Same with Unite as well. I've got the increased prize pool as well, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been getting good. But I mean, the biggest prize this weekend was absolutely. Unite has a little bit different of a world's qualification process.
Hey, talk to us about that, because that's one thing I'm not too clued up on with Unite,
Sure.
actually.
Yeah, so basically every region just has a few teams that are able to qualify via their regionals. So, for example, North America has 3 teams, same with EU. But this tournament, just whatever team wins this event gets a chance to play at the World Championship. So this time it was a North America team, effectively taking an additional world spot for the North America region.
Okay, and how many teams in total are there at the Unite?
Yeah, it's a great question.
Put you on the spot a little bit there. Sorry about that.
Think in the past, historically, has been about 32.
32.
Yeah. Including teams from the West and from Asia.
Nice.
And speaking of what's happening here, we do see item lock from Voodoo plus the poison equals knockout on Natalie's Voodoo, which means Natalie's not going to be able to play any item cards, which goes into step 2.
This is stopping your opponent playing cards.
Exactly.
It's actually fun how much fundamentals of the TCG does, funnily enough, get boiled down to what we had on that board.
All it takes is one Unite goon and a whiteboard to really break it down. So I do think it's interesting. So both these decks obviously running Badoo to make sure that the items are being locked down a little bit. We talked about stopping your opponents from playing cards. But Ryuki feels like they have a few more ways to amplify that effect. It's not just stopping. There's also a lot of damage from that Sneasler, amplifying the poison you were talking about. It feels like Badoo has a little bit more firepower than we would normally consider it to have.
Exactly. It's because in this matchup we see the best of both worlds, right? Natalie wants to use Badoo to slow the game down so she can make sure she gets a really nice setup with multiple Dust Snores eventually, Dragapults, Dracloaks, drawing cards. But in Ryuki's case, Ryuki doesn't care here. He just wants to go fast, and the faster the game goes, typically they would win faster. Like they win faster every single game. That's why Cloth Terrapagos, as it was before, but really now it's just Voodoo Terrapagos, honestly. Is the fastest deck we have in the Pokemon TCG.
Well, we saw in game 1, right? That game was over lickety split.
I mean, Miraidon could have done the same.
This
Raging Bolts and all these kinds of things. But I would say Cloth Terrapagos or Voodoo Terrapagos really is the only deck we have that could just win on turn 1.
Is there any specific Pokemon cards, or is it more just like how the deck archetype works that makes it so brilliantly fast? I know Miraidon it helps search basic Pokemon, right? Gives you a faster start, but what about in this Terrapagos Cloth deck makes it so fast?
It's the 4 Steel Stone with Rangaroo V. You get to search any card. You have Precious Trolley, which fills up your bench. Then you can get the poison into play with the Brute Bonnet. You have the Hisuian Sneasler boosting poison. You have Pekaron boosting poison. And then, of course, in this case here, we're playing maybe a bit more of a longer game here. We get to, see Voodoo slowing down Natalie and while still taking prizes.
Yeah. And that is a brutal combination to get item locked and be on the recipient of a KO at the same time. It's not a place you really want to be, in all honesty. And that was meant to be the limiting factor about Voodoo. Well, I'm sure it can item lock for 0 energy. It's got a free retreat. It's got low HP, but it's not doing a lot of damage. That's what's meant to, make it, for lack of a better term, a bit more fair. So when it's doing all this extra damage, it just feels really unfair to be on the recipient end of.
Is there anything Natalie can do to get out of this situation? It seems like it's kind of
there's one card that a lot of Dragon Ball players have now started to play in response to this sort of Voodoo, and that's the Lance. We can see it at the top of Natalie's discard pile there. She played it last turn, and that lets you search for Dragon types. Because normally in the Pokemon TCG, players will use items to find their Pokemon, like Ultra Ball, Nest Ball, all them. So what Lance lets you do, it's a supporter, so you can use it if you've been attacked with Voodoo, and then you can grab your evolution Pokemon. So that's what Natalie's going to try and do. To be believe it. All Natalie needs to do here is realistically get a Dragapult rolling. She could be okay. But I can't quite see it. Is there just one fire energy there on that Yesper, or is there a Psychic as well?
I reckon that's just a fire energy.
So
it's either attachment that would also get the knockout because Draclo can just.
Oh, true. Good point. Yeah.
But really, Natalie actually wants the Dragon Ball on top to start, spitting out some damage on the bench, essentially also setting up some knockouts. Because with Dusknoir, with its ability, you can set up multi-prize turns where you take the knockouts on multiple Pokemon.
There's a Dragapult. There was that Forest Hill Stone I told you about, Lee. Get any card you like.
Yeah.
Very good one.
That's a
but
good
just
one.
once a game, if I remember correctly, right?
You are 100% correct. Yeah, it'd be, if you could use that every game, every turn, I should say.
You'd be crushing step 3.
You would be. You would be.
Oh yeah, step 3. You don't even want to talk about drawing cards. Search all your cards you want.
Yeah. Why draw when you could just look?
So there we go. We're going to see the first Phantom dive there for Natalie in this final, and she's going to try and win this. She's going to have to try and announce that a few more times. But compared to game 1, Natalie was a lot more better. You know what I mean?
Natalie's getting to play.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
That's been huge. That's been really huge for Natalie.
Playing the game is important.
Having that Dragapult ready to go, obviously a really big game changer. You were talking about like the weakness of this Badu card that we're seeing so much, and being only like a little bit of damage. It's also that it only has 30 HP, right? It's got to be a little bit of a liability on that backline, especially with so many decks that feel like they can spread damage around and pick up a KO at some point.
Yeah, no, realistically, that's the main balancing factor. Oh. What was that, sorry, Pablo? I was thinking, I got attached turn 1. I think what's the attack? Psychic, 60 plus 20 for each energy on your opponent?
20, I think.
Yeah, 60 plus 20. We like to see that. Onk is actually one of my low-key favorite Pokemon, to be fair.
It also means that once Natalie wants to target something like the Latias at some point, because the Latias we have up on the left side of Ryuki's bench is the one that generates a free retreat for all basic Pokemon. But if Latias gets removed off board and Ryuki wants to search out tools with Durango, because it has to be in the active, Ryuki can still get to retreat with that double turbo energy there. And since Ryuki has to discard a lot of cards, usually it also would mean that, just getting the attached energy because she can is always nice to maybe get to use it later.
Yeah, it was like a free energy attachment turn 1, wasn't it? But as you say, it stops Oranguru, getting stuck, for lack of a better term. And if you really needed to hit the emergency button, it has got an attack you can use for free colorless energy. Not the greatest one, but...
Yeah, because you're going to get minus 40 because of the side effect of double turbo, and you have to attach 2 of them. I'm not quite sure it's going to
don't want to be doing that. We don't want to be doing that if we can avoid it. But Oranguru is another one of those cards, though, that hasn't seen a lot of play up until now, realistically. We haven't really seen it a lot, but the ability is pretty good, letting you grab any 2 tool cards when it's in the active that you like. And now, as it can grab Forest Hillstone and the Binding Mochi that Ryuki plays, it sorts out a lot of stuff. Big Boss's orders there as well. Going to swap Natalie's active into that Rotom, and there we do see. Is that enough for a KO? I believe it must be the way with the Binding Mochi. Yeah, looks like it.
Wow. So because the knockout happens on poison, we have the Vesindipity, of course. The Vesindipity cannot be used if a Pokemon is knocked out by poison because it happened between turns and not in Ryuki's turn. So it means that Natalie cannot draw these +3 cards, which kind of ruins one of her steps, of course, making it more difficult for her to actually set up a response to this. Meaning that right now, Natalie's still got a really hard spot. She can only play with the cards she got right now, or she has to, of course, her cloak, she can still do that, but she doesn't get that +3 that is so luxurious down.
Yeah, it's obviously a tough position to be in. We saw already, maybe 1 or 2 of those Boss's Order effect cards where they're able to switch them around, because clearly Natalie right now has the Dragapult in the active spot, the card she wants to be there, but it seems like that might not be for too long.
Yeah, those swapping active cards are so important. We got Prime Catcher sees a lot of play. We saw the Counter Catcher earlier. Boss's Orders has been a staple ever since it's been printed.
Pokemon Catcher.
We see that got played in Raging Bolt for a bit, didn't it? All the way back. And Mew VMAX, if you really want to turn the time back.
I played that card before you had to flip a coin.
That was when it was really good. Boss's Orders on an item card. That's
Next Destiny's good set.
Destiny.
It was a good set.
Yeah. And I was just thinking, people, no matter who wins here, Europe has not defended. Well, I say defended. Europe will not be a Masters EUIC champion, at least in TCG.
We gotta practice the defense for next year.
Yeah, come on, yes. What are you doing? It's definitely not going to be me, mate. So it's going to have to be you.
All on you, man.
Definitely not going to be. What's the case in VGC? What are the finalists there?
We got a UK finalist, and we've got NA, which is we've got UK, kind of a new player to the scene. Hasn't really had any big finishes before, which is amazing. That story in itself. Gone up against the GOAT themselves in Wolf Glick. So
he's also 2016 world champion, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Yes, he is. There you go.
One of the best
knowledge, the VG knowledge.
Yeah,
one
your
of the
10-year
best
reunion's coming up pretty soon. You guys should have a 10-year reunion world championship
San
party.
Francisco. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
Hey, there you go.
Next year, yeah.
Wolf Glick having one of the best moments in competitive Pokemon history, in my opinion, with the look to the camera after the sword stance. Love that. Love that.
The eyebrow raise.
Yeah, the eyebrow raise. Perfectly executed.
No, he's played amazing this weekend. I mean, both our finalists have. I mean, Dill yesterday was just incredible. Going up against some really top players in the top 8, and you think,
didn't matter.
Are you going to be able to kind of overcome these? Like one of the Japanese players in top 4, and you think this is a tough ask, and just was unfazed.
Yeah.
Played phenomenal as well. So it's not going to be easy for Wolf at all. But I mean, you can't really get a tougher opponent in the finals. And Wolf's never won EUIC. So
really?
This is his first IC final in 6 years.
Actually?
Yeah, since
really?
2019, he won NAIC. So he'd be hungry for that win, I think.
Hungry like the wolf?
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah.
Give me some credit there, Lee.
Stealing my lines for later.
You can use that one.
No,
and you can pretend like you thought of it. No,
give the camera a wink.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I like that. Just a little bit. Let's have a little catch-in with the game.
We
so
might
like
actually
Natalie
be able to see game ending this turn. It
okay.
requires a lot of cards.
Okay, talk to us, Jesper.
I'm pretty sure Ryuki doesn't play back belt. If he does, it can actually happen that Ryuki plays down Area 0, fills up their bench, poisons, has poison mochi, so it's 220, plus 40 for black belt, 260, plus 40 for binding mochi, 300, and then plus poison is 330.
That is...
It's a lot of cards. We respect it, yes, of course it's a lot of cards, but it can actually be hit this turn. But if we were in Ryuki's shoes, of course, what Natalie's targeting here is to knock out Ryuki's Vesendib next turn while using Iono with these, pull-up effects of counter catcher. And we can actually see, such a flop around in the game.
Yeah, and let's see. Black Belt, one of the only relevant cards from Prismatic Evolutions, apart from Voodoo, of course.
Regigigas, don't forget.
Good point, actually. Good point. I mean,
there's the Area 0, by the way.
Oh, that's a cool stadium. We like that. The Area 0. As long as you have a Terra Pokemon in play, you can go have up to 8 bench Pokemon.
Oh, wow.
Normally it's 5. But as long as you have a Terra Pokemon Area 0, we can have up to 8. And worth noting, if Natalie chooses, she can actually make use of that because Dragapult EX is also a Terra Pokemon.
Oh, we're back with Voodoo action again.
Here we go. A little bit itchy pollen, itchy around here.
But there's no counter catcher.
How much damage did the Dragon Ball take there?
Yeah. 40. So we saw 10 from the itchy pollen. And then we see 10 from the poison, and then plus 20 because of the poison pit's ability on a radiant sleeve. Oh, here comes in one of my favourite gentlemen.
The VG crew.
Yeah, we got some sharp dress lads.
Hello.
Here we go.
All right.
He's coming in as well. Here's one of my least favourite gentlemen. That is a joke.
It's good to see you, mate.
Oh, I think as Natalie... What? I missed what's happened there. Did Natalie win that game?
Prize knockout. So with Dusclops, there could be 1 prize picked up. And with the boss on Fessendipity, it could pick up 5 because it could pick up Fessendipity for 2 more free. Pick up the Terrapagos as well for 5.
Wow.
And that's why he's here, everybody. That's why he's here.
I just had to get a 5-second look at it both. Just like, what could actually have happened in Aya? That makes sense.
Yeah, so everyone, this is going into a game 3 here in our Masters Final EUIC. Let's make some noise for that, please. Come on. Come on. And as I was saying, no matter who wins here, we're going to have history is made. So if Ryuki wins, it'll be our first Japanese player to win an IC. And then if Natalie wins, that'll be our first girl player to win an IC as well. So
and
we love
speaking
that.
of it, Ryuki's already won Dortmund Regionals. He's out here stealing the invites.
He literally did one of the, I was at that event actually. Ryuki, our player there, we're looking at here on the left, came over to Dortmund Regionals and said, I'll have that. I'll take that trophy home. And there they go. Love to see you there, gentlemen.
Bye, VG guys.
Yeah, we're going to see them rather soon. I mean, immediately after the trading card game is going to be the video
after
game.
After this game concludes,
true.
Oh, video game coming up.
Video game. Crown our champions, our juniors, our seniors, and then into Masters.
And into the Masters. Yeah, we love the video game. Love
Yeah.
the video game. I played a little bit myself, actually, back in the day.
Yeah.
6th gen, a little bit of VGC Merchant myself, not going to lie.
Yeah.
But
A little
we
bit
can
of Sand
actually get to
Team.
catch up with the game here because what happens
my favorite
in this
archetype,
game here, we can probably catch
Sand.
up. So the first couple of damage hits the trapper goes now, and then it was Dustclops to set it up, and then whoop.
Wow. So the power of spreading out damage and then just getting, like you were mentioning before, just multiple KOs in one turn.
It's a divide and conquer strategy, right?
Talk to
You're
the
just
people.
dividing all the damage, and then you just...
Talk to the
Go ahead.
people about the Dust Clops and Dust Noir line, Jasper. I don't think you actually explain exactly what they do.
Exactly. So Dustclops and Dust Noir have the same ability, Curse Blast. While Dustclops does 50, Dust Noir does 130. They knock themselves out to place that amount of damage on one Pokemon on their opponent's field. But with Dragapult, while you're spreading damage already, and with Alakazam being able to move 20 damage a turn, you can just spread the damage out, and at some point,
just
collect
just
it all
put
back
it
up.
on the right pieces.
Yeah.
no board just
okay.
gone.
Do you, when they have to feint, Dustclops, Dust Noir,
Yeah.
does that cost you prizing? Like
Yes,
does
it
your
does.
opponent-
So it means your opponent gets to draw prizes. but it also
okay, so
means
if your
that you can
opponent's
use-
down to their last 2 prizes, you can't play that because you're essentially giving them the win.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, if you really wanted to, you could, but you would instantly lose. Yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
What would happen in the situation where you did that? Your Pokemon were faint, but you knocked out everything to get all your prize cards as well.
So the question here is, that's a technical question. So if your opponent draws their last prizes, and you wipe their whole field, like they have no Pokemon left, you win because you have 2 win conditions, they have 1.
Yep.
But let's say there's still
okay.
Pokemon left on the field when you've taken your prizes, they've taken their prizes, their Pokemon on both sides. It means you go into a tiebreaker game, which means you have to set up for a new game, and essentially it's a first prize taker wins.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's scary.
It can happen. It can happen. Does come up. Does come up.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty rare occasions already. I mean, game 1 was a bit of a blink of an eye happening too.
And this could happen here. If Natalie only leads a low HP Poké, oh, it could happen.
Oh,
we
no.
could see.
No. Okay, so we
Okay.
need to combo here. We need
We could see it.
Pekarunt. We're starting Oranguru. We need a Pekarunt
Okay, there's
to
no.
boost the
Okay.
poison. We need a Brute Bonnet. We need an Ancient Capsule to get attached to the Brute Bonnet to generate poison.
Okay.
We need that Pekarunt in the active, and we need a Radiant Hisuian Sneasler.
Yeah.
And, of course, a retreat from the Oranguru, and this game would be over. But, of course, one part of it is the Precious Trolley, which lets Ryuki fill up their bench, which means
Oh, and it's
Precious
not
Trolley on the
prize.
V-Star, come on.
All right, so
We need Brute
So
Bonnet.
basically,
Can
what
Ryuki
Jesper
do
said,
all of this in
yes,
this
so
turn?
what we need is a lot of basic Pokemon,
Wow.
right? And that Precious
Oh,
Trolley
it's done.
gets it all.
It's over.
Oh no!
It's
oh no! Game 3 is done
What?
before Natalie gets to play
wow.
a single card.
Oh.
Oh my goodness gracious! We said our rules earlier. Stop your opponent playing cards and play your cards, and
We
you
need
win.
like everything. We got everything.
They
The
got
Oranguru
everything.
just
Got
gives
everything. Precious Trolley says,
Check.
get everything. Precious
Wow.
Trolley got Ryuki an international win there. Wow. And we saw it. We were talking about it before. This is the only deck that can win before your opponent gets a chance to do anything. And we get to saw it there. Wow.
And he even gets to take down Dragapult Dustnoir. Jay, what deck did Ryuki win Dortmund Regionals with?
Dragapult Dust Noir. He did.
Wow.
He
God,
did.
can't catch
He
you
did.
out,
Yeah,
mate.
not catch.
Too sharp.
I was casting that one. Yeah, I was casting that one. Wow. It couldn't happen to a nicer guy. I got to chat to Ryuki a little bit after Dortmund after he won. Very nice guy. And I think I was saying back then actually, because the Japanese invite system is really hard. And we were saying, I genuinely think if you want to get to Worlds as a Japanese player, winning a Western regional might be easier. So now that they've seen Ryuki come and do it, and now he's winning this IC, do we now see more of an influx of Japanese players saying, hold on, if Ryuki can do it, surely I can as well, right?
Yeah, and at ICs,
maybe, yeah.
you just have to get top 4, not win it.
Yeah.
But here, of course, we do see more Japanese players coming over to these ICs once we've gotten the winner regionals get an invite or top 4 and IC get an invite. We see that way more now because of that.
Yeah. And that
was a game 1. That we basically had 1 game and 2 turns.
Yes,
that's all
basically.
Wow.
That was incredible. We got Amy coming in. Who's getting swap seed? Anyone getting swap seed? Or just getting involved? Come get involved.
Come get in.
Did you catch much of that game 3, Amy? Just
yeah. There wasn't
over.
much to it, was there? Uh-huh.
Yeah, so Amy was just saying, in case you couldn't quite hear, is that the VGC casters were panicking after that game 1 because they're gonna have to get ready quick. And I tell you what, I bet. Well, I hope they're ready now because that game 3 was rapid.
Wild to see.
That's what I mean. When it comes to VG and getting ready at these events, you're kind of like, okay, it's juniors TCG. I got a lot of time to prep, get ready.
No, you
but
don't.
This is, yeah, it's like, get out there, guys. It's time.
Yeah.
And it's actually it's just so funny with this because typically you'd be thinking as a VG player, I guess, that Masters Finals up. No, I got an hour and a half. I can just lay back, wait with the makeup, and we'll just get done with that later.
Take it easy.
I wonder if I guess
Yeah.
I guess game 2 went quite long, so it's probably not the quickest final we've seen, but definitely the quickest game. That has to be. Game 3 might not have been a minute long. Probably wasn't even a minute long actually.
Oh,
that
is comfortable.
The only time I've ever really I know about is the term a donk almost in TCG.
Yes, yeah, that's the
only
phrase
time
we use.
was
Yeah.
a Sableye deck, right?
There was.
Oh, Sable Dong. That was 2011.
Yeah,
that
was
forced
a
the
long
rule
time
change.
ago.
That's how bad that was going to be.
Do you think this will force a rule?
Yeah, well, exactly
Do you
right.
think this could have a similar effect?
No, it's not happening quite as frequent because the cap of damage you can do as the Tropico's deck is 80 on poison.
Oh, right,
so
okay.
it means that if you start something like Rayleigh Alakazam, Rodent, Festivity, and the like, and you only start...
Or even just 2 basic Pokemon, yeah.
You're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, if Natalie had just had 1 more basic Pokemon, that would have been a full match.
Yeah.
But obviously it was cut short by Ryuki just being like, oh no, I've got all the puzzle pieces. And that's the thing as well, it does require Ryuki to have all of the puzzle pieces on turn 1, and you can't use a supporter. So getting to that stage, there is a slim chance, I would say, but luck was on his side.
Yeah, Oranguru turned that Fossil Stone, that Precious Trolley. Not an NA spec, I think that when it was initially revealed, a lot of players thought, oh yeah, it's okay. But now, it's in so many decks, right? Isn't it? Yes, loads of decks playing
it's
Trolley.
actually been cut down. It's actually only Cloth Tropicals is
Oh, okay. But it has a little bit of play before,
yes,
though,
it has
right?
like Charizard decks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I played it in Stuttgart Regionals as well, where I played the same deck as Ryuki played today. And I can tell you, hitting the donks were nice.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh yeah, then I have like 45 minutes to get 2 games in, right?
Yeah,
and you just see your opponent, like the dissatisfaction on their faces of, well, it didn't get to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks for your opponent. Did you
play-
ever happen
I play it
have it
in
happen
Frost Last
twice?
Monkey-Dory.
Like in a match,
You
just
even
win a
once?
match in like 5 minutes.
I imagine it
You
probably
just do
has.
slowly.
Well, yes, but did you ever, when you was playing it, did you ever win 2 games via that sort of petulant method?
So I didn't do that in Stuttgart. Even though I won 8-0 day 1, I didn't do that in Stuttgart. But at the Toronto Regionals League Cup after the tournament, I decided just to play Cloth Tropicals for fun again. I did it 3 straight rounds. It was in best of 1.
Wow.
You were just
That's
twiddling your
wild.
thumbs a lot then, because you had a lot of free time
I
after
sat
that.
down to decide and I was like waiting for next round. So I had to wait like an hour and a half between 3 rounds, yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
I did it in the Lille Best of 1 Cup after the regionals.
Right.
And I played Cloth, and I did it to 3 of my opponents. And so then I was just like sat around.
Yeah.
Best
That
of
can
1
happen.
format. That deck is
Yeah,
brutal.
well, if that was best of 1,
Yeah.
Ryuki would have won
Yeah.
a
Straight
lot
away.
faster. Yeah,
Straight
yeah.
away. Yeah.
Are there any super fast strategies in VGC? Like, well, how does that work?
Not Trick Room for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess if you like
not
manage
so
to
much of
perish
this
trap
sort of-
people, well, once upon a time you would be able to like perish trap people and things.
yeah,
like
but
that.
that's still like 3 turns.
That still takes time.
And that would only be 2 Pokemon, so they'd still have 2 in the back.
Yeah.
There's not really the same equivalent in VG.
Do you ever
I
get-
mean, explosion strategies, if we're going
Way
right back,
back.
like 2009 sort of time, where you'd have a ghost type or something with a sash fake out, and your partner in Pokemon would explode, take down there too, and then you'd have something in the back to come in again, and that would explode. Yeah, so you know, but you don't really get that sort of strategy anymore. I think now at these big tournaments, it's hard to pull that sort of gimmicky strategy off. Or you might get it a couple of times, and then word will get around at the event. Yeah. The cat's out the bag, then you're like, can't do that anymore. Because there's so many techs, I think, now that the players generally will have on their teams to stop a lot of the kind of gimmicky sort of stuff from taking donks like that.
Yeah. I've seen a few like gimmicky Pokemon that do just coincidentally stop things in VG, like Murkrow was quite good for a while, just because it
and you get moves like Imprison as well, so you can be. I mean, I love the idea of the gimmick strategies because it can catch your opponent out. They're just not super consistent. That's the only thing.
That's the issue,
I go through a lot of thought processes when I'm team building, and a lot of them are like wild and things that you should never bring to a tournament. But I love the idea of them. Like I've been building a Terapagos team at the start of Regulation G, and Zamazenta was such a pain for me, and I'm thinking if I could just stop the fact of Zamazenta being able to Y-guard and body press, Terapagos had an easy time against this Pokemon, and that led me down the line of looking at like Gallade with Imprison, with Y-guard, or even Bronzong with like the body press Imprison, just to be like, yeah, you can sit there as much as you want, but you're not gonna be able to body press me. The basic idea with this Imprison, if you've got the move and you use Imprison, then your opponent can't use that move as long as that Pokemon's active on the field, so you kind of stop them having the ability to select that move. So
I actually have a funny story about Imprison.
Yeah.
At one regional, I was watching a metronome battle. So in case you don't know, it's where all people had a fairy that can only click in prison. I mean, metronome. And then one of the players actually rolled in prison.
Wow.
So the other Clefairy couldn't use metronome. So it had to struggle. Yeah. But then, funnily enough, in a metronome being forced to use struggle is reliable damage at the very least. So sometimes that actually might be what you want to do.
That's perfect. Like weave into Wolf's strategy this weekend, you know.
Oh, okay.
You heard of Perish Trap, Perish Song as a way to.
I think we have already explained it to the viewers a little bit.
Yeah, so Perish Song is a sound-based move. It's a field effect essentially. That when it is set, it will give every Pokemon on the field right then. It will put them on a timer, so in 3 turns they will faint no matter what. Obviously, to get rid of the Perish Song, you can just switch your Pokemon out, but what players will generally do, why it's called Perish Trap, is you would have a Pokemon with the ability Shadow Tag next to it, something like Gothitelle, so it prevents your opponents from switching out.
Oh, wow.
So you can trap them in on the field, Perish Song, your opponent's Pokemon are on that 3-turn counter, and you stall that out, switch your Pokemon out on the last turn to preserve them, their Pokemon go down, you can bring those 2 Pokemon back in, set the Perish up again, and then get rid of them that way. It's almost like preventing your opponent from really being able to do anything.
Wow.
And you weave in Protect, you weave in things like Redirection, Fake Out, all those different things to disrupt your opponent from being able to attack and allow yours to kind of stay on the field. Wolf's playing that this weekend, and Wolf's probably like the master at Perish.
I'm going to say he's done well with that before, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's got Screamtail in his build, and that has Encore and Disable as well, so you can Encore, it will lock the Pokemon into the same attack that it's just used. So if you're in front of an Iron Hands and it's just faked you out, you can then Encore it, and it will have to fake out. And because that only works once when you bring it onto the battlefield, then it's like stuck doing nothing. And then you can disable it as well, which disables that move, so they're locked into nothing. And they have to struggle, so you can literally shut down your opponent bit by bit with that strategy.
That's the closest you get to control in VGC.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, as you explained that, Lee, that sounds really tough. How do players even navigate around that? What's your counterplay to a strategy like that?
So, Shadow Tag. Cry, yeah. A lot of the time, that is the best way.
Just, not again,
see if they take pity on you. Just,
do us a favour.
You've done it again to me.
Yeah.
Ghost types can't be trapped, so they can switch in and out, which is made easier because you can terrestrialize Pokemon into a Ghost type, so then you can switch them out.
Right,
if you've got a pivot move as well, something like a Volt Switch or a U-turn, then you can get out off the field and reset the Perish that way.
So real quick, you were casting the juniors and seniors, right? So you got to see this.
I was.
Was juniors the one? Yeah, he was playing Lugia, right, this gentleman?
Oh, yeah, what do you mean, my junior?
Your junior? Oh, I didn't know about this. Talk to us about this, Amy. What do you mean by your junior?
This is Oliver. He came into the shop I work at in 2022, and he did not know how to play the Pokemon TCG, and it was my job to teach him how to play.
Wow.
And he's been to my locals ever since, and he's been coached by me and my partner in the past. In fact, it was Ethan's list that Oliver used and took a lot of inspiration from. Fun fact, Oliver only played Lugia today for 2 reasons.
What are they then?
One, because Miraidon won last weekend, his friend was bullying him, saying, you can't win with Lugia because my Miraidons will just all beat you. And Oliver went, hold my non-alcoholic beer. I'm going to win this with Lugia to prove you wrong. Literally just like 2 10-year-olds like bantering.
That's amazing.
And then he almost didn't play Lugia because he wanted to play Hydreigon because he's already won 2 regionals this season. He's already won 2 regionals, so he thought, oh, I'll just play something fun to EUIC. I don't really care. I don't think I'm going to win.
That is...
So Shay, if I want to make you play some deck, I'm just go like, my dad's stronger than your dad.
Yeah. And that's how you get IC champions, apparently. But there's our TCG champions. Round of applause for them.
Amazing.
So much history being made there. Love to see that.
Oh my God, Ryuki, that was amazing.
It was, and as we were sort of talking about it, we were alluding to the fact that Ryuki can win without Natalie playing a single card, and I mean, it was kind of nice to see it happen. So we could see the stream, but then if you're Natalie, you're probably thinking, don't want to see that. But that's one of the main selling points of the decks, though, right? It's like you can win without your opponent being able to do anything about it. So.
But they've both got those invitations to Worlds now.
That is true.
So honestly, so chuffed for them all. Everyone on stage there. Now we're going to see at the World Championships, which is phenomenal.
Yeah, Natalie flying the flag for that sort of Oceania region, one of the best players out there. I managed to see them actually before the final. They were all testing all of them, like Brent and James Cox and all of them, all there trying to work out the optimal lines for the final. But now, Lee,
here we are.
These are your gentlemen, your teammates going into this. We're now in the VGC time, so talk to us. You went back to Reg G, I believe, right? That's something you've already played in before, right?
Yeah, we played that. That was the format for the World Championships in Honolulu, and we're back to it now. We had a little bit of a break, went to Regulation H, and then we've come back to Regulation G. So that is one restricted. So one of the restricted legendary Pokemon, the box art. Pokemon that you would see on the front of Scarlet and Violet, those Kyogre, Groudon, Miraidon, Kyogre. You can use one of them per team.
So I have a question, because the idea of going back to formats, that's something we don't do in TCG. The format only ever grows and you get a rotation.
Yeah.
So when you go back to a format, do you see players innovate on that format and build from where it left off, or do you see people just play what was good before?
No. There's always innovation. I mean, there's always going to be tweaks, and I think what always worked in the first place definitely always will kind of still work, but you kind of tend to see cycles of counterplay, and then new archetypes will come around because they're just better at dealing with that big threat. But saying that, we had Luca Cherubelli win the World Championships with Miraidon, brought the same 6 this weekend, and I think finished top 32, and we've seen very similar kind of builds to that original Miraidon team do extremely well in this tournament in particular. So you're still going to, it's a bit of a mixed answer there, where you get those teams that are still going to operate well, but you get a lot of innovation. Like Wolf's team, for example, is a Koraidon team. We haven't really seen Koraidon make a huge splash in Regulation G. And specifically his build, I think it's more unique to Wolf as a player rather than it's going to be anything that becomes mainstream. But yeah, we're always seeing innovation, and we'll have Regulation G regionals after this event, and they will churn out different restricteds, probably winning to what we see here today.
So I've seen something interesting with VG this weekend that I didn't know, and that's that Ditto's really good.
Ditto is really
and
good,
that's because you guys were telling me, because I did have to ask.
Bye,
Jesper, see you later.
Bye, Jesper. Thank you, Jesper.
But I didn't know that Ditto was really good, and then it all made sense once, I think, I can't remember who told me, but one of the VG casters was backstage and they were saying, oh yeah, well Amy, it just means you have a second restricted.
Yeah.
Because it just transforms it and
Yeah.
you're like, oh, that seems so obvious now you say it.
Yeah, the normal strategy is you put a focus sash on it, and then, you know, with Pokemon like Calyrex Shadow Rider, or Calyrex Ice Rider in particular, because they've got the Grimnir and the Chilling Near ability, so when they take a knockout, they get an attack boost in their respected preferable attack stats. So Ice Rider will get the attack boost, Shadow Rider will get the special attack boost. So they can kind of swing momentum quite quickly by picking up knockouts. Whereas if you're down to your last Pokemon and they've got a Calyrex and that's all they've got, you can bring in your Ditto, copy it, and it'll copy the stats
The
as
stat
well.
increases, of
and
course.
because you've got a sash,
It's
you kind of
faster.
always you'll probably speed tie, but you'll always win because they'll take you down to the sash and you'll pick a knockup out in return. So it's a great counter play.
That's so
Yeah,
good.
it's very strong.
So clever.
It is. Even in a double restricted format as well, where you've got that's GS Cup, where you have 2 restricteds per team. Even Ditto in those sort of archetypes are good because then it allows you to have a third one almost as well.
Yeah, and I think I was watching the top 8, I believe, as we do see our finalists there. We want to see the VGC. I was watching Joseph Ugate's top 8. And one interesting that Ditto does, it forces the positioning of where you put your Pokemon. Because obviously Ditto copies the one in front of it, right? So then you also have to think about that, which is an interesting wrinkle I've never even considered before. But
Yeah, it's really interesting because it's it's really risky leading it if you're a Ditto player. Because you could be literally copy anything, and that could be at your own detriment. So you tend to see players keep them in the back and then wait to see what the right position is to kind of put them onto the field and then transform into. And yeah, you see funny stills of 4 Zashin on the field at once or something like that.
Look at that!
Here we go.
Look at that collar.
Welcome
in. Hello.
Lou joining us.
Lou joining the casual stream.
And Sierra. Yeah, just share. It's okay.
Me and Sierra are
Oh,
almost a
here's
bit
Ross.
matchy with your collar.
Hi, Ross.
Little bit.
Hello.
Little bit.
I'll get really close to Shay's mouth so I can talk.
Yeah, it's okay.
What about that final, Ross? That was a quick one, right? Some of those games?
2 of the games were like one turn, literally one turn. In game 1, we literally, Natalie's turn was so fast, you blink and you literally miss it.
Yep.
Game 3, Natalie didn't have a turn. We had a proper old school donk. Even in game 2, Natalie finished that game so fast, like we could not explain it fast enough at all.
Oh my gosh.
We had to explain how Ryuki won, like in the breakdown after we crowned him because we didn't have time beforehand.
No. Hello, Gabby.
2-1 against Daniel, 2-1 against Theo. Had a little bit of a tougher.
It takes ages, right?
Up until the finals.
Yeah, we had to panic, and I was keeping an eye on game 2 to check if it happened again.
I think
'cause
all
you
of us
two were
ran
still
to
getting
hair
ready.
and makeup
You
really
yeah, the girls ran to hair and makeup while I was sat watching intently, ready to report back to the hair and makeup artist to tell them how much time they had.
It was like a panic.
It could happen again. It could happen again. And it did game 3, so we were lucky it wasn't game 2. So you guys actually had time to finish getting ready.
I appreciated it, put it that way.
Yeah, thank you, Natalie and Ryuki, for giving us a game 2.
20 minutes for makeup.
Have you guys all picked up your jump bluff?
10 seconds
Yeah,
for makeup.
what's this jump bluff about, Lee? Talk to us about the jump bluff.
So this jump bluff you can get in Scarlet and Violet now.
Okay.
This is the jump bluff that Marco Silva
Got it.
used to win the LAIC championships for the season. So
you
can pick it up in a Cherish Ball, exactly how they trained it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's
so if
nice.
you're watching,
Yeah.
grab your Switch, punch that code. What was the code? Was it EUIC Sunny Day?
EUIC 25 sunny day.
EUIC 25.
Sunny day.
Sunny day.
Sunny
day. There we go.
I started that with such confidence and then lost everything in the middle.
All right, so it's our juniors getting kicked off here.
Here we go.
Ismail and Fabian.
Yeah, look at that resume.
Yeah.
Whoa. I gotta say, I'd lose a battle to either of these easily.
I have a question here, actually, VGC folks. I see 2 Indeedee. I haven't seen Indeedee much. Is that a regular pick now? What's the Indeedee about?
It's strong. It brings the psychic terrain to the field.
Stuff. Like the Iron Crown on Ishmael's side, it's got really good synergy with that.
Yeah.
And things like that. But yeah, it's a really good support Pokemon.
Yeah, there's a psychic attack.
Fabian doesn't actually have his Indeedee in this match.
Right. Okay.
He's been doing a. It was Dezu, right, at OCIC, who made it to finals with only 5 Pokemon.
Really?
Fabian's doing the same, yeah. All 3 top cuts, so.
Oh my
player.
gosh.
Wow. That just testament to how good you are. You know what? You're meant to pick 6. I got 5, but I'm still going to win. Don't worry about it.
That's so impressive.
Indeedee's also good because it's with the terrain, you can overwrite Miraidon's terrain, which it really relies on to do huge damage. So, and with the redirect there, the follow me, it allows you to put it next to something like the Calyrex Ice Rider, use follow me, and set up the trick room to kind of start the sweep.
Okay. Wow. Things just don't change sometimes, though. I was running that Torkoal back when I played competitive VG in 2016.
16?
Yeah. Wow. That was when I last played competitive VG. And eventually, that was when I started playing, but I played for a while. And I've used Torkoal and Amoonguss on teams before, so I know those 2. I know what they do because I've used them myself.
Smeagol was on my predictions, by the way.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I love him.
Was it?
I love him, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the only one I've seen all weekend.
Let's do a little VGC caster prediction roll call then. Who's doing the best? What are your predictions?
Pokemon Go.
I had Miraidon, Iron Hands, Farigiraf, and Blood Moon Ursaluna. 3 of mine are all in the final.
3 of yours are in the final. Yeah. What about you, Lou? How's your predictions going?
For this one, a prediction might be the wrong word, but Fabian, I'm rooting for Fabian.
Okay, okay.
Him and his older brother, Alex, have kind of followed their journey throughout a lot of ICs, and I was there when Fabian won LAIC, and it was one of my favorite memories, so I kind of want him to get EUIC like his brother.
Oh.
Yeah. He's got your favorite look, Shay.
That question, Shay.
I don't know who did.
I mean, no one got Terrapagos, but somebody picked Precious Trolley.
Precious Trolley. I mean, I guess technically you're right. Actually, I have a quick question, VGC caster. Iron Hands' ability works well with Miraidon, right? But there's no Miraidon in this team. Is Iron Hands without Miraidon? Is that common? Okay.
Yeah. This is the battle between a slow and fast, and that's really something that comes down to all of those support options that Ismail has to be able to set up the trick.
Yeah, you don't need the ability; it's already a
damn. That just shows you.
Yeah.
That just shows how good Iron Hands is.
Yeah.
You see this ability? I don't have
Here we go.
Here we go then. I'll tell you what, viewers, I love watching a bit of VGC, honestly, I love it.
This is great as well, because it's like the Calyrex Ice versus the Shadow.
Yeah, we got pony battles!
You played much VGC, Ross?
In 2017, I got full competitive with VG. I got a bunch of championship points, really enjoyed it. I fell off a little bit, but 2017, Sun and Moon, that was my time.
Okay.
I was an XY gal.
Same.
That's my favourite game.
Yeah.
Is it?
X and Y.
Kalos?
That's when I started playing competitive because I just really liked that generation. It was a really good time for competitive. It was a lot of fun.
See you,
Ross.
Bye, Ross.
I tell you what, Lou, in the cosplay showcase, we had a Professor Sycamore, and he came out and did the hair thing like Sycamore. I loved that. That was good.
That's pretty jazzy.
Oh, our first Terra. What type will it be?
Terra turn 1. Don't see that too often, I think, right?
Oh, on the Urshifu.
Who is that?
Terra
Stella. Do we see that often?
Yeah.
Terra Stella? Oh, we do. We do.
On Urshifu.
On Urshifu.
Yeah.
Thematically, that doesn't seem to make sense to me. The Ice Horse is now fire, but hey, we'll roll with it.
That's Rapidash at home.
It's to take away the weakness from the Astral Barrage that can come out from the this attack here. Oh, it's expanding force.
That's expanding
oh wow,
force.
taking advantage of the terrain.
That was a lot of damage.
Good shout.
Here we go.
This is boosted by the trastalization now. So
always crit hit 3. Yeah.
So if I'm not mistaken, Terra Stella gives you same type attack bonus for a move for the type, but only once. So once. So you get 1 water use, 1 fire use. Yeah.
So that was our fighting, right? Or was it
the
water?
water?
Oh, that's water.
Tell you what, this being in the French, I believe we're looking at here is really testing my limited VGC knowledge.
Joining the field in the face of this Terra Stella Urshifu and the Calyrex. Now, Torkoal, by far the slowest thing here.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Eruption going to be doing more damage
Oh, that's detect. I know that one. Yeah.
And then
protect.
Because Fabian doesn't have a way to reverse the trick room.
You can reverse trick
eruption.
Yeah. So
you've got to find a way
Fabian Trick Room that turn manages to survive somehow, just hypothetically, they'd be able to reverse the dimensions, so it would go back to normal. So you can undo a Trick Room at any point.
I did not know that was a thing.
Yeah, and you have a play sometimes where if you've got 2 Trick Room users out at the same time, and the Trick Room's about to end, you can double Trick Room. So you can Trick Room to turn it back and then set it up again. So you got another 5 turns.
Bye, Sierra. Bye,
Bye,
Sierra.
Bye.
Sierra. Well done, Sierra. Loving the collar on Sierra there, looking a bit like
nice.
Yeah. Well, this was my Terra suit. That was my idea.
Oh, I like it. I like that. I matched the armchair.
Oh yeah, baby!
Goodness gracious me,
wow,
Torkoal.
crit.
That was
big crit.
Eruption just took out Glorian Wheezing like that.
Yeah, down. And now the Calyrex will just follow up with a Glacial Lance or a higher horsepower.
Oh, and does Eruption hit your teammate?
I don't know.
No,
Oh,
just
no,
two.
no.
Yeah, but now,
Fabian's
we're
playing
going to see the Chilling Near ability activate on the Ice Rider, so it gets an attack boost now. So its next Glacial Lance will be even stronger. So this is really tricky for Fabian.
Basically, it sounds like an onomatopoeia. It's
identical to Beast Boost, am I correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
I remember that one. That's why I played a lot more VGC.
But it's only attack, so it would only ever give you an attack boost.
Okay. Oh, there's the Iron Hands then. Iron Hands really big in the TCG as well. I like seeing Pokemon dominate multiple games.
Yeah.
Always makes me happy.
Hey, a Shadow Rider and Ice Rider used to be really good in TCG when they were legal. So we had the VMAXs of both.
Yeah.
I keep the championship decks of those in my Learn to Play kit when I'm teaching people, because I think they were just such impactful decks at the time.
That makes sense. They were. And Ice Rider was very fun to use. Is that Eruption? Yeah?
Yeah, Eruption.
Yeah, that's Eruption again.
High horsepower goes into that slot now. Oh, okay.
Was that a wild charge?
Yeah, wild charge. Not enough though. Wow. Okay.
So we get another Chilling Neigh now?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, another one. So it's +2 attack now. Yeah.
This is why we play a best of 3 set.
I think there's 1 turn of Trick Room left, right?
Maybe just 1, yeah.
Yeah.
That might be all they need, though, to be fair. I mean.
So Fabian needs a double protect here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it gets it! No way! Wow!
That is slim.
There we go.
Psychic terrain, is it going to go away soon too, though?
Yeah, it ends, I think, the same time as the Trick Room ends.
So it's just going to be about Astral Barrage, I guess.
Yeah, Astral Barrage. That'll be enough to get that Ice Rider. It'll chunk the Torkoal enough so that the Eruption won't do enough damage. Fabian right back in it with that.
Because Eruption does more damage depending on how much HP the user has, right?
Yeah.
Remaining, I should say.
We had a triple protect on stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Matt Maynard's match, I think.
Yeah, it was.
I don't think I've ever succeeded that.
They needed a quadruple.
They needed.
It's not, is it? Those are good odds.
Mungus.
Shiny Mungus!
Yeah, Mungus is one of those
This is actually a bold play.
What was that?
Now the Calyrex gets a knockout. It's going to get a Grenade boost to its special attack. So that Astral Barrage is getting stronger now. So the Torkoal coming in will probably be in range of the boosted Astral Barrage to take it down. The Mungus definitely going to go down to another one.
Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it?
So totally
double
flipped that
protect.
double protect.
Wow.
Flipped it.
Really?
So it needed
What is
to
Astral
lock into something
Barrage?
else.
Double target, ghost type
Yeah,
attack.
it's choice back.
Yeah. Wow, just goes to show you in VGC, anything can happen.
Wow, that double protect
completely
completely
taken
turned
Astral
high.
Barrage.
Battle. That
So then
was
maybe it can hit back with an overheat.
Entirely flipped for Fabian, just like that switch Fabian was trying to
Was that Guac type move that Torko had there?
Let's have a look, let's have a look.
Oh, it might have been Solar Beam.
Solar Beam, that makes sense.
Torko's going to possibly come back into this.
sorry.
Oh!
Yay!
Wow!
Wow.
Oh!
Kissing the plushies.
I love that!
I didn't know Shadow Rider could do that.
Yeah.
Wow! That was
Scary.
annihilation.
I did know it was going to take down the Torkoal. I was like, I think it can hang on for one. But no, too strong.
Wow.
What a tough cookie.
Wait, I forgot it. It got a Grimnade boost though,
Yeah, it
didn't
did get Grimnade.
That's
Lee
what I
was
was
saying.
forgetting, yeah.
Lee was saying the Grimnade is what made the
Sorry,
difference.
Lee. Weren't listening to you, mate.
That's all right, mate.
She never listens to you.
I know. Have this trouble on the desk all the time.
Yeah,
oh, come on, Fab.
At least she finally admits it, right?
Yeah.
Only on the casual stream.
Only on the casual stream. Can't get away without
Casual stream, it's worse. She's like, yeah, definitely don't want to listen to
I'm
you.
not
Hear you
leave it.
enough.
Shut up, I'm not listening to you, mate. I'm not listening.
I mean, both these guys deserve it so much. They're
Yeah,
both such great
Yeah.
competitors. I know you're not supposed to have favourites, but I'm like, Fabi was a little part of my journey, so I'm always like, come on, Fabi.
I think it's all right. Casual stream.
Yeah. I'm not casting this one, it's okay.
Wow, that was wild.
Turn after turn after turn, but it was that double protect that allowed Fabian another
Bosh.
chance in this match to be able to get that big Astral Barrage double KO.
Yeah. With a move like Eruption, which is based on your own HP as well, and it hits both, like, right? The sun boost too, of course. Wow, yeah, no, it's like it's always been. That was how it always was back in Deer. So
Yeah, double
yeah, there was double protect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, you really did.
Sierra saying, I missed
For the
it."
viewers, Sierra's just behind us
Yeah.
asking, double protect to win the game? Yes, that's
Yes.
exactly what happened.
Oh, Smiggle's on the field. Love myself a little
Oh,
bit.
so we're in game 2. Okay, we're on game 2 now. Then.
That was only game 1.
So, what's changed? So
Just a Smeagol.
Just a Smeagol.
No psychic
yeah, I think
terrain.
that's it.
Yeah.
So the
What's the
Calyrex.
moveset on Smeagol? Do we know?
Not too sure. It's probably quite standard. Like
Sketch.
Yeah, maybe decorate.
decorate makes sense.
Decorate. What's that one? I haven't heard that one before.
That one
So
came out with
decorate-
El Creamy, right?
Yeah. Decorate basically is a move that you do to your partnering Pokemon.
Okay.
And it boosts their attack and their special attack by 2 stages.
2 stages?
Yeah, it's massive.
So if you get the Trick Room up now,
Wow.
then the next turn, Smeagol can just go for the Decorate, boost that Calyrex to +2 attack, and then it starts knocking things out and still getting that attack
Oh,
boost
fake
every
out,
knockout.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Smeagol has
The
Prankster
sash.
as well, right?
No.
Oh, it doesn't. That'd
No.
be too good.
Iron Hand's
Yeah,
like
we-
Trick Room.
That'd be too
Yeah.
good.
Okay. Fake out in a trick room, that's a nice start.
I really like this plush. It's like a little stress ball.
Aww.
Is it one of those like really soft? I can tell like really, some itchy pollen there, Amy.
Oh,
Got to get a little bit of TCG in me sometimes.
Do you remember what Decorate does in the TCG?
Decorate was in the TCG?
It was on. If
If you tell me the card, I might be able to get it.
El Creamy VMAX.
Oh, it was you
Smart
could
mark.
attach a Psychic Energy to each of your bench Pokemon, right? For 1 energy.
Yeah.
Come on. We
That
get
was a
there.
good quiz.
It was. Obscure Pokemon cards. That's all Bert's PTCG jam right there.
Sorry, I had to know the answer, so.
Yeah, Terra Stella again.
Love it. It's a great choice, right? It's got just
This
got a
is really
versatile
risky though if
moveset.
it's into the Amoonguss.
Spore.
The Surging Strikes, because it hits 3 times and the Amoonguss has got
That's
the Rocky
okay.
Helmet
If
item.
surging
And it's
strikes
got
is
effect
meant
spore
to-
as well, the moon. Sometimes. Does it have effect spore actually? or-
Generally have Regenerate.
Regenerate,
yeah.
Regenerate
So
is
this
much
is
better,
bad. This
yeah.
will lose like Urshifu 50% of its health just from the recoil damage.
How much
Yeah.
did you say?
50%.
50?
Yeah, watch it. Watch.
Just for... Wow.
Yeah, just from recoil.
So if it does that again, it will KO itself?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why the switch to Amoonguss was so good.
Wow.
Really, really good. The Galarian Wheezing, has it got neutralizing gas?
Yes.
Nice.
Got health.
It's also taking a nap.
That's... Honestly, I
It is
didn't
taking
realise Rocky Helmet could do it like that.
Yeah.
Rocky Helmet, everybody.
Coming through.
Just came out in TCG Pocket as well. The rocket helmet.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to open my packs today. It's a really good reminder.
Yeah, I was just saying to Ross, like, this is probably the first time since Pockets came out there. I've got the 4-pack stack because I've been too busy. I haven't been able to open my packs, so I need to get on that.
You don't want to know how many I've got stocked up.
Oh, have you got a lot?
I'm really
mate,
close to 4
you're not going to believe it. Yeah.
Really?
I have like 825.
Oh, it's all right for some, isn't it?
I was like, I thought I had a lot, and it was like 40. Lou's like, no, this is the real amount.
I didn't realise, to be fair, when I was playing the what's it called, just the matches, the battling, that you were getting hourglasses through that as well. I just thought I was getting the promo packs. So it started stacking up, and then I've challenged myself to hit 1,000. So
I wanted to open loads in one go for my first opening.
Yeah.
So I stocked up 2,000 before I opened them.
2,000.
Nice. I bet that was fun.
Yeah, I just went for it. I was like, go big or go home. I wanna win enough battles and get good enough that I end up with 2,000 before I open them.
Fair enough. Let's have a little check back into this game there. Looks like
2 turns left to Trick Room.
Yeah.
2 turns left of Trick Room.
If Fabian
that rage
install this
powder
out,
Needs to spore into the Urshifu slot. It's just protected, so it's kind of vulnerable here. And if you can put it to sleep, it makes it a lot easier.
Right, let's see what happens then. Because unlike you guys, I don't know all the animations, so
There we go, spore. Yeah.
Spore there.
So it has to take a guaranteed sleep turn this turn.
Right.
So it does.
How does the sleep mechanic work? Is it one turn of guaranteed, and then what happens?
1 turn guaranteed, and then it can wake up in in the next 3 turns.
It can
Yeah.
And then if it's still asleep by the end of the third, you're guaranteed to wake up.
Guaranteed
Right?
to wake up on that third turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can obviously just target Spore again, knowing that it's guaranteed to wake up
Yeah.
on that last one,
Right,
and then it's like.
So it wakes up and then you spore it
and then
again,
you spore it, and
starts-
if you're still in
you're
Trick
like,
Room, it's guaranteeing
hate
it.
sleep.
Yeah. If you're just one sleepy Urshifu at that point, like, I wish I had that power to just spore myself and go to sleep. Because at these events, actually, I don't know about you guys. Do you guys struggle to sleep at events? I'm just so running on adrenaline that I just I can't
I'm
nod
a
off.
cat, mate.
No, I have a
I
sleep.
just crash.
I have a sleep.
Do you?
I have a sleep condition.
Oh, yeah, true, you do
Bam.
actually.
Ow! I like a light. I have the Spore ability on
You have
myself.
you have the spore ability on yourself. I wish I had that.
I can put my head down anywhere and just fall asleep. Oh, that's clever.
Here we go.
A lot of damage.
They've got a full napping team.
What attack was that there, Lee, that he used?
Glacial Lance.
Glacial Lance.
That's a double target ice type attack.
So functionally the same as Astral Barrage, but
Yeah.
different typing.
Ice.
Okay.
Trick Room's over.
I think Astral Barrage has a cooler animation.
Also sounds a bit cool, doesn't it? Astral Barrage.
Yeah.
I think so.
Glacial Lance.
No, I thought it just ended now.
I get it,
The
I
cool
get
attacks.
it, but I feel like Glacial Lancer could have been
Right,
a
so the
cool
Trick
better
Room's
name.
expired
I mean, my
now.
French is suspect.
So the Astral Barrage is back in play.
Right.
Oh, here we go.
But I don't think it will not. It's probably not enough to get the
'cause it
Amoonguss,
just
and
clicked
it won't get the
again, yeah.
Calyrex Ice Rider, which is kind of risky.
Okay. You put me on the quiz seat earlier, Aim. I'll put you on the quiz seat.
Go on.
What did Astral Barrage do in the TCG?
Oh, it was. Now I'm going to have to remember the multiplier. Was it 10 plus 20 damage for each psychic energy attached to all of your Pokemon? Or was it 30?
Yeah, that's going right
It
back
was
to sleep.
Was it 20 or 30?
It was 50 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. 5
Oh,
damage.
it was on the
On the V.
It was on the V.
On the V.
It was on the V, not the V Max.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was a good one.
Oh,
a
that's
bit tricky there, wasn't
yeah,
I? A little bit tricky.
Yeah, I thought it was the V Max. It's not. But it was very well used on the V
Yeah,
as well.
it got played against control decks, and it was quite good to just spoon all the damage.
Or anything that said like a V Max can't attack it, it's like it was a V then. It's not a V Max. Yeah.
So where would you say, Lee, right now? Who's in the driver's seat in this game?
Ismail.
Really?
Definitely, yeah. Just set the Trick Room up again. The Calyrex is asleep. The Iron Hands is out. It can go for a fake out, but only 1 turn. If it doesn't go for the fake out into the Amoonguss, it's going to get put to sleep. And now you've got the Torkoal on the field. So this will take down the Amoonguss. It'll take a little bit of chip, but with that Torkoal out on the field, and then you can bring in the Calyrex now and go for the double-double. So you would go Eruption and Glacial Lance, and it should be enough to pick up both of these.
Okay. Wow. So we likely to see a game 3, would you say?
Yeah,
then?
I would say so. Yeah.
We like that on Championship Sunday. Love a game 3, me.
We do. Me
Not
too.
Not
I
gonna
love a
complain.
game
Love a
three.
game 3. Not unless you're Natalie, she didn't like her game 3.
No.
Which was quicker, game 1 or game 3?
Game 3.
Yeah.
Game 3.
It was 1 turn shorter.
In game 1, both players got a turn. In game 3, Natalie didn't get to do a turn. She lost before she played a card.
Yeah. We should get a timestamp on that. Check
Yeah.
the record.
Yeah.
There's a good chance that was the fastest game in TCG history
Ever,
on
yeah,
stream. There's
like
a good
on
chance.
stream.
Yeah.
Poor Natalie.
Pretty sure it was, because not even getting a turn.
Oh, the Calyrex wakes up. Protect.
Ooh.
The wake up protect.
Yeah, so the eruption won't hit it now.
But
We'll hit
Fabi
the
needs to
sleepy
get-
wheezing, and that's probably out for the cat.
Which is actually, it's not over, because now you
Yeah.
get the Iron Hands back and you got Fake Out
Yeah.
that you can utilize. And
Yeah, it's not a valid. Sorry, it's not an invalid point.
you probably go Fake Out into the Torkoal, prevent the eruption, and then Astro Barrage.
Because that.
Because you should take a Glacial Lance or a
I
High
was going to say the
Horsepower.
Calyrex has switched out and reset the boosts, right?
Yeah.
Iron Hands again.
This feels tense now.
It does.
This feels tense.
That was a big wake up.
Oh, look, Fabi's like getting ready in his chair.
Yeah.
Focus
ready
on.
for that
This is lean forward mode.
Yeah.
Lean forward gaming. We
I've
all
been
know what we
forward the whole
mean.
match, mate.
That's quite a smart switch, though, if you're expecting the Astral Barrage, because the Smeagol obviously immune to it. Being a normal type.
Is that Sash?
Oh,
Okay,
of
Sash is
course.
broken.
That's a great play from Ishmael.
Is
Because
that
now
knock
you've
off?
got Fake Out on the Smeagol, so you can go into the... Has the Smeagol got Wide Guard, though? That's the question. If it has, it can block.
It says
No, it
guard.
hasn't.
I think it might have
Okay.
been wide guard, yeah.
The French was a bit too quick for me there.
Vampy
Oh!
That was Chain Punch. I know that
Oh my
animation.
God.
I know that one. I know that one. There we go.
It's now all down to Calyrex and the Torkoal.
Calyrex and the Torkoal. Can they go the distance?
I think Fabian might have turned this round.
Yeah?
think so
Yeah.
too.
Might not go to a game 3.
I don't know. I don't remember.
What a legacy, though. Like, his older brother's won a EUIC.
Yeah.
He's now going to win it. I don't want to jinx it.
Yeah. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Cast a curse and all that business there.
Okay, he's in a position to.
Yeah.
Well done. Yes.
There we go.
There we go.
Recovered.
Oh, look!
Here we go. Spectral Barrage only hits the Torkoal.
I think he's doubled the Torkoal.
There it is, yeah. Dropped it onto the Torque. He's got it. He's locked it.
Oh! He doubled into it.
What is
There we
that?
are.
Oh,
He doubled
Fabian's
into the
got
Torkoal.
it.
Fabian's
got
done it.
this.
Wow, what a comeback.
Absolutely
Wow.
got this. Wow.
The sun's gone. Don't think that matters.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Oh! Fabi!
Round of applause for Fabian, everybody.
Oh.
Yeah! We love that. Oh, we love to see that.
So
We love
wholesome.
to see that.
Incredible.
We love to see
Good
that.
sportsmanship. We love to see it.
Do you know what I loved as well? How he gently put the headset down before
Yeah.
celebrating.
And then it was like, yeah.
Russian will like that too.
Yeah.
This isn't mine and
Amazing.
it's expensive. Party!
Yeah. Oh, you said he didn't even have that in the final
No.
game, DD, right?
No.
Wasn't able to bring it, but it
Wow.
was on the table. It was there in
Yeah.
spirit, you know?
Is he the first IC player to win an IC of any 5 Pokemon? Potentially.
Maybe in
Because
this
Desmond
division.
didn't win, right? Zoe won that
No,
year.
So
yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
That could be on the
Could be.
cards. That could be on the
Maybe.
cards.
Wow. That
Wowza.
was magical.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, right.
No
I'm
game
going to tip
three.
out Gabby. You can jump in.
Yeah,
Everyone,
I'm
round of
I
applause
want
for
gonna
to have
have
a
to,
front row
uh,
seat to
Thanks,
this one.
Luke.
gonna have to go.
You going as well?
Unfortunately. Get prepared for Masters.
Okay, Master.
So
Are you on
enjoy
the Masters
seniors.
one then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Lou.
Well, it's
Hey,
been a
Lulu.
pleasure, my friend. The
You as well.
adventures of Shane
I'm trying
Lee.
to bend my arm in a way.
There we go. That's probably a bit better,
Yeah,
isn't
there
it?
we go.
Round of applause for Lee as well.
Thanks, Lee.
Thank you, guys.
We love Lee.
Enjoy.
We love Lee. Loving the suit as well, mate. Loving that.
Oh,
Right, we get a little bit.
Oh, here we go.
I can relax a bit.
Hold on, I'm gonna try and summon one more over. All right.
Okay.
We're gonna have to hold that headset.
That's okay.
I promise
That's
you it'll be worth it.
All right, this is like
I'm having a stretch
who are we
first.
gonna get? It's like a surprise.
I didn't mean literally hold it, but that works too.
Yeah, I was like, if I have to, I will.
I mostly meant if you saw somebody else come and try to take the spot, just be like, hold on.
Okay. So Gabby has someone coming in. We're gonna find out who they are.
So how have y'all been? I haven't seen
I
y'all.
was, you know what? I was about to ask you, how's your event been? How's your event been? Because I haven't heard
Pretty
from you
good.
either, yeah?
I know, yeah. I mean, I know you've been over on the activity stage.
Yeah.
I've been just out and about doing side events and all that good stuff.
Nice.
Shout outs to the Sisterhood League.
Oh, I did see that.
Yes.
How did that pan out? Did you get involved with that?
Yes, I was able to sign up for it and play. All the side events are just like 3 rounds, and you just play and you get points based off of how many you win. But the nice thing about the Sisterhood League was that people were like, let's talk through the matchup. Let's like figure out your team.
Nice.
So like I'm a Calyrex Ice Rider player. I played 7 Calyrex Shadow Rider people yesterday.
Oh, wow.
And every single one, I was like, let's talk through that because I have issues. But no, honestly, it was such like a casual vibe, just like this stream. It was totally worth it.
That's so
Love that. Love to hear the
They,
success of those events. Would you say those Sisterhood Leagues, they've been growing in size?
I think so, yes.
Nice. That's what we like to see.
Yeah.
We love to see that.
So if you're watching this stream and you're like, I want to play, but I don't want to like do this, Sisterhood League, telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you are watching and you think this is a bit daunting, perhaps, the side events are always a good place to get involved, right? So they can sort of enjoy the tournament atmosphere, but not have to worry about, 9 rounds. It's a lot. So I would always recommend that for sure.
Oh, hey!
Oh,
Hey,
here we go.
See, now the gang's all back together. Oh, there we go. Goodness, Dawes, it's been a while. How are you doing?
I am good. I've just finished working on TCG, so yeah, now I am here.
But you're familiar with VGC as well, though,
I've
right?
dabbled.
He was my partner
Yeah,
for like the longest time.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's fair to say I've watched a little bit.
Yeah.
In my time.
I was setting you into that, of course.
No, I just had a bit of fun with it for a few years. No, I do still watch it actually.
Yeah.
Surprising amounts. Like obviously, I work with the TCG in a backstage role.
Okay.
But then like when I get home, I'll go and watch the VG side. Or if I'm really lucky, get like a tiny view of it in the monitor. No sound.
Yeah. You should keep an eye out. Keep an eye out.
Yeah, the crowds for VG are a little louder, so they usually give things away.
Yeah, true. That is a fantastic point. The VGC crowd can get loud.
I don't know, the TCG crowd, there was a couple fake outs there. I was like backstage trying to figure out what was going on.
Yeah, I think when in that game 3 when Natalie opened because we did it as well, I was like, if Natalie leads a low HP Pokemon, it could be trouble. Flips over the GP, look at Ryuki, the speed of which he's playing, you think, uh-oh, he's probably got this. And yeah, the crowd quickly realised as well, I was there like, what's happening?
When someone pops off and starts playing that quickly,
yeah.
when you've got all the time in the world, you know that something absolutely mad is about to go down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just had to look for that ace back. And
it's pretty easy to find.
Yeah, just look for that bright pink card,
Yeah.
and there's your victory.
You don't even have to like fully move it across. You just get the corners, and you're like, oh, there it is.
Yeah. I'll take that, and I'll take my trophy.
How was juniors for the VGC?
It was cute.
It was good.
It was
really good.
Double protect really turned the tides. And then,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It went great. Honestly, it was a riveting match. And the second game was, it was very to and fro. It didn't feel like one-sided. It felt like either of them could have won it, and then kind of it wrapped up at the end, rather than it like being obvious that there was a dominating force on one side.
Yeah.
It was one of those cool games where like the pendulum was swinging either way, and entertaining. Hopefully the senior one's going to be just as entertaining, because I do love a bit of VGC as well. I mean, I'm mostly obviously mostly a TCG dabbler, you could say, but also have a little investigation with the VGC every now and then.
I'm excited to see what teams they're running, because I know coming into this event, that was like the big thing that we were all talking about, which restricted Pokemon. We've already seen the 2 Calyrex. I know who's in the finals for Masters, but I have no idea who's in seniors. So
that's the thing, because we don't get to follow them.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
It's actually a really fun surprise to check out this bracket and see who has come to the forefront. Ian Louis. Is it Louis or Lewis?
I would imagine it's Louis because he's French.
Yeah.
That would probably be.
Yeah. If any viewers excuse my lack of knowledge of players,
this is true,
I'm a TCG gal. I know my VGC, but the players are the ones that I'm not very well informed on, so you'll have to forgive me.
Pietro Silva is Marco's younger brother.
I was just about to ask
Marco's
that.
younger brother.
Wow.
Unfortunate that he got knocked out after, they both took, what was it, Masters and Seniors at LAIC this year.
The same event? They both won the same
Yep.
event? Wow.
Isn't that cool?
That's
Would
amazing.
this be Pietro's first year in seniors?
Or maybe it was last year, I can't remember.
But I know he did well in juniors,
Yeah,
so it makes
yeah,
sense
yeah.
to move on up.
Wow, that's VGC household there, then.
Yeah, well, we get it in TCG, don't we?
Yeah,
So,
we do. Yeah, we were saying that. Oh, I think just before you came out, actually, yeah, you got like the Kammermans, the Schultzes.
Yep.
You know, there's quite a few. I think I'm missing one as well.
Kalama?
Kalamers, of course. Yeah, but here we go.
Oh, here
Our
we go.
senior finalists. Let's have a look, some good resumes there. Birmingham, regional. That wasn't that long ago.
Oh, Ian won Portland. That's cool.
And the online events, those are no joke.
Yeah.
No, they're hard.
Yeah, you really have to put the time in.
Yeah,
and, like,
you do.
It's lovely that you can play in your own home and be nice and comfortable, but it is not easy.
No, I almost took part in the last one, but then I fell ill, so I wasn't able to compete because I just couldn't focus. But I did build a team and put the hours in, and I went on the online ladder for the first time. I went 18-0.
Whoa. Been one game.
Yeah.
Did you at least play your 3 in the challenge so that way you got your points?
No, I was bedridden. I was like, I could not get up. I can't focus. So
yeah,
it was fun to play at home, but I just challenged myself, and I was just like, oh, let's see how we go. But that was in regulation.
Would have been the last one in H.
Yeah, it was H.
Without the,
it was, but without without the big guns.
I enjoyed that. And speaking of big guns,
I really
there's
enjoyed
the Maridon.
Yeah.
Whoa. Well, there's not a Glalie on the team, but I think it's his favorite.
Aw, Glalie a cool Pokemon, definitely underrated.
Yeah.
Such a neat one. Ash's Glalie in the series was one of my favorite Pokemon of his.
How was he able to lift that Pokemon up?
It wasn't, it floats.
I thought you meant the plushie there, so I don't think it's
no,
not a real
like,
Glalie.
No, Glalie's massive.
Oh, yeah,
like,
yeah.
Ash is like, he can lift.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Larvitar's his Larvitar, which he carries around for most of the series, is his heaviest Pokemon.
Yes.
I saw a video of somebody at the gym, and they loaded up on like bars and racks and stuff, like the weights of Ash's Pokemon to see if they were as strong as Ash, and I can't remember. I think it was the Larvitar.
Yeah,
It's
the
like,
Larvitar
there is
is
no
like,
way
he could
that
have
he would be doing
carried
this.
that
Either that or
around.
he is surprisingly strong.
Yeah, it must have just been a really particularly light Larvitar, like in Pokemon Go, where we get the different weights and sizes. It must have just been a light guy.
Must have been.
He's just, he's nimble, that one Larvitar.
The nimble Larvitar.
They are made of solid rock, so they're pretty serious things.
It's like a boulder.
It is.
Literally. I actually have a question about our other players' team when it comes to them, because I thought I saw what I thought was like 3 restricted Pokemon, so I think it might have been a Landorus.
So
What was the, when it comes up we'll have a look, but I was trying to work out what the restricted was, because I thought there definitely could have been a few there.
So the way I like to think about
here we go. So I thought
Landorus and Urshifu and Ogerpon.
And Ogerpon, yeah.
So while they are legendary Pokemon in the game and should be treated as such, there's sort of a difference in the levels, right? And so we have what we call the restricted Pokemon.
Yeah.
Your Calyrexes, Maridons, those are so strong that they have to be separated out.
Okay.
Some people do argue that Urshifu's in that bucket, but it's technically not. So.
Yeah. Honestly, a trick that I use to remember sometimes is I think about who was on the box art for the game.
I've heard that term,
It's
cover
not
legendary.
100%, but because obviously Charizard not a restricted Pokemon. But
oh yes, as a rule of thumb, as a rough idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
As a rough idea of the more modern games, I suppose.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, I like that.
Eevee also not a legendary Pokemon.
What?
It was on the box, so let's
That's
go
a
Eevee.
stat, by the way. Louis has won the last 3 consecutive EU events.
What?
3 in a row. Could be 4.
That's pretty wild.
This feels very different. That like you've got one player. I saw his fun fact come up. It was like, this is his first top cut.
Oh,
wow.
that's awesome.
And then you've got 3-time champions. So it is a little David and Goliath. And I'm not, I'm not ruling anyone out if you've made finals. But that's That's got to be something to think about, isn't it?
That
Before you're like, hang on.
I think there could be something to be said in your first finals. You might not understand the gravitas as much. You're like, oh, well, you know, I'm just happy to be here. Whatever happens, happens. Whereas if you've been there 4 times, you think, oh, I should win. Which, you know, has a different effect on your mental, so...
It's interesting, though, too, because Ian's team is very, like, unique. You know, I see a lot of pieces there that have... They've been featured in Regulation G, but they haven't necessarily been, like, put together in that specific combination and saw success. Whereas his opponent is a little bit more common, I would say. So it's possible that Ian just sort of knows how to approach Game 1 already.
Right.
We'll have to see.
Yeah. I'd like to point out we also just completely ignored the Ditto.
Which
can be kind of ridiculous.
We spoke about Ditto just before you came on, actually.
No.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we spoke about Ditto because I was saying how I actually didn't realise how good Ditto was in VG right now until one of the VG casters very rightly pointed out that it kind of can act as a second restricted because you can copy your opponent's restricted, and then you have 2, which is allowed, obviously. So, I actually didn't know that until today.
That's an intimidating lineup. Miraidon and Urshifu straight off the bat.
But then against Landorus and Ogerpon, which we know are really strong from not only previous regulations, but right now as well. So actually 4 really solid Pokemon really going for it.
It is strange seeing that form of the Landorus too. I'm so used to the
I didn't even realise. Yeah, it's Therian, is it normally?
It's Therian, yes.
Yeah.
And
normally
then this one is
Therian form,
Incarnate.
Incarnate.
Yeah.
But it gets a lot of good synergy. Sheer Force, the ability means you don't take recoil from Life Orb, which is kind of nice, and it just puts out a lot of damage.
Okay.
It's just sometimes you have to hit your Sandseer Storms, which, if you ask me, never happens. Never happens.
Honestly, let's just say it. It's an inferior Nidoking.
Wow. Heard it here first. Heard it here first.
No, I say Nidoking is better than Landorus.
You're saying it is better?
It's way cooler. It's from Generation 1.
Oh, well, yeah, cooler and better, not necessarily the same thing.
Nidoking was amazing.
I like Landorus.
I know, Landorus is like meme mugging. Oh, we just saw Ogerpon almost get sent to the discard pile. That's not quite how it works in VGC.
No.
Back to the Pokeball.
Big KO.
This could be a wild turn 1.
Oh my gosh,
is this going to be a double KO?
Yes, it is.
He doesn't even need the 3rd hit, look.
Wow.
Was that the crowd counting along? Did y'all hear that?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, they've learned from Household and population
Yeah, the population bomb trick, yeah.
Louis on the back foot straight away.
It's tough because neither of these trainers led with a form of speed control. So it's like, okay, who's faster? Well, Miraidon.
Yeah.
Draco Meteor hits, great. Ogerpon's gone. It's just one of those situations where it's like, how do you get around this?
Right, I see. Now, can you come back from being an 0-2 deficit straight away? Is it possible?
It depends on what he has in the back. So Miraidon is at -2 special attack, so it can't hit as hard again. And I believe it's holding a choice specs, if I can see properly, which is always a...
I think it is.
Yeah.
It's locked into Draco Meteor.
Yeah.
But he has the ability to pivot out. So
Yeah.
he's now, because he's got the advantage, he can see what's left and safely.
Like
well, not
sometimes
safely,
people
but
who run Louis' team will have like a Mungus and then the Calyrex in the back, and then you Rage Powder Trick Room and try to find your way back that way. Not really the most consistent strategy though, because the Mungus can't deal damage, so it's a really tough matchup.
But if there's a Pokemon that would be able to carry it, if it can get itself in a safe position, the Calyrex Ice Rider would be able to do it. Because it does get stronger as it goes throughout the game.
Yeah, the Chilling Neigh is going to help a lot for making a comeback possible.
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, you could try and see. I mean, he hasn't switched it, but he's probably thinking, okay, Miraidon's going to switch, and then you could catch something.
They didn't. They went for the Draco Meteor into the Protect.
Hard.
And then the Surging Sprite. Yeah, Surging Strikes, which isn't...
It's not
gonna KO, but it's gonna do a fair amount of damage. It'll do
damage.
Yeah.
It's just above half,
Respectable.
Yeah, about half.
It's a solid day at the office, you could say.
Yeah. Oh, but
now
this is what
this
makes
seems
the
interesting
difference.
to me, though.
Yeah,
that changes things.
He's probably... His team's going to be more designed for it and like cooked around it.
Yeah.
So he now is going to be able to capitalize on this.
Oh.
This is going to be brutal.
Here we go. Love a little cheeky bit of Ditto.
I mean, he's bringing it in for the Miraidon, so he's going to get an Ice Rider Calyrex in response. And so he'll be able to play with it in the Trick Room.
Oh, so we're going to see 2 restrictors on the same side of the field potentially at the same time as well.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
that seems
exactly
tough when you, especially when you're 0-2 down as well.
Yeah.
To be looking at 2 restricted.
It's also interesting that Ian also has the Grimmsnarl in the back. That's typically a Pokemon that likes to get in early, so it can set up screens and everything. So
Here we
there's a
go.
lot of defense Ian has.
Got the Ditto out, everybody. Shout out to Ditto.
It is funny seeing the Ditto with as one and under.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Yeah.
Do you think Ditto ever does like the Ditto face when it copies Pokemon in the games?
I would.
Like, we can't see it
I
because it's facing the other way, right?
I would like to think so.
Yeah.
Regardless of what's true, I'm going to believe that.
Yes.
I've decided just to stick with that
I
one.
do believe that.
It does way more damage than maybe a lot of trainers would be expecting. The height of horsepower coming into the Urshifu. It is Louis' Urshifu that is going fast. The Surging Strikes follow up into
So Louis called the switch and picked the right thing to double, sort of,
but it's
Nah,
not
but
going to
he's
be
not
enough.
going to get the Urshifu.
No, it's not going to be enough.
Even with the Terra, it's just not enough to get through.
No.
I was about to say he needs a crit. They're all crits.
Yeah, it needs like a super crit.
It needs a super crit.
Or if the rain was up, maybe.
Yeah, needed a little bit extra.
I don't think that's knocking out either, you know, though.
No, that'll
is
be
short,
a
yeah.
knockout.
Oh.
This is why a lot of people think Urshifu should be on the box.
Yeah. I get that.
And the fact you can't protect in front of it.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I was surprised that I thought Urshifu this entire time was a restricted because from what I see of VGC, he's always there, right? He's always there. So yeah, being able to sneak him in without it being a restricted team was high powered.
Well, see, there'd be no reason not to choose Urshifu, right? Like, surely everyone has one, like, available in
I
the
didn't see the usage stats, but it's got to be up there. Like, I think it's well over 60%.
It was over 60 for sure for day 1. I forget day 2.
Wow. That is a lot.
Yeah.
That really is a lot.
I will
Go on,
say,
Ditto.
shout outs to one of my side event opponents, was running mono ice. So no Urshifu on that team.
Mono ice.
Ditto's chilling nay.
Ditto's chilling nay. I love that.
So actually, what's really fun here is like Ian can now just play like protect the Ice Rider with the Grimmsnarl, so he's already taking advantage of the Trick Room, and now he's gonna be able to like keep it safe. Or as you can see, he's just gonna try and end the game.
He's just gonna just try and go for this double target the Urshifu.
Yeah.
Sometimes I forget that Grimmsnarl can attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty good at it against some Pokemon with high attack stats, mostly.
You just foul play, is it? That's
Yeah,
the
foul play,
yeah.
Occasionally, in last like Sword and Shield, Spirit Break was pretty popular too.
Oh yeah, Spirit Break.
I love Grimmsnarl. Like its design, it's
It's
like
a cool design.
It's based on obviously like Grimm's fairy tales,
Oh.
and so it's got that like because it was from Galar, it's got those like old English fairy tale roots.
Yeah.
And so that's where its impish look comes from, and I really love that
Well, Impidim
storyline for
just
it.
looks like a traditional.
Well, it is an imp. Yeah, absolutely. So is Morgrim.
Shout out to Lincoln City FC, the Imps.
Yeah.
Lincoln City FC, come on. Well, I was a bit disturbed or a bit creeped out when I read the Poké attention for Grimmsnarl, and then all that stuff is hair.
Yeah, it's hair.
That's his hair. I was like, oh, goodness gracious.
Just
Yeah,
don't
and it
think
can
about
move
it.
I want to see a Grimmsnarl with skin fade. Come on. As we do see Game 2 getting wraps up there.
That was amazing.
Game 1? Game 1 or Game 2?
Yeah,
That was game 1.
just
Game one.
That was game 1, yeah.
Do you think anybody would cosplay Grimmsnarl, but like actually like do like wigs and
I
stuff?
would love that.
Wow.
That would be
That's
really
such a cool
intense.
idea.
Get that in a cosplay show.
I want to see that.
Come on.
I want to see that, but I also don't want to see that.
Oh,
'cause
I
that
want
would be
to see that.
horrifying.
No,
I'm
I want
going
to
to
do
commit
that.
to wanting to see that. Yes.
I want to
Yeah.
do that. I want to be
I
in that
definitely want to
cosplay.
see it. It won't be me putting the work to make it, I can tell you that. But
That'll
Wait,
be
you're
a
not
lot of
inspired
wigs.
to learn how to sew after all the cosplays?
I think I'd start off with something a bit easier than Grimmsnarl. You know,
okay,
yeah.
fair.
Give me a lab coat, give me a cap, I'll be Kukui perhaps, but
Are you telling me that you're not hand doing all of these garments that you wear to shows?
no, definitely not. Could you imagine? If I was to do this, these lines would be all wonky. Like it wouldn't be as sharp. I can tell you that for free.
I say, I'm glad you got a professional on it then.
Oh yeah, no, it'd be dreadful. I'm not the most creative, unfortunately.
There's always time to learn. And
That
there's
is
a lot
true.
of YouTube tutorials out there
That
too.
is true. That is true.
You can learn anything.
You really can.
Yeah.
You could learn VG.
I could.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I'm learning VG right now.
Ah, beautiful.
I think I managed to see. I think It might have been Joseph Yagarte's team. I think is very similar to is it Ian's? I think I remember seeing the Grimmsnarl because it was set up the dual screens and stuff, wasn't it? To protect the Miraidon. So I'm already learning a little bit. I'm seeing it getting played again here. So
was Joe Ugarte also running Ditto? Do you remember?
I think he was.
I didn't see that.
I think he was, but he never used it in his top 8 game. No.
Yeah.
He never brought it, I should say.
That seemed so one-sided from my perspective. Like,
it was turn 1.
The turn 1 just.
Yeah, I'm no expert, but dang.
That's the downside with Louis' team, honestly, because like I've been running the same thing. I'm pretty sure it was inspired, if not exactly the same, to the tank team that won San Antonio.
Right.
You have to call these turn 1s. You have to get Trick Room up early if you're playing Miraidon, and if you don't, it's like you can kind of fight your way back, but you also kind of can't.
Yeah,
it's a tough lead.
It's a bulkier lead though from Louis, so he's probably got a little more wiggle room, but these are still 2 very aggressive Pokemon that are just going to swing.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that really scares me out of playing like competitive VG nowadays is that I am not good at reading my opponent.
Some teams you don't have to.
I know some, but like to get to this stage,
yeah, but to get to side events and to hang out.
Oh,
we just heard about Mono Ice earlier. To be fair, didn't we? I mean,
I could definitely play VG side events. It's just like, if I was ever thinking about competing, what would scare me is the fact that I cannot read people's intentions whatsoever when it comes to teams, and I'm really bad at making decisions. And so choosing those first 2 Pokemon, I think I'd be the one who runs out of time to select.
That's honestly, though, why I like best of 3.
Oh,
Draco Miss, Draco Miss. This is a good opening, because now Surging Strikes goes into the Ogre Pond.
Yep.
But to go back to my other point real quick, in Game 2, you know what your opponent did in Game 1, so even if you lost, you can kind of use that to adapt. So it gives you a little more breathing room.
I think I just psych myself out. I'm like, but what if they do something different too?
I mean, they've only got 4 choices per Pokemon.
It still scares me. That's a lot of choices. I'm really bad with choices.
But you do have the benefit now of open team sheet. Which
that is true. That is true.
Back in my day when I played, that wasn't a thing.
When did that come in, open team sheet?
It came in with...
Recently, Sword and Shield, right?
Oh, wow. As recent as that?
Was it Sword? No, I believe it was in Scarlet and Violet.
Oh, it was Scarlet.
Oh, even more recent.
I was going to say, like, it was like within the past 3 years for sure.
Because the big thing, I remember when all of Scarlet and Violet was announced, the
wow.
Terror types would have been exceptionally. You'd have been guessing.
You need to know, don't you? It'd be too unfair otherwise.
Well, this is a much better start for Louis, who's actually
This is a very different game. That Miraidon did exactly nothing in this game, I can tell you that. Like,
it missed Draco Meteor, so that was sort of its one job that it didn't complete. So
you had one job.
It was just here for the vibes, and now it's back in a Pokeball.
Yeah. So, I mean, Game 3 honestly might come down to whether or not that first Draco Meteor hits. I mean, Ian has to decide if he wants to take that risk again.
I'm not sure it matters so much. Like, yes, he gets rid of the Ogre Pond if it hits, but like, it still buys him enough time to Trick Room.
Yeah.
So the follow-up, you have to deal with the Ice Rider with the follow-up, and that's just a lot to ask.
Okay, well, we like seeing developed Game 2s. Maybe see a Game 3, perhaps. You know.
I got a feel. I don't know. I think we're heading the Game 3 direction. That's sort of the feeling I'm getting on it.
It doesn't mean that a comeback can't be made, but it's definitely feeling Game 3-esque.
I think without the Miraidon, your big damage dealer, focal point of the team.
Yeah.
It's going to be.
In comes Ross.
Welcome
what
back.
skill? Yeah. What do you want me to? What, are we doing little swapsies? Are we? Yeah, come on, then let's do a little swapsies then. Come on, come on. Go on then. I've been here for a while, to be fair.
You can only put 4 moves on each Pokemon trainer. The Grimmsnarl is one that wants to run more. Calyrex Ice Rider is going to go for his Terra Fairy here. The terrestrialization that proved so crucial.
I'm a lazy man. I don't feel too bad though. I'm the one that I basically dragged you in by like your colour initially, so.
Yeah, you really did.
Now in all capital letters, because I was messaging him being like, oh, come play, and he was like, I'll be there in a minute, and I'm like, get in now, mate. And it worked. Right, catch me up to speed on the seniors final.
So game 1, we have Ian on the bottom side on the left. Basically, turn 1 takes a double knockout, and Louis is sort of able to, I mean, not really stabilize. Does get Trick Room set up, which is the obviously key component.
Of course.
But then Ian uses Ditto to copy the Ice Rider Calyrex, and from there, just sort of closed it out because he had his own Trick Room sweeper at that point.
Ditto thing?
Yeah,
Ditto.
Ditto's
This is
always comes back with restricted formats because you can just copy a restricted Pokemon.
Yep.
Easy. And then you have 2. Yeah, you're right.
Well,
yeah.
you can have 4.
So yeah, you can do a lot with it. And there was a so Louis was able to set up Trick Room with the Ice Rider. Has of
There he
course
is!
lost
Hey,
out.
Ditto!
Well, now Calyrex.
He's making the little guy face again.
Okay, I've got it. So restricted, you're allowed 1 legendary, right? Or 1 restricted Pokemon.
In this,
One restricted Pokemon in Red G. In previous years, we've had 2, and some people would run Ditto, or possibly even Smeargle would transform, just to really, you know, double down.
I will have the maximum amount of restricted Pokemon. I love it. This makes me happy.
Technically, does that count as 2 Pokemon? Because it is 2 if you separate them. If that Calyrex gets off that horse,
It
it's
can't
2
get off the
Pokemon.
horse on battle, unfortunately.
Oh, come on.
That
Imagine
would be
if it
too
could,
broken.
Though. How cool would that be? It'd be like Don Dozo and Tatsugiri
Yeah,
sort
but
of vibes.
people are already saying it's overpowered. If it could then leave the horse.
Canonically, do we have a reason why it can't get off? Like, obviously, from a standpoint, it's 1 Pokemon. Do we have a canonical reason why it can't get off?
because
It
they're
can
as
get off
one.
out of battle.
That's the name of the ability, as one.
The ability means
They are
it is
so
1.
close and bonded that they have to stay together.
Hold on, Ross. Maybe it's just really comfortable.
Oh, that's a good
He's just
one.
loving it. He just can't give it up.
Well, he has to eat like the special carrots, right, in
Yeah.
order to like ride the Glastrier or Spectrier. So
Yeah.
maybe they're just good carrots.
Maybe they're really good carrots.
They must be very good.
So
This,
good he
this
can't
is
get off.
interesting
carrots,
though,
kids.
because
Yeah,
it's
what's
got
interesting?
it's got different health because it's a Ditto. So like when the Urshifu on the other side is attacking, it barely gets it at half, but now is dangerously low. This now gets really interesting with Trick Room gone because that Urshifu should be able to start causing some big problems.
Are we going Dark Bear or Water Bear here?
These are both water, I
They're
believe.
both
so
water,
the,
yeah.
It's a wet bear.
Is that the term?
rapid strike.
Rapid Strike. So I jumped on a bit Unite earlier, and in Unite they only refer to Urshifu as Dark Bear and Water Bear, and I'm now obsessed with this. It's my new favourite thing.
See, it took me a
Soggy
while
bear,
to
not
remember.
soggy bear.
You guys at least had the benefit if it said Rapid Strike or Single Strike in the corner.
Rapid Strike is fast, Single Strike hits hard.
Right, I'm aware.
It's that simple. It's that simple.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
Soggy bear is
Left it in the top
fast.
corner so you knew.
Shay, you recently demoted Urshifu.
Oh!
It's a game win!
It's game 3 coming on.
Game
Yeah, Ian decided to
concede.
forfeit that one.
Do you ever have in VG where you're halfway through a game and somebody just quits and you don't know exactly what happened?
Sometimes. I mean, I've seen it a couple of times where players will, like, they'll just, because they know what they've got in the back, there is
Yes.
a weird benefit to it of forfeiting early. Like, let's say you lose, like, a big Pokemon early on. If you forfeit early, you've basically said to your opponent, like, I'm not going to show you what I was trying. It's very rare, though, that you're actually able to hide, like, valuable information.
In TCG, sometimes we'll be halfway through a game and the players will just shake hands and we have no idea who even won the game because they said something to each other that we can't hear or showed a card that we couldn't see, and that gave all the information, and we're sitting there at the desk and it's just like, we legitimately have no idea who won that game.
No, we're
I will
twiddling our
say,
thumbs.
In the VG, we can cheat a bit, and we cut away before the shot on the stream, but they will show the 2 trainer cards of the people playing,
Yes,
and
you see
one
who
side will
wins.
say win.
Win.
So we can see that feed on the desk at least. So sometimes I will look at that and be like, ah, yes, this person did win.
Did you watch the TCG Masters final?
No, but I was running around because I had something to do immediately afterwards, and then it was very quick, and then it wasn't, and then it was.
All 3 games, it was a case of some stuff hit the board, and then they both picked up their cards. All 3 games finished super. I couldn't even explain what happened in game 3. I had to do like the call and the congratulations, and then when we had a minute to breathe while they're setting up the ceremony, I went, so here's what actually happened in that game 3. Because it was so fast, we literally did not have time to explain it.
So it was rapid strike style.
It was faster than rapid strike style.
It was really funny because from where I'm sitting, like I can see most of the cameras, so I've got like all the angles, right? And one of the guys backstage was like, it's actually just Ryuki's got it.
Yeah.
Because he'd seen the hand as well. So he's like, yeah, like let's just prepare because all he's going to do is go through it. And fair play, just being able to say, like, yeah, you've got 80 damage now with the Petra run.
Go safer and start the Grimsnarl this time, so they can set up the screens just in case.
Yeah.
That's
No.
interesting, though,
I
because...
think we saw one, but it wasn't necessarily impactful.
No, and then I assume we're going with the Draco Meteor again, but with the backup of the screens as a just in case?
I think it's more like they're doing the screens just to be sure that everything will be fine later. There's really no incentive for Louis to target the Grimsnarl this turn.
Okay, yeah, that's
so
yeah,
just
the
get the
Maraudon's
reflect out of the way.
Yeah, Louis wants to get Trick Room set up, and then is going to be like able to just really start taking over the game. The thing I'm curious about the Grimsnarl lead is it is a lot more defensive.
Yeah.
You're not trying to take like the double knockouts like it's successful game 1, so this honestly could go a lot longer.
Playing
this targeting is really important.
Risky, right?
I just got a very loud voice in my ear reminding me, whoever wins this, EUIC champion.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Probably worth pointing that out. 1-hit KO.
Yeah,
that's pretty
Ogapon is
normal for
gone.
Miraidon.
Yep.
That's pretty standard for the Miraidon. Like you know that it's going to attack and try and go fast.
That's
so
his whole thing.
You just, I mean, that literally is its job, is to go first, knock something out.
Yep.
The Protector's kind of, I'd argue, like punished there because there's no Trick Room, no damage coming out, and now there's a Reflect up.
Yeah.
Because of Prankster, you're going to guarantee Light Screen as well.
Ooh,
and so neither of them are going to do their full damage.
Yep.
And it's just going to be like, even if you start setting up Trick Room, even when I play, I can ballpark where things are going to be after a Light Screen or a Reflect. But basically, you're always just doing not enough damage.
Yeah, and again, if this really is the team that won San Antonio, then you also have like a slower than normal Landorus with a lot of bulk investment. So then it's like not going to be hitting as powerful with the light screen. It would have benefited from the Trick Room. Like it's unfortunate that the Calyrex went for Protect there and the speed's just not here.
This is the 3rd time that the Ditto has copied Calyrex as well. It is like genuinely obsessed with becoming Calyrex Ice Rider.
I would want to be Calyrex Ice Rider.
Shadow
Seems like
Rider.
a cool Pokemon to be.
Shadow Rider.
You get to eat good that was a big sludge bomb.
All about the cat. Another 1-hit KO.
Yeah, it was a huge sludge bomb, that. Super effective.
I've got a Miraidon badge on right now, thank you very much. Love him. Well, I took it off when it started doing bad in TCG, but then I put it back on this morning because it was coming out for the Unite Final, and now I'm keeping it on because it's out for VG Final.
That was like me, day 2 San Antonio. I wore a Miraidon pin for Evan, who is my co-caster, who loves Miraidon, and then we didn't see any in Top Gun.
I've been talking about Miraidon so much this season that when I had my little event earlier, like several people brought up Miraidon cards like, I know you love this. Somebody made me sign a special illustration rare Miraidon, and I was like, but can I not sign it? And they're like, nope. And I didn't like it. Too nice a card.
Is that the one where it's outside the window? There's like the big window scene.
Yeah. It's too beautiful a card to ruin with my scribble.
Someone had me do an alt-art God of War.
No, it's the EX with the texture on.
Okay, okay.
It's kind of inside it's like inside an apartment, kind of looking out.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
very
have the one
futuristic
from the
looking. It's
ETV,
cool.
and it was beautiful.
It's a beautiful card, that one as well.
Yeah.
Really annoying to get in Japan. It was a tournament promo, and
Oh.
you had to win a tournament. You had a 50-50 chance of getting Miraidon or Koraidon.
Oh.
So it was really annoying to get hold of. We just had it in our ETB.
Wow.
I'm full of really obscure TCG facts.
What's your most obscure?
Oh.
You can take a while to think about it, because I think these players also are thinking about their turns.
they're. I mean,
The final Pokemon for Louis here. Is it going to be able to soak up some of this damage better?
Charlie's excited.
Oh, it's water. Water, yeah.
That's a defensive typing, right?
It is, but there's still Miraidon in the picture, right?
Yeah, that, if
oh,
it
Miraidon's
gets
also
called,
like right there.
Yeah.
Oh. Electro Drift. It's Miraidon's signature move.
Wow.
This is like how I play Pokemon when I go through the game. Big Pokemon attacking moves, one-hit KOs.
I mean, it will survive that Glacial Lance thanks to the water typing, but the Miraidon's still there.
And it's locked into Electro Drift too,
Yeah.
and it's faster.
Yeah, exactly.
The water is actually punishing here.
Yeah,
right?
because the Electro Drift that it is locked into and fast.
Yes, it
crazy.
is. And he can't terrestrialize away from that typing potentially. One, because it's not.
Okay.
I believe it's a water Terra type, if that's what the list is.
not
but also, like, it's already used terrestrialize.
Does Louis even go for the Aquajet? Are they thinking along a different line? Everything's on the line here, trainers. It's your senior finals
for like the water
EUIC
terrestrialization?
2025. Whoever
Like,
wins
Electro Drift, what's the effect of the attack?
I believe it gets a boost because there's the Hadron engine activated. It has a high base
Oh,
power.
Aquajet takes it down.
Yeah, I was about to ask if he had priority on it because like the Miraidon would have dealt with the Landorus.
Yeah.
But obviously you just Aquajet and deal with that first.
Yeah, that is an adjustment then from the San Antonio team.
Did it not have Aquajet?
No, it was close combat taunt.
Huh.
I've been playing with that team all weekend, so I know.
I don't think I'd play it without Aquajet, but that's just me.
Yeah. No, I think you're right, based off of my own Calyrex Shadow Rider games that I played.
It's an all Urshifu fight now. I've got all Urshifu, but they both have an Urshifu.
Oops, all Urshifu.
Yeah,
what we really need is Ditto copy an Urshifu, and then really maximize the Urshifu.
That would be too many Urshifu for my
That would be
liking.
a lot of Urshifu.
Yeah.
That would be honestly too many.
So 2 is a maximum number. Oh! Did Landorus go down?
Yeah, he got close combated, which is interesting because obviously you can't Surging Strikes because it's not very effective. But if we end up in the Urshifu Mirror, which we're about to, he's now got lower defense, so he essentially loses the mirror.
Adam, it's now all Urshifu.
It is. It's genuinely.
It's oops all Urshifu. Oops all Urshifu.
I mean, depending on the roles,
the other
it could come down to speed, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, we just saw Ian's Urshifu outspeed.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, well, his is going to be slower for the Trick Room mode. Honestly, this is the decision for the title. He knows he's faster. Obviously, you get the benefits of the crits with Surging Strikes.
But it is not very effective.
Close combat would have been at least a neutral hit. So and obviously, but then you would have accepted that was your last attack.
He's
going to try and take a hit here and then close combat for the game.
Yeah, which I think is the right way around.
Huh?
Because I don't think the close combat would have got it on its own, and these
So, yeah,
Surging Strikes won't KO, so it should be fine.
Yeah, so he's now going to be able to close combat.
And that should close it out.
Yeah.
But look at how much of a difference the defensive drops made
Yeah,
for those Surging Strikes.
massive.
So now left bear should be able to KO right bear with
Yes.
close combat.
Yeah, so he put it lower without lowering his defense, and the close combat will
Yes!
wrap it
Let's
We
go!
have a champion.
Yeah! The underdog wins! We love that!
Underdog, underdog.
up. I love that we can get the shots of the family too.
First time ever making top cut and
Against
just
a champ.
wins the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. That makes me happy.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, though, if they do this, we then kind of see them again and again and again and again, especially in seniors, where a lot of the time, kind of, you know, the real high-level seniors, we see it in TCG, they build up these crazy resumes, and then they become masters, and they just keep going.
Yep.
That's what I felt about our seniors finals today. Like I've seen them so many times,
Yeah.
and they like when I'm filling in data and like the winner graphics and stuff, I'm like, oh, Nathan Osterkatz, yep, no, just put that one in again. Oh, Gabriel Fernandez, yep.
Yeah, I mentioned it so many times, the resumes of our senior finalists in TCG.
They're wild.
Right, I've had a think. I don't know if it's my most obscure fact, but it might be my favourite TCG
that
fact.
counts,
Okay.
that counts.
There is exactly one Ross card that was ever released in the TCG.
Okay.
Exactly one. It was Ross's Whalmer. It was in the VS series, only released in Japan. And I've had this card for years, obviously. But I went to, a friend of mine, Anton, took me to a shop in Nagoya. And they were like, right, you haven't got much time, just look in this folder. And it was the right folder. And I picked up a lot of cool cards. But in that folder, they had Ross's Whalmer. So I found it in like a random binder in a random card shop in Japan. And got to like buy it myself. That was very cool.
That is very cool.
Did you know that there's exactly one trainer named Gabby in the Pokemon video games? TV reporter Gabby from Ruby,
TV.
Sapphire, Emerald.
Yes, I did know that.
Did you know that Amy is a gym leader in one of the Pokemon games?
Ooh.
I should know that. I played all of them many times.
She is a water-type gym leader in the TCG GBA game.
Oh,
my.
bless. Such a good game.
Okay, so I bought that on the Game Boy Color,
Yes.
lent it to a friend, wanted to play it, bought it again, and then got it back. So now I've got 2 cartridges. Then I bought it on the eShop on my 3DS,
Yep.
and obviously it's now on Switch as well.
For free.
So I have many different ways to play. I've even got the second one of that, which is only released in Japan.
Japan, yeah.
So I've got the Japanese cartridge of that game.
I need to borrow that.
I think I'm almost at the stage now where my Japanese is good enough that I should be able to play that game.
Oh, that's so
I can
cool.
translate 99% of cards myself now.
Yeah.
And the game is pretty much just the cards.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
think I'm about ready to play that in Japanese and actually be able to pull it off.
That's so cool.
Nice. I have a copy of Pokemon Green in Japanese.
Oh,
it was a gift with the box and the manuals and everything.
Oh,
It's really
my
cool.
word.
Yeah.
That was something I was looking for when we were in Japan for that Worlds. I looked for green, and I couldn't find one in a condition I was satisfied with, so I just settled for what is actually my favorite game in the series, Platinum.
Oh.
And we looked, and it was like, okay, we got to find Platinum, and every shop they had Diamond and Pearl, no Platinum. I was like, all right, come on. And I'm trying to translate, and then we were walking around, we just went in a shop, we're like, oh, let's see what they got, and they just had 3 copies, just right. I was like, oh, there they are. They're all in one location. Fantastic news. Like,
I picked up a little while ago, and it sounds really impressive. I picked up a brand new copy of Black 2
Ooh.
in Japanese.
Still cool.
okay.
There's a significant difference between the 2 of them, though.
Thank you to my coach.
Bye-bye.
We're trying to fill it for Masters Final. We're trying to get every caster in.
All right, I'll tell you what. I'll stick around for like game 1.5, and
Okay.
then someone can take my spot, and then I gotta go actually work. So.
I was the last one in for this little foursome, so I feel quite confident I don't have to give up my seat because I'm comfy, and I've spoken to a lot of people. I am hyped for this Masters Final.
I kind of want that one with the double armrest. I'm not gonna lie.
Here, I'll tell you what. When I leave, you can come here.
Yes.
I had that for
I get to
2 years
host one more
TCG
time.
Final. I had it for one game, and it was beautiful.
I mean, this is very comfortable.
And then Alex kicked me out of it.
Aw, good game though.
I saw, who was it who did the segment this weekend teaching the Americans about Bagsy?
That was Charlie.
It was Charlie, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a great bit.
There is a rule in the UK that Americans need to know, and that is if somebody stands up, you have to wait 5 seconds. If they leave their seat for 5 seconds, it is open season. But if they're gone for fewer than 5 seconds and you sit down, you're a horrible person.
So this is like the 5-minute rule in my high school, where if your teacher was 5 minutes late to class, you were legally allowed to leave.
That was a rumor, and everyone knows it.
It was real.
But
We did
took
it. We
full
did it
advantage.
once.
Full
Oh,
advantage.
dude, look at the crowd. They're ready for Wolf.
Hey, we had Claw fans going in our final. I was so
Oh,
happy.
there they are. There's Dai too.
I like Wolf's shirt. That's cool. The half and half.
Going absolutely crazy for you. The hometown hero now in the
I don't think he has actually. I think he won NAIC one year, but it was US Nats, right?
Wolf has won one event in every category.
Yeah.
So NAIC, not EUIC. This would be like the first non-NA one. Obviously, regionals, 10 of them, I believe it is now.
Yeah, yeah.
10 regionals, US nationals twice.
At least once.
Yo, that's the Midlands players.
Oh, that's awesome.
Are those his local community then?
Those are my local community.
Oh, even better.
Or like some of them, they're about an hour away, but they always come up for our cups and challenges.
Oh, I love that.
I understand he's a little more southern than the Midlands. It's more toward the south. I've been to a bunch of people who have basically just been like, he's my locals, and they're very excited. But Wolf is this is why it's such a cool thing. We got the UK hometown hero, the underdog against Wolf, who I keep hearing rumours that Wolf is like really good at VG, like proper good.
Sorry. No, it's so crazy. I mean, Adam, you can speak to this too. Like, we were competing back when Wolf came onto the scene.
Yeah, so
and it was like a hurricane actually connected. We all got confused, and he just was like insane.
So actually, Wolf, I know Wolf started playing in 2011, which was the year I was playing, and basically just out of nowhere, he won one of the regionals, went to US Nats, won that, went to Worlds, didn't win it, but like top 8'd it. For that Worlds, I played at it, and I spent like 2 months building a team to build Wolf's, to beat Wolf's team, like because he was playing a very specific strategy, and then I realized that he was the only one that would play it. He was the only one capable of executing such a strategy. Nobody else in the room had it, and I did not have a great day.
You counted one player. So if you'd have had like
if
10 rounds against
I'd have hit him every round, let me assure you, I would have been.
It's the TCG equivalent of preparing for Tord, and then
Yes,
only Tord is the one that can pull off that deck, and no one else is playing it.
Yeah, I played one practice game with him the night before, got him, and I was like, right, I'm done. World champion incoming.
That was 2011,
It was 11, yeah.
I was one win away from
TCG
LCQing in that year.
I also helped some of his team building in like 2012. And this is, I think I've told this before, and I'm not sure if he's okay with me saying it. But we were texting about it. Now, at the time, I lived in the UK.
Yeah.
I had a cool phone plan that had international texting. Wolf did not.
Oh, no.
And he received a sizable bill for international texting. And we stopped team building together after that for a little while until, online chats came around.
I was going to say, now we all just chat on... Well, back then we had IRC at least, but... Okay, now I'm just dating myself.
Yeah.
You remember IRC.
Wow. I do.
Get it ready to roll, people.
Oh, yeah, we forgot that he's also won an online Players Cup.
Yeah.
So
said one of every category.
Yeah, I wasn't wrong.
So, can I just get a confirmation just so I'm super 100%?
Yes.
Pronouns for both players.
Yes.
Dill, they, them.
They, them for Dill.
Wolf, he, him. Great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just wanted to make, that's mine. Leave it.
It is me.
Avian, glad you asked, because I've been meaning to.
What's going on?
Oh, wow, we're having a proper party
everyone.
Hi.
Okay.
Welcome in.
Sierra.
Do you want to throw my phone back? Thanks, Alex. It's fine. I don't need it right now.
Actually, could you grab my phone back there for me? Because I will have to leave after game 1. Should be right there.
This is crazy. Like, you're talking about like hometown
Right,
hero
my
in
phone's
this
gone. I will
underdog
find it
story.
later.
This was the most insane crowd
I left
out
it
there.
back
Like
there that I came
the
and
amount
sat
of
here.
people out there cheering for Dill and how intense this was.
Please don't fall.
Was crazy. Like this
Thank
match
you.
is nuts.
I feel like it's a little bit risky to bring that combination. It may not be coming to this final.
We're getting comfy and so many people.
It is.
Because you've got the Urshifu on the opposite side of the field. That dark Urshifu is going to cause a lot of problems.
So what do we think then? VG experts, who's winning this one?
So, I mean, I don't want to be sort of a little
All right,
obvious.
I'm going to pass this to an expert who's actually been paying attention this weekend.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
Yes. Ben,
Right,
match up.
Here we go, match up. So, Wolf's been using Perish Song for like however many years.
I have watched
a
him
long
use
time.
Perish Song before.
2015, I think, was the first regionally one.
2015, I believe it's Pittsburgh. It's something in the northeast. Okay.
I was at 14.
Well, we've got to share these
Stealing
things.
this back for a minute. That regional went until like 1 o'clock in the morning because he was running Perish Song.
What a guy. What a guy. What a competitor.
Tournament organisers
He
hate
goes a
to
little
see
bit
him
quicker
coming.
these days. He goes a little bit quicker these days. We're not going to be here until 1 a.m.
You'll
so,
never believe
so
the
that's
time
good.
the
Depending on
tournament
what time
finished.
zone you're watching from, we're not going to be here till 1 a.m. Right. So, Wolf has been using this Perish Song strategy. And if at home you're not familiar with it, what it goes around is you use the move Perish Song, and then whatever Pokemon hear it, 3 turns later, those Pokemon all faint. That's combined with Gothitelle. It's got an ability called Shadow Tag, which makes sure that Pokemon stay on the field. They can't switch. Your opponent can't switch their Pokemon unless they're a Ghost type. So you trap the Pokemon in, you go for the Perish Song, you wait 3 turns, you protect, you switch out, you make sure the Shadow Tag is still there, and then all of your opponent's Pokemon get knocked out. Then you use Perish Song again, the last 2 Pokemon get knocked out. Only 4 Pokemon go to a game.
So the Terra Ghost on the Iron Treads is going to be
Terra
really
Ghost
big
on
here,
the Iron Treads
so
could
you
be
can
big.
get around that. Raw on Frigoroth, though, is going to be absolutely crucial to force things out too.
Yeah, so there's some strange things on Dill's team that aren't really that common, like Raw exactly on the Frigoroth Charlie. Then you've got the Terra Ghost on the Iron Treads. You've got the U-turn on the Incineroar that can go in and allow the Incineroar to switch despite the Shadow Tag.
Because
There's
it's not like a hard
options.
switch, it's a move action.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's a lot of options that Dill has to break this Perish Song strategy, which means that Wolf is going to have to play this slightly differently, probably. He's going to try to get some early KOs, I reckon, and then Perish Song when Dill can no longer switch because he's only got 2 Pokemon left. And then it's like 2 Pokemon left, get the Perish Song, 3 turns remaining of the game, no matter who wins.
Right.
So Dill has a lot of options to be able to deal with that, and if Dill is able to position their Pokemon so that they don't take those early KOs, put the damage back on Wolf. Wolf has a lot less damage output than Dill. Dill is going to be able to get into a good position, which he's likely to be able to do, then this could be really close, but I think it's overall the matchup is in Dill's favour.
Ben, we're still so in our casting groove that I just want to jump in as soon as he finished talking here. But I'm going to pass it over to Adam.
I think, honestly, like, somebody said it earlier, like, yes, the matchup is Dill's, but you're playing against Wolf.
Yeah, like, the player difference there, like, massively.
Like Jamie said, that is the factor of, like, I've talked about this with some friends recently, like, you basically have a whole night to, go and prepare the matchup.
Yeah.
So instead of it, like, you get a 5-minute break, okay, read the team sheet, go. I'm assuming they didn't go exploring the city last night.
Yeah, you know the other thing here in this matchup is that I think Dill hasn't been on this stage before.
Yeah.
This is the first time, and
well, like the 3rd time now.
So, oh, sorry. Okay,
he means the
before
first
this
time.
weekend, right?
Yeah.
Before this weekend, right? So this isn't as familiar to Dill. If this happened after they'd won top 4, then you're in the flow, you're in the groove, like you've got that momentum from winning top 4. You're going straight into the finals.
All right, it's time.
Oh, everyone pose for a picture.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, I like this lead from Wolf. The Fluttermane getting that activation of the photosynthesis. It's going to get the speed.
Is this
boost
good TV?
really useful in this setup of that Araculcum pulse from the Corona.
Thank you, buddy. Okay, we're rolling with the VG Masters Final EUIC 2025.
So when you said Wolf's team is low damage, he opens with Fluttermane Coridon.
Yeah, like not as much damage.
Yeah.
Not as much damage.
Still a sizable amount
there
of
it is.
damage.
Here
There it is.
Had to be done.
Have you guys on the VG cast figured out if Wolf likes or dislikes Incineroar yet? Is that mystery solved?
I think it's one of those he loves to hate. You know?
Yeah, what
just
a
that
tinker.
charming. Yeah.
I think Wolf would like to be able to respond with an intimidate.
We have signs. We literally have signs.
A close combat or coming through, or even the Sucker Punch will be devastating.
What's that?
Fluttermane getting out of there. If Sucker Punch has been locked in, that is now going to fail into that slot as Incineroar, the great friend indeed.
That's a crit. Love it.
Nice.
That's a crit.
We had That's a Catch for Pokemon Go. We had That's a Card for TCG. Seems like hours ago. It was hours ago we were doing that. We've got That's a Crit for VG. I love it. You said about kind
Wait, that's a crit.
Here's a crit.
That's a crit.
You're going to get your money's worth out of that sign in this one, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, we don't get our money's worth because it's not a rapid strike Urshifu. It's a single strike. We only get one of them.
Yeah, 1/3 of the fun.
1/3.
There it is.
You say about preparing. Natalie Miller, she was coming in for her final today, and apparently the Australian team They made Ryuki's deck, and they basically just played against it over and over and over again all night, all morning today, just grinding game after game against the exact matchup.
So the hardest thing, like, to do that for this, yes, you could probably build something similar or, you know, near enough identical to Wolf's team.
But
the problem is you cannot play it like Wolf.
Yeah, and you condition those things like, is Wolf going to play like that? Well, maybe, but he maybe not. Like, and if you go for those game plans and Wolf does something completely different, you can really end up struggling.
Yeah.
There was a lot of talk in the UK community last night, like trying to work out at least all the information that they could glean from the games that Wolf had played on stream about Wolf's team, just to try to prepare that little bit more, but not actually playing the game. So
for game one and then targeted into that slot. Not want to risk it into the Incineroar. Really smart play here from Wolf, but the U-turn.
Oh, it's a U-turn. It's not that effective. Fine, Incineroar.
It doesn't matter. Incineroar's out the way now, and it can come in and fake out again and just be generally rather annoying.
So Incineroar's goal is to be annoying. Is it kind of like a bit of a mind game that he's playing Incineroar against Wolf here?
No, it's just Incineroar.
Yeah,
it's just Incineroar.
Okay, so that's Frigoroth, absolutely crucial.
Okay, so it's going to be lots of roaring.
Well,
Alex?
the thing is, he hasn't gone for his Perish Trap strategy
there's no
yet,
Perish
so
Trap in this
Roar
game
isn't so crucial right now. But it's kind of one of those things where he still feels the pressure to bring it either way.
Incineroar! We didn't just shout that. That was our photographer asked us to do it.
That's one of the things I find hilarious here. It's not the Incineroar that has the move Roar. Oh no, it's the Giraffe.
Yeah.
Cancer for Rigoroth, thank you very much.
Serious question. Can giraffes roar?
I imagine it's sort of like a kind of noise, you know
Do
what
we
I mean?
need to do a field trip to a zoo? Because I'm up for it.
He was playing the role of photographer at the time.
Also the idea that like a Coridon in the face of a giraffe roaring will be like, oh my goodness, I've got to get out of here. That is terrifying.
That's a little much.
Exactly, yeah,
well, Charlie can
how
run
are
the
you
impression
doing
again.
that?
If a giraffe started running at me, I'm just saying I'm off. I'm not staying in the way of that.
Okay.
Is it going to be a KO?
Yeah. The crit
That's
star
a crit.
points.
That's a genuine
That's a
crit.
crit.
That is a genuine crit.
That is an actual crit.
Oh dear.
Love seeing that. Don't you, Anna? Like, honest to goodness, critical hit.
Okay, VG
That's
people.
how I like to wake up in the morning.
Does anyone have a more dramatic knocked out animation than Incineroar?
Oh yeah, no, it is a drama queen, isn't it?
That's a bit of a bad one. I'd say it's up there. Yeah.
It's right up there.
It's true.
Alex, do your best Incineroar being fainted impression.
It does look like it's about to burst into like "I Will Survive" by Gloria Gaynor when it faints on the field. It's true.
Which, funnily enough, it won't survive. It's leaving the field.
Oh, that's a bit hard.
Can we just take a brief moment to assess the trainer styles? I think that's something important that we may overlook.
I feel like Wolf has that shirt. That's a classic. That's a Wolf staple. That one. I quite like it.
But the Clavel hair?
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
it's not white. But
close enough.
maybe this is what Scarlet Violet was doing all along. It's about the past versus the future. Wolf is a present-day Director Clavel and catapulted into the future, yeah.
Yeah.
That white hair, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, that's clearly Clive.
Oh, yeah, Clive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Wicked Blow, though. It's
funny,
Wicked
I've
Blow.
never
It's
seen
Wicked
them in the
Blow.
same
Yeah,
room.
yeah, yeah.
Shay's about to get really excited about a guaranteed critical hit.
Oh, wow. I say wow, I missed the focus sash.
Yeah, it's focus
sash.
I think canonically, having a focus sash on a big fighting bear, that just seems appropriate. Like in real life, that's what he would wear.
Kind of.
Out there in the
quite a lot
wild.
as well.
Fashioned it out of leaves.
Pretty common. But now, like, the Amoongus comes in, so Wolf has had their Flood Domain knocked out. That's not great for Wolf's game plan overall. Like, it's better to have a Pokemon than not to have a Pokemon, but you bring in the Amoongus, it's in Trick Room, it's getting a Spore onto either the Frigoroth or the Urshifu. The Frigoroth can't protect itself from that, so it's going to be putting Wolf into a little bit of a better situation. But I think Dill's in a position where they can just, like, keep going on the offenses. As soon as you knock out the Coridon, the Amoonguss has not got much power behind it, and neither has the Incineroar because it's only got access to knockoff. So it's tough here. Wolf has got to be thinking hard about how to preserve the Koraidon until Trick Room has expired.
Yeah, he has to finish the game with Koraidon.
1 HP is infinitely more than 0.
I bet it's 1 more than 0.
You know what I mean?
Oh, here comes Miraidon.
Oh, there we go.
This is why I'm cheering for
Miraidon
Dill.
in the back.
They're bringing in Miraidon. Miraidon versus Koraidon. It's not even a question. Miraidon all day long.
It's doing pretty well, and the electric terrain's gonna block the Spore as well. So
there we go. I phoned my boy earlier and he went, Daddy, what pin are you wearing today? And I was like, I'll tell you what I'm not wearing, Archie. I'm not wearing Koraidon.
I'm going to represent
maybe,
Koraidon,
I mean, Wolf. If Wolf wins this, will you change your pin?
Yeah, good call.
I don't have a Koraidon pin.
Well, we can change that.
We can colour your Miraidon red.
What about
that would not do it.
If Wolf wins, you're only allowed to mention Miraidon like 3 times a broadcast?
Oh, great. I'll have to stop predicting it every event. I'm not sure I'm okay with this.
It's actually easy when I work with you and we do the caster predictions for the TCG because I know one of his is Miraidon, so I just pre-fill it.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, but the other one was Precious Trolley. What was the ace back in the Masters winning deck, Adam?
It was Precious Trolley.
It was Precious Trolley. And actually, twice Precious Trolley won the donk. That was a huge card. Both games that Ryuki won.
I didn't understand about 80% of what you just said, so I'm looking forward to the debrief with that later, Ross.
Yeah, I think that's a dinner conversation.
I've also we're going to the staff party later, right?
Yeah.
He's going to do a 20-minute improvised dance about the donks in Masters
interpreted
Finals.
dance actually would be the best medium to explain. I'd probably have more chance of understanding that. Oh, Amoonguss hangs on.
It would help. It would certainly help me.
Ryder's using Electro Drift. Oh, it's protected!
So the protects.
Yeah, but I think now, is this turn is the last turn of Trick Room?
I think so. Isn't that a weird choice? Protect on Incineroar.
Yeah, but I mean that's the Perish song.
You need it for Perish.
Yeah.
Right? It's like every Pokemon has Protect on Wolf's team, so they can take advantage of Perish Trap because you want to be able to protect, then do some pivoting, then protect again, and that's 3 turns of Perish Song.
I did
and
see.
then your opponent's Pokemon fail.
Yeah. I did see quite a nasty turn yesterday in the corner of the screen where he managed to rotate everything around and he got the Goth back in.
Yeah, and he timed it really well against Luca Cherubelli. So it's like double protect, and then Trick Room expired so that the Gothitelle could switch out. It's on like really low HP. Gothitelle could switch out, and his Incineroar was now the slowest Pokemon on the field. So regardless of whether the Incineroar got knocked out or it U-turned, the Gothitelle was going to enter the field at the end of the turn and maintain the Shadow Tag.
Incineroar fails a double protect.
Yep.
Psychic into protect. So Incineroar's going to go down. Presumably, yeah.
It's an Electro Drift.
It's going to be the most excessive Electro Drift you've ever seen. Oh, no, actually, so I thought that Incineroar was lower than it was. Wow, okay.
What health is the Koraidon in the back? Is it
15.
Yeah,
okay, so Sucker Punch is going to be able to take it.
Now, this is kind of what I predicted, actually. I thought that Wolf might take game 1 to sort of gain their footing, and then I think we're going to go to 3 games.
I think that's a reasonable expectation.
Yeah.
I don't know. I do think the more I'm watching this game, that it feels like it's in Dill's favor, but you can't like count out Wolf at any stage of any match whatsoever. Yeah. Like the amount of times that he's lost game 1 and then come back to win the set.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Over like so many different events, so many different. Like he's been playing since what 2011.
2011, yeah. I mean,
it's worth noting as well that on that whole every Pokemon has Protect thing, obviously that means you're sacrificing a slot that could have been a move. So you kind of, it's a balancing act of like, do I make the Perish Trap work? Do I make my other matchups better as well? And he hasn't brought Perish Trap here, so he's kind of, in that sense, on the back foot.
Yeah, he's sort of played into a strategy that he's not using, and so...
So what was it for Wolf? Oh!
Miraidon hangs on as well. Wow, that's big.
So for Wolf here,
big to know.
Was this kind of a feeling it out game, or was it he tried something different but it didn't work game?
I imagine the former. I imagine feeling it out.
Yeah. I I think he would have had a solid strategy going in. Like, there's no way that Wolf's experience is going to go into any game and be like, hey, I don't know what I'm doing here. But those like little bits of calculation, the things that aren't on the open team lists, as the things that he's trying to find out. So that close combat into the Miraidon, like, you could forfeit in that position because you're not likely to win the game. In fact, very, very unlikely to win the game. But he's close combated into the Miraidon to say, hey, I want to know how much damage this is. I get an indication of its training, whether or not the Koraidon is outspeeding the Miraidon. So we saw the Koraidon, it's like pretty fast, and Miraidons aren't trained to be as like naturally fast as they can be. So there's a lot of information that Wolf is getting in this situation that he can take into games 2 and 3.
It's like a huge download for him right now, and he also gets an insight on how Dill is playing it, and can then take that and go, okay, well, I'm going to play into that. Because if you win game 1, you're probably going to go, we'll try that again.
True.
So this is going to be the most excessive helping hand or helping hook you've ever seen.
Helping hand!
Let's give a helping hand to Dill. Takes game 1.
That seems a bit much.
Dill of the UK on home turf as well. Very exciting.
There's a lot of us that have been playing a long time that finds some catharsis in Amoonguss taking that much damage. I think that's definitely something from the VG side of things. Like, Amoonguss has been causing trouble since 2011.
I am one of those people.
There you go.
I have been eliminated from tournaments by that Pokemon. So
I'm going to get ready for the closing ceremony, everybody. So thank you. Always a pleasure. See you later, trainers. Keep it merry. Amy,
bye, Charlie.
It's coming back. Bye, Ross. Bye, Adam. Bye, Gabby.
Charlie.
Bye, Amy. Bye, Ben. Bye, Shay. Bye, Alex. Bye, Jamie.
Do you want to see? I don't mind being on. Look at you, you're so sparkly. Like, you want to get this on camera as much as possible. Like.
He does have to get his money's worth.
No, you can have it if you want it. You go for it. But you're going to have to take a lot of responsibility in this.
Yeah, you're in charge of the Incineroar.
Jay, when there's a crit, you need to be the man to make sure everybody knows that's a crit.
You're in charge of the crits now, Shay. It's a
Shay,
big responsibility.
Feet up. I'm gonna like get this cable through your feet. There we go.
Look at that.
Portadene.
Just ignored.
It's not the first time, Alex.
Okay, heading into game 2 then. What are we going to see different?
I think Wolf's probably going to try and knock out more Pokemon in this game.
No, Adam, that's it. Right, Wolf just needs to knock out 4 Pokemon.
Yeah.
But not over 2 games, over 1 game.
He has to do it in the span of a single game.
Okay, I feel like I could probably be a VG caster.
All right, okay, I'm going to swap here for a second.
Yeah,
what?
I think this game, he's going to try and knock out the 4 Pokemon first.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. You heard it here first.
You're out, Electabuzz. I got my family.
No, like I think this is going to be the small decisions that make the big impact, right? Like, I think one of the biggest bits of information that both players have found is like, what is the strategy, right? What 4 Pokemon are both of them bringing to the match, and do I actually need to make any adjustments, or do I need to just be playing aware of what can happen?
Okay. So what you're saying is, the central question, what kind of Pokemon are you?
How do you do the things you do?
I thought you'd be the guy who would get that, Ben.
Yeah, I was debating there for a second whether I start singing it, but I thought just for the audience sake that I just don't go down that road.
I was tempted to go with the next lyric, but it's actually a bit creepy out of context.
What is the next lyric?
Share with me your secrets deep inside.
Well,
don't like that. That one's.
Hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen.
That's the secret.
Yeah.
I hear if you're on mobile, you have to hold the screen for a second, and that will like it. That's the rumours I'm hearing.
So this is a different strategy coming out from Dill. So they're shaking things up and trying to get Trick Room up early because it did really well for them in game 1.
Yeah, it makes sense. But it's basically, can Wolf deal with that first?
Yeah,
and, it's,
and now it's like the Terra Fire and trying to go for a Flare Blitz to knock out Farigiraf to stop the Trick Room going up.
But now we've got to fake out to stop the Koraidon to stop the Trick Room, and now the Trick Room goes.
Ross is learning VG. All right, Trick Room goes up.
Though, it's up.
In 2017, I loved a good Trick Room team. In fact, I think I was using your Trick Room team.
Hey, I wouldn't be. You know, I had some good Trick Room teams back in the day.
I think at least
but
one
it was
of the
back in the day.
At least one of the teams I ran was your teammate.
Love to hear it. Was it the Orangaroo one?
It was the Orangaroo one.
Yes! Yeah, that was a good team.
You posted it online. That was before I even knew you. When you were too good to talk to me, I was using your team.
Is that true, Ben?
The worrying thing is that that's all changed now. As like,
if anything, I'm too good to talk to him.
It's uncalled for.
Yeet a jiggle.
Ross.
I come and see my friends and you throw
I'm not
plushes.
here for my throwing capability.
That's fair.
You said something earlier. What did you say? How does Wolf adapt? Well, this time it's like just trying to get as much done as possible, like early KOs, definitely.
Oh, that is very enjoyable.
Classic.
A side
Classic.
roar. The years have rolled back.
This used to be a thing, like back in the day.
Yeah.
Side roar. In fact, our resident Jamie Boyd was the main user of this.
Further defensive boost to this Pokemon and make it even more difficult for this Koraidon. Now it has lost that life orb to pick up the knockout. The sun's still in effect.
You did,
but it
like you actually really did.
Because, yes,
and you used to do that, like Giga Impact thing, didn't you, with Mega Salamence, Giga Impact, and then Side Roar to not have to recharge. That was great.
So you're in a pretty tricky situation.
Trying to figure out if anyone's telling me anything exciting. Oh, apparently we all need to get to the lounge for the TCG Masters Final. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh, really?
That's the rumor.
You better hurry up.
Leo!
Leo! Hey, Leo!
Synergetically bringing the Miraidon in, giving Farigiraf even more defensive capability. It's really shutting down the pressure that Koraidon was exerting.
I mean, this one looks pretty tough, I'm going to be honest.
Oh, Iron Hands is big.
Tough for who?
I mean, Dill is in a very good position.
My hairband just broke.
Oh no!
My hairband just broke. So yeah, it just like. It's fine. It'll hold.
Oh look, Dill's nodding away. Like, has he called the? Have they called the Koraidon Protect? Do you reckon?
I think so.
I think so.
Either that, or they've called the parting shot.
Yeah.
It's so important to get this big physical special attacker here. And now the Iron Hands on the field, you are going to have access to fake out the next turn, which is a bit of a detrimental thing for Wolf because he's just protected.
Next time we need to get some hand mics in here. 8 people yelling over each other. That's what we need.
Maybe that opens the door for Dill to switch
Really want to
in,
talk,
but the one Pokemon that you want next to, maybe the switch up is something with redirection. You can try and utilize that.
The best bit about that
Body
was
slam.
the dunk when it hit the microphone.
Childish, honestly.
Thank you so much.
Just childish.
This is why we won't give you a mic, Alex. This is why we won't give you a mic.
Yeah.
When you can,
You've been banned.
When you can be trusted with plushies, we'll talk about getting you a mic.
Now I'm going to confiscate this Snorlax from you.
Right. So, you say Dill's in a good position, Adam. Tell me.
I feel like if you're putting Wolf to be defensive with the Koraidon, his main damage output, then you've kind of set the tempo for yourself. I mean, the Iron Hands is really good as well. Like,
especially since like the Iron Hands gets an attack boost from the electric terrain, and it blocks Spore at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's like a kind of double whammy. And now, like, even though the Miraidon's at 2- special attack, it's in electric terrain. It's got Hadron Engine. Volt Switch is not a powerful move, but it still did more than half to a defensive Pokemon like Incineroar. Like, you can't argue with the amount of damage output that Dill's got at their disposal right now.
They're on an 11-game win streak. They haven't lost since round 5 on Friday.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And
now, like both trainers bringing in Incineroars, like at the same time you've got fake out pressure going on both sides. But Wolf's Incineroar is trained to be pretty slow because it wants to be U-turning and parting shotting at the last possible opportunity. So in Trick Room, Wolf gets to go for fake out first. So there is a little bit of counterplay, but like you're faking out for an Amoonguss to try and do something, and the best thing that it can do is kind of like heal up the Incineroar, which is also not doing that much.
yeah, it's a like really interesting one. In that, like, the Incineroars are probably just going to cancel each other out for a turn, so we just nullify a turn, which is good for Wolf, because Trick Room would probably run out, and then he can move on from there.
This Incineroar protects, it's like, okay, fair enough, but then Dill doesn't go for the fake out. Either, like, I think they're quite happy to just allow the Incineroar to go down and just get something that's going to do more damage to come onto the field, especially now the Trick Room's reversed, and Incineroar and Amoonguss are slow Pokemon, so Dill's put themselves into an offensively really good position to just maintain the pressure.
And particularly with the Amoonguss not able to spore, you've lost a good chunk of what you were trying to do.
Exactly.
Yes, you have Protect, so you could go for that with this turn. But does it get around it the following turn? Maybe
I think the question for me is, like, can Wolf slow him down enough with just parting shot? Because that's a viable out here.
Definitely viable, but then, like, it's really hard to maintain when Miraidon can just Volt Switch every turn, and, like, you can't, it's hard to make the parting shot stick when you've only got, when you've still got 3 Pokemon for Dill.
Yeah.
So who's going to win?
Dill!
Yeah, Dill, it's looking like it's Dill.
Nice. I mean, don't get me wrong, we all love Wolfie, we love a good story, but underdog, and we're in the UK, that's a bad miss. Incineroar gets knocked out.
That's a lot of damage.
If Iron Hand knocks out, does that count as 2 knockouts?
No, that's
no
just
Ampy
TCG.
very much here.
Yeah.
How did I get that quicker than you?
Yeah. Shay, you've had a long day. That can be your excuse.
Let's get Iron Hands into Pokemon Unite. Just like the slowest walk.
Is there a window for Wolf here?
Pardon?
It's interesting.
The animation alone would be worth it.
There's not that much pressure on the Amoonguss with, like, yeah, it's just like Rage Powder for a bit, and then of
just
course
let
you've got the Koraidon faster than the Miraidon. If the Trick Room doesn't get set up again, like, Wolf may have a window.
Yeah.
They're clearly battling outside. There's lots of windows, but they're not. They don't get to look out of them. They're looking at them.
But this is in the middle of like a imagine
I know that you're trying to make a play on words here, Amy, but like my brain is frazzled.
I'm not. I'm just saying that the battle is happening outside in game, and so there's no windows.
Okay. There's no. Yeah, this is what I was trying to work it out, but the brain's not working so fast these days.
The whole Pokemon thing confuses me a bit. Cause like you go outside, you're doing your shopping, and there's just 4 of them. Like this massive smackdown. Draco Meteor coming down.
The best bit is that not in this scene, but in like one of the playground scenes, and there's 2 of the same grandma just like living at large, like in the background.
Do you remember?
They're twin grandmas. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think on that one, like, at least you can kind of like get around the square. You can avoid the battle arena on this one. You remember Pokken Tournament where one of them was at a cross section, and it was just like cars pulling up, and you're like, all right, Chandelure and Suicune are battling it out. You're now really in my way. I'm late for work.
Yeah, like, you phone your boss. I'm like, oh, Chandelure's at it again, mate. I'm going to be 10 minutes late. Why won't they stop this?
You need to just take another route. There's like so many different roads that you could take, but you keep going past the battlefield.
Yeah. Please
Secretly,
stop.
you just want to look, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is...
That was a crit!
That's a crit!
That's a crit!
That's a genuine crit. This is what you were saying, though. He just Rage Powders for a bit. Lets Miraidon do its stuff.
Yeah, the Amoonguss is so pivotal here. We do see the heavy...
Oh! Big hit!
So now it's Iron Hands and Farigiraf remaining against Koraidon and Fluttermane.
But the Koraidon is now going to be weaker because of close combat.
Oh. Focus Sash is intact, right?
I believe... Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah?
Is that Sashed Hands?
Going to Wolf?
It's Sash Fluttermane.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So Fluttermane is at full HP, so whatever attack goes into it, it doesn't get a KO.
We actually have Focus Sash in the TCG.
Does it work the same?
Yes, but it was only for fighting Pokemon. But Pikachu EX right now has that as an ability, just as a standard thing. Can't be one-hit KO'd. But as soon as it's got any damage on...
Not turning it into a fighting type.
Resolute Heart.
Yeah.
But as soon as it's got like 10 damage on, you can KO it.
The Terror... I mean, neither of these attacks are dealing with the Poison Terror right now, I don't think.
Oh, I did nothing.
Flare Blitz
actually,
close combat won't.
Lowered its special defense, I suppose.
Oh, the Flare Blitz?
Yeah. Good targeting.
Yeah, there we go.
Crowd love that one. They love a double target out there.
I'm going to say, like, does the recoil... Because Iron Hands has got loads of HP. Does the recoil knock the Koraidon?
No.
No.
Well, at least Frigoraf's in Trick Room. It's going to be good.
Yep. Lone Giraffe against 2 ancient Pokemon.
Is there any way the Giraffe takes this?
It's okay, the Giraffe has a cold, so I think he might actually be down for the
Because he has to hit the Fluttermane twice.
Well, more than like, it's not likely that the Fluttermane goes down in 2 Psychics.
Right.
So it's because Fluttermane's like really bulky on the special side.
Yeah, it is.
Rather than the physical side. Like if somehow Frigoraph turned into a physical attacker, it may be a slightly different conversation. But it's
no.
But the other thing about a Focus Sash on the Fluttermane is it means it's trained to be more offensive than defensive, and so like 2 Moonblast is probably enough. And if you don't knock out the Koraidon's going to do the damage it needs.
But
so.
isn't the Fluttermane stuck with Shadow Ball, which can't?
No.
It's sashed.
It's
oh, okay.
It's sashed. It's a choice item it would be, but
oh,
it's not. Choice
I thought it was choice, not sashed.
Yeah. This is the icing on the cake, though. This call here, like. Oh, was that double protect?
Yeah, both Pokemon.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Frigoraph didn't out. I was led to believe this is going to be a Perish Trap kind of game. And we've seen 2 whole games of no Perish
Perish Trap is the main strategy that Wolves is going for, but like.
You can't do it against this team.
Just literally can't do it.
Not figuratively. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Side Raw basically says Perish Trap,
Side Raw,
Name.
Double Ghost, and
U-turn.
Urshifu, Single Strike, and Miraidon, because the Gothitelle is Terra Water.
Oh.
So if the Gothitelle has to Terra to not be knocked out by a Wicked Blow, then it just gets absolutely demolished by the Miraidon.
There it is. Close combat.
Game 3.
Game 3.
That's a crit.
Not a crit, though,
that is a furious session of note-taking between games.
Right, now, I have a request for this final game.
All right, go.
Ben, earlier on, we gave you a gift. We let you do the call for the winner.
Amy, can you do the call at the end of this match? You're in the call seat.
I get to do the call seat?
I was saying we need to figure out who's doing the call. Amy, we need you to do a really good, and whoever it is your EUIC champion.
I'd love to. Thank you. I've always,
I mean, I'd give it a crack one more time.
See you, buddy.
See you later, Jamie.
Bye, boy.
Thank you.
Bye, friend. I've always wanted to give casting VG a shot, so this will give me the.
Get you warmed up.
You get the moment.
Yeah, I get the moment. Thank you.
I took the Ignite call earlier, so now I'm just kind of like, let's share it around, make sure everyone gets a turn.
I'd love to. This sounds great. I'm very excited now.
Yeah, just to utilize the fact that you can get an attack off. And you can also.
I mean, if it goes anything like TCG, both players will put their active Pokemon forward, and then the game will finish, and it will be the end.
Yeah, I literally, we were talking about that at breakfast, Alex. Like the ability for the poison to go onto a Dreepy, take a knockout, no Pokemon on bench, and you were like, hey, if the coin flip gets 1 and they take turn 1, and this happens, then it can happen in turn 3 as well.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, game 3.
Yeah, see, we didn't have a long intro to talk about it, and then it literally happened so fast. We physically didn't have the
We
time
heard
to
the
explain
roar
it.
from the crowd backstage. Like, literally, Charlie and I were starting to get ourselves prepared for juniors and seniors finals in VG after the Masters finals
What are they
TCG
chanting?
finishes. And we were like,
let's go.
We just heard this big, like,
oh, I love that.
Well, I was telling them earlier when obviously the guys saw it, my headset just exploded with like, play 1 wins, play 1 wins, play 1 wins. I was like, they haven't even drawn yet. Like, calm down.
Like literally, it was Oranguru in the active. It could search 2 tools, and those 2 tools literally got everything that was needed for the turn 1 donk. Like a proper old school, you haven't had a turn donk, which we don't get now. You can't attack turn 1 very often at all.
If you guys can't hear the crowd, they're chanting, "Let's go, Dill."
There's
I
so
love
much
that.
support. Do you know what?
Let's go,
Okay,
Dill.
great story here, right? Dill was.
We'll be the judge of how good the story is.
Dill was on the bus with one of the other UK players, Jonathan Marston. Really long-standing player, great competitor. They were on the bus together, coming to EUIC, talking about, hey, you're like, what do you reckon you want for this tournament? And Dill was like, yeah, you know, I'd be happy with 5-3. now now they're one game away from winning Masters Finals.
Yeah,
Wow.
That was a good story. I judge it worthy.
Thank you, Ross.
Here we go.
This is an interestingly.
All right,
We're on
so-
the beach. There's definitely no windows here.
We've got no windows. We're on a beach. Game
This is
one
an
lead.
appropriate place, I will say,
This
for
is
a battle.
appropriate, yeah.
It's out the way. You're not disrupting anyone's day. I'm okay with this.
It's so exciting. No one's even taken the sun lounger.
The crowd's all in the sea. Like,
Yeah. Just bobbing about on a lilo. Like, what's going on over there? Actually, that sounds kind of fun. More sports should be watched on lilos.
Yeah, agreed.
I'm
I
totally
think so.
okay with this.
This is my campaign for 2026.
Ooh.
Okay, okay.
Oh, wowza.
Wait.
Holding
Next
on.
year, can we do the casual stream from a big pool on lilos?
Yes. Oh, this is big. This is big.
Oh.
That extra damage on Koraidon, like the amount that Wolf overall like relies on Koraidon to do lots and lots of damage, especially to the Miraidon,
Yeah.
means that he's got to preserve it, and putting it down to 55, especially with the fact that it's got a life orb, it's going to be taking recoil every time it attacks.
And Flare Blitz.
And the
Flare Blitz
Oh,
being its
of
biggest
course.
attack. Like now, this Koraidon is basically, it's got one more
Big attack.
It's got
time.
like,
Yeah.
maybe
It has to
maybe
trade
a couple
with
of
something.
close combats, but like
Maybe.
one Flare Blitz.
One flare
Yeah, but it has to trade with something.
Yeah.
It has to be
Yeah.
so valuable to trade.
Yeah.
I will have to take a sucker punch for that. I'm just going to hope that my opponent
Convenient.
double up into my
Apparently, whoever wins this one is going to be the champion.
Are they?
That's what I've
Yeah,
heard.
we just
What
heard
I
it from
heard.
production.
Yeah, word on the street.
Very
Word on the street.
loudly.
Whoever wins this is going to
game-
be the champion. No. Yeah. No. Yeah.
This is brand new information. And if their
Yeah,
games took 2 to 3 minutes, it would be fine.
Yeah, Leo, we don't play best of 5 here.
No.
We don't play best of
Although,
5.
I loved watching me some Go earlier.
It was good.
I was enjoying watching Go earlier. That
good.
game is
Ah,
fun.
that's a spooky Incineroar.
So this is the other thing that Dill is now conditioning, is like, now that Incineroar is a ghost type, you can't close combat it, so you want to Flare Blitz it, but then the Flare Blitz trades this damage.
I like this. That's
So
really
yeah,
clever.
the switching.
That's a crit.
That's a
That's
crit!
a crit!
That was the most unnecessary crit.
Don't be raiding on this parade.
Yeah, he's
Right,
got the
Adam,
crit.
seriously, come on.
My mum just texted me saying she likes my hair. So.
Oh, Koraidon's gone.
That's a crit.
Oh, was it?
No.
Oh, Ross, don't get me
That's a
excited.
good attack.
That was a
That is
crit.
a good attack.
That was a critical moment in the game.
That was a critical moment, yeah. Okay,
So that's
okay.
the interesting thing with that is, like, you know, we said, oh, he's got to trade that Incineroar, and I don't know if that's valuable enough. I don't think that's worth it for the Urshifu. Which,
See, I think it kind of is. Like, the Fluttermane does cause some problems.
well, now the Ghost Terror, I like that because you're just going to be able to.
The thing is, like, the Shadow Ball probably doesn't get the KO here on the Incineroar.
Right.
So you've got at least one probably attack from the Incineroar going to Fluttermane. Like, Fluttermane, as soon as the Focus Sash is broken, is susceptible to
Sucker Punch.
Miraidon getting a KO.
Yep.
Like, it can't. I think the biggest thing is that the Miraidon can't Terra Fairy, and so has to worry about taking a Moonblast to the face from the Fluttermane.
Yeah.
Oh, it's being
Well,
considered.
now I feel like the whole onus is on the Fluttermane. Like, we were talking about Koraidon.
Yeah.
Now Fluttermane, it's like, you must carry this game.
Yeah. I think
Go
that was
forth,
locking
my
in the
son.
Flare Blitz. I believe they just. Oh, okay. They're going to end up Flare Blitzing into whatever this new Pokemon is that Dill's just switching in.
So if he's
they're
called
gonna Flare
this, I
Blitz
didn't
the
actually see the
Miraidon.
move selection.
Yeah,
they
they lock the Flare Blitz for the Miraidon now.
So this,
That could
I don't
be
think
huge,
this, I don't
right?
think this Incineroar has Flare Blitz.
Doesn't it?
No. It
Oh,
shouldn't
I
have
thought.
Flare Blitz.
I think it locked.
It'll be.
Oh no, maybe it does have Flare Blitz. Maybe that's the only attacking move it has.
Well, let's see. The Shadow Ball's going to still do a chunk.
Yeah, that'll do a good chunk, but I think they double.
Special defense fault
That's.
could be.
I think
that,
they.
Oh yeah,
It
okay.
is,
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's-
Here's the Flare Blitz.
Usually
yeah.
it's knockoff on the Incineroar. That's what. That's what
Yeah,
got me.
yeah.
that
That
Shadow
did-
Ball's going to get it the next turn, I
Yeah.
think. with the special defense drop, Shadow Ball will do on Miraidon.
But so then yeah, it's just
Flareblitz is not going to pick up the KO on the Miraidon.
No.
So the best thing that so now the Fluttermane has a speed boost from the Protosynthesis.
Yeah.
So it's faster than the Miraidon, so it's slower in Trick Room, and a combination of Psychic and any attack really from the Miraidon will probably pick up the knockout.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have any trading in its defenses.
Looks like we're going for Protect Parting Shot.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf's done that a lot this weekend.
Yeah.
Like a lot.
And Dill's bringing back Incineroar.
It's an Incineroar party. Not all Urshifu, but it's still pretty cool.
I think this is clever.
I think this is clever.
Just make sure.
Well, he's got to get through the Trick Room now.
Yeah,
He's currently trying to get through those turns.
Yeah.
Big parting shot fans over here. I didn't know that's who I was coming to hang out with.
Actually, like, if anyone was going to be using parting shot, I reckon it would be you, Shay. Like, you know, getting the noise out there and then switching out. Yeah, it's gonna, I'm out here.
The animation is interesting for it. Like.
Volt switch, okay, yeah. In and out, shake it all about. Doing the ride and
interesting.
pokey.
Iron Hands coming in?
Yeah, probably, isn't it?
No, it's Incineroar. No, what was it?
Incineroar's out.
Where's Frigarath then? It has to be Frigarath.
It has to be Frigarath.
Yeah.
In this particular turn, but the issue is you're facing down against that Amoonguss that can apply pressure with a Flare Blitz going into the next couple of turns. The Incineroar can also go for something like a knockoff into
that Frigarath's a morning person, I'm not.
And remove it from the field in play, and that will then leave it.
I had to get up early today because I wanted to come and hang out on the Unite. I kind of figured nobody would be here super early on the casual stream. And like I was here for the whole of Unite, and it was at one point we only had 3 people. People were not on it early.
I would say he was on for too long.
Mate, if it's people, you could have dragged me off whenever you wanted. You weren't even in the building, mate.
Come on. Right, Alex, come on.
He wasn't. I was like, hey, Alex, do you want to come breakfast with your friend? And you were like, I'm still asleep.
Dark Terror Amoonguss time. Helping hand,
all
everyone!
Right, guys, here we go. Helping hand. Rage Powder coming out. Terra Dark really important here because the Incineroar on Dill's side has Flare Blitz, which is really not that usual.
Oh!
Sun, helping hand, big knockout.
This is huge.
Huge helping hand.
Huge knockout here.
Moderately large knockout.
No, big.
Wasn't a crit, but
massive,
was a big knockout.
I'd argue.
Sun-boosted Flare Blitz is enough. The Shadow coming out into Incineroar, and it will be enough to pick it up. But the trade has been made.
And then Miraidon's still.
So
that's a crit.
Was it? Oh.
The big question, can he handle Miraidon? Or is Dill just going to run it? Oh, Sunlight's gone.
The Miraidon should still be faster in Trick Room.
Should be.
Because it's a Focus Sash one, right?
Yes.
So, like, if that Fluttermane is max speed like the Koraidon,
yeah, it's gonna get Psychic and Miraidon right now. Although he's got Incineroar, so he can buy a turn.
So we down
like
to
the
2
Flare
each
Blitz
now.
could be. Oh wait, without the Sun, the Flare Blitz is not knocking the Miraidon this turn. But then if you don't knock out the Incineroar, then Farigarath is not gonna win the game.
Right.
So you've got to Dill's got to make a choice here as to whether or not who they target. But both Pokemon have Protect, right? So if you get it wrong, if you target the damage into the wrong spot and Wolf protects the right slot, then it's Wolf's game. If Dill manages to take a knockout
no Protects. No Protects.
No, but I think, did he not protect the Miraidon, so the Flare Blitz is going to go into the
Miraidon
Protect?
can't protect. It's carrying a choice specs.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, nice.
Oh!
This could be.
Oh my!
This could be game winning.
That has completely changed it. Like math doesn't matter right now.
I know it's technically a burn, not a crit, but that's a crit.
Okay.
Oh yes, he got it.
He knows. He knows.
Miraidon.
So
Did you see? He's already celebrating. Wolf is already celebrating that.
This is all coming down to this damage.
No,
And
Dill.
Did you see that, Adam? Like
I think there might be one more turn.
I think there might be. Okay, so burn does a certain percentage
It's
of
a
damage.
set percentage.
Yeah.
Set percentage of damage, right? So that's dependent on how much HP that the Miraidon has.
Correct.
Every turn, it's going to take that little bit of damage, and it looks like from that health bar that it was going to be one more turn, which means that Wolf has to double protect to be able to get 2 turns of burn because the Incineroar can't act before the Miraidon knocks it out.
So basically, Wolf now has a 1 in 3 chance because that's the chance of a double protect.
Oh wait, we're in.
What?
Oh, it's gone.
This is
What
it.
happened?
Wolf.
No, he's psychic and it doesn't.
Who? Wait, sorry. Dill psychic. Wait, and
It
the
was in the
Miraidon-
last turn of Trick Room, so
Yeah.
there was
Miraidon
no.
knocked
So actually that's
himself
quite clever
out.
because it's forcing the Incineroar to Flare Blitz into the Farigiraf to take.
Amy, cool.
Who is
Cool.
it?
Wolf click.
Wolf is your EUIC champion for VGC!
Go Wolf.
That's one of those endings, Ross, that you cursed us with. Where
That
it was
was
like,
one of
what
them,
is
and I
happening?
was like,
what?
but like, I couldn't tell. I thought Dill might be able to hang in there, but I didn't understand why
so
Dill's
the-
Miraidon went down.
So they were still in Trick Room,
Yeah.
and the burn took the Miraidon into a position where it could get KO'd from 2 Flare Blitzes.
Right.
Without the burn and the extra damage, because there wasn't any sun on the field boosting up Flare Blitz,
Oh.
the Flare Blitz wasn't likely to hit KO'd, so the Miraidon would have got an extra attack onto the Incineroar and knocked it out.
Oh,
and then
so-
Farigiraf only has moves that don't do much
Damage.
Either their Incineroar is immune to Psychic, or it doesn't take much damage from
So
foul
they
play
just
'cause it's
ran out
resist.
of like
They res-
steam, so they
yeah.
just
Yeah.
conceded. Wow.
Yeah, so he's psychicked himself.
Yeah.
He's taken
and,
himself out.
and also the call there
'Cause it-
is that the Incineroar protects itself on that turn where Fluttermane got knocked out.
Yeah.
And Dill was like basically saying like, I know that Incineroar is the Pokemon I need to knock out, but I think Wolfie's going to protect it, and Wolfie made the call not to protect it to get the extra Flare Blitz.
Wowza,
So there was that
and then
call
got the
there,
burn.
which was able to get the burn, and then that created the end game. But without that extra Flare Blitz,
Dill would have had it, right?
Dill would have had it.
Whoa,
So,
that
yeah,
was crazy.
It took
so
me a
they
moment
were-
to
they were-
recognise the
they were
side
this
psychic,
close.
but once I was like, that's what it
Okay,
was.
so firstly, Wolfie played brilliantly, we know this, okay? But also, if the Flare Blitz doesn't hit burn, does Dill still win?
Probably.
Yes.
But it is dependent. So there's a chance of critical hits, obviously.
Yep.
And there's different bits of damage. So like every time a move gets used, it does one of the range of damage that it can do. It's
Yeah.
a pretty tight range.
Yeah.
Especially when a Pokemon is resisting the hit, but it can do different amounts.
Yeah.
Wolf
He
Click
did.
once
Let's
more
give credit
time.
where it's due for
Yeah,
Dill.
he played really, really well.
Dill made him work for it. Like
Dill played
actually
so good.
just go to the final moments.
They were incredible, honestly. Like they pulled off so many moves that I wasn't expecting. It was brilliant.
Right, I also have another, what I think is a pretty relevant question. When does this casual stream end?
Never.
Never. You're stuck here forever.
Bad news, mate. You are here until next year.
1,400 people showed up to this tournament.
Okay, we hang around, they heard me, it's like they're listening. We get to stay here until the credits. Apparently, I'm hearing rumors of announcements.
Be fun.
That's what I'm hearing. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe it's the rumor I'm making up.
Settle down, Leo. No more push-ups, Leo.
You want to do push-ups?
Yeah, actually,
you do
that's a
push-ups.
really good point.
Lost a tournament with Parrish.
Yeah,
Honestly,
yeah.
It's nuts.
So Wolf has never lost a tournament where he's brought this Perish song strategy. Ever.
What?
And he's been piloting it since 2014.
It's like like when he obviously when like they changed the invite structure and they said if you win a regional, you get the invite, the direct invite. That he just turned up with it. One event in that year, he just went, yeah, I'll come turn up, have my invite. Thank you very much. It just gets an invite for it, like
easy.
Yeah. I think the only finals, like when he's made it to finals, obviously I don't know any, like, you know, the full history, and particularly some of the early years at regionals, but I'm trying to think of the finals he's lost, and the only one I can think of was 2012 Worlds.
2012 Worlds, definitely.
Yes.
Ray Rizzo.
Yes, where he lost to Ray.
Infamously.
Yes.
There was the main meme that came out of that was that one turn Wolf close combated a Cresselia with a hit one top. And I actually can't remember the circumstance of why that was like a thing.
Yeah.
But that was like infamously what happened.
So okay, is Wolfie the best ever now?
I mean, he probably was before.
Yeah, I was going to bring this up. Like, obviously, there's old heads.
So okay.
There's old heads like myself. And we remember Ray's 3 World Championships in a row. Obviously, in a row. 10, 11, and 12.
Yeah.
So he won 3 in a row. But since then, I mean, he's played, you know, but he's obviously not at this level. We're now in a very different world. Those were smaller worlds. Yep. We're a very, very different world where tournaments are much bigger. I'd say the player base is more well-informed.
And there's so much more, like, community sharing of information. There's more practicing groups. So, like, you must have seen it on TCG and Go. Like, as the community expands, like, the amount of free games that you ever get in a tournament is like less and less and less. To the point now where it's like, if I don't know the name of the player, I'm not thinking, hey, this is going to be an easy game. I'm thinking like, okay, I don't know anything about what this player is going to do. Like, how do I still play well and win?
Yeah, you have to like bring it all the time. I mean, a tournament like this, huge names, and you look at the top cut run as well. You know, the top cut, I look through it, you've got Joe Ugarte, you've got our current world champion, Luca Ceribelli. Like, you can't say that he's had an easy run in any of it. So when it comes to the GOAT discussion, like, the number of accolades, the levels that he's consistently achieved, and the longevity as well.
Yeah, and it's being able to do that consistently over time as well, because the community improves, the game changes. Like, fundamentally, we're still playing like the video game. The mechanics are like slightly different, but hey, we're still like, we've got the Terra mechanic where we didn't used to. Like, okay, fine, right? But I think the thing with Wolf is that he's been consistently able to understand the different priorities as they change, as the formats evolve, and be able to like target that down and still be able to just like go to events and smash it.
Is he making an announcement?
It wasn't my last event. There was an online tournament called the Global Challenge. Over 10,000 players entered. Players from around the world could earn
Intrigued
championship
by this.
points. Japanese and Korean players could earn invitations to nationals. But what was weird is that at the end of the tournament, the player in first was a player that nobody knew. They actually couldn't even find the person who it was. It was this mysterious player. And so this is actually all 3 major wins in a 3-month period for me, as I won the Global Challenge last month.
Oh!
He won the Global Challenge, but he was pretending not to be Wolfie.
Whoa, that's incredible!
Hashtag the big reveal.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually.
That's pretty cool.
Alex, it was Global Challenges online, and Wolf just said like they couldn't find the winner, but it was Wolf playing under a different name.
That's kind of amazing.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Like,
and he won a regional recently, didn't he?
Toronto.
Yeah, and yeah, it was Toronto, wasn't it? You were also with Perish Song.
Yes.
Wow.
Wait, so this mysterious person who we now know to be Wolf, who won the Global Challenge, did they win with Perish Song?
Don't know, actually.
I don't know about that, but
because if they did, people would be like, "That's Wolf under a different name."
It's like one of those things. It's like it's probably a good shout, but if you get crit, in which you will in a best of 1, 45 games, like that's not the most consistent thing to use.
There is a lot of people who try and play it too, like imitators, right? They're like, well, if he can do it, I can learn it, and you're.
My flight till 6:30 tomorrow. So Billa, thank you especially.
He's like, if you picked up Perish Trap tonight, you'd be 9 years behind him.
Yeah.
So you've got to do 9 years of practice.
But then I'll still be 9 years behind him.
Yeah, you can't catch up.
So does he just keep playing forever then and just dominate VG until we're all even older?
Maybe.
There's no reason to stop now, is there?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got 2 invites to Worlds.
I mean, he hasn't won Worlds since 2016,
Go on,
so
Leo,
I'm
jump
sure.
on the headset, mate.
Oh.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, Leo,
Alec,
get in.
No, you can have it, Alec. You have it.
Have a good one.
You can have the headset if you want.
Oh, finally get to commentate a match of Wolfie. Nice.
I hate to break it to you, mate, but the game finished a while ago.
Yeah.
I actually might have to bounce in a minute. I've left some stuff in a room, and I'm told the room is closing.
Yeah,
very
don't lose that.
Oh wait,
you're not going to take the real seat then?
In the media room upstairs.
They're going to perch on the
Upstairs?
end.
Oh
Yeah.
no, okay.
You're
No.
good,
Try-
you're good.
Looking regal.
Yeah, the media room is on the way out. Are you going,
No,
Adam?
no, I'm just going to perch on the end like Ben and make it a bit weird.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Oh, I get a bit more space.
Yeah, see, that's what it's doing.
Oh,
I
that is-
actually thought Alex was going to take the seat, but he just doesn't want to.
He loves it,
You
yeah.
can have a seat, Alex. We'll get
Later,
comfy,
Alex,
mate.
later.
Yeah, no,
To be
not
honest,
anymore.
Ben,
Not anymore.
we should have been doing this ages ago.
Yeah, sorry to leave you hanging there.
Yeah, no, I feel foolish, don't I? Ross has moved down.
Yeah, what are you doing up there?
Yeah.
Why would you even go
Why
up?
would you sit on the edge? Like, you think you're cool or something?
We'll make it weird, do like a little cross leg on the end.
That's a flex.
It's
Weird flex, but
it's
okay.
honestly not the worst seating position I've been in.
Now you have
not?
two jiggly
No.
pairs.
Okay, all right.
The cross sort of goes nicely over the arm. You
yeah,
see,
nice.
it's not
Yeah.
bad. Yeah.
Ben, by the way, I've been
That
watching
wolf
the
picture is fantastic.
the
by the way.
finals in the crowd before I came here. You guys crushed it in seniors.
It was
and-
like
and
well exciting. Like so, and the seniors and the juniors, they play so quickly, and they have this commitment to what they're gonna be. What their strategy is, and two, just going for it.
Yeah.
But it was really cool, especially in the juniors finals. They called this out at the times. They showed two games, and they were completely different. And this is the sort of thing, if you don't watch the juniors and the seniors that much, you don't really see just how good they are and how much they can actually figure out these strategies. And then when they age up, so we've seen it so many times, seniors aging up into masters and just crushing it.
Absolute savage, isn't it?
Literally, they just one, they have the time. I think that's something that we have to call out. But also they just love playing the game, and they really and seniors and juniors, they are hard competitions in themselves.
That is a nuts top 8, by the way.
I was gonna say, why are there
it's
4
crazy.
US players and 1 Japanese player and only 3 from Europe?
So this Japanese player is the first Japanese player that's been able in VG Masters to get their invite through our circuit.
Cool.
Yeah.
And doing that is such a big deal, because in VG, the circuit over in Japan, they have to play these really big, really grueling best of one not single elimination, but best of one closed team sheet tournaments.
Oh.
And it is crazy hard.
There's a lot of variance in there as
yeah,
well.
massive amount of variance, and you just it's chaos.
Yeah, their format is just so hard to do.
It's insanely difficult.
Fabian,
we have a very similar thing with TCG where in order to get an invite, it's top 4 of a 5,000 player Champions League. Again, playing best of 1. And Ryuki Okada, who
just win that coin flip.
Just win it, yeah.
Just win it.
Ryuki Okada, who won TCG here today, also won Dortmund Regionals. Our first regional of the season, our first tournament after we allowed players from other regions to come and get an invite. He wins the whole thing and gets an invite.
So when was, so he won that tournament, but would it have been afterwards that he would have had to play normally that 5,000 player tournament? Did he get the invite before he would have to play in that circuit?
Yeah, so he got the invite at the first regional in Dortmund.
Yeah.
So all season, rather than having to get a top 4 in the Champions League like everybody else, he's invite completed it, mate.
GG.
Yeah.
Easy.
I mean, he did just top 4 a 3,000 person tournament, so
Yeah.
60%.
Win it, in fact.
Yeah, win it.
Pikachu.
So many worlds invites just being gathered by 1 or 2 people.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
I kind of love it. Ryuki's come to Europe and been like, I've taken 2-year invites. What are you going to do about it? We sent Tor to Fukuoka last weekend. He came 11th, but you need top 4 for an invite. And Tor doesn't currently have his invite for TCG.
Oh, really?
he's high enough up in the top 125 that he's going to get it. Like, no one actually thinks Tord isn't going to get an invite, but he doesn't have the direct invite right now.
Just saying, this is Ismail was able to do so well, but they were on the back foot. But Fabian, there was a little bit of teamless shenanigans there. Didn't quite there. Indeed, didn't make it through. So they won the finals with 5 Pokemon.
That's nuts. That's absolutely insane. Right, I'll get back on the real seat.
Good job, Herr Musikant.
Here in our seniors division. Next up, our video game senior finalist, Louis Bobbier.
There was the use of his Miraidon just always OHKOing in every single game except for the one that he lost. Oh, not the
Yeah,
second,
so
not the first
like
place.
big Draco Meteor stuff going on.
Missing
in that
Draco
seniors
Meteor was a,
Yeah.
I think, what sealed the deal in the second game.
Senior champion, Ian Larson.
So Ian had the Miraidon.
Yeah.
Went for Draco Meteor turn 1 of all 3 seniors final games.
The 2 it hit, he won.
Yeah.
The one he missed, he lost.
The one he missed, he lost. Game 1 was crazy. Turn 1, Draco
2
Meteor
knockouts.
into the Ogerpon, knocked it out. Then Surging Strikes went into Landorus, no terror whatsoever. Straight Surging Strikes KO. Boom, double KO turn 1.
Oh!
You never see that.
I'm led to believe double KO turn 1 usually leads to a win overall.
Yeah.
I would say that's better than the estimated 5-3 that they were going for.
Yeah. No, like definitely Dylan's done really incredibly well.
And one of the things I love about Dylan doing so well here, is that every UK person I speak to is just like, have you seen? Like, he's in the final, he's made the final. One of our locals is in the final, we've got a UK guy in the final. Like, people are so hyped to see one of their local players in the final of an IC.
Done it again. Wolf. After 6 years, winning an IC again. Can you believe it?
Different IC too. And
yeah, it was NAIC last time, wasn't it?
It was a very good game.
Just collecting more and more different
Well, he's got 2 more to go. Well, one of them he can't get now.
Yeah.
Because Tord has the full 4.
Yep.
Yeah.
And OC's, well, it wasn't in our
But
circuit
also,
this year. Obviously, we don't know the future, but...
Wolf must have got most of the types of trophies that have been given over the years
Yeah,
as well.
because the regional trophy changed, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it's now a medal instead of like the old glass bricks that we used to get.
Well, it was like, you had the bricks, and then you had different versions of the trophy shape changed and stuff.
Yeah.
These are big glass curved trophies with like Pokemon engraved on them. They were really cool. I did not win one.
So do we get like a...
What did you get from Nationals? Was it a trophy?
Say again?
What did you get from UK Nationals? Was it a trophy?
It was one of the regional bricks, but slightly bigger. Yeah. But, so 2013...
I can't hear it.
I can't really hear it.
There we go.
Somebody's
Somebody's giving us some good...
Day in, day out, month after month, year after year.
Fantastic track, by the way, from the Worlds album.
World Championships.
Something to remember.
This is a real tune. We released a docu-series called Road to Worlds.
So talking about Road to Worlds, a docu-series that they made before.
Season and brand new stars. Last time, it was all about the Pokemon trading
Last
card
time
game.
it was
Next up in the spotlight, the Pokemon Video Game Championship.
Oh, it's video game next time.
It's really difficult.
Well, convenient.
2016 Pokemon World Champion. Winning Worlds, it's something that I tried in 15 years of playing.
It's the most amount of eyes, the most amount of pressure.
I'm so nervous.
It doesn't get any more intense than this.
Worlds is everything, and you earn your place to be there against hundreds of other competitors throughout the season.
This year I'm not trying to be perfect, I'm just trying to be...
That's kind of fun. I might watch that.
That's the good that they've done that on Wolf. Now you've got to go back, add all this in. Yeah. I would like to point out for those, you know, I don't want to lift the curtain too much. They were going to announce that either way, so.
More information and stay tuned to the official YouTube channel to see the series launch in March 2025.
Now then, trainers, as we know, August will see the Pokemon World Championships
Worlds in August,
Anaheim,
apparently.
California.
Not breaking news. It's in Anaheim. I might go.
I thought so. That sounds about right. What a thrill it was to announce the date and location at last year's Worlds in Honolulu. Time to ratchet your hype up a notch because we can now exclusively reveal the trailer for Worlds
trailer for Worlds in this year.
Here we go.
Anaheim Worlds trailer.
Pokemon
Get ready.
Trainers and communities from around the world, are you ready to see who will be the next Pokemon World Champion?
That's Martine.
Yeah, he did pretty well last year.
Lurgan Rocket. Oh, I love these guys. Alright, the good part's over. Those are some great shots.
They were some great shots. I didn't see myself there, so I'm a bit sad.
Mantike. Love it.
There was a lot of cool stuff at Worlds last year. So many fun
Worlds
things.
is always cool, Ross.
Oh yeah, but they knocked it up a notch last year. They had artist meet and greets, which were amazing. They had a little museum of like TCG stuff. Yeah. It was next level.
And like Hawaii as well.
Oh, that's really cool.
Oh, it's a key
art.
Oh, that's so
and Vanillite. Who doesn't love Vanillite?
Okay, that's super cool. I
love that key art.
Everyone bring your spoons to Worlds.
Alakazam and Jars are eating well tonight.
Yes.
The world's intra spectator information is coming soon. What a better way to close off EUIC.
Sarah, I don't think there could be a better way, frankly.
And with that, we have now officially ended 2 of our 3 international events this season. Coming up next,
anyone?
It'll be none other than the North American International Championships in New Orleans, June 13 to 15.
I might play in AIC.
Nice.
Maybe.
Then after that, for the North America region,
I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it this year, but you never know. Might try.
Coming up next month, March
Anaheim,
7th
I'll be in
9th.
Anaheim in some way, shape or form. I will be in Anaheim.
And here in Europe, our next event will be in Stockholm, Sweden, March 22nd
also,
to 20.
Bologna, best food of any regional, Alex. Let's go.
I missed it last year.
Oh, go.
And everyone was sending me photos of food. I was busy. I couldn't go one way or the other. People kept sending me photos of the food there, and I was just like.
I went to Bologna for Pokemon, and then like 6 weeks later, I went to Bologna again for something else. So I'm like, in the space of 2 months, I got to go twice, enjoy all the food.
Same thing happened to me.
And then I'm like, right, was it for the same reason? Okay. And then I was like, okay, when can I next come back to Bologna?
What is this mystery visit to Bologna you guys speak
It's a good city with good food. Why would we not go there?
Okay, you've been very cagey about why you went.
Just have all the noodles. Pasta. Sorry, every Italian ever.
Oh, that.
Communities
You know what? Things were going so well, and now we've got Italy hating us for you saying noodles instead of pasta.
Yeah. I don't think you'll be allowed to go to Bologna, mate. You're not going to be allowed in.
And with that, the road to Worlds in Anaheim continues, and we hope that you continue to tune in for the rest of the season to watch your heroes compete, to see who's going to be the best. Thank you all for tuning in. Take care, and see you soon, trainers.
Bye, Sierra.
Bye.
I think that means
everyone, right?
I think that means we're wrapping up the casual stream. We've been here since like 9:10 this morning with Pokemon Unite. We have had an unbroken stream from 9 a.m. until 6:30. That is like over 9 hours of continuous stream.
Good job,
we did
everyone.
it, guys. Go team. Ben, high five.
High five.
High five. We did it, guys.
How many hours were you on here for, Ross?
Like
Yay.
3 or 4.
Fair.
Are we good? I was going to get up and go. Bye, everyone.
I don't know if anyone's decided yet, but at some point will we cut